Hello everyone's like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And help you little brother for buy new PC need super chat. Chapter 1. The highest officer of this base is Admiral Zillan, codenamed Red Dragon, a Zoan Phantom Beast Securuti form ability user. This is also a god level fruit, and its potential is not weaker than that of Straw Hat Luffy's Nika fruit. On the empty playground, a group of pirates were tied up and about to be shot. "Sir, wait, I have money!" a pirate suddenly yelled. The leader Marine looked back, and said with a smile on his face, "There are 10 of you, and each of you can be exempted from the death penalty for 100 million berries." "Ah, why do you want so much?" The head of the pirates looked embarrassed. He didn't have that much money. "Waste." The fractional Marine cursed. "Anyway, you're in New World, you poor guy can't even get 1 billion, so what's the use of you?" Bang bang bang. Feeling disappointed, General Marine fired several shots and killed them all. The Marine soldier next to him looks normal, and everyone is not surprised by this. This is the rule of the G0 base, and it is easy to say anything with money. In another execution ground, there is still a group of pirates waiting to be executed. "Sir, don't kill me, I still have 1.5 billion berries on board." Bound by the sea stone, the kneeling captain shouted. "Real?" The leading Marine general grinned. "It's true, I am willing to give all my assets to honor Mr. Zillan." The pirate captain said hurriedly, heaving a sigh of relief. "Come on, untie this friend, and prepare a feast and wine. Your Excellency will be our Marine's friend from now on." The leading Marine general waved his hand, and a group of Marines immediately went up to untie them, and even took the initiative to light a cigar for the pirate. If this scene gets out, it is estimated that the entire Marine will be shocked. Marine actually lit a cigarette for the pirate? But it is such a bizarre thing that has been going on for decades at the G0 base. G0 is also different from the general Marine base. Soldiers in other bases are also training when they are free. But I buy big. Laozi bets 100,000 Baileys. Laozi bet 1 million Baileys to buy Xiao. Sorry, the normal state of the G0 base is gambling. There was also a group of drunks lying on the ground, drunk unconscious. It's fine if it's just soldiers, but the key is that their boss Zillan is also like this. In Admiral's office, Zillan lay comfortably on the bed. Several women gathered around to serve him. 2 sexy and beautiful beauties pinched his feet, and 2 young girls gently touched his arms, and another beauty was in charge of washing his hair. "Old man, how does strength feel?" the beautiful girl in charge of washing hair asked. "Not bad." Zillan nodded, and then opened his eyes suddenly. "Don't call me old man, don't look at my beard and hair, but we are young at heart." "Okay, you all go down." Zillan waved his hand suddenly. "Go to my secretary and ask for compensation, 500,000 Baileys each." "Thank you." The girls bowed and thanked. 500,000 Baileys in less than an hour, as expected. This old man, oh no, this old handsome guy spends money like water. Waiting for everyone to leave, Zillan got dressed, and he walked to the mirror, looking at himself with white hair and wrinkles on his face. His eyes were a little dazed. He is 74 years old this year, and if he calculates carefully, he has been in this world for more than 50 years. He and Garp and Sengoku are figures of the same era. He also fought against Luoji, Whitebeard, Rocks, and others, and climbed from unknown soldiers to Marine Admiral. Time flies. Standing in front of the window, Zillan looked at the subordinates eating, drinking, whoring and gambling below, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's nice to be young. He stretched his waist, and then his eyes flickered, thinking to himself, the system, does it have the ability to maintain youth? Have. There was a mechanical sound in my mind, a super money burning system. Just by hearing the name, you know how expensive the system is. Zillan's Securuti form costs 10 billion berries. Top Conqueror's Haki cost 600 crore. That's right, his strength is bought, Zillan has never cultivated, and his combat power is equivalent to that of Luoji at his peak. Don't be envious, it will cost nearly 100 billion Baileys before and after. In addition, the annual operation of the system requires about 36 billion berries, which is almost 100 million berries per day. This is just the basic cost, and there are other aspects that also require hundreds of billions of berries. Such a money-burning system, let alone a single person, may not even be able to support a country. Can Zillan do without making money? Have. The system replied affirmatively. Host can buy an eternal body, maintain the status quo, and never age. It is equivalent to an immortal body, and the price is 200 billion Baileys. 200 billion. Rao is a Zillan who spends a lot of money, and I heard that the price is also tongue-in-cheek. System, you didn't do it on purpose, did you? Zillan has a displeased look on his face. He just has 200 billion yuan left in his current family property. After being a marine all his life, Zillan is tired of it, and he plans to retire. With 200 billion in his hand, it is enough for him to enjoy himself. But what kind of eternal body will cost 200 billion Baileys as soon as it comes up, which is the rhythm of draining Zillan's pension? Isn't it a loss to buy an immortal body for 200 billion yuan? The system asked back, with the host's money-making speed, if you are a little bit more ruthless, wouldn't it be easy to make hundreds of billions of berries a year? 200 billion berries, it sounds like a lot, but it's actually half a year's work for you. Zillan's gaze was uncertain for a while, and after thinking about it, he nodded. 200 billion is 200 billion, buy it for me. Zillan originally planned to retire in a few days, but now there is no other way, let's delay it later. Fish for another year and wait until this time next year to retire. Chapter 2. Why is it still like this? In front of the mirror, Zillan was very dissatisfied looking at himself with wrinkled face and white hair and beard. The 200 billion Baileys have already been spent, why is there no effect? The eternal body is to maintain the current appearance of the host, to ensure that the host will not continue to grow old. The system explained, the host should also feel it. Although his face is old, his body is already full of strength. Zillan nodded silently. She looks a little old on the outside, but the warmth in her body is permeating, and she feels full of strength. He squinted his eyes and felt it carefully, and he had indeed returned to his youthful state. His body was exceptionally light and energetic. As for the appearance, old is old, this is a world that speaks by fists, what can handsome do? Blue blue blue. The phone on the desk rang. Zillan took a closer look, it was a call from Sengoku. He pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came from the opposite side immediately. Zillan, 5 Elders has approved your retirement report, and you can step down at any time. Marshal Sengoku asked with concern, when do you plan to retire? I'm thinking about it. Being poor again, Zillan wanted to wait, after all, retirement is hard to make money. Sengoku on the opposite side of the phone bug had a slightly stiff face, and said, okay then, you can think it over, and you can notify me anytime. Ha! After speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone bug. Zillan frowned. Sengoku seemed a little dissatisfied. Quick, go and burn all the report letters. Sengoku yelled at the soldiers at the gate. His desk was full of documents, piled up to a height of more than 1 meter. One can imagine how many people reported Zillan. If he retires, Sengoku can still settle accounts after the fall. This Nima is still in active service. He dare not act rashly. Zillan used to be the previous Marshal Kong. Zillan is not yet clear about the situation at Naval Headquarters, but he has also been a Marine for decades, and he has a keen sense of a crisis. Come on, prepare the boat, I'm going to Marine Fanduo. Zillan said to the guard outside the door. 10 minutes later, Zillan's secretary came with a perplexed face. I'm sorry, Zillan Admiral, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Marine Fanduo for the time being, our warships are all sold to pirates. He said awkwardly. What? Boom. Zillan smashed the table angrily, damn it, who has the guts to sell the warship? Zillan was furious, no matter how reckless he was, he had to stop in moderation. Even dare to sell warships, too much. By the way, is the money for selling the warship distributed to the old man? He asked again coldly. Mr. Admiral, you sold the warship yourself. The adjutant suddenly said, even your own battleship Chirio was sold by you for 300 million Baileys. The corner of Zillan's mouth twitched a few times. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that something like this happened. About a month ago, all 40 warships in the G0 base were sold, with a total profit of 4.8 billion berries. The remaining 800 million was allocated to Marine, and the 4 billion to Zillan. Is there still a boat? He frowned, his intuition telling him something was wrong with Naval Headquarters. No, if you want to go to Naval Headquarters, you can only rely on oars. The adjutant said helplessly, and we have to build this oar ourselves. Damn paddle! Zillan was upset, and suddenly felt that he was still too low-key. I'm still not greedy enough, otherwise, I wouldn't be forced to sell warships. In the future, don't stick to your principles too much. I'm going to the prison. Call me and contact Sengoku right now, and tell him to call me 50 warships immediately. If that guy asks where the original warship went, he will say it was sunk by pirates. By the way, contact the pirates and tell them that we have a new batch of warships arriving. Whoever pays first will get a 20% discount. In the dark and smelly prison, the environment is so bad that it is ultimate. The sound of creaking can be heard everywhere, and rats bigger than human arms are running around, gnawing on insects, ants, and carrion. Tread, tread, tread. The sound of steady footsteps came from the entrance, and many pirates opened their eyes. Who is it? Get over here, Lao Zi is going to tear it up. Kill, 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 kill. Damn Marine! The pirates' curses resounded incessantly. The reason why they were locked up here was because they were arrested by Marine at the G0 base, so they naturally hated them to the bone. However, when they saw that it was Zillan coming, Tong Tong fell silent. What's the point of living, trash who can't even pay the ransom? Zillan looked at the prison on the northeast side, and he could see unkind eyes in it, and he was staring at himself. Zillan opened his mouth, and a ball of fiery energy emitted. The roar of the Sekiruti. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, the prison and the man's body exploded into dust. The pirates who were talking nonsense before had clear fear in their pupils. This is Zillan, an executioner wearing a marine coat. Zillan didn't pay any attention to this group of crazy pirates. These poor guys who couldn't pay the ransom were worthless. When the prison can't hold any more, Zillan will kill them all. He went all the way and reached the deepest point. This is an extra-large prison, as big as a building, and every railing and wall is made of sea stone. The prisoners held here invaded the G0 base a few days ago. It took Zillan a lot of effort to defeat him. Open the door. Zillan ordered to the jailer. The jailer didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly opened the door. Zillan stepped inside, and a gloomy aura greeted him. The strong man over 7 meters tall was fixed in the air, and his limbs were bound by extremely thick iron chains. Every exposed skin was also firmly locked. Zillan. The brawny man opened his eyes, and the biting eye sockets were bloodshot. What is it called? You are defeated. Zillan ordered his men to turn on the lights, and the man finally surfaced. He looks wild and rough, with thick and well-developed muscles. Even if he is locked, he still exudes a violent breath. This person is the captain of the Beast's pirates, the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido. Chapter 3. It was just an accident that I lost before, I have the guts to do it again. Kaido snarled and shook, and the sea stone chains rattled. Accident? A look of disdain appeared on Zillan's face, and he said sarcastically, there have been 3 accidents like this. Yes, this is the 3rd time in Kaido's career that he has lost. You are not my match. Zillan said indifferently, little ghost, if you want to defeat me, you have to practice for 10 years. God-level devil fruit, coupled with the top conqueror's haki, not to mention Kaido, Luoji is coming, Zillan is not afraid at all. Humph. I don't see you being able to lock me up. It won't be long before Laozi can still escape. Kaido retorted. That's true. Zillan didn't deny it, and smiled slightly, however, you don't have to run this time. He stretched out his palm and held up 5 fingers, it only takes 50 billion Baileys, and I will personally send you away. You are dreaming. Kaido sneered, Laozi can run by himself, who the hell is going to give you 50 billion Baileys? No. Zillan asked calmly, are you sure? If you want to blackmail Laozi, you are 10 years too early. Kaido sneered. Zillan was not angry either, and said flatly, these 50 billion Baileys are not just to save you, but to save the entire Wanukuni. Kaido frowned, what do you mean, his Wanukuni was captured? Without your Wanukuni, there's no way to stop Marine. Zillan threatened, the old man leads troops to attack Wanukuni at this time. Guess what will happen? Can you hope that the 3 disasters can be prevented? The loss of Wanukuni is not just a simple loss of 50 billion. The foundation you have built over decades of hard work is gone. Right. Kaido's face drooped, and he glared at Zillan angrily. This guy looks like a marine, but his actual style of doing things is more shameless than a pirate. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Zillan stretched his waist and released a manic murderous intent, if you don't pay, Wanukuni will never leave. Immortal, you dare to threaten Laozi. Kaido was furious, he was also 4 emperors, he was the only one who threatened others, why was he bullied like this by others? That's okay to understand. Zillan leaned lazily against the wall and looked at the time, you still have 2 minutes left. Whoops whoops whoops. Kaido was panting like a cow, which was a shame. His king, Kaido, when did he become so down and out? He stared at Zillan fiercely, wanting to devour the person in front of him. 1 more minute. Zillan said flatly, you should know my strength, your little brothers can't stop me. Kaido was silent, no doubt about it. If Zillan makes a big attack with Marine, who to count on? 3 disasters? It's okay to deal with other people, but if the opponent is replaced by Zillan, it must be abused. To put it bluntly, Kaido was abused by Zillan from childhood to adulthood. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Don't look at him only losing 3 times, that's just his record in the years of being 4 emperors, if you count his youth, it's more than 3 times. When he was still in the Rocks Pirate, Zillan was admiral. He teamed up with Garp and Luoji to crush the Rocks Pirate with an invincible force, smashing them to pieces, and even the Captain Rocks died in battle. Kaido watched as Zillan hammered Rocks' head off. That scene will never be forgotten. Time up. Zillan looked to Kaido, expecting his answer. Kaido's face twitched for a while, and he thought for a while and said, 50 billion Pele is too much, at most I will give you, 10 billion Pele. Ha ha. Zillan smiled slightly, but was not angry. Just agree. As for the price, this is easy to negotiate, and the 2 parties can bargain slowly. 10 billion is too little, others will look down on you, Kaido. I do not care. Don't even think about it. I caught Katakuri before, and the ant gave 7 billion Baileys. How can you say that your strength is 5 times stronger than Katakuri? 5 7 equals 35. Just 35 billion Pele. 35 billion Pele is too much, I will give 15 billion at most. The 2 sides kept arguing, and after more than half an hour of arguing, smoke came out of both of their throats, and the final transaction was 25 billion. In the end, Zillan untied Kaido himself. In order to show respect for Kaido, the red carpet was laid from the prison gate to the pier, drums were played along the way, and banners were pulled up. Congratulations to Mr. Kaido on his release from prison. I don't know, I thought Kaido was going to marry a wife. Kaido, mace in hand, flitted across the carpet with his massive body, surrounded by Marines cheering. Congratulations Mr. Kaido. We are so happy for you. Welcome to visit next time. The Marines laughed, and Kaido felt that the world was in chaos. When he was released from prison, these Marines were happier than him. And, welcome next time, what the hell is this? Where's the boat? Looking at the empty port, Kaido asked angrily. How can Laozi return to Wanukuni without a boat? I sold all the warships. Aren't you a dragon? Just fly back to Wanukuni by yourself. Zillan was lighting the gold jewels just sent by the king, which contained thousands of boxes. Boss, be my boat. The king pointed to his battleship, and Kaido agreed. Wait. Zillan stopped the 2 of them from behind, and said with a pleasant smile, it's fine with Kaido, but Yin, as a pirate, actually stepped into the marine base, it's really daring. Don't mess around, Yin is here to give money. Kaido said in a deep voice. That's true. Zillan nodded, then looked at the battleship. I won't embarrass you anymore, leave the battleship behind, you guys go. It happened that there was no boat to naval headquarters, so the problem was solved. Chapter 4. Swish. Swish. In the sky, 2 dragon bodies flew across. One of them is the turquoise dragon. Haki is extraordinary, so long that he can't see the edge. The other dragon is Pteranodon, which follows Qinglong. It is Kaido and King. Swish swish swish. The wind was raging. Yin accelerated to catch up with Kaido. That Zillan is really shameless, greedy to refresh the 3 views. In the end, Yin's warship was detained. Humph, that damn old guy, he's so old, but his fighting power is so ridiculously strong. Kaido rubbed his swollen cheeks. How long has it been? With his physical fitness, he hasn't recovered yet. Sooner or later, I will kill that old guy with my own hands. G0 base. After sending away Kaido and Yin, Zillan distributed 1 billion Baileys to his subordinates. He eats meat himself, and others have to follow suit. This is also the reason why the G0 base is extremely powerful despite its corruption. In the office, Zillan changed his clothes and put on the Admiral cloak that he hadn't worn for a long time. Looking at himself in the mirror, he lost his mind for a moment. Although the hair is grey, but with the eternal body, this body is indeed full of vitality, returning to the state of youth. Zillan, who was planning to retire, decided to spend another year fishing. This year, he set himself a small goal of earning 1 trillion yuan. It sounds exaggerated, but as long as Zillan let go of the bottom line, it is not a problem. Capture all the 4 emperors, force them to pay a ransom, grab the celestial dragon's heavenly gold, and then go to kidnap the celestial dragons and blackmail Doflamingo, probably about the same. Of course, this is only part of it. As Admiral, Zillan has many ways to make money. For example, selling officials can also sell warships. When it was relatively poor, Zillan not only sold the warships, but even the weapons of the younger brothers. When hunting pirates, everyone paddled with one hand and punched with the other. Half an hour later, Zillan set off, and the destination was the Marine headquarters. Marlin's marshal's office. Zillan is coming, Sengoku has heard. At this moment, he frowned tightly, feeling a little helpless in his heart. He has been unhappy with Zillan for a long time. He has heard about the corruption of the G0 base, but he has been unable to touch Zillan. It would be bad if his soldiers rebelled along with him. Civil war is such a bad thing, it will hurt Marine's muscles and bones. Sengoku waited for Zillan to retire, and once the guy did, bring him to justice. Who knows, that guy suddenly changed his mind again. Hey! Sengoku sighed and sighed, right now, it's really troublesome. A few days ago, Blackbeard captured Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard pirates alive. He traded Ace to Marine in exchange for Shishibukai's spot. After Marine's investigation, Ace's shocking secret was discovered. On the surface, this guy is the son of Whitebeard, but in fact, he has evil blood flowing through his body, the son of One Piece King Gordy Luoji. This, Garp also admitted. This matter caused a stir within Marine, and even the world government sent people to investigate. The next day, a plan to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates was brewing. The world government calls for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Everyone in the world knows that Whitebeard values love and righteousness and will never allow his son to be executed. A fierce battle is about to sweep the world. At this juncture, Sengoku will not do anything to Zillan. Although everyone is an old man, the old man Zillan is much stronger. In a one-on-one duel, there is no one in this world who can suppress Zillan. Today's Zillan is like the rocks who ruled New World in the past. To defeat him, 2 top combat powers must consume him together. Half a day later, Zillan's boat was close to Marine. Everyone looked weird for a while. Boy! Isn't this the battleship of the Beast's pirates? Didn't even take down the skull flag. Zillan had a cigar in his mouth and rings all over his hands. He combed his hair back, tied a tie, and wore a white suit and white leather shoes. With a plausible smile on the corner of his mouth, he walked away from the gazes of countless people in an extremely chic and calm manner. Damn guy, Marine's biggest cancer. In Admiral's office, Akainu also saw Zillan through the glass, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. He scavenged countless evidences of Zillan's crimes. People smuggling, arms trafficking, and warships are all child's play for Zillan. Akainu even found evidence that he kidnapped the celestial dragons and robbed the heavenly gold. This insane man even auctioned off the celestial dragons on the black market, which was said to have been bought by someone for 5 billion Baileys. It appears to be a man named Tzalo, nicknamed the Golden Emperor. 10 minutes later, Zillan reported to Marshal Sengoku's office. Seeing Zillan coming, all the senior executives present stood up, including Marine Admiral like Kizaru and Aokiji. Mr. Zillan. Everyone spoke one after another. Zillan smiled and took out a wad of banknotes. Brothers are dressed a little plainly, take it and change into some new clothes. Everyone was stunned on the spot. My good fellow, are you so unscrupulous to the point of looking for something? Everyone looked at Sengoku in unison. As expected, this guy also had a gloomy face, but he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Sengoku felt helpless, not to mention that Marine needs Zillan now, but there is no such thing as an upcoming war with Whitebeard, and a super admiral at its peak hastily set up a super admiral. If you don't pay attention, Marine will suffer heavy losses. Chapter 5. Zillan smiled and said nothing. He knew that many people were dissatisfied with him. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. We will not retreat for a day. See the old man, you have to respectfully call Mr. Zillan. In the past era, although Zillan did all kinds of bad things and made countless fortunes, he also dedicated his strength to Marine. Different from the original book, Luoji in this time and space was actually arrested by Zillan. He is also known as the Marine Double Wall with Garp. Unlike Garp, who is getting more and more shining, Zillan's wall is getting darker and darker. In fact, the fact that Luoji was able to be arrested was because of his illness, which caused his strength to decline to a certain extent, otherwise Zillan would not have been so easy. Zillan, what's the matter with you? Sengoku tried to remain calm. Obviously also an old man, Sengoku looks much younger than Garp and Zillan in the same period. Zillan wondered if this old guy had been stealing money like him, living a pampered life all day long, getting younger the longer he lived. It's okay. Zillan puffed out the smoke ring, and glanced over everyone. I heard someone reported me. Report you? Sengoku opened his eyes wide and asked with a puzzled look on purpose, why don't I know? Zillan had a half smile. These guys really thought Naval Headquarters didn't have his eyeliner, did they? Sakazuki. Zillan suddenly looked at Akainu and grinned, that's not bad, you look stronger and stronger. Humph, you are old, but I am not old yet. Akainu looked haughty and straightened his back, I am improving every day. Very good. Zillan nodded, then questioned, I heard that you complained to me before, and reported to Marshal Sengoku that I colluded with pirates. How does this guy know? Sengoku was shocked, and he burned all the report letters. Could it be that there is an undercover agent by your side? He quickly winked at Akainu to signal him to deny it. However, anyone who knows Akainu knows that this guy is upright, he can't tolerate a little sand in his eyes, and he will never bow to evil forces. Good. Sure enough, Akainu admitted frankly. Many Marines were awe-inspiring, and everyone looked at Sengoku worriedly. Next, if it is not handled properly, there may be civil strife. What about the evidence? The old god Zillan asked on the ground, if there is no evidence, I can sue you for defamation, Sakazuki. If you dare to say that, you will naturally collect evidence. Akainu took out a few photos from his bosom, and the guy was afraid that things might not be a big deal, so he distributed the photos to everyone. This damn Sakazuki is trying to drag us down. Everyone cursed secretly, feeling that the photos in their hands were extremely hot. The content of the photo is very simple. Zillan is on a luxury yacht with a beautiful woman in his arms. Forget about women from normal families, there are also pirate beauties among them. The most dazzling one is the famous pirate queen Boa Hancock. What is your relationship with that Boa Hancock? As a Marine Admiral, you actually dance with your arms around Shishibukai. No matter how reckless you are, there must be a limit. Akainu scolded angrily, spitting stars flying all over the sky. Zillan still had a faint smile on his face, until he smoked the whole cigar, and then asked contemptuously, "That's it, do you want anything else? This is enough to prove that you colluded with pirates." Akainu growled lowly, with flames splattering faintly in his eyes. "First and foremost." Zillan raised her finger, "Whoever dances with my arms is my freedom. As long as your mother doesn't mind, I can also hold her." "What did you say?" Akainu rolled his eyes and looked as if he was ready to punch. "Listen to him, Sakazuki!" Sengoku yelled. "About the second point?" Zillan raised his second finger, "Dancing with a pirate in my arms proves that I colluded with pirates? This is simply nonsense. Everyone has a love for beauty. Inside Marine, there are many people who have a crush on the world's most beautiful woman. Is it because I conquered her with my handsome face and mature charm? Is it ridiculous to conclude that I have colluded with pirates? You say yes." Zillan looked at the silent Sengoku. Everyone rolled their eyes. "You still have a handsome face? They are all old men in their 70s. Sengoku is very entangled. This question is difficult to answer, and the Whitebeard pirates are about to fight, and he doesn't want to offend Akainu and Zillan. Execution day is about to begin. Any of you go to Impel down and bring Ace the Fire Fist." Sengoku changed the subject. The top priority is indeed to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Crane Vice Admiral also stood up to change the topic. "Let's talk about other things later." Damn it! Akainu was secretly annoyed that these old guys were obviously avoiding the important ones. In his opinion, Zillan's various behaviors are much more hateful than Fire Fist Ace. Dancing with Boa Hancock in his arms is just one of them. Those photos also show Zillan eating barbecue and drinking with pirates. Isn't this collusion with pirates? Zillan complacently forgot to glance at Akainu. "Fighting with me, you are still far behind." He didn't pay too much attention to Akainu. Sengoku's words just now made Zillan smell a business opportunity again. "I'll go, since some people doubt my loyalty. The task of escorting Ace is entrusted to me. I want to prove my innocence." Zillan volunteered. Sengoku scrutinized Zillan for a moment. "Okay, I hope you succeed soon." After the meeting, Zillan ran to his office in Naval Headquarters. Blue blue blue. He quickly dialed a phone bug, and after waiting for the other party to connect, Zillan immediately smiled. "Whitebeard, I have a $100 billion business, do you want to talk?" Chapter 6. Whitebeard, across from the phone bug, was silent. What kind of birdman Zillan is, he knows very well in his heart. Every time you call, it's to get his money. Why do I say fishing instead of cheating? Because every time Zillan released his sons. But the fee is a bit high. Just like this time, Nimabos, 100 billion Baileys? Let alone the descendants of Luoji, even the descendants of Lord Chuang Shishan are not so valuable, and they don't have diamonds on their heads. Too expensive. Laozi doesn't have that much money. Whitebeard refused, and said coldly, "And this time, Laozi has already prepared a rescue plan." He. "You are so naive, you are so old." Zillan smiled contemptuously when he heard the words, and mocked, "The money is more important than the sun? If the money is gone, you can grab it and earn it again, but the sun is gone. Do you think 100 billion can bring Ace back to life? Besides, why don't I tell you that in order to successfully execute Ace, Marine has made all the preparations. Marines stationed all over the world will return one after another, including this old man who will join the battle." Zillan said coldly, "If a war breaks out and you don't pay me, I won't take it lightly. Give money, you can say anything." In the Summit War in the original book, Akainu almost died, Aokiji was bleeding, and Kizaru's clothes were slightly dirty. Zillan can also be a spectator. "You threatened Laozi." Whitebeard was furious. "This is not a threat, this is reality. Once you rescue Ace, the Whitebeard pirates will suffer heavy losses, and you will surely die at your age." Zillan continued to fool around. "Even if you take life and death lightly, what about your sons? If you sacrifice others for an Ace, is this a qualified father? Whitebeard, listen to my advice, spend money to eliminate the disaster, not to mention you don't lack the 100 billion Baileys. Zillan patiently persuaded, 100 billion Baileys sounds like a lot, but in fact, it is not too much pressure on the Whitebeard pirates. Among the 4 emperors, the most powerful is the Whitebeard pirates. They control most of the New World territory, and their annual income is astonishing. There are countless islands sheltered by Whitebeard, and they have to pay a lot of protection fees every year. In addition to the spoils of destroying other pirates, it is not a big problem to spend 100 billion. Whitebeard remained silent again. It is not impossible to spend money to eliminate disasters. But first of all, shame. Secondly, he felt that 100 billion Pele was too expensive. I know what you're thinking, don't you think it's embarrassing? You can't even save your son, it's too useless to be a father. Zillan was the worm in Whitebeard's stomach, knowing the old guy all too well. From the point of view of the 4 emperors, this is really embarrassing. But let's think about it differently. Which of you 4 emperors has never traded with the old man? It's not the first time. Guys like Kaido were captured alive by me how many times? Yesterday, he just paid tens of billions of protection fees to get himself out. Not to mention, being fooled by Zillan like this, Whitebeard's resistance in his heart was relieved by half, which makes sense. Anyway, it's not the first time, and he's not the only 4 emperors who has done this before. But Kaido is only a few tens of billions of berries. Ace, you actually asked me for 100 billion berries? This price is too dark. Whitebeard's face was full of displeasure. Kaido's coffee position and Ace are not at the same level. Because Kaido is in my hands, but Ace is different. He was imprisoned in Impel Down. I need to take risks, and I will be unlucky if exposed. Zillan said slowly, but Whitebeard sneered when he heard this. What to pretend, this is not the first time you have done such a thing. Let alone Impel Down, you are so insane that you even released Marie Joy's slaves. What is Impel Down? Why did Boa Hancock escape from Marie Joy's? The black hand behind this scene is Zillan. Back then, the Sun Pirates bid 5 billion Baileys to get Fisher Tiger out. Zillan set fire to half of Marie Joy's, and Tiger ran out. Whitebeard knew that it would be fine for this devilish man to assassinate the 5 elders, as long as he was paid. Hey, have you thought it through? Don't waste time. After wasting half a day of tongue-in-cheek, Zillan's patience was worn out, and he directly showed his cards and said, if you don't pay, that BD Ace will die. The money is in place, I guarantee that Master Ace will return to you in vain and fat. Hearing this, Whitebeard was out of breath, but there was nothing he could do. If you don't give money, you're a BD, but if you give money, you're Master Ace. How double standard is this? Is it really necessary? Whitebeard sighed. Cannot. Zillan's attitude is very firm, the bid is his business, and it is Whitebeard's business to raise money. Don't say no money, he is really poor. Whitebeard can organize his sons to sell fart drums. Moreover, Zillan believes that this old guy is just pretending. He has heard about it a long time ago. In order to facilitate people from Marine, Whitebeard established a child-saving foundation a long time ago, and 100 billion is no problem at all. After thinking for a while, Whitebeard gritted his teeth. This deal, Laozi agrees, the premise is that I must see an intact Ace. Chapter 7. Happy Cooperation. A smile broke out on Zillan's face, and Whitebeard finally realized. But just 100 billion is not enough, and it is still far from his trillion retirement plan. With a sly smile on his lips, he said inexplicably. You know Whitebeard, I really admire Hai Xia Jinbei, that guy is awesome, loyal, and righteous, he will do anything for his friends. If I have such a close friend, I would rather die than let him down. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth twitched on the Moby DK, he knew exactly what Zillan was going to fart. In order to prepare for the summit war, Marine specially summoned Shi Shibukai, and Jinbei was naturally among them. However, because Whitebeard sheltered the Fishmen Island, Jinbei regarded it as a benefactor and refused to fight with the Whitebeard pirates, so Jinbei was thrown into Impel Down. Let's make a price. Whitebeard didn't bother to talk nonsense. The Save the Children Foundation, which has been established for many years, came into play at this time. Let me give you a preferential price. If you let Jinbei only need 2 billion pele, but for the sake of our cooperation for many years, Ace and Jinbei will pack 101.5 billion pele. Zillan said straightforwardly, of course, if there are other sons of yours in Impel Down, I can also lend a helping hand, and the price will be calculated separately. No need. Ha! Whitebeard hung up the phone coldly. Really, why are you so indifferent? I also want to ask if I should kill Blackbeard. Zillan sighed, then a gleam flashed in his eyes. This time, he must not be released as Marine Admiral, otherwise there will be big trouble. At that time, there is no need to retire, Sengoku must expel him from the military. Half an hour later, Marine Fanfan's docked warships set off. The destination is Impel Down. Magellan also received the news as soon as possible, ordered someone to propose Ace, and quietly waited for Zillan's arrival. Time flies, and it is night in a blink of an eye. Crash! The warship rides the wind and waves, and sails quickly on the sea. Except for the sailor who steered the ship, most of the people were asleep. Of course, there was another person who was an accident. Swish! A dark figure leaps into the sea, stretched out over the falling Setsuna. The body turned into a huge dragon body, the whole body was dark black, and the wings were covered with purple patterns. This giant dragon has steel-like teeth and strong dark wings. With a slight swing of its wings, it disappears into the distant sky. The black dragon is exactly Zillan. This is his second form, and he often appears in the underground black market in this capacity, doing various illegal businesses. Every time there is a catastrophe, oh no, every time there is a big deal, he will turn into a black dragon to get it done. Black Dragon is the well-deserved emperor of the underground world. Underground world traders like Doflamingo prefer to call him Black Dragon. Zillan in the Black Dragon state is also extremely terrifying. He is still a strong man at the top of the pyramid. He can compete with the 4 emperors, and it is easy to deal with things like Magellan. Are you envious? This strength was bought with another 50 billion pele. Anyway, if you're willing to spend money, there's nothing the system can't handle, and you can even buy M's original flavor. Whoosh! The Black Dragon Zillan flew with all his strength, and with the swing of his wings, the storm that swept out even the clouds were blown away. At night, the Dead Sea became even more turbulent, and the sea water kept rushing towards the direction of Impel Down. Strange, why do you have a bad feeling? Magellan, far down in Impel Down, rubbed his eyes. The left eye twitched, the right eye twitched, and the right eye twitched intermittently. You worry too much. The deputy warden, Domino, is a beautiful blonde with a curvaceous figure and a charming smile. Worry. Magellan glanced at the plump body with a slightly indifferent gaze. Mr. Zillan is coming soon, and Marine is quite critical of him. It is said that there was a conflict with Sakazuki Admiral before. If Mr. Sengoku didn't want to delve into it, I'm afraid he will civil turmoil. Although there is no conclusive evidence yet, there are reports that Mr. Zillan often releases pirates privately. We should be careful. Magellan secretly cheered up. The prisoners in Impel Down are all legendary criminals, so we must be more vigilant. Really, it's fine to guard against pirates to save people, why should guard against Marine Admiral these days? Domino complained speechlessly, and Magellan also sighed, who said otherwise. But, with a surprised smile on his rough face, Magellan shouted excitedly, my goddess is coming to visit Impel Down soon, it's awesome. This attitude is completely opposite to Zillan. Magellan's goddess is none other than the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Not only him, but also Deputy Director Hanyabao, Boa Hancock's licking dog. In the whole world, Zillan is probably the only one who can rule Boa Hancock clearly. The pirate empress. Domino was also very surprised. Yes, in order for Boa Hancock to participate in the Summit War, Marshal Sengoku has agreed to allow her to visit Impel Down. Magellan danced happily. However, within 3 seconds of secret joy, there was a loud bang. Caw caw caw. Impel Down suddenly shook violently, and a large number of cracks appeared in the solid wall in an instant. Chapter 8. How did you do it? Many jailers exclaimed. This unprecedented movement didn't look like an earthquake, and everyone didn't feel the vibration from the center of the earth at all. Someone is invading, get ready to attack. The well-informed Magellan reacted the fastest. He rushed out of the building immediately and looked up, his eyes magnified several times. The huge black dragon soared in the sky, and its unscrupulous dragon chant resounded throughout the world. On the top floor, you can see hideous paw prints. It's actually a black dragon. Naturally, Magellan had heard of this most mysterious ruler of the underground world. Hand over Ace and Jinbei. A cold voice came out of the black dragon's mouth. It was domineering and direct, without any room for maneuver. There was a chill in Magellan's eyes, and the arrogant tone seemed to be ordering him, which made him very unhappy. Who are you? This is Impel down, my place. Magellan roared, releasing a lot of venom from his body. The viscous liquid is like glue, sticking to the dragon scales. He couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The strongest man in the underground world, I think it's also picked up by others. Idiot who doesn't know good and bad. The black dragon roared, and with a bang, emission armament haki burst out. Rumble. An invisible force hit Impel down, and the top floor was blown to pieces on the spot. The venom attached to the body was scattered even more. Damn it! Even Magellan was forced back again and again. Looking at the ruins all over the ground, he said with anger in his eyes, poison gas bombs. There were more than a dozen poison gas bombs with a diameter of nearly 2 meters soaring into the sky. He was so annoyed that he smashed Impel down as soon as he came up. It was too deceiving. Small tricks. The wings of darkness flapped suddenly, and the wind swept across the world. Under the influence of the hurricane, the gas bomb deviated from its trajectory and passed by. Whoosh! The black dragon swooped down, and in less than a second, it had already descended from 100 meters in the air. Boom! The several-ton body brought a huge impact, and the ground cracked and cracked. Magellan staggered back and forth, nearly falling. He secretly cursed pervert, and immediately 3 thick poisonous dragons rose from his body, screaming sharply, "FK me!" The poisonous dragon swooped down quickly, at an extremely fast speed, and entangled the dragon's body like a giant python. Rare. The venom contained strong corrosiveness, and it dissolved the dragon scales little by little, causing thick smoke to rise from the whole body. Successful. Magellan was very happy. As long as he was swallowed by his venom, he would lose his skin even if he was not dead. However, there was contempt in the eyes of the black dragon. Impel Down's director is at this level? It seems that you are the one who is praised. In fact, when fighting outside, the power of Magellan's poisonous fruit has decreased. Combat in a sealed environment, the venom is not easy to spread, and the lethality is extremely strong. In an open place like this one, the venom evaporates quickly in the air, and its power is not as powerful as in a sealed environment. Magellan's cheeks were flushed. The damn dragon not only smashed Impel down, but also taunted him. Poisonous dragon! In a panic, several poisonous dragons erupted from his body again. The black dragon is like a zongzi, being tied up by all kinds of flowers. The game is over. Magellan straightened his back and said confidently, even if you are unparalleled in strength and are entangled by 10 poisonous dragons, you will never get out of trouble. Yes. The clear and vicious Longmu smiled strangely, and the black dragon asked quietly, is there such a possibility that I can be immune to venom? Magellan's face changed drastically when he heard the words, this can't be. Rumble. Before the words fell, the power of destroying heaven and earth erupted from the black dragon again. Emission armament haki broke out again like a raging tornado. Puff 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 puff. The poisonous dragons around his body were shattered one by one, and the venom sprayed every corner of the sky. Gulu gulu. Magellan gulped, eyes staring at Ultimate in disbelief. This guy. Could it be possible to ignore venom? Really think that Laozi's daily system operation fee of nearly 100 million berries is for nothing? The black dragon is secretly proud. Thanks to the system, he can be immune to all spiritual attacks and abnormal states. Mental attribute attacks can be understood as attacks such as illusion. The current venom attack can be regarded as an abnormal state. The power of the poisonous fruit has already been weakened, coupled with the invincible immunity, Magellan has no threat to the Black Dragon at all. Hateful guy, I don't believe I can't handle you. Magellan's face was grim, and the venom continued to erupt. The venom released this time is slightly different. The previous venom was all purple, but this time it is the color of blood and is more poisonous. The venom did not disperse, forming a terrifying skeleton on his body. Poison giant soldier, judgment of hell! Magellan shouted loudly. The exaggerated skeleton giant gradually solidified, and the bright red poisonous mist spread rapidly, even the sky and sea water turned red. The eyes of the Black Dragon flickered. Isn't this Nima the perfect Susanoo of the bankrupt version? It's over here! Magellan roared, and the arms of the poison giant rushed from the air. He he he! The Black Dragon sneered, sweeping his muscular forelimbs forward. The spread claws were as sharp as knives, flashing a bright cold light across the air. Chapter 9. Puff 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 puff. The venom splashed in the air, and the poisonous arm was torn out of the infiltrating gap. It's useless. Magellan sneered, the venom poured out of his body, and the gap healed. The big hand full of venom grabbed it again. Seeing this, the Black Dragon's pupils fluttered slightly, and its wings fluttered high. Boom! Venom fell to the ground with a big hand, and the ground was corroded and scorched black. What, are you afraid? Magellan looked at the dragon's body in the sky, his eyes full of provocation. Zillan didn't bother to talk to Magellan, and looked at the distant sky. If he didn't kill this guy, the sky would clear up. Magellan, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. The Black Dragon suddenly stopped flying, as if frozen in the air, motionless. In his mouth, a thick black mist was constantly gushing out, and a chilling aura filled the world. For some reason, Magellan's right eyelid twitched faster, and he felt something bad in his heart. He stepped up his guard, but his mouth was not forgiving. You are a coward who can only play tricks. Yes. The Black Dragon made a long voice, opened its mouth full of fangs, and sprayed out high-purity black energy. The roar of the Black Dragon. A giant black beam of energy light descended from the sky, and the detonation produced by friction with the air was chilling. Rumble! The poisonous giant soldier covering Magellan's body was hit tragically, and a large number of cracks appeared like glass, and then exploded with a bang. Wow! Part of the force engulfed Magellan, and he screamed with a shudder in his lungs. In the throat, it was even more difficult to contain the blood spurting several times in a row. Call out! The Black Dragon swooped faster, taking advantage of Magellan's pain, raising its claws. Pooh! The sharp claws tore the body apart, and the chest was ripped apart. I was thrown into the sea even more abruptly. The guy who gets in the way insists on looking for discomfort. After taking care of Magellan, the Black Dragon turned into a Dragon Man mode, and broke into Impel down with great fanfare. Of course there was more than one Magellan guard, there were others, but it was useless, and they were easily defeated. Although there is Han Yabal as the deputy director, he is dedicated to his duties, but unfortunately his strength is too weak, and he was instantly killed in a face-to-face. The Black Dragon went all the way and successfully reached the 6th floor of Impel Down. His eyes flicked over the many prisoners, and he couldn't help smiling on his cheeks wrapped in dragon scales. Is this the criminal? These are all his products. Selling these legendary pirates to the black market is not a huge profit. Get over here and let Lao Zi tear you apart. Is he the Black Dragon of that underground world? Damn it, he was the one who sold Lao Zi into slavery, the son of Abch. Many prisoners saw the Black Dragon, and their faces were full of anger. Apparently he's been in the pirate business for years. The Black Dragon didn't bother to pay attention to this group of people, and his eyes fixed on a certain prison on the northeast side. Young man Madara sat on the ground. Even if the Black Dragon came, he didn't raise his head. Fire Fist Ace. The Black Dragon spoke first. I made a deal with Whitebeard, I'm here to save you. Hearing this, Ace raised his head. He also knew what the Black Dragon was doing, and immediately asked, how much did you ask for from Dad? Not much. The Black Dragon chuckled and said, you and Jinbei add up to only 101.5 billion. What? Ace stood up excitedly, and angrily said, you are taking advantage of the fire. Xilan frowned, I also paid a big risk. No one in the world dares to accept this kind of job. This old man is also exchanging his life for money. Don't be dissatisfied, kid. Remember, no matter how much money you have, it's not worth mentioning in front of your life. After finishing speaking, Black Dragon couldn't help sneering, this kid still blamed him, if you didn't challenge Blackbeard yourself, how could you be arrested? People like Ace, a typical reckless man, if he hadn't been captured, there would be no summit war. Boom! The Black Dragon struck out with a heavy fist, smashing the sea stone fence. Dragon Claw holds the chain on Ace's body, and armament haki blends into it. Bang! The next moment, a large number of black particles splashed everywhere. Ace suddenly felt the strength in his body regained. Xilan ignored him, went to find Jinbei again, and fished him out as well. Okay, you can get out. The Black Dragon waved his hand and reminded, there are warships outside, hurry up, or the Marine Admiral will come. Ace deeply forgot to take a look at the Black Dragon, and Jinbei also stared at it for a moment, and finally the two left without saying a word. What a joke, more than 100 billion Baileys were blackmailed, and the two wanted to swallow the Black Dragon. Black Dragon, save us too, I will give you all my treasures. I have billions of Baileys left in Greenland. I have money too. Seeing that the Black Dragon had released him, the rest of the pirates also began to bid. The Black Dragon agreed with a smile, this group of legendary pirates are naturally not short of money. The Black Dragon didn't make things difficult for them either, 2 billion Pele per person, if they really had no money, then 1 billion Pele. If you haven't, sorry, I can only sell it on the black market. For their reputation, being a slave is more than 1 billion Baileys. Chapter 10. Pirates are cunning and shameless, and breaking their promises is their basic operation. In order to prevent them from running away without giving money, the Black Dragon kept its own power in them. If you don't send the money to dress Rosa within 3 days, your bones will be gone. The cold gaze swept over everyone, and everyone was so frightened that their livers and gallbladders trembled. They are all top powerhouses in the sea, and they can feel the destructive power surging in their bodies, like a time bomb, with a deadline of 3 days. Of course, there are still some people who really can't pay the money. For example, Crocodile, Evil King, San Juan Hungry Wolf and others. Coincidentally, except for the Sand Crocodile, the rest of these guys are Blackbeard's companions. Zillan doesn't like being poor, but he doesn't want to let them go, and also implants his own power in their bodies. You guys report to dress Rosa. Xilan said expressionlessly. These poor guys will be auctioned off and dress Rosa as slaves. Doflamingo was chosen because the duo had been working together for years and the kid didn't dare play tricks. In less than an hour, Impel Down was emptied and reduced to an empty ruin. The Black Dragon did not delay, and quickly flew away from the scene. His speed is extremely fast, like a streamer across the sky. In less than an hour, he found the warship. The Black Dragon reverted to being Marine Admiral Zillan. In the cabin, he was lazily lying on the mattress, with a faint smile on his old face. Tomorrow is another day to make Sengoku explode in place. Just imagine, the summit war is about to start, but Ace ran away. This shit is equivalent to the actor in the movie running away, and you are still filming a fart scene? In fact, there was no need to wait until dawn. Not long after leaving Impel Down, the remaining jailers managed to contact Naval Headquarters and reported the situation here truthfully. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in excitement, his mouth opened wide enough to hold his fist. Ace ran, Jinbei ran, Magellan was hit hard, and even Impel Down was destroyed. Sengoku's mind went blank, as if the power had been cut off suddenly, and the whole person was in a state of bewilderment. In Marin Fandu Square, 100,000 people gathered for the execution of Ace, but the people are gone now? Who did it? After a moment of sluggishness, Sengoku growled with a contorted face. Yes, it's that Black Dragon. The jailer on the opposite side stuttered in fright. A hole. Sengoku was so angry that he smashed the phone bug and smashed the table with his fist. Speaking of which, this is not the first time Xilan has done this kind of thing. Decades ago, Black Dragon had a hard time with Marine, and often the prisoners they had just imprisoned were released by that guy before they had time to interrogate. Good guy, those who don't know think they are robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Many Marine high-level executives are also gloomy, especially Akainu, whose face is ugly to see ultimate. But there are exceptions. For example, Garp, who is smiling from ear to ear. Brother Xilan, it really is a ray of light in the world, illuminating the hopeless heart of this old man. Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? Without Ace, how can we execute the execution publicly? Someone asked. Sengoku lowered his head irritably, but he couldn't help it. The public execution of Ace has caused a stir all over the world. It didn't end well. Vice Admiral, the chief staff officer, also had a very headache. If it got out, not only Marine would be reduced to a joke, but even the world government would not spare them. This kind of thing can't be hidden. After a long time, Sengoku sighed, he fell on the chair like a lump of mud, his eyes were sad, tell the truth to the outside world. And that damned Black Dragon, the bounty has been raised from 3.8 billion Baileys to 4.1 billion. 4.1 billion berries, this is already a reward at the Four Emperors level. The active redhead is only 4,048,900,000 Pele. 2 hours later, it was dawn. Zillan just arrived at Impel Down, and he pretended to be surprised when he saw the ruined Impel Down. That Black Dragon again. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Zillan pretended to be heartbroken, and said in a hateful voice, Marshal Sengoku, Marine must go all out to hunt down the Black Dragon, and he must not be spared lightly. The old man raised his reward to 4.1 billion Baileys. Sengoku's voice was deeply exhausted. The world government already knew about Ace's kidnapping, and the 5 elders yelled at Sengoku for more than an hour. The old guy had grey hair all night and many wrinkles on his face. The old man did such an earth-shattering event, and you gave me an increase of 300 million. Zillan was secretly unhappy, and asked calmly on the surface, so, what is my next task? To hunt down the Black Dragon. Go back to naval headquarters first. Sengoku thought for a while, and said solemnly, this old man plans to organize a Operation Clean Sea to search for that damned Black Dragon all over the world. Once you find out, the 4 of you Admiral will dispatch together to kill him. Sengoku's voice was full of hatred. Sure. Zillan quickly responded that Sengoku was really screwed this time. That's it for now. Sengoku hung up the phone bug. Zillan also stretched himself, and when he was about to leave, a ship in the distance caught his attention. The Crimson warship does not belong to Marine at first glance, and the appearance of the pirate flag is also very strange, with the skeleton surrounded by a group of snakes. Isn't this the 9 snake pirates? Could it be? Zillan's eyes sparkled, and he smelled a business opportunity again. Chapter 11. As a time traveler, Zillan knew why Boa Hancock came here. The ghostly place of Impel Down has no temptation for her at all. The sudden visit is just because she is someone else's licking dog. Yes, the legendary pirate empress, that extremely arrogant and narcissistic woman, will one day become a dog licker. If it spreads out, it will definitely surprise the world. Zillan knew that it was the Straw Hat Luffy who conquered Boa Hancock. In the original book, this kid successfully mixed into Impel Down by using the identity of Boa Hancock Shishibukai. Although Garp is poor, his father Monkey D. Dragon should be rich. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it should be no problem to get 18 billion. The corner of Zillan's mouth was murmuring, and the business opportunity he was talking about was Straw Hat Luffy. Underneath Marine Admiral, it is imperative to arrest pirates. By the way, there is another point that makes Zillan very unhappy. Akainu previously reported that Zillan and Boa Hancock colluded, and this news is true. When Zillan set fire to Marie Joyce, Boa Hancock, a slave, also took the opportunity to escape. Zillan is a pure beneficiary, saving people must give benefits. Back then, Boa Hancock was still young, and he was also a poor guy with cleaner pockets than his face, and he couldn't afford the 3 billion yuan to save lives. 3 sisters, 1 billion a person, isn't that much? It was Marie Joyce, after all. Seeing that this little poor guy can't afford it, Zillan didn't make it difficult for her, so he will keep her for 30 years with 3 billion. Doing the math, it's still too early for the 30-year deadline, and this chick is still Zillan's mistress. Looking at that white and tender cheek, Zillan's heart was as calm as stagnant water. Just like some female stars in the previous life, in the eyes of ordinary people, they are high-ranking goddesses, who belong to the existence that can only be looked up to. As everyone knows, behind every goddess, there is a group of men who play until they vomit. This is how Zillan feels at the moment. Although there is no desire for Boa Hancock, there is no doubt that this chick is his mistress before the 30-year deadline. UFG betrayed Laozi and flirted with a kid? Zillan's eyes were slightly dark, he must stop the two people from wearing hats. At the same time, Boa Hancock also noticed the existence of Zillan, and his fair face suddenly became extremely stiff. "What's the matter, Hancock?" Luffy, who was hiding under the cloak, clearly sensed the change in Boa Hancock. "Concubine, I'm fine." Boa Hancock forced a smile, the old fear of being dominated by Zillan came to mind again. Zillan used to be very absurd, even if she was lustful, she was also TMD to cosplay, such as magical girls and uniform girls, and the most weird thing is to cosplay female bandits. Boa Hancock blushed thinking about the corrupt life in the past. Or Luffy, she seems honest in that respect, and she definitely won't mind her past. "Is that old man very powerful?" Luffy couldn't help asking. "Very strong." Boa Hancock nodded solemnly, "It should be the strongest person I have ever seen. Before he fell, he was still a great hero in my mind." Boa Hancock's eyes suddenly became extremely blurred and in a trance. There was also a deep admiration on her pretty face. The Marie Joy's fire killed many celestial dragons. Boa Hancock, who was devastated by the celestial dragons, naturally had a blind worship of Zillan. Of course, that was just the past. Boom! Unknowingly, the battleship hit the port, and the whole ship trembled violently. Boa Hancock reminded in a low voice, "Luffy, hold your breath, don't act rashly, don't shoot at that man." After finishing speaking, Boa Hancock boarded the island. Looking at the large ruins in front of him, he couldn't help frowning. "Long time no see, Hancock." Zillan raised his hand with a gentle smile on his face. "Zillan." Boa Hancock clenched his teeth, his beautiful eyes showed a little bit of unkindness. "Zillan." Zillan frowned, and reminded, "The old you will be followed by an adult. You said that was in the past." Boa Hancock said coldly, "Concubine, it has nothing to do with you in the future." "A lie. Do you want to break the contract?" Zillan smiled restrainedly, and asked lightly, "Do you think your wings have grown hard, or do you think that I am too old to hold a knife?" "Neither." Boa Hancock shook his head, and said directly, "I have been with you for so many years, and you have squeezed me out, so let's get together and break up." After finishing speaking, her beautiful eyes flashed complex colors. "You are a very contradictory existence in my heart. I admire you very much, because you saved me at the beginning, but I also hate you, the reason is that you also understand." Zillan smiled again when she heard this. This woman has a good attitude, unlike that big idiot Magellan who wants to kill him as soon as she comes up. "Listen, I don't need you to admire me, and you don't need to hate me. Remember, the relationship between us is a pure contract. The 30-year period has not yet expired. You are still mine, that's all." Zillan accentuated his voice. "Your people." Boa Hancock glanced at Zillan's crotch, "It's too old, you couldn't do it many years ago, why are you still occupying me? You are 74 this year, you are already dead, and taking drugs is useless." These sudden words made Zillan stunned. "FK, what do you mean by this? Are you leaving me because of the old man's failure? It makes no sense." After the sluggishness passed, Zillan's mentality collapsed. In the past, he was too old and his body was really weak, but since he bought the eternal body for 200 billion, this body looks old on the surface, but the actual physical fitness and various organs have returned to their youth. Chapter 12. Staring at Zillan's crazy look, Boa Hancock couldn't help but feel amused, and there was a little playfulness on his beautiful face. You have today too, Zillan great devil. Humph, when I get that brat done, Lao Zi will let you eat my big hang like before. As if offended, Zillan swears angrily. Boa Hancock was also ashamed and angry, stomping his feet in anger. The conversation between the two aroused the curiosity of the Straw Hat Luffy. This guy showed a small head, and Zillan immediately scanned it. Even if he retracted for a moment, Zillan could still see it clearly. Get out of here! Boom boom boom! The domineering aura like an ancient dragon spread out, and the conqueror's haki, like a punishment from heaven, turned into black lightning and bombarded the entire sky indiscriminately. That crushing kingly aura instantly sent Boa Hancock flying. Boom! She hit the ground heavily, but she didn't feel any pain, but a scream came from under her robe. It hurts? Luffy crawled out from under Boa Hancock's cloak, rubbing his back in pain. Damn, just used Boa Hancock as a cushion. He stared at Zillan in disbelief. It's strange, I'm obviously a rubber man, how can I feel pain? Luffy was shocked, he didn't feel any pain from normal attacks. This guy is Marine Admiral Zillan, who stood at the top of the ocean 30 or 40 years ago. Boa Hancock reminded in a low voice, his words were full of fear. Monkey D. Luffy. Zillan's eyes also focused on Luffy, and said with a pleasant face, your grandfather and I are colleagues. In the past, we fought side by side. That guy sleeps on the top bunk, I sleep on the bottom bunk, and the son of Abch Sengoku sleeps on the middle bunk, the old days, the old days. Zillan sighed with emotion, and then his eyes turned cold, it's a pity that everything before is gone forever. Even if you are Garp's grandson, I'm going to arrest you now. His eyes lit up, Monkey D. Dragon would definitely pay a lot of money to redeem him just for this one son. Brush. Boa Hancock dodges, protecting Luffy like a shield. With a concubine, I won't let you get what you want. Boa Hancock's small face was full of firmness. Zillan clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, Hancock, are you sure you're against this old man because of this brat? You know my strength. Of course I understand, but... Hancock's mouth flicked into a tantalizing smile, my lord, times have changed. Whoosh! Boa Hancock came in a flash, his calf swept across the air, and the scenery under his skirt was fascinating. Boom boom boom! Zillan raised his arm to block the blow. He obviously underestimated Boa Hancock, and the violent force erupting from his calf knocked him back 3 feet away. Zillan looked up, looking at Boa Hancock in great surprise. It is undeniable that he was careless just now, but being able to push himself back with a kick is enough to prove that this chick has made great progress. Mistake. Zillan was secretly annoyed. When Boa Hancock was his mistress, he didn't hide his secrets. He taught everything that should be taught and what should not be taught. That said, the disciples of the church starved to death of the master, and the ancients did not deceive me. It seems that the Straw Hat can only be captured alive if you are cleaned up first. Zillan exhaled, his pupils were sharp, and he said sternly, show me clearly, Hancock. Boom boom boom. The red energy light cocoon shot up into the sky, covering the whole body. Zillan seemed to be soaked in a pool of blood, and the whole person suddenly disappeared. Could it be running away? Luffy rubbed his head. Boa Hancock stared at the red light group for a moment, then suddenly said, it's about to come out. As soon as the words fell, the bright red light disappeared. When Zillan reappeared, he was surrounded by red armor. It has sharp claws on its limbs, a dragon-like head, and a mechanical tail behind it. This is... Luffy's eyes were filled with admiration, and his saliva flowed out, Steel Dragon Man? So handsome. Boa Hancock turned his head and stared at Luffy like an idiot. Others are going to arrest you for money, do you still think he is handsome? Boom boom boom. After the transformation, the sky behind Zillan was all blood red, filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Tick-tock tick-tock. Beads of sweat fell from the temples one after another. After transforming, Boa Hancock felt a huge pressure, and murmured, is this the form of the phantom beast Sekiru? Are you ready, Hancock? Zillan said indifferently, the teaching is about to start. Boa Hancock bit the tip of her tongue, and the tingling made her calm down again. Old guy, your era, what? With a surge of red light, Zillan descended in an instant, clenched his big hand and punched her soft abdomen. Boom boom boom. The speed was too fast, the whole movement was done in one go. Boa Hancock had no strength to backhand, and was smashed into the air. Rumble. The earth splashed dust all over the sky, and the delicate bodies that countless men had been yearning for day and night fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Luffy also forgot Boa Hancock's warning, turned on the third gear, and swung like a giant's heavy fist. Zillan's eyes were full of disdain, and he slapped casually. Chapter 13. Boom boom boom. The heavy punch came, as if hitting a steel mountain. Luffy couldn't shake it in the slightest. Your strength is 1,000 miles worse than your grandfather's. Zillan ridiculed that Luffy at this stage can't even know haki, and can't impress him at all. The pores of his whole body were opened, and invisible gas swept out from the pores. Boom boom boom. Emission haki quickly spread around, devouring Luffy's Setsuna. He screamed, blood splashed in the sky, and then flew out like a cannonball. Luffy! Boa Hancock let out a worried cry. At a distance of hundreds of meters, Setsuna is nothing more than a blink of an eye to her. She came in a flash, her calves blasted with all her might, big perfume femur. Zillan punches back. Boom! With the two of them at the center, the shock wave spread far away, and the sea stirred up waves. The snow-white calf and fists were deadlocked in the air, and no one could advance or retreat at all. This blow actually came to a tie. But... boost! Zillan let out a low cry, and the armor all over his body shone brightly. Boa Hancock suddenly felt bad, the power on his fist suddenly increased without warning. Let the old man disappear. Zillan pushed forward with his fist, and Boa Hancock felt a big mountain hit him, and his body flew out in an instant. He didn't bother to talk to Boa Hancock, and walked towards the Straw Hat Luffy step by step. He had shown mercy, and Boa Hancock fell several times without bleeding. Look at the Straw Hat Luffy, his head is bleeding, and he is shaking on the ground. How can he stand the devastation of emission haki? He has been severely injured. It looks like it's over. Zillan grabbed Luffy by the neck and lifted him up in the air. Let go of Luffy. Boa Hancock stood up tenaciously again, her beautiful eyes glowing with firm luster. Zillan didn't even turn her head, she was so annoyed that she ignored herself. Boom boom boom. The sturdy conqueror's haki soared into the sky, sweeping across the entire broken island in an instant. The entire island was trembling slightly. Back then, it was Zillan who taught him how to use conquerors, and it's really speechless to use it against himself now. This mistress, disappointing. Hancock. Zillan finally turned his head back, his eyes were dark. If you continue to be so unscrupulous, I won't be able to think that you are joking. Maybe. I will use belong. The word Tyrannosaurus seems to have caused 1,000,000 points of damage to Boa Hancock, her pupils constricted violently, and her hair stood up all over her body. Taking a deep look at Zillan, Boa Hancock put away the conqueror's haki. The strong killing spirit also subsided. Right now, this iron armor mode is just a forbidden hand form, and Zillan who has turned on the belong will fight with all his strength. The combat power is not at the same level as now. Don't look at Boa Hancock's strength can compete with Admiral. If he is singled out with belong Zillan, the two of them combined would have to be beaten. A few days ago, Kaido was beaten by Tyrannosaurus at the G0 base, and he was released after paying tens of billions of Baileys. What are you going to do to Luffy? Knowing that it is useless to do it, Boa Hancock asked gently. You know me, I actually don't have a strong sense of justice. What happens to Luffy depends on how much Monkey D. Dragon pays. Boom. After knocking out Luffy with a hand knife, Zillan looked at Boa Hancock with fiery eyes. With wild and aggressive eyes, he carefully inspected this delicate body that is enough to make 99% of men addicted. A blush flashed in Boa Hancock's eyes, she knew this man too well after being taken care of by Zillan for so many years. Your body is failing, please exercise restraint. Marine Admiral died on a woman's belly, and it will become a joke if it spreads. Boa Hancock recalled, the last time, it didn't work for a few minutes. It seemed like 4 years ago. Zillan was already 70 at that time. Zillan's face darkened, and he said angrily, "That was before, come here." Zillan boarded the boat, followed by Boa Hancock helplessly. Today, Zillan wants to revive the masculinity. At the same time, Ace and Jinbei, who escaped from Impel Down, also successfully returned to New World. When Whitebeard saw Ace, who had been away for a long time, the man who had been in the sea all his life, shed tears. "Ace! Dad!" The two hugged each other tightly, for fear of losing each other. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates also looked at this scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety with smiles on their faces. Although he was extorted hundreds of billions of Baileys, but nothing is more important than his family. What's more, the Save the Children Foundation established by Whitebeard was supposed to come in handy at this time. "Dad, it was the Black Dragon that attacked Impel Down, there is no need to give the money to Zillan." Ace still complains about the hundreds of billions of Pele. "Zillan, Mom sells batches, you will turn your face when you get home, you deserve to be killed." There is some kind of connection between the two of them, maybe it's a superior-subordinate relationship, or a cooperative relationship, maybe it's Zillan who let the Black Dragon attack Impel Down. Whitebeard said slowly, he also didn't understand the relationship between the two. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. The dignified Marine Admiral actually has a connection with the uncrowned king of the underground world? As for the money, Whitebeard shook his head and said, "Here, Zillan is a bit of a hacker, but his work efficiency is quite high, and he has never disappointed." Chapter 14. Whitebeard still has this force. Without Zillan, even if the Whitebeard pirates could save Ace, the loss would be astronomical. Paying 101.5 billion Baileys sounds exaggerated, but it is actually not difficult to accept. On the far other side, the warship was docked on the sea, and did not move for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, with a creak, the cabin door opened, and Zillan with snow-white hair walked out of the cabin. His face was ruddy and refreshed, as if he had just woken up and stretched comfortably. Shortly after coming out, Boa Hancock, who was limping, also walked out. In contrast, she had a pretty face with resentment, and she gritted her silver teeth lightly, looking at the old body, secretly surprised. "This old guy, isn't he dead? Why is he suddenly able to do things again?" "Hancock, you're getting more and more radiant." Looking back, looking at that delicate and pretty face, Zillan chuckled. These words sounded like compliments, but in Boa Hancock's ears, they were naked teasing. As if to say, "It's beautiful, isn't it? It's all nourished by Laozi. Summit war is over, go back the way you came." Zillan waved his hand, he also has to rush back to naval headquarters. After robbing Ace and releasing most of the prisoners in Impel Down, Sengoku hated the Black Dragon in his heart, and next, he will be fully wanted on the sea. Boa Hancock leaned on the wall with both hands, his legs were weak, and there was a tearing pain there. She didn't dare to complain and nodded to Zillan in agreement. "Lu, how will Luffy deal with it?" She couldn't help asking one more question. "Didn't you say it? Let's see how much his father pays," Zillan said impatiently. At the same time, he took a deep look at Boa Hancock and warned, "If you have any unrealistic ideas, stop them immediately. Remember, you are mine." Zillan's voice contains conqueror's haki, and Boa Hancock buzzes. She nodded helplessly and could only obey. If it attracts Zillan's wrath, not only will she suffer, but the entire Nine Snake Island will be thrown into hell. Half an hour later, the two separated. The Straw Hat Luffy was also handed over to Boa Hancock. First, it was inconvenient for Zillan to take Luffy on the road. After all, he was going to naval headquarters. Second, he also wanted to test her. If she let Luffy go, Zillan would not mind destroying her. At noon, Zillan's warship finally arrived at naval headquarters. Looking around, there are hundreds of warships docked at the port, and Marines who came from all over the world are returning one after another. This time, 100,000 people were called, but they were lonely, and Marine became a joke of the whole world. "I'm furious." In the highest meeting room, Sengoku was furious, with criss-crossing veins on his cheeks. Zillan, who was sitting next to him, glanced at it, really afraid that the old man would die of anger. For losing the ace, 5 elders raged that he was the most incompetent martial marine ever had. Mobilize all our strength, even if we turn the sea over, we must find the black dragon for this old man, and I will tear him apart with my own hands. Sengoku clenched his sandbag-sized fist, and it was obvious that he hated the black dragon. Zillan just smiled and said nothing. The black dragon is his second identity. If he didn't change his body, Marine would never be able to find him in this lifetime. Sengoku. It's important to arrest the black dragon, but we can't ignore the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. Crane Vice Admiral said worriedly, some countries have already sent distress messages, and the government also asked us to send troops to Marine for support. Humph, this guy is cheap. Akainu, who was sitting opposite Zillan, was quite upset. In his plan, after the Whitebeard group is settled, the next task is to clean up the moth Zillan. The sea is so chaotic right now, Marine doesn't have the energy to clean up Zillan's mess. According to Crane's suggestion, first catch the pirates in Impel Down. Sengoku sighed faintly. For a moment he seemed to be a teenager, and left hunched over. Not long after, Marine 4 Admiral was dispatched. The goal is to arrest the prisoners who escaped. Unlike Akainu and others who were busy with their records, after receiving the order, Zillan hid in the sun in a place where no one was around. The prisoners in Impel Down have all given money, so Zillan will naturally not make a move. Do you have to pay attention to credibility in business, right? Blue blue blue. Zillan dialed a certain number, which he got at great cost. The person behind the scenes is quite mysterious, and he is also a felon wanted by Marine and world government. Yvonne, have you finally escaped? After a while, a slightly hoarse excited voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug. Zillan's eyes lost a line, I've let you down, I'm Zillan. Zillan. Monkey D. Dragon's voice was stagnant, and he felt bad, where did you get Yvonne? He's free, you don't have to worry. Zillan didn't want to delve into it, and immediately changed the subject. Compared to that guy, you should worry about your son's safety. Straw Hat Luffy is beyond his control, he actually came to Impel Down to save people at his level, and now I have caught him. Hearing this, Monkey D. Dragon's face was extremely ugly. He was the only son, and at the same time he was speechless to Luffy. It's not easy to find people in that crappy place of Impel Down, why are you blindly joining in the fun? However, don't worry, I didn't give Luffy to Marine, and then it depends on your sincerity. Zillan got straight to the point, but Long closed his eyes in pain. He knew he had to use his power. Chapter 15. What kind of birdman Zillan is, almost everyone in the sea knows it. Long felt a little flustered in his heart. The family property accumulated by the Revolutionary Army for many years, would it be possible to return to the pre-liberation overnight? He asked obediently, then, how about 5,500 berries? 50 million? The old man and the woman gave away more than that overnight. Zillan was shocked. No one knows his greed, how dare Long actually offer such a price? To send beggars away. Zillan wasn't angry either, and said lightly, 50 million Baileys are worth a kidney, and I'll get someone to give you Luffy's kidney later. The Revolutionary Army is not as well off as you think. Long quickly said, I still have a group of people to support, and under the double blow of the world government and Marine, our development is very slow. Humph, that's not what I want to hear, just wait and see your son gets kicked. Ha! Zillan hung up the phone angrily. Actually, it is acceptable for him to lower the price, but it would be too much to drop from the expected 7 or 8 billion berry to 50 million berry. But it's not true to say karma's waste. If you really do that, Luffy is not even qualified to be a slave and sell money. Just sell it as a slave, that kid is worth a lot. After thinking about it, Zillan smiled. Celestial dragons can be notified to bid, they will be very interested. There was a wicked smile on his lips, because Luffy had become the Celestial Dragon's public enemy after beating the Celestial Dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. With Celestial Dragons being taken advantage of, Luffy can auction more than 1 billion Baileys at least. After making a decision, Zillan called Boa Hancock. At the same time, he also turned into the second form the Black Dragon, and rushed towards Dress Rosa. It's not just Luffy that's about to be auctioned off, the impoverished ones in Impel Down who can't afford it will also be auctioned off. Such as Crocodile, and teammates of the Blackbeard pirates, etc. As night fell, everything was silent. Taking advantage of the silence, Zillan jumped up and turned into a huge black tornado. With the sound of breaking through the sky, the black dragon disappeared without a trace. Another sea in the sea. It's really TMD unlucky, this time it's a big loss, not to mention offending the old man, Shockfruit, and his companions didn't get a single one. As for Shishibukai has a fart, what I want is 4 emperors. A rough wooden raft drifts on the sea. It is built very carelessly, and a few simple ropes are used to tie the wood together. The size of the raft was small, and there were 4 people standing on it, and part of it sank in the water because of its weight. Captain Teach, it's time for you to lose weight. Looking at Blackbeard's fat belly, Burgess complained, his feet submerged in the sea. Burgess was one of the first foursome to follow Blackbeard. The rest are Poison Q, Van Oka, and Lafitte. Are you kidding me? None of you are skinny. Blackbeard complained unhappily, and then cursed, that damned black dragon took Ace away, otherwise Lao Zi's plan would not have failed. In Blackbeard's plan, he should have won in the end. Not only got the shock fruit, but also found a partner who dominates the world, it should be a win-win situation. But now, the Summit War didn't make it, and the teammates didn't get it, it's just cheating. The matter of fruit can be put aside for the time being. The most urgent thing is to find enough companions. Lafitte complained, including the captain, there are only 5 people, what kind of pirate group? I'm not interested in puny chickens, Blackbeard added. Dress Rosa would be nice. Fan Oka said flatly, it is said that the human auction house there has a group of top criminals to be auctioned, and many of them are big pirates who escaped from the 6th floor of Impel Down. The rest of the people cast surprised looks, why didn't they know? Fan Oka directly gave a copy of the newspaper to several people, and the standard products on it were Crocodile and Shiryu of the Rain and others. Oh my god, can even Shishibukai and Impel Down's deputy director be auctioned off casually these days? Lafitte was so shocked that he couldn't help but look at Teach, thinking about the current situation, he was speechless. The real Shishibukai, Doflamingo, a felon who is so arrogant that he auctions off the 6th floor of Impel Down. The false Shishibukai Blackbeard, is so mixed up that he doesn't even have a boat, and the broken raft under his feet may sink at any time. At the dawn of the next day, the huge body of the Black Dragon invaded the sky over Dress Rosa. Look, it's the Dragon of Doom. Marines are arresting him all over the world recently, how did this guy come to Dress Rosa? The prisoner who will be auctioned must have something to do with him. Many people were shocked when they saw the Black Dragon. Doflamingo from the Royal Palace died of depression. Big brother, do you want to kill me? Now that Marine and world government want to tear you apart, how can we explain it to 5 elders and Sengoku for your high-profile appearance in Dress Rosa? Originally auctioning off the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down, this is already a hot potato. If it wasn't for the pressure from the Black Dragon, he would have rejected it a long time ago. Although Shishibukai can do a lot of violations, and Marine turns a blind eye, but he can't do everything. Doflamingo is sure that after today, Marine will invite him to tea. Chapter 16. Big, my lord. In the main hall of the main room, Doflamingo bit the bullet and looked at the throne that belonged to him. There were other men sitting on it. He didn't dare to be dissatisfied, and even had a flattering smile on his face. The person in front of him was covered in pitch-black dragon scales, with a pair of horns growing on his forehead, and some purple patterns on his face, which looked nondescript and extremely weird. This person is the Dragon of the End Times Black Dragon who has been famous for decades and recently offered a reward of 4.1 billion Baileys. Every time he meets himself, the Black Dragon has such a face, and Doflamingo can't figure out the true face of the Black Dragon. Is the Straw Hat Luffy delivered? Xilan asked blankly. It was delivered not long ago. Doflamingo replied quickly, and asked tentatively, bring it here for you to see. Black Dragon nodded. Monkey D. Dragon refused to buy his son's life, he was really angry. The opponent is far away in the sky, and the black dragon naturally has no way to spread fire with the dragon, but it is okay to find bad luck from Luffy. It didn't take long for Luffy, who was tied up, to be sent over. The kid looked decadent and exhausted. The black dragon took a closer look, and the shackles on his hands were probably made by sea stone. Kneel down. Torrible kicked his legs, and Luffy fell, his knees slamming on the floor. UBD. Luffy glared at Torrible, I'm going to beat you up. Hey, I'm waiting. Torrible smiled darkly. As far as he knew, the Roswald family of celestial dragons, who were beaten by Luffy in Sabaody Archipelago, had already arrived in Dressrosa. As soon as the auction starts, the other party will pay a lot of money to buy Luffy. Hehe, in the hands of celestial dragons, you are the one to suffer. The black dragon also strode forward, looking at Luffy who was kneeling on the ground, his anger rose slowly. Snapped. A slap was slapped on Luffy's face, accompanied by his yelling, "Why are you so poor, you don't even have 1 billion ransom money." Snapped. Another slap came down, and Luffy's right cheek was also swollen. As a pirate, if you don't steal, rob, or kill, what kind of pirate are you? Snapped. You must not be your own, even your father is unwilling to redeem you. Snapped. Luffy received more than a dozen big mouths in succession, his face was severely bloated, and was beaten into a pig's head by the black dragon. Zillan didn't let him go until he knocked the guy out. Doflamingo. Xilan sat on the throne again, and asked calmly, "The prisoners who ran out from Impel Down, have you sent the money?" "It has already been delivered, a total of 45 billion berries." Doflamingo said flatteringly, "To express my welcome to you, I personally added another 5 billion berries to you, a total of 50 billion berries, which have been sent to G0. The base is gone." The black dragon took a deep look at Doflamingo, the money was not given in vain. "Something went wrong, you gotta get real." He closed his eyes and thought for a while, extorting 101.5 billion Baileys from Whitebeard, and the current 50 billion Baileys, plus Kaido's previous ransom of 25 billion Baileys, for a total of 176.5 billion Baileys. There is also this auction, where the prisoners from Impel Down were sold. Black Dragon estimated that there will be 20 to 30 billion in the account. 200 billion is just around the corner. A satisfied smile appeared on Xilan's face. It seemed that 1/5 of his $1 trillion retirement plan had been completed. "Sit down, when will the auction start?" the black dragon, who was in a good mood, asked again. Doflamingo looked up at the time and said, "There is still half an hour left, and the VIP room I prepared for you is ready." The black dragon waved his hand, and the latter understood immediately, and retreated immediately. The most luxurious underground auction house in Dressrosa. Looking around, it is already full of people, and the place is very big, enough to accommodate thousands of people. At a glance, the people who came to participate in the auction were either princes or nobles, or powerful people, such as the captains of certain pirate groups, including some bigwigs from New World. Knowing that the prisoners of Impel Down will be auctioned this time, these psychologically twisted guys have all come to join in the fun. Of course, there are also some pirates purely for the purpose of strengthening the pirate group. The black dragon in the private room on the second floor is very satisfied with this. Only when there are more local tyrants can they fetch a good price. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction is about to begin. Let's meet everyone with today's product first. The hosts of high-end auctions are different. This guy Doflamingo is holding a microphone and chattering in a fit of anger. Xilan is so sleepy that he almost comes out. Then, "Start now." The curtain of the stage was opened, and when a group of felons from the 6th floor of Impel Down appeared one after another, the scene exploded. My God, isn't that Crocodile? There is also the Red Earl, that is the man who defeated the Marine Marshal in the past. Hey, that woman seems to be Swanyu Hunter Katarina. Has she also become a commodity? Evil government, huge battleship, which one is the most fuel-efficient lamp? That's Far Impel Down Deputy Director Zilliu. Straw Hat Luffy, grandson of Marine hero Garp, son of revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, best friend of red-haired Shanks. When a series of products stood in a row, people began to shout. For these items to be auctioned, everyone wears a collar around their necks and locks a sea stone on their bodies. Not to mention the audience, even the host Doflamingo also looked unnatural. Some of the so-called commodities are stronger than him. Fortunately, there is a black dragon covering me, otherwise I will be cut into pieces sooner or later. Glancing at the black dragon's box, Doflamingo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 17. Doflamingo breathed out and walked towards Luffy in the straw hat. Cough cough cough. He cleared his throat, took the microphone and said loudly, "First of all, the first auctioneer is 2 billion Baileys." The loud voice directly interrupted Doflamingo, and in the VIP seat, the ugly man with bandages all over his body suddenly stood up. The man was dressed oddly, with a spacesuit-like jacket and a hood over his face. The rest of the people stared at this pig-looking guy in disbelief. Straw Hat Luffy's bounty is only 300 million berries, and the reward is 2 billion berries, which is almost 7 times the premium. Typical people are stupid and rich. Doflamingo looked around and saw that no one bid again, and shouted, "Deal!" Straw Hat Luffy is Charles Rose Saint. That's right, the ones who bought Luffy were the celestial dragons who were beaten up in the Sabayati archipelago. Looking at Luffy in the cage, Charlos gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious face, "You humble human being, my young master will definitely treat you well." The devil-like voice caused the rest of the people to distance themselves. The brutality of the celestial dragons is well known. The black dragon in the box was very satisfied, with a penetrating smile on his cheeks covered with dragon scales. Although the 2 billion Baileys did not reach the expected goal, it is still in the form of Nika. The unawakened Joey boy, 2 billion is actually a bit low. However, in any case, it is much better than the 50 million opened by Monkey D. Dragon. After buying Luffy, Charles Rose left the VIP seat, and Luffy was dragged down. So, the crocodile auction now begins. Doflamingo glanced at Crocodile, who was kneeling on the ground. His legs and feet were tied up with sea stone, his complexion was sallow, and his hair was as messy as a chicken coop. "You were asked to cooperate with Laozi before, but you didn't want to, and now you are a slave, you deserve it." Doflamingo complained a little in his heart, and then shouted loudly, "The identity of Crocodile must be familiar to everyone, one of the original Shishibukai, the starting price is 100 million Baileys. I'll pay 300 million. 500 million. 800 million. 900 million Baileys. 1.5 billion. The atmosphere at the scene was very hot, and there were constant bids. In the end, Crocodile was sold for 1.8 billion Pele, which was an even more outrageous premium. Crocodile's real reward was less than 100 million Pele. The black dragon in the private room was extremely happy. He just auctioned off 2 people and already got 3.8 billion. Wow! Ah! Behind the stage, there was a sudden scream. The black dragon frowned secretly. "This voice is very familiar, isn't it the Straw Hat Luffy?" Out of curiosity, his observation hacky scatter in all directions, exploring the back court. "Ha ha ha ha! Listening to your screams is so enjoyable, weren't you very arrogant before, and dared to attack the great celestial dragons?" The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and Charles Ross asked Luffy to settle accounts without waiting. He took a flying hoof-shaped iron body was burning red, and it burned Luffy's back fiercely. That heart-piercing scream was the most beautiful movement to him. "This is the hoof of the Tianxiang dragon. From now on, you will be my exclusive slave. I guarantee that your future life will be worse than death." Charles Rose stomped roughly on Luffy's head, stomping, wanting to knock Luffy's head to the ground. Luffy was also a tough guy, and without saying a word, he glared at Charles Rose angrily. "What would I think?" After figuring it out, the black dragon withdrew his sense of knowledge and continued to drink tea to refresh himself. The spectators in the seats were still shouting with red faces, at least starting with hundreds of millions of Baileys, which was shocking to hear. For example, the Red Earl actually auctioned an unprecedented 6 billion Baileys. And the person who bought him is not ordinary, Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates. The Red Earl was active in the sea decades ago. He once defeated the Marine Marshal, and he was able to stand on an equal footing with Garp and the Golden Lion by himself. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, it is not a loss to buy the Red Earl for 6 billion. The Black Dragon knows that Kaido likes to recruit strong people, and he doesn't dislike a deadly enemy like Luffy. The key question is that the Red Earl is so arrogant that he doesn't even pay attention to the One Piece King Luoji. Will he like Kaido? The next one, Shiryu of the Rain, starts bidding at 300 million Baileys. The spotlight shone on Zilliu. He was dark-skinned and bloated. His piercing eyes swept across the audience, and countless pirates bowed their heads for him. This look is so terrifying that people dare not look at it, as if a slash will fly out at any time. Wait for me, Black Dragon. Shiryu's eyes were full of boiling killing intent, which strong man would not want to lose face. They were auctioned off like slaves, it was a shame to anyone. GGGG. Really interesting, the rest of the people don't need to be auctioned. My uncle has everything covered. Boom. The gravel flew, and the wall was suddenly blasted out of the gap. In the thick smoke, a group of people invaded forcefully. The head of the brawny man was wearing a pirate hat, his appearance was rough and wild, most of his stomach was exposed, he smiled strangely, and his eyes seemed to be cannibalistic. The eyes of the Black Dragon in the box froze. It was Blackbeard and his group who came. I originally thought that Impel down was cut off by him, and Blackbeard might not be able to rise. After all, without Shiryu and others, Blackbeard can't afford the team of 4 emperors. Whitebeard is still alive, and the chance of Blackbeard becoming a god is negligible. Who knows, Impel down didn't get anyone, so he went directly to Dressrosa to buy someone. However, Xilan didn't care about it, anyway, if the money is in place, it can be sold to anyone. The only thing that made him suspicious was that buying the remaining few people would cost tens of billions of Baileys. Blackbeard, who doesn't even have a boat and can only rely on rafts to surf around, can he spend so much money? Chapter 18. Blackbeard is very disgusted with being poor, and people who are poor and not trustworthy are even more annoying. If Blackbeard dares to play tricks, Blackbeard will make him doubt life. Are you serious? Doflamingo is naturally also familiar with Blackbeard, the guy who offered a reward of 0 to capture Ace alive, almost causing a top battle. Total needs. He looked at the box on the second floor, and the Black Dragon raised 2 fingers. It takes 20 billion Pele. Doflamingo looked at Blackbeard suspiciously. If you look closely, you can see that the red coat has a few holes, and the trousers are slightly torn. This guy is really a bit too simple. It's a trifle. Blackbeard reached for his hip pocket with his big hand, and he took out a sallow note. With a swipe of his pen, he wrote a few simple words, and swung it at Doflamingo arrogantly, "Take it." Everyone present had good eyesight, looking at the clear handwriting, they all chuckled. The above is 20 billion. Doflamingo's face turned green, and he really came to mess things up. He asked coldly, "What does this mean? Can't you see it? IOU, IOU." Blackbeard shook the note, "I don't have 20 billion for the time being. When I become 4 emperors in the future, you will rely on this to withdraw money." "Impossible." Doflamingo smiled angrily and refused on the spot. The Black Dragon in the box on the second floor also had a cold light on his face. This kid is really tired. He stared fixedly at Blackbeard, grinning abruptly. This may be a business opportunity. Capture Blackbeard and sell it to that guy Whitebeard. It's a lot of money. Xilan rubbed his chin, his eyes became more and more unfriendly. How can I be light-hearted when I send myself to the door and still smash the ground? Then Laozi has no choice but to grab it. Blackbeard yelled strangely, "Little ones, let's work." Boom boom boom. Blackbeard fired first, and a large amount of dense fog leaked from him, as black as ink, engulfing the entire auction house. "Quick, run! It hurts so much. Damn Blackbeard, dare to lay hands on us. Damn it, chop him up later." In addition to princes and nobles, the people participating in the auction this time also have a large number of extremely powerful pirates. For example, Jack, the representative of Beast's pirates, has threatened to tear Blackbeard into pieces. Blackbeard smiled contemptuously at the roars around him, and even tore Laozi into pieces. "You guys leave alive first and then think about other things." "Wow, what a pain. The black mist floating around is like sulfuric acid, eroding everyone's skin. Some weak people are left with a pile of dry bones in the blink of an eye. Blackbeard stepped forward step by step, and it was Shiryu of the Rain that he was eyeing. He had heard about this man for a long time. In his early years, he and Magellan were collectively called Impel down double walls. His strength was unfathomable and he could help him rise. Boom! It hurts? Blackbeard rubbed his head as if hitting a wall. The entire venue was surrounded by black mist, and human eyes have lost their effect. Could it be Shiryu? That guy took advantage of the chaos to escape. Blackbeard was overjoyed, and looked intently. Shiryu, you are worthy of my uncle's fancy. Who the FK are you? Surprise turned to screams, and Blackbeard's eyes opened as big as brass bells. The mysterious existence in front of his eyes was about 7 meters tall, completely black, covered in dragon scales, with a pair of horns growing on top of its head. It's over my head, I'm quite fat. Hilong's voice was hoarse, and he said coldly, I just don't know if there is any strength that matches your courage. Blackbeard's eyes kept changing, and he asked in surprise, are you a black dragon? He was very surprised. Most of the black dragons appeared on the stage, and they were large dark dragons. It was the first time he saw this dragon man mode. Knowing the strength of the black dragon, Blackbeard's arrogance suddenly subsided, and he said with a sneer, that, it's a misunderstanding. I want to issue an IOU and pay later. Money is a little tight recently. Recent? Hilong pouted, when have you ever been rich? An idiot who doesn't even have money to support women and only relies on strong women. It's easy for me to forgive you. The black dragon said lightly, kneel down and kowtow, and then compensate 5 billion Bailey for mental damage. Looking at the scene full of mess, most of the people have dispersed. A good auction was messed up by Blackbeard. How could the black dragon not be angry? Kneel. Blackbeard's pupils twitched violently, his flattering expression subsided, and his face was full of murderous intent again. You'd better go to hell, black dragon. The big rough hand opened, and the dark fog erupted instantly. The black dragon sensed the high-density gravitational force, and flew towards Blackbeard uncontrollably. He is a Logia dark fruit-capable person, a man who controls darkness, and can release exaggerated gravitational force, as powerful as a black hole. Boom! The thick fog splashed, and the black dragon was sucked into Blackbeard's hand, and the strange power invaded his body along the way, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Gee ha 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 ha! Blackbeard gave a strange smile, his pupils lingering with an evil light. Is it impossible to use the power of the devil fruit? The ability users captured by the dark fruit can't use the power of the devil fruit anymore. It's over, you idiot! Blackbeard clenched his other hand into a fist and struck out forcefully. He is high-spirited and has fanatical eyes. He defeated the black dragon who offered a reward of 4.1 billion Baileys in World War I, and it seemed that it was only a matter of time before he became the One Piece. The black dragon looked at him coldly, caught Blackbeard's expression, and became even more disdainful. What a serious obsessive disease patient! Chapter 19. Boom! The powerful blow hit the chest directly, ignoring the defense of the dragon scales, piercing through the black dragon's body, destroying even the large open space behind it. Joy appeared on Blackbeard's rough face, and he raised his eyes. This blow must have made the black dragon vomit blood. However, the figure reflected in the pupil had no expression on his face, and his eyes were as quiet as stagnant water. Blackbeard's smile froze. It shouldn't be. After taking a hard punch from Laozi, you didn't move at all. Sure, it must be hard work, right? Yes, it must be fake. Looking at the bewildered Blackbeard, the black dragon's mouth twitched, and finally there was emotion on his face. That's it. At this level, you also want to play in the high-end game? Are you going to laugh Laozi to death? It is true that the power of that punch just now should not be underestimated. It not only hit the fatal position of Xian Cao, it was also very close to the heart, and even penetrated the ground behind him. However, most of the emission haki that went into the body were blocked, and the haki that actually hit the black dragon were pitifully small. Therefore, he was as steady as an old dog, unmoved. Bronze-level players, Don't play the game of kings. The black dragon stared, and the black-red gas erupted like a volcano. This is a combination of conquerors and armed colors. Boom boom boom. Wow! Blackbeard flew out screaming as if he had been punched hard. A destructive airflow raged across the venue, and the black fog all over the ground seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and it dissipated in an instant. Caw 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 caw. The underground auction house also couldn't bear this overbearing power and completely collapsed. The sun fell from the distant sky, and the black dragon stood on the ruins, breathing the fresh air. His body was tense, and a pair of dragon eyes glowing with chill swept across the audience. It's a bit hasty, I guess it won't sell for a good price. He long lowered his head, feeling a little regretful in his heart. The current conflict between Blackbeard and Whitebeard is not so intensified. He just killed a Sarge. If this guy kills a few more Whitebeard's sons, the Black Dragon can take the opportunity to blackmail Whitebeard, who is eager for revenge. Boom! A beam of dark light rose from the sky and shot straight into the air for hundreds of meters. The ruins all over the ground also flew around. Blackbeard slowly got up from the ground, quite miserable. There are many bruises all over the body, blood is in the corner of the mouth, and the eyes are also bloodshot. He stared at the black dragon angrily, the shock in his eyes was clearly visible. How is it possible, even though I have restricted Devil Fruit's ability, why does this guy still display such terrifying combat power? Blackbeard was full of doubts. The aura just now reminded him of his father in his prime. Idiot, do you think everyone relies on the power of fruit like you? The black dragon said contemptuously, a real strong person develops in all aspects, not only the fruit ability, haki and physical skills have also reached the peak. Want to dominate the world with Devil Fruit? You might as well dream. Blackbeard's face became more and more ugly. Could he understand that just now, the black dragon gave up Devil Fruit's ability and abused him just by relying on Conqueror's haki? Damn it, is there such a big gap? Blackbeard was extremely annoyed. He is the man who will dominate the world in the future, so he was crushed so casually. Is this appropriate? This is not appropriate. Looking at Blackbeard, who was unwilling and could only be helpless and furious, the black dragon shook his head. Now he is not as powerful as in the original book. After all, without Whitebeard's shock fruit, his combat power is naturally greatly reduced. It's not a good thing to have a lot of power sometimes. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind. The black dragon's eyes enlarged, and just as he was about to react, the deadly knife light cut through his body. Pooh! With a sweep of the knife, the dragon's scales covering the back fell off. There was a faint bloodstain on his back. The wound was very shallow. The shallow one didn't even overflow the blood. The shallow one didn't look like a wound, it was like a stroke with a red pen. The black dragon turned his head slowly, slightly surprised. Shiryu. Hey, thanks to your domineering power, even our sea stone chains were shattered. Shiryu grinned, but there was embarrassment deep in his eyes. FK it, Laozi's all-out blow, or an undefended sneak attack that looks like it was scratched by a cat. What a joke! Ha ha ha, Shiryu. Great, let's join forces, we will definitely kill this guy. Blackbeard is like a beast in puberty, jumping and jumping. The black dragon wants to drag an old sow to see if Blackbeard can create a new species. Shiryu didn't say a word, he glanced at the black dragon full of fear, and nodded silently. It is really unrealistic to fight against this terrible man by yourself. A cat and a dog are endless. The black dragon stretched its body and rose into the air. He turned into a huge black dragon and hovered in the sky, causing many people in Dressrosa to panic. Look, it's the Dragon of Doom. The Black Feather of the End. Prehistoric Dark Tyrannosaurus. All kinds of weird nicknames came one after another, and the black dragon opened its mouth, and terrifying dark energy was brewing. He wants to deal with this endless group of rotten dishes with one trick. Depend on. Doflamingo, who had been sneaking away for a long time, looked at the bad luck and cursed, do you need to be so angry? Blackbeard and Shiryu of the Rain provoked you, why should I blame Dressrosa? Doflamingo knows the pros and cons of that move, destroying an island is no problem. The Roar of the Black Dragon. Chapter 20. The absolute power to destroy the world fell from the sky, and the sky was wailing and dimmed, as if the end was coming. Oops! Coldness swept over the whole body, and Blackbeard also felt cool. Shiryu took action immediately, swiping 2 swords, and several purple crescent-shaped slashes rushed to the sky. He tried to split the black energy, but sadly, he was crushed after only one encounter. Not to be outdone, Blackbeard released a huge ball of dark energy. This is his ultimate ult, the one that crushes Ace of the Fire Fist. With the big hand on it, the black ball slowly took off. Both Blackbeard and Shiryu's eyes were wide open, their gazes full of hope. But... pooh! The roar of the black dragon was like an unsheathed peerless sword, crushing and tearing it apart, opening a big hole in the middle of the black ball. Immediately afterwards, it bombarded the earth with a world-destroying power. Boom 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 boom. When Setsuna fell to the ground, the entire Dressrosa felt violent vibrations, and countless buildings collapsed. The earth shattered like a spider's web, spreading for several kilometers in all directions. Boom! Several palaces collapsed before his eyes. Doflamingo opened his mouth, but closed it helplessly. If it was anyone else, Doflamingo would have gone up to tease him long ago, but this world-destroying black dragon is his big daddy, an existence that cannot be offended. As for the core area of the battle, hundreds of feet of flame mushroom clouds burned in the air, and everything within a radius of 500 meters melted. Blackbeard and Shiryu lay on the ground, both badly charred and unconscious. Humph, a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. The black dragon glanced at the 2 people on the ground, and the huge dark wings swung and flew into the distance. Doflamingo is smart and knows what to do next. Naval Headquarters. Ha! Sengoku hung up the phone with a tired face, looking haggard. Since the black dragon attacked Impel down and released Ace and most of the prisoners, he has been depressed all day long and feels that life is no fun at all. Just now, 5 elders called and scolded him again. Sengoku lay on the chair, stared blankly at the ceiling, and expressed condolences to the 18 generations of the black dragon's ancestors. Blue, blue, blue. The phone bug on the desk rang. Sengoku sighed, then picked up the phone. I'm Sengoku, what's the matter? Marshal Sengoku, the black dragon has appeared in Dressrosa. Dressrosa made such a big noise, and Marine was not blind, so someone reported it to Sengoku immediately. That damned Doflamingo, actually secretly collude with the black dragon? He really thinks that Shibukai's identity is the gold medal for avoiding death. A moment later, Sengoku growled, his voice unbelievably high-pitched. Coincidentally, at this time, the chief staff officer Vice Admiral also came, and after hearing about this, he was also very angry. Doflamingo crossed the line, he is courting death. Sengoku looked at Crane Vice Admiral with hostility in his eyes and asked, who is the Marine Admiral closest to Dressrosa? Crane Vice Admiral tilted his head and looked at the map. Dressrosa is a new world, of course it's the G0 base, let's send Zillan out. But Sengoku, have you thought it through? Crane Vice Admiral hesitated for a moment, and said with a little fear, Doflamingo's identity is sensitive, it will be very troublesome to touch him. I suggest you contact the 5 elders first and report this to them. I'm the Marine Marshal. Sengoku snorted unhappily, but he was very honest on hand and obediently called 5 elders. If it is an ordinary person, the key point is that Doflamingo is still celestial dragons, and it is said that they hold a big secret in their hands, and even the big shots of the world government are afraid of it. If you do it rashly, Doflamingo will be in a hurry to jump the wall. On the blue sea, a warship slowly moved forward. On the deck, Zillan held up a sun umbrella and lay leisurely on the couch by himself. He also called his mistress, Boa Hancock, who was anointing her at the moment. I heard that Luffy was bought by celestial dragons. Boa Hancock asked calmly. What, it hurts? Zillan slapped the plump buttocks, and Boa Hancock almost cried in pain. Remember, you are my secret lover, and I forbid you to contact other people. Zillan warned, otherwise, you will have nothing to eat, you know my tricks. You playful old guy, to you, I'm just a toy. You have a lot of women like me all over the world. I'm tired of this kind of life. I want to find an honest and reliable man to marry. Is it wrong? Boa Hancock asked. Zillan took a deep look at Boa Hancock, with a half-smile. He finally understood that he was not looking for Luffy, he was obviously looking for Luffy as a pick-up man. After all, she has been with Zillan for so many years, and she has gone through water and land, and it has been spoiled to say the least, which man doesn't mind? Of course, there may be some who are interested in Boa Hancock's beauty and may not care about this, but they are just obsessed with her body. Boa Hancock is sure that Luffy won't mind if it's like Luffy's kind of naive criticism. Chapter 21. Follow me honestly in the future, and don't think about those unrealistic things. Zillan held up his snow-white chin, and the fragrance from Boa Hancock's nose blew on his face. Looking at the domineering and possessive eyes, Boa Hancock was inexplicably flustered. Over the years, she has been used to being played by Zillan between applause and applause. Just when she couldn't help but agree, she suddenly thought of Zillan's cold words. I will not like anyone, and I will not develop feelings with anyone. The law of this world is that the weak prey on the strong, and the strong can plunder everything. Standing at the top of the pyramid, I can naturally dominate the weak. This is Zillan, a cold-blooded old man who has no feelings but only plunders. I want to redeem myself. Boa Hancock thought for a while, and said seriously, it's just 3 billion Baileys, I just pay you back. Idiot, that was 3 billion Baileys 20 years ago, and the purchasing power is not comparable to the current 3 billion Baileys. You have to take inflation into account. With a cigar in his mouth, Zillan spoke words that Boa Hancock could not understand at all. Then how much do you want? You can report the amount, and I won't bargain. Boa Hancock stood up angrily. Momo wished he could swallow Zillan. This guy only considers what inflation is. If you really want to calculate it completely, what can you say after playing with your old lady for so many years? Shouldn't you give some compensation? I don't want any more. In view of our friendship over the years, the contract breach fee will be waived. Next, you will be free if you pay me 50 billion Baileys. Zillan spread his 5 fingers, and Boa Hancock was stunned on the spot. Whoops whoops whoops. She panted like a cow, and almost suffocated to death without slowing down. From 3 billion to 50 billion Baileys, naked loans have not risen so fast. Don't stare so wide, it's actually not a lot. If you don't eat or drink in 9 Snake Island for a few years, it will probably be paid off. By the way, if you play the limit, maybe a year will be enough, but it is estimated that tens of thousands of people will starve to death in daughter country. Aren't you the most beautiful woman on 9 Snake Island? Everyone obeys you. Let them sacrifice a bit. Who makes beauty innocent? Zillan smiled and teased. Boa Hancock was so angry that he didn't even bother to look at him. This guy is so shameless. Since you don't have the guts, then TMD hurry up and work for me. Looking at Boa Hancock who was standing still, Zillan couldn't help kicking her on the fart. Hurry up and put on sunscreen. Although he bought the eternal body, his face is still that of a 74-year-old old man. His skin is very dry every day and often wrinkles together. The only way Zillan can think of is to apply some essential oils, which can effectively relieve the pain. Boa Hancock sighed, picked up the glass bottle and poured the oil on his little hand, and immediately applied it all over Zillan's body, the kind without dead ends. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Waking up, Zillan dialed a phone bug. Don't even think about Laozi's money, damn it. Whitebeard's snarl came across. Zillan picked his ears and joked, brother, your temper is as grumpy as ever, you calm down, you still get angry when you are old, if you suddenly die suddenly one day, it will be because of your violent temper, although the position is different, but I don't want you to die. Whitebeard has a dark face, of course you are reluctant to let Laozi die. After all, Laozi is your god of wealth. Fart as long as you want. Whitebeard was very disgusted, but he didn't hang up for a long time. He knew that Zillan would not blackmail him if nothing happened. The Blackbeard that killed Sage is now in my hands, please make a price. Zillan took a sip of tea comfortably. Blackbeard? You mean teach that BD? Whitebeard's voice was thunderous, and then his tone suddenly became low. I offered 300 million Baileys, that guy offered 0 rewards. 300 million is very high. 300 million. Zillan sneered, then I might as well let Blackbeard go, let him continue to grow, sooner or later he will become your confidant, let him harm the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard, which has not yet risen, is very unprofitable, but 300 million Baileys is too much. Whitebeard struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 800 million Baileys, this is the highest price Lao Zi can offer, if you refuse it, don't talk about it. His tone was very tough, and he meant to hang up the phone if he disagreed. Hee. Zillan scolded the old fox in his heart, and said flatly, if you don't talk about it, don't talk about it. Ha! Zillan took the initiative to hang up the phone, and continued to lie down and bask in the sun. Blue blue blue. Within 5 minutes, the phone bug rang again. How much do you really want? Whitebeard had a gloomy look on his face. Zillan is an old BD, he always beat him to death. Not much, just 2.5 billion Pele. Impossible. It's very hard to arrest Blackbeard. Even though Blackbeard is worthless now, his ability is actually very dangerous. Humph, it's a threat to the Whitebeard pirates, but it's not a threat to your Marines. You know, Marine Admiral is just my side job, and I'm retiring next year, so I'll be fishing for the last year. The two bargained and finally sold Blackbeard for 2 billion Baileys. Chapter 22. Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat sullenly on the throne. Just now, his big brother Black Dragon issued an order asking him to give Blackbeard to the Whitebeard pirates. On a day like this, when will it be the end? Doflamingo is also in a panic as he sits and sells the boss's business every day. Like the Red Earl. Shiryu of the Rain. There are people like Blackbeard and Crocodile, which one is the most fuel-efficient lamp? The Black Dragon may not be afraid of revenge, but Doflamingo must be cautious. Those pirates he sold hated him to death in private. Although the Black Dragon promises to protect him, it is impossible to follow him for the rest of his life, and Doflamingo feels that the promise is not credible at all. In order to avoid being retaliated by the bosses in the future, when sending Blackbeard and others away, Doflamingo will leave some special gifts on them. The purpose is to make their strength drop sharply without dying. Once a person dies, not only the buyer will be angry, but the seller, Xilan, will also be angry. Doflamingo's so-called gift was also left on Blackbeard's body, and he had hundreds of stitches in his abdomen. Doflamingo, you BD, you don't even take anesthesia around your waist, it hurts me to death, Lao Zi can't spare you. In the underground laboratory, Blackbeard let out a heart-piercing scream. On Zillan's side, he was still floating in the sea, and Boa Hancock had already been sent away by him. I don't know if the warship has arrived yet. Zillan dialed the phone bug. All the warships in the G0 base were sold by Zillan, including his own ships. Currently, the G0 base is in short supply of warships. Zillan had applied for 50 ships from Sengoku 3 days ago. Master Zillan. Opposite the phone bug, there was a pleasant voice. The girl is one of the commanders of the G0 base, a genuine Marine Vice Admiral. Her name is Kai Tong, a black long straight beauty. Chi Tong is a puppet given by the system, exactly the same as a normal human being. Even though it is a doll, it has independent emotions and is 100% loyal to Zillan. This is one of the many reasons why Zillan spends tens of billions a year to run the system. Sometimes, the money-burning system can always give you some special rewards. Kai Tong, has the warship arrived? Zillan said in a friendly voice. When the warship arrives, let's sell it for 40. Let's sell it for 49 first, and everyone can use the remaining one together. Not yet. I have already called 5 or 6 times to remind me, and the headquarters has been perfunctory. Kai Tong worried and said, could it be that Mr. Zillan's sale of warships to Beast's pirates has been exposed? I heard that Kaido has recently formed his own marine. Not only are the warships, but even the clothes and other coats are exactly the same as our marine. Kaido team, formed a marine. Zillan was stunned for a moment, then cursed, Can't that lawless brat keep a low profile? A pirate, what kind of marine do you form? Isn't this disgusting Sengoku on purpose? Wait, it doesn't necessarily come to me. The trade with the beasts pirates is also the world government. After thinking about it, Zillan was relieved. In private, the world government also exchanged warships for beasts pirates weapons and resources such as seastone. I'll take care of it, I'll call Sengoku myself. Zillan was about to hang up the phone angrily, when the conversation changed. Chi Tong, you should be careful while the old man is away, and if something goes wrong, remember to run away in time. The base and so on are secondary, and one's own people are more important than everything else. Like what Boa Hancock said before, Zillan is just playing with her body, not her heart. You might as well think about it the other way around, a woman who doesn't cooperate with you in playing poker, what's wrong with her? Master Zillan, be careful too, he is still waiting for you to come back. A soft voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug, and Zillan felt relieved for a while. He hung up the phone bug, and just as he was about to contact Sengoku, the blue phone bug rang first. I'm Sengoku, Zillan. You go to hunt down Doflamingo right away. It's been found out, that guy has a relationship with the Black Dragon in private, and that damn BD sold all the prisoners. Sengoku's voice was hoarse, like a wounded tiger. Injured beasts are often the most dangerous, and Zillan smelled a rage from Sengoku's mouth which was rare. I saw him, there is no need to interrogate him, he should be executed on the spot. Sengoku said angrily, 5 elders has already passed. Zillan hesitated slightly. As an admiral, he naturally couldn't refuse Marshal Marine's order, so he agreed after a short silence, leave this to me. That's it, call me as soon as you get Doflamingo done. And many more. Zillan stopped Sengoku who hung up the phone and asked, the situation in New World is very dangerous now. Whitebeard and Kaido are about to move. My G0 base needs to be strengthened. The old man applied for 50 warships and 100,000 guns, and there are 500,000 tons. Why haven't the shells reached my pocket? Oh no, in my base. Sengoku's face was gloomy. UBD is a showdown, don't pretend, you can say the wrong thing about this kind of thing. The production of weapons cannot be completed overnight, especially large-scale strategic materials such as warships, which are not toys. Just wait. Without giving Zillan a chance to argue, Sengoku quickly hung up the phone. Zillan's face was as ugly as a scapegoat. Sengoku, anyone who refuses me will pay the price, and you are no exception. He, Zillan, is not just black and white, but white and white. Start the boat, go to dress Rosa first. Zillan stood on the deck, his cloak fluttered under the sea breeze. This time, instead of appearing as a black dragon, he attacks dress Rosa as a Marine Admiral Red Dragon. Chapter 23. Sengoku was perfunctory to Zillan, he was naturally upset. But after all, he is the immediate boss, and he still has to give face. The warship braved the wind and waves on the sea and sailed straight to the distance. The islands in the distance gradually become clear, and it is estimated that Doflamingo has already discovered it. He has many excellent detectives under his command, such as Violet. Young Master, according to Violet's report, the Marine Admiral Red Dragon is here, and it is expected to land on the shore of Dress Rosa West Blue in half an hour. The luxurious hall in the palace, Toripole said inexplicably. The rest of the people were also very confused. Marine didn't say hello in advance for someone to visit. What are you doing? Doflamingo muttered to himself, and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. Come on, anyway, I am Shishibukai, and the blood of celestial dragons is still flowing on my body, what can that old Chiryu do to me? Doflamingo lay sideways on the throne, drinking a small wine leisurely, so happy. What he said is not unreasonable, Marine is not allowed to attack Shishibukai, not to mention his identity is different from ordinary pirates. As for executing him, Doflamingo didn't even think about it. Half an hour later, Zillan landed. Doflamingo also knows how to behave in the world, and personally brought people to welcome Zillan, and invited him to the palace to entertain him. However, a very unpleasant thing happened during this period. What do you mean? Doflamingo was furious, looking at Zillan sitting on the throne, his anger soared. It's fine for his boss, Black Dragon, to sit on it, but the others can't. Zillan looked at Doflamingo with interest. Aren't you convinced? Doflamingo, your collusion with the Black Dragon has been exposed. 5 elders and Marshal Sengoku asked me to come and execute you. After speaking, Zillan took a sip of his tea and continued to observe Doflamingo from the corner of his eye. Execute me. There is no eternal secret in the world, and it will be a matter of time before it is exposed, but it is really surprising to execute him. Those old guys, aren't you afraid that I will expose the secret of the great secret treasure? Doflamingo grimaced, his eyes changing constantly. Listen carefully, idiot, you are executed in secret, and no secrets can be revealed after death. Zillan scrutinized Doflamingo carefully, and it was strange to say that apart from being angry, there was no trace of fear on this guy's face. Zillan was a little surprised. This guy wouldn't think that he could get out of his hands completely. How could he be so confident? Ah, cut! Are you going to kill yourself or should I do it myself? Zillan first yawned and asked casually. Old guy, you dare to hit my idea? Doflamingo didn't hesitate at all, and straightened his waist, mockingly said, since my relationship with the Black Dragon has been exposed, then Laozi won't hide it anymore, you should know who is standing behind me. That Black Dragon who offered a bounty of 4.1 billion Baileys, he destroyed Impel down by himself, even you Marines can't do anything. Doflamingo took out a black phone bug and sneered, Ilong, you are just an old man in his 70s. As long as Laozi makes a phone call, the Black Dragon will come over and kill you immediately. I don't even know that I have sent you to my door. Right? The one who should be afraid is you. Hearing this, Zillan's face became even weirder. Killing himself? Then you call the Black Dragon over immediately, let me remind you, just don't regret it later. Zillan closed his eyes expressionlessly. Old man, you were really strong at your peak. Together with Garp, you are called Marine Double Wall, and you are a legendary existence. However, that was all decades ago. Now in this sea, there are only a handful of people who can fight the Black Dragon, and you are not among them. Now, you just wait to die. Without further ado, Doflamingo dialed the phone bug. Blue blue. The phone bug in Zillan's arms rang, and Doflamingo looked over suspiciously. Zillan took out a pure black phone bug from his bosom. Doflamingo rubbed his eyes quickly, and looked down at his own phone bug. It was exactly the same. You also use this type of phone bug? Doflamingo obviously didn't expect that the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon were the same person. It's not his fault, anyone would have such a ridiculous idea. How could Marine's legendary admiral be one of the craziest pirates of all time? A breed. Zillan looked at Doflamingo like an idiot. This kid used to be very clever, why is his brain short-circuited now? Joker, is there a possibility that the person you called may be me? I might be your big brother. Zillan winked at Doflamingo, slowly pulling out a cigar with his ring-laden right hand. He crossed his legs, puffing and puffing with great enjoyment. Doflamingo has petrified, motionless, like a sculpture. Red Dragon and Black Dragon are the same person? When the news got out, the whole world would be fried. Open your eyes and see clearly. Pieces of dragon scales grew on the surface of Zillan's skin, which was pitch black and glowed with a metallic black light. The scales were buckled on his body piece by piece like armor, and they fit together tightly, leaving no room for exposure, and sharp horns grew out of his head. You are Black Dragon brother. Doflamingo let out a strange cry, then quickly knelt down. He felt chills down his spine. What did he say just now, as if Zillan was an old and outdated admiral? Sin. Chapter 24. How could Doflamingo think that the eldest brother who has known him for many years has another identity, so how could he not be dumbfounded? It's like the wife who has been married for many years and bears children for you suddenly becomes a man. After a brief surprise, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. Master Zillan, are you really planning to get rid of me? Now he doesn't doubt it anymore. If Zillan wants to kill people to silence him, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Zillan shook his head and reprimanded, why are you so stupid today? If you really want to kill you, I don't need to be here with you to bully you. As soon as we meet, I can, no, I don't even need to meet you, just destroy Rosa. Doflamingo was stunned, and what he said was true. At this moment, he was so frightened that his brain short-circuited. Then, thank you Master Zillan. An excited smile appeared on Doflamingo's old face. You're welcome. Speaking of which, we have also cooperated for decades. Zillan rubbed his chin and said meaningfully, Joker, the world government and Marine have ordered you to be killed. As Marine Admiral, if I let you go, I have to bear the corresponding risk. You see. Greedy old guy. Doflamingo cursed secretly, if he couldn't understand the meaning, he would be an idiot. Eyeballs rolled around, and his heart was immediately taken into account. Doflamingo said slowly, to be honest, I have prepared 10 billion Baileys for Mr. Zillan. I wonder if I can help you calm down. 10 billion. This time it was Zillan's turn to froze, and he secretly regretted that if he knew it earlier, he should have pretended to be more difficult and let this guy vomit more blood. Doflamingo is the biggest trader in the underground world. He does all kinds of business, and his business is all over the world. 10 billion Baileys are a drizzle for him. The man made devil fruit transactions between Guang and Kaido every year, the profit is as high as billions Bailey. Could it be missing? Seeing Zillan's sullen face, Doflamingo went all out, the 10 billion Baileys I'm talking about are paying Zillan 10 billion every year. Zillan's eyes shone brightly, and he hurriedly got up from the throne, pointed and said, Ahem, you can sit by yourself, I don't feel comfortable sitting, this position is a little tight. Doflamingo. Master Zillan. He asked in a low voice, if you spare me, how should you explain to Marine? Confession? Confession A. Zillan sneered, Sengoku even has dozens of warships perfunctory, what else does he care about? You don't need to worry about this matter, I have already thought of a countermeasure, Sengoku is ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Zillan hooked his hands, and Doflamingo leaned forward, listen, wait for us. Half an hour later, an unprecedented fierce battle broke out over Rosa. Marine Admiral Zillan vs Don Quixote Doflamingo. The two sides fought fiercely for an hour, and the battle swept across Rosa in waves. Why is it said to be a fierce battle for 1 hour? Because after 1 hour, Zillan was defeated. Doflamingo finds an opening, cuts Zillan with Frietsaw and kicks him into the sea. As expected of Master Doflamingo. It's too powerful. I didn't expect that the young master's strength has reached this level. I think in the future, we can go head to head with the 4 emperors. Zillan defeated Kaido, and the young master defeated Zillan. Next time the beast's pirates come, there is no need to be obedient. Let the young master make Kaido cuter. People cheered endlessly, and the corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched while using string fruit to occupy the air. Is it good looking? Is it awesome? It is bought for 10 billion a year. The news of Zillan's defeat spread quickly, and in less than half a day, it spread to all parts of the world. Naval headquarters also naturally received the news, and everyone was extremely shocked. After all, a few days ago, Zillan just defeated Kaido of the Beasts, and lost to Doflamingo in an instant, isn't it funny? Kaido is the one who can call Doflamingo his father, how could Zillan lose to such a guy? On the sea hundreds of kilometers away from Rosa, the warship is slowly moving forward, and Zillan is rushing back to the G0 base. His battleship is loaded with thousands of boxes, and it is the 10 billion Baileys that Doflamingo got. In addition, the auction of Impel down prisoners also got more than 40 billion Baileys, slightly more than he expected. These days, adding up the money earned before and after, Zillan's wealth has reached about 250 billion Baileys. The trillion retirement plan goes one step further. Zillan was lying on the couch and basking in the sun again. As he gets older, he likes to bask more in the sun when he has nothing to do, which is good for his health. As for the defeat of the release of water, it must have caused an uproar in the outside world, but this Zillan didn't take it to heart. In the Summit War in the original book, Kizaru can play, Aokiji can paddle, Garp is punched by Luffy, and even Sengoku is releasing water. Everyone can act, and so can I, Zillan. Chapter 25. Admiral's Office at Marine G0 Base. Chi Tong's upper body is a marine top, the lower body is a white skirt, and her snow-white jade legs are covered with seductive stockings. Sitting in Zillan's arms with her soft and delicate body, even though she is a veteran of flowers, her heart is still turbulent. "Okay, you, just come back and seduce the old man." Zillan slapped Xiao Xiao, and Kai Tong gave him a reproachful look. "Lord Zillan, Marshal Sengoku has already made 7 or 8 phone calls. Who cares about him? Go, let's go to sleep." In the evening, Zillan woke up from his sleep. In fact, it is not sober, the main phone bug is ringing endlessly. Is Sengoku in such a hurry? Zillan stretched, and then answered the phone slowly. "What did you do? I've already called a dozen times, Zillan." Sengoku growled loudly, extremely dissatisfied. Zillan picked out his ears, his voice was extremely low and hoarse, and he deliberately pretended to be weak. "I'm really sorry, Sengoku, I was injured and just returned to the base." "Don't give me such a trick, with your combat power, how can you not be Doflamingo's opponent?" Sengoku asked coldly. "You didn't make a deal with that guy, did you? My loyalty to Marine can be seen in the sun and the moon. If you don't believe me, I can send 4. Zillan raised 4 fingers, Sengoku curled his lips. "The oath is really useful, and there won't be so many criminals in the world. Hey! It seems that I am old and I will never return to the peak." Zillan sighed, his voice bleak. Naturally, Sengoku doesn't believe it. "You captured Kaido alive a few days ago, and now you failed to hunt Doflamingo, but because you didn't get the battleship, you didn't want to work hard." Considering that Zillan still has a lot of importance to Marine, Sengoku compromised. "I sent people to send the warships you want, a total of 50 ships, and the rest of the weapons and ammunition will be sent one after another." Zillan smiled when he heard this. He wouldn't have played Sengoku earlier. "By the way, the Marine formation formed by the Beast's pirates, have you heard that their warships, soldier uniforms, and weapons are exactly the same as our Marine?" Sengoku looked gloomy. "There is a nasty moth inside us, who sold all the Marine's military supplies to Kaido." Zillan immediately dismissed the blame. "Sengoku, I also have some secret information about the situation of Wanukuni. The warship in the hands of Beast's pirates has something to do with those big people on it." Sengoku secretly clenched his fist, but let it go after a while. This, of course, he knew. The world government and the Beast's pirates had a shady deal, and even Marine was involved. Because the seastone resources produced by Wanukuni cannot be separated from Marine, the transaction between the two parties is inevitable. He throws bricks to attract jade, nothing more than taking the opportunity to hit a wave of Zillan. After chatting for a while, Zillan hung up the phone with satisfaction. The 50 warships plus various military supplies sent in were sold for tens of billions of Baileys. The Whitebeard pirates of New World. On an unknown small island, warships are parked on the shore. There are at least 100 warships, large and small. This scale is almost catching up with naval headquarters. Today, something grand is about to take place. The traitor who killed Sachi, Blackbeard, has been bought back by Whitebeard for 2 billion Baileys. Although this price is a bit outrageous, who asked Blackbeard to offer a reward of 0, but considering that he killed Sarge and handed Ace to Marine, which almost made the Whitebeard pirates doomed, this price seems to be not bad. In order to warn others and prevent his sons from continuing to fight, Whitebeard decided to hold a special beheading meeting. The execution platform was firmly erected, and Blackbeard fell to his knees, wrapped in chains all over his body. Whitebeard was standing next to him, long knife in hand, and today he was going to kill Blackbeard himself. In addition, there are 3 chairs under the execution platform, sitting on Marco, Ace, and Jaws respectively. If Zillan sees this, he will immediately say the bankruptcy version of Summit War, which is how Marine executed Ace in the original book. Around the execution platform, there are still thousands of pirates, all of whom are members of the Whitebeard pirates. "Sons!" Whitebeard raised his arms and shouted, his voice resounding through the hall. "Daddy!" The simple 3 words drove the rhythm of the audience, and the overwhelming sound could not stop. If Whitebeard works in a nightclub, he must be a live DJ, and the boss will not worry about making money. Today, I will execute Teach, a traitor, to avenge Sage. Whitebeard was holding a large knife with a cold air, which made people feel chills all over his body. Execute Teach, avenge Thatch. Revenge. Revenge. The sons chanted too, staring at Blackbeard one by one. If eyes can kill, he has become a stick. Blackbeard glanced across the audience, and said with a strange smile, "Kill me? Are you trash-worthy?" His eyes changed strangely, an array of red demonic light emerged. These eyes! Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat, he'd seen it in someone before. The man that even he would tremble with rocks D. Zebek. Chapter 26. GG. GG. Blackbeard's sinister laughter sounded like Shinigami's low cry, and everyone's eyes focused on Blackbeard. Some people can't help showing fear on their faces. The most surprising of all was Whitebeard. He has fought side by side with Rocks for many years, and he is too familiar with that guy's voice. This suppressed and ominous laughter seems to be carved out of the same mold. However, in the original Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he witnessed Belong Zillan smashing Rock's head. 100% sure, the Rocks are dead. Is it just a coincidence? Whitebeard's heart relaxed, and he stared at Blackbeard with unkind eyes. He thought it would be better to execute this guy as soon as possible, and things would change later. Teach, you committed a serious crime of killing your companions on Lao Zi's boat, and now I will execute you with my own hands. Raising the long knife with his thick arms, Whitebeard's murderous intent gradually increased, and when he was about to strike down, Blackbeard raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Kill your companions? You did a lot of things when you were on Lao Zi's boat. Newgate. At the port of the G0 base, warships arrived one after another, passing Zillan one by one. He was very satisfied, the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you think this passing boat is a weapon? That was too vulgar. This is Bailey walking. Zillan made an inventory, exactly 50 ships. Sengoku's beating before was still useful. This time Zillan decided to change the seller, not to Kaido, but to sell them all to Kurozumai, the lord of Wanukuni. Sengoku, does it make a difference? Even weapons, ammunition, and warships are all packaged for a total of 12 billion Baileys. Whirring, whirring. When the strong wind hit, Zillan's graying silver hair danced with the wind. He looked up at the sky, and shook his neck comfortably. The wind is very noisy today. It can be seen that he is in a good mood, and the small money is like a snowball, increasing more and more. Master Zillan. Kaitong's voice came not far away, quite eager. Zillan turned his head to look. What's the matter, Kaitong? The girl didn't speak, but just handed him a newspaper to read. Zillan took a cursory glance, then his eyes widened suddenly, and finally exclaimed, "By, Whitebeard is defeated." Are you kidding me? That's right, the news in the newspapers was Whitebeard's defeat. There are even a few pictures of him being traumatized, with his body severely charred, with a hideous knife wound on his chest, and corpses all around him. The person who beat him, and surprised Zillan, was none other than Blackbeard, which he sold for 2 billion a few days ago. No, is Blackbeard that fierce? Zillan looked skeptical. He beat Blackbeard in Dressrosa's auction house before, and almost defeated Blackbeard with an overwhelming advantage. His combat power has not yet reached the 4 emperors level. And Whitebeard's strength is also among the top among the 4 emperors. Although he is old, he is still more than enough to clean up Blackbeard. Now he has lost for no reason. Could it be that he is really old? No, there must be some unknown secret in it. Zillan's eyes burst into brilliance. No matter how he explained, now he only has the power of one dark fruit, Whitebeard, and it is impossible to defeat Whitebeard. Even during the Summit War, the riddled old Bai could beat Blackbeard to the ground. Blue blue. The phone bug on Kaitong's body rang, and when he took it out to look, his pupils froze slightly. It's Marine Marshal Sengoku calling. Go ahead, I guess that old guy is going to take advantage of others again. Zillan secretly despised, Marine often does this kind of thing. I'm Zillan. Zillan connected the phone bug, and Sengoku asked first, have you got all the battleships yet? Thank you Marshal. Zillan had a smile on his face. So, have you recovered from your injuries? Sengoku asked leisurely. The subtext of these words is actually that your strength should also recover. Cough cough cough, it's a little bit stronger than before, I'll go to attack Doflamingo right away. Zillan offered to be friendly, this time the kid will definitely not be able to escape. Sengoku's face is ashen, you crusade against the Doflamingo, he has already run away. At that time, Zillan will definitely prevaricate with the excuse of not being able to find Doflamingo. Let's put the Doflamingo matter aside for now. Sengoku took a deep breath, and said bluntly, read the newspaper, the old guy Whitebeard is really old, and he was defeated by Blackbeard, which is too surprising. I really didn't expect that although Whitebeard is old, he still has the power of a tiger, and the loss is too weird. Zillan asked, Marshal Sengoku called, will he order me to lead troops to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Good. Sengoku said excitedly, the Whitebeard pirate group has been defeated, and Whitebeard himself is also seriously injured. As long as you find him, you can definitely defeat him. Although the summit war plan failed, if Whitebeard can be killed or arrested this time, Marine can be regarded as a big victory. Let me try. Looking at the distant warships on the sea, Zillan had to feel that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and this shit is all about the world. Chapter 27. In the sea, there are different opinions about the news of Whitebeard's defeat. Anyway, no one in the world expected that Blackbeard would win. He seemed like a fool to counterattack and made a joke to the whole world. Damn it, this is bad. Rosa Palace, Doflamingo panicked. Not only Blackbeard, but even the wastes of Shiryu and others were all RD by him. In his opinion, the Blackbeard and others sent to the Whitebeard pirates are finished, but he actually defeated Whitebeard, and even escaped TMD. Next, I will definitely settle accounts with him, the Kiao king. Doflamingo couldn't even eat well, so he quickly called his boss Zillan. You cut Blackbeard and his boys around the waist. Zillan was also taken aback when he heard about it. He thought of a sentence popular on the internet in his previous life, this is northern Myanmar, Rosa, welcome to my world, delicate little princess, charming little waist. You are really Rosa's waist king. Zillan kissed her lips tightly. Master Zillan, at this time, you are still in the mood to joke with me. Doflamingo cried and said, Blackbeard will never let me go, please protect me. If you are afraid, you can come to my G0 base to hide. Zillan is also generous, and Xiao Duozi contributes 10 billion Baileys every year. After hanging up the bug, Zillan's doubts grew stronger. Normal people lose their waists, although they will not die, their physical fitness will definitely be greatly reduced, and Blackbeard is no exception. To some extent, losing a waist is equivalent to disability. Even so, Blackbeard still defeated Whitebeard strongly. Said that there is no ghost in it, Zillan didn't believe it. At the port of the G0 base, the battleship left and sailed into the distance. It was Zillan on the warship, who was ordered to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku has sent everything that should be sent, Zillan can't play him this time. Of course, if Whitebeard is higher, then... Father, are you okay? On Pot Erland Island in New World, in a hospital ward, Marco, Ace, and others were clustered in front of the hospital bed, and the man lying on the bed in full bandage was Whitebeard. They were full of tears and extremely ashamed. You don't need to worry, Laozi is fine. A pale smile appeared on Whitebeard's face, and he said softly, I'm just hurt, not about to die, why are you crying? Dad. Ace burst into tears, blaming himself, it's all because of my incompetence, and I can't do anything for you. Damn Teach. Everyone cursed at the same time, since they couldn't beat him, they could only express condolences to the 18 generations of Blackbeard's ancestors. Father, why did Teach suddenly become so much stronger? Marco asked in a deep voice, and his dark fruit, the power is too terrifying, he must have awakened, right? It's only been a few months since Teach ate dark fruit. Recalling the battle at that time, Marco broke out in a cold sweat. Blackbeard showed his destructive strength, turning the entire island into a black hole, and that devastating power instantly severely damaged the Whitebeard pirates. If Whitebeard hadn't fought his way through desperately, they probably would have confessed there. Awakened indeed, but that's not his power, but... Whitebeard fell silent, sighing as he glanced over his sons. He has many sons, but there are not many real powerhouses, such as Marco, Jaws, and Ace. Although their strength is not bad, they are still far from the real top powerhouses. Telling them the truth will do nothing but increase the stress. All in all, if you meet that guy Teach in the future, you, just take a detour. Whitebeard said helplessly, with a sense of loneliness in his voice. He's old, and if he's in his prime, he could still have a touch with the rocks. Boom boom boom. The deafening roar resounded throughout the island, even near the hospital where Whitebeard lived, there was a loud bang, and the glass shattered. Dad, it's bad, Marine is here. A pirate hurriedly reported, it's still that Admiral Zillan. Shameless villain who takes advantage of others. Ace was furious. He was extremely dissatisfied with Zillan after being blackmailed with more than 100 billion Baileys. Now, this BD came to the door again taking advantage of his father's weakness, so he wanted to rob them again? Superior. Marco and others went out to fight. Whitebeard on the hospital bed didn't say a word. He knew that Marco, Ace, and others were not opponents, but he didn't panic at all. Zillan won't kill them, after all he has to blackmail himself. Say, where's Whitebeard? At the port, Zillan grabbed Yi Zhang by the collar, with a cigar in his mouth. Yi Zhang is one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. BD Marine, I will never tell you where your father is. Not to mention, Yi Zhang is very stubborn. Zillan is not angry either, he specializes in dealing with such tough guys. Let me see if you are really stubborn or fake. He forced the lighted cigar into his hidden mouth, and the hot man swayed wildly. Chapter 28. Stop. BD, what did you do to Yi Zhang? A mere marine, how dare you be so arrogant when you come to our territory? Kill that old guy Zillan, he's older than Dad, let's go together, he won't last long. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who came over after hearing the sound, were filled with righteous indignation when they saw Yi Zhang being humiliated. This group of young people was also very disrespectful of martial arts. Dozens of people dispersed with a tacit understanding, and surrounded an old comrade Zillan. Zillan took a cursory glance, it was quite exaggerated, more than a dozen captain-level elites, even if any Marine Admiral came, they would not dare to take it lightly. But, young people, you may not know me well. Zillan smiled kindly, I advise you to go back and ask Whitebeard what will happen to me if you do something to me. I don't care what happens to you, I'm going to beat you now. Ace jumped into the air, wrapped in flames. Zillan's expression darkened when he saw this, and he could be regarded as Ace's benefactor after all. It's not that he fished out Ace, this kid will die for the time being. Whitebeard Summit War also died, and the entire Whitebeard pirates also died because of Ace. Now, do something to Zillan's benefactor. Fire punch! The thick and unparalleled flaming giant fist flew over, covering the sky and covering the earth, traversing the void. The power is also quite exaggerated, and the ground it passes along the way is scorched. Boom boom boom! Zillan was hit head-on, the flames exploded on his body, and his whole body was engulfed in flames. Successful! Ace clenched his fists in surprise. No, it's still far away. Marco's eyes were sharp, and he looked into the depths of the sea of fire, and the figure flickered. Your punch is worth 1 billion Baileys. Zillan's voice came from the flames, wait for others to redeem 1 billion Baileys, and your ace is 2 billion. This is the price for doing something against me. It's like an old lady crossing the road, she will fall over there, give her a try, and it will make you bankrupt in minutes. BD, you touch porcelain. Ace was furious, he didn't do anything to Zillan with this move, this guy is going to charge 1 billion? Which one of you still wants to do it? I hope the Whitebeard pirates go bankrupt soon, hurry up. Zillan walked out of the sea of flames. At this moment, he had switched to the Forbidden Hands mode, and his whole body was covered with bright red armor. The impact of the flames on him was negligible. Don't be too arrogant, this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco took a step forward, and the next moment he was covered in blue light, covering his whole body with dreamlike blue flames. With a low cry, Marco turned into a phoenix and soared into the sky. Whoosh! He swoops down from the sky, wrapping his claws around armament Haki. Zillan pursed his lips, ready to punch him. Bang bang bang! At the same time, the ground trembled, and Diamond Jaws turned into a ball and was crushed. Ace also launched another attack, and a more ferocious flame fist flew towards him. Surroundings, there are still rose petals floating, revealing a cold killing intent. Zillan glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and saw that it was foil vista. It's so shameless, they came all at once, bullying me as an old man. Zillan shook his head, and then his pupils burst into a monstrous chill. Don't get carried away, you brats who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Boom boom boom. Zillan is like a revived ancient god, conqueror's Haki mixed with armament Haki, turned into an overwhelming shock wave and pushed around. Bang 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 bang. The attacking fire fist was ruthlessly crushed, and Jose, who had turned into a diamond ball, was also blown away. Marco's blue flames scattered on the spot, and he fell screaming, and the foil vista was also bounced on the spot. Wow! It's so painful! The rest of the captains also screamed out. Everyone looked at Zillan in horror. There is something wrong with this shit. Didn't he just lose to Doflamingo? Why did they beat the Whitebeard pirates so hard? Damn it, I get it. Marco, who fell from the sky, rubbed his chest and wiped away the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. Zillan BD is not old at all, he only lost because he took black money. Zillan looked at the king carefully, and reminded, Marco, smart people have already started preparing money. So what, there are so many of us, are you still afraid that he won't succeed? Ace was very dissatisfied and stared at Zillan. You boy! A scarlet killing intent flashed in Zillan's eyes. He seldom kills, he kills all the pirates. How can he cut leaks? Especially the king of leaks like Ace, who was gifted by him before, was able to blackmail Whitebeard with more than 100 billion Baileys. Zillan was reluctant to kill. But this kid is lawless and self-righteous like an idiot, which is really annoying. Listen, the price will increase when you are redeemed, 3 billion Baileys, you leak king. End. Zillan had a cruel face, his body moved slightly, as if moving in space, and appeared in front of Ace in an instant. The outstretched hand slapped Ace's cheek. Today, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Chapter 29. Snapped. A loud slap fell on Ace's face. The force was so strong that it forced Ace to turn over. His head was on the ground, and the corner of his mouth was badly torn. A deep humiliation was imprinted in my heart. This blow was not fatal, but it was extremely insulting, and no one could bear the slap in the face in broad daylight. UBD, I fight with you. Ace stood up and charged. Zillan followed him like a shadow, and instantly approached him, punching like lightning. Boom! A punch hit the abdomen, and Ace vomited blood on the spot. He fell to his knees, hands clutching his stomach in agony. It hurts so much, it hurts him to death. He raised his head with difficulty, and the hatred in his eyes became more and more intense. Bang! Another slap came, and the corner of Ace's right mouth was also torn, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Ace! Stop it now! A hole! The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were furious and were about to rush to help, when Zillan's bloodthirsty eyes swept across the audience. Damn, legs, why did you stop? FK me, he's bullying Ace. Marco screamed wildly in his heart. Setsuna, who was swept by Zillan, his legs seemed to be petrified, unable to take a step forward. What a terrible deterrent is this? You dare to bully Laozi's son? Kaka kaka! An icy sound came, followed by the vibration of the air shattering. Dense cracks appeared in the air, it looked like the sky had been shattered, it was extremely frightening. The destructive force came from the northeast side. Zillan looked up and saw Whitebeard still wrapped in bandages. How dare you come out and fight in this state, Whitebeard? Zillan said lightly, it's okay for you in your peak period, but for you now. So what, aging is not the reason for Laozi to retreat. Whitebeard was full of pride, and his voice lingered for a long time. Father! Marco and the others burst into tears, feeling guilty in their hearts. At this time, it should be them who are sons who stand up and turn the tide. Very well, it's still the same Whitebeard I know. He's always getting older, and his vigor remains the same as before. He is indeed the uncrowned king of the sea today. Zillan gave a thumbs up, with a hint of appreciation in his words. There is still a difference between dying standing and dying kneeling, and Whitebeard belongs to the former. Humph, I forgot to mention, the old man is old, but you are older than Laozi. Boom boom boom. Whitebeard aimed at the front and smashed, the atmosphere shattered, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye hit from madness. The whole island felt like an earthquake, trembling non-stop. Zillan didn't dare to be careless, wrapped his right fist around Conqueror's haki, and blasted out with all his strength. Bang 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 bang! The shock wave came to a sudden stop in front of Zillan, large-scale cracks appeared on its surface, and its power was rapidly decaying. Damn pervert, as tough as ever. Whitebeard rolled his eyelids when he saw this, his face was calm, but his heart was full of bitterness. This guy is older than himself, and his strength is still at its peak. Under everyone's gaze, the destructive force quickly dissipated. After being hit by Zillan, the vibration collapsed in less than 3 seconds. With such fighting power, Marco and the others felt a chill. Taking the bankruptcy version of Whitebeard to challenge the peak Zillan is a joke in itself. Don't despair, my lovely sons. Whitebeard put down the machete, embraced the sky with outstretched hands, and his eyes were full of confidence. This pose. I've never seen it before. Could it be Dad's new trick? Marco, have you seen it? I didn't either. Could it be Dad's fruit awakening? When mentioning the awakening of devil fruit, everyone was delighted. Already old, mainly with injuries, can Dad still use awakening level ults? Even Zillan was quite surprised, he had never seen this posture before. Good chance. There was a gleam in Ace's eyes, and Zillan's attention was now fully on Whitebeard. Swish! He quietly flashed behind Zillan, and at this moment, all the strength in his body was put on the line. Fire punch! Boom! Tens of thousands of degrees of flame giant fist engulfed Zillan, the golden flame seemed to come from the center of the sun, and the surrounding stones and other substances gasified on the spot. Successful! Ace was overjoyed, but the next moment he collapsed. Whoosh! Zillan escaped from the sea of flames in an instant, and locked Ace's throat with a big hand like an eagle's claw. It's over. With a chill in his heart, he caught the fury in Zillan's eyes. He really angered this man. Seeing this, Whitebeard arrogantly raised 10 fingers and shouted, 10 billion Baileys will buy my son Zhou Quan. Hearing this, Zillan seemed to be imprisoned and dared not move any more. The dragon claw that locked Ace's throat was also loosened, and the kid landed steadily. After a while, Zillan calmed down, his expression became more gentle, and his steps backed up even more, for fear of scaring Ace, the god of wealth, otherwise the 10 billion Baileys would fly away. Chapter 30. Seeing Zillan stop, everyone was amazed. It turned out that Whitebeard is a paramecia Qian fruit-capable person, and once he made a big move of 10 billion Baileys, Zillan was too scared to move. Dad is mighty, but his trick is so terrifying. The scene fell into a deathly weirdness, and Zillan coughed twice. First, Whitebeard, the 10 billion Baileys are only for Ace, and for others. To tell you the truth, I accepted Sengoku's mission this time. In the past, for the sake of 10 billion Baileys, I would have spared you, but this time is different. You guys have to think about it. Zillan said sternly, I need to pay more. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. It sounds grandiose, but it turns out that I still want money. To be honest, I have seen people who are greedy for money. More than 99% of pirates have the attribute of greed for money, but a marine like Zillan who regards money as his life is too rare. For money, position and fame can be thrown away. For money, it can even be defeated by ants like Doflamingo. For money, you can even sell your beliefs. For money, you can give up your professional ethics. No problem, the old man will add another 5 billion Baileys. Whitebeard used his money power again, and raised 5 fingers again. Hearing this, Zillan couldn't help clasping his fists at Marco and the others. Brothers, I'm so sorry for offending you just now. I am also a wage earner under Sengoku, I hope you can understand the difficulties of this old man. After finishing speaking, Zillan took out the top-quality cigars that had been hidden for many years from his arms, one per person, and was also responsible for lighting them, and tidied up Marco's messy collar by the way. Marco and the others were speechless. It turns out that 15 billion Baileys can make Zillan apologize. Ace's pupils contracted. Did he want to make Zillan kneel down and confess with 30 billion Baileys? The shadow given to him was too deep. Counting back and forth, Zillan earned 111.5 billion Baileys from Ace. The Whitebeard pirates are very rich. They control most of the islands in New World. The protection fees they collect every year are astronomical, and they often rob other pirates. There is no pressure to easily make tens of billions of Baileys a year. How exaggerated wealth can be imagined. However, no matter how rich you are, you can't afford such consumption. You all go down, I have something to talk to Zillan. Whitebeard waved his hand, and Marco and the others hesitated. In case Zillan is bad for Whitebeard. Don't worry, we still have a lot of money. Whitebeard smiled slightly. Decades ago at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and from that moment on, he had made a deal with Zillan. And from that moment on, Whitebeard had the habit of saving money. There are 4 big chaebols in this world. The first is the Save the Children Foundation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wanukuni's 100 Beasts Ltd. The Linlan Group of Cake Island. And the Brotherhood of Redhead Shanks. The richest is of course the Whitebeard Pirates, and the worst is the Redhead Brotherhood. Zillan hates making deals with redheads. If you look at the other 4 emperors, they are either companies or foundations. Redhead wants to set up some kind of fraternity. And what Zillan hates the most is that he likes to bargain. 1 billion Baileys can be cut into 50 million for you, which is disgusting. I was defeated, not by conspiracy and tricks, but by that guy head-on. Whitebeard groaned, his eyes darkened. Zillan looked at Whitebeard complicatedly, the uncrowned king who dared to compete with him in the past, but now his edges and corners have been smoothed by the years. I ask you to do me a favor. Whitebeard said suddenly, and just as Zillan was about to open his mouth, Whitebeard released the esoteric level awakening move of the money fruit. It's done, I will pay you another 15 billion belly, a total of 30 billion belly profit. Hearing this, Zillan was shocked. Why is this son of a BCH Whitebeard pirates so rich? His eyes are changing, or he just snatched the Whitebeard pirates. Forget it, you need to pay attention to rules and reputation when doing business. Zillan shook his head and gave up, and then asked, you want me to help you kill Blackbeard, right? You were dragging your feet on 2 billion Baileys before, how did you increase it to 15 billion Baileys this time? When things go wrong, there must be a demon, but in fact he is also a stingy person. I didn't lose to teach. That guy has Rock's soul body in him. Whitebeard said bitterly, mentioning Rock's, the wound on his body began to ache again. Lo, Rock's. Zillan swallowed hard. As a time traveler, he knew that Blackbeard was unusual. It turned out that there was such a big man living in his body. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Zillan smashed the guy's head with one fist, and he died on the spot. That guy still has the ability to manipulate souls. Zillan looked skeptical. Back then, Rox was also a dark fruit power user. Like Blackbeard, he also had a variety of demon fruit powers, and he had more abilities than Blackbeard. He didn't. Whitebeard reminded, don't forget that besides me and Rox, there was another character that cannot be ignored in the Rox pirate back then. A fat cheek came to mind, and Zillan blurted out, Auntie. Big Mom is a soul fruit capable person, and it is easy to control the soul. Chapter 31. Who else but that woman? She must have known early on that Rox wasn't dead. Whitebeard's face was gloomy, he was cheated badly. Are you going to take it or not? Whitebeard looked at Zillan expectantly. Rox is not only Lao Zi's enemy, he is also your enemy. Once that guy is revived, you will be the first to take revenge. Revenge on me? Zillan frowned, and said disdainfully, in his heyday, he was defeated by his subordinates, not to mention he can only live in Blackbeard's body now. It's like you won alone, Garp and Luoji, Whitebeard corrected. I'm the one who sent him on his way and smashed his head. Zillan argued that it was the brightest moment of his life. I took it. After a while of silence, Zillan was still dragged into the water. In fact, what Whitebeard said makes sense. Once Rox is revived, the former enemy will be the first to be attacked. The headshot demon Zillan must be ranked first. After negotiating, Zillan and Whitebeard shook hands and left immediately. In fact, Zillan still likes Whitebeard quite a lot. After all, he is one of the biggest gods of wealth. Without Whitebeard's great help, his $1 trillion retirement plan would have come early. As for Ace, if you hate it, you hate it, but after thinking about it, it is because of a reckless man like Ace that Zillan can easily make a fortune. Half a day later, Zillan returned to naval headquarters and returned. Although Whitebeard is injured, his combat effectiveness is still amazing. We cannot underestimate him. Zillan reports to Sengoku. I understand, thank you for your hard work. Sengoku heard the battle and nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't kill Whitebeard, at least he taught the Whitebeard pirates a lesson and made Marine famous. Since you still have such combat power, why did you lose to Doflamingo? It's a strange thing, a strange thing. The strange tone sounded, and Zillan's brows froze suddenly. Looking away from the corner of the eye, it was Akainu on the sofa. When people are old, their state fluctuates, and there is nothing to do about it. Sakazuki, at my age, you may not have my current combat power. After all, you in your peak period are a bit behind my peak period, especially in your later years. Zillan casually found an excuse to perfunctory, and then left without saying a word. Marshal Marine is Sengoku, and Akainu is also Admiral. Zillan doesn't take him seriously at all. Sengoku will not abdicate for a day, Akainu will always be a prince. No, in Sengoku's eyes, Aokiji is the true prince, and Akainu is at most a vice prince, commonly known as a spare tire. Most of the Marine executives prefer Aokiji to be the marshal. Damn stinky old man. After returning to the office, Akainu lost his temper. All the things that could be dropped were dropped, and Zillan was not humiliated. Instead, he was ridiculed by that guy, and his mentality exploded. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Akainu took a few deep breaths, his eyes gradually became clear. Come in. Creak. The office door opened, and a dark-skinned man with a more ferocious appearance entered. The comer is called Ghost Spider, Marine Vice Admiral, who is also a hawk within Marine. In order to perform tasks, they don't care even if they hurt their own subordinates. This is very similar to Akainu, because the two people's personalities and styles are very similar, and the Ghost Spider has naturally become a member of the Akainu faction. Sakazuki Admiral, what do you want me to do? Ghost Spider asked. Sneakily go to the G0 base and investigate those guys carefully. You'd better catch the fatal evidence for me. This time, the old man must kick that moth Zillan out of Marine. Akainu growled angrily. Investigate the G0 base. The Ghost Spider's heart almost jumped out. If the general place is okay, the G0 base is the residence of Admiral Zillan. He asked Vice Admiral to investigate. Admiral, isn't this damn playing with fire and setting himself on fire? What, you don't want to? Sengoku stared at him unkindly. This is not true, just in case it is exposed, then. The Ghost Spider looked at Akainu, and the meaning was self-evident. Madness. Akainu reprimanded with a straight face, sometimes, for the sake of justice, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. If you are exposed, I allow you to execute the other party. If you do this, will you offend Zillan Admiral to death? Ghost Spider was still very hesitant. He is a hawk, not a murderer. So what if you offend him? Akainu sneered, as long as the evidence of that guy's crime is caught, Marshal Sengoku will not let him go, and the world government will not tolerate him. Wait until I become the Marine Marshal. Akainu narrowed his eyes, and said seductively, you are my confidant, my right-hand man. It is good. After thinking again and again, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral bit the bullet and took the task this time. Akainu smiled slightly. Zillan, let's see how long you can jump. Chapter 32. Without a long delay at naval headquarters, Zillan set off to return to the G0 base. Whitebeard's offer was too good to refuse. However, it is not easy to kill Blackbeard, who has the soul of rocks, and the 15 billion Baileys are also hot. Fortunately, Zillan has his own plan. Didn't Doflamingo cut the waists of all members of the Blackbeard pirates? Blackbeard must hate him to death, and it is estimated that he will take revenge as soon as possible. Zillan's idea is to make Doflamingo more high profile, so as to attract revenge from the Blackbeard pirates. Half a day later, Zillan returned to the G0 base. The scene I saw was the same as in the past, gambling with money, picking up girls, and the most outrageous thing was that there were a group of Marines and pirates drinking and chatting in broad daylight. This is the normal state of the G0 base. Boss. It's time to send money, Brother Zillan. Brothers have died of poverty recently. Seeing Zillan, the Marines immediately joined in. Zillan was not stingy, and sent hundreds of millions of Baileys with a wave of his hand. This group of brothers all followed their own existence in the past. Money is important, but compared with some things, it still has to be moved back. In Admiral's office, Zillan ordered Kaitong to bring Doflamingo. These days, Doflamingo has been hiding in the G0 base. Because of the relationship with the Black Dragon, the world government and Marine hated him, and Shishibukai's position was also cancelled. As for the pirates, because Doflamingo has too many wastes, the atmosphere in the sea has changed. It used to be the 4 emperors who ruled the new world, but now it has changed the 4 emperors. 4 emperors, of course, is still the original 4 emperors, that emperor is actually Doflamingo. In addition to nicknames such as the Clown and Heavenly Yaksha, now he has another weird nickname, Waste Emperor. Although the reputation has been ranked with the 4 emperors, the strength is hard to say, far from the fighting power of the emperor. He has offended too many people recently, and both Black and White hated him to death. Doflamingo was worried about being targeted, so he hid in the G0 base. What? Let me go out to attract firepower. In the office, Doflamingo has come to report. Hearing Zillan's plan, he was speechless. It's too late to hide from Blackbeard, now let him go out to Zhongyang to pull hatred? What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? This time, I will take good care of you without charging any fees. Zillan snapped, as long as that guy shows up, I promise to kill him. Doflamingo hesitated to speak, rather hesitant. Seeing that the kid still didn't agree, Zillan said lightly, do you want to hide in my G0 base for the rest of your life? Man, you have to go out after all. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, as if he did too. Blackbeard is very strong, but the old man in front of him is Marine Admiral, and another layer of identity is the Dragon of Doom Black Dragon. With such a strong bodyguard, there is no need to worry. Then do as Master Zillan wants. Doflamingo is not worried about Zillan lying to himself, unless Zillan doesn't want the 10 billion Baileys every year. Go back to your dress, Rosa, right away. Remember, be high profile, and treat yourself as the king of the world. Zillan asked again and again. Half an hour later, Doflamingo left. The plan unfolded in an orderly manner, and then, just wait for the fish to take the bait with peace of mind. Having nothing to do, Zillan called Kaitong and asked if there was any big order recently. When he has nothing to do, Zillan always takes on tasks to earn extra money, such as assassination, or destroying a certain country and organization, robbing celestial dragons of the heavenly gold, and so on. To carry out this kind of shady task, Zillan's identity is often a black dragon. Beast's pirates sent a large order of hundreds of billions. Kaitong's words made Zillan's eyes light up. Quickly, what is it? They need Vegapunk. Chi Tong frowned. I want to fart. Zillan curled his lips and said angrily, the guard next to Vegapunk is almost the highest rank in Marine. Polisalino has been around him all year round. Except when he goes out to perform tasks, he usually stays close to him. Besides, once Vegapunk is attacked, there will be other Marine admirals coming to support them. This 100 billion order is not easy to do, so reject them. Kaitong nodded, then sighed, it's a pity, 200 billion Baileys. And many more. Hearing this, Zillan stopped Kaitong, fell silent for a while, and said in a low voice, "Actually, it's up to people, and the defense is a bit stricter, but that's what you said, there is nothing difficult in the world, as long as you have a heart, don't refuse it, just accept it temporarily. Come down." Kaitong glanced at Zillan angrily and amusedly. Once the money is in place, there is nothing that the immediate boss dare not do. Speaking of which, is Vegapunk worth 200 billion pele? Kaitong asked doubtfully, he's just a scientific researcher with pitifully weak force. Of course it's worth it, otherwise do you think Kaido is stupid? Zillan said lightly, the man who claims to be 500 years ahead of humans in thinking is not ordinary. He controls all kinds of cutting-edge technologies, whether it is man-made devil fruit or pacifist, or the secretly developed Marine Special Class SSG. This man led it. With him, we are one step closer to Kaido's dream of conquering the world. People say that dreams are priceless, and it is vividly reflected in Kaido. The Beast's pirates are not as rich as the Whitebeard pirates, and the 200 billion Baileys almost emptied the family. Chapter 33. In the Wanukuni chapter in the original book, Kurozumai Orokai was not interested in world government's bargaining chips, so he proposed to trade Vegapunk, but CP0 at the time rejected it, and they felt that the deal was too ridiculous. Because Vegapunk is priceless. Just when Zillan and Kaitong were discussing how to deal with Vegapunk, there was also a chaotic battle in a certain direction on the sea. Because the Ghost Spider received Akainu's order to secretly investigate the evidence of the violation of the G0 base. Not to mention, he really found it. As soon as he arrived, he saw Doflamingo. The Ghost Spider hurriedly ordered his men to take pictures, and then prepared to return to naval headquarters. Sadly, Doflamingo stopped him not long after he left. There was also a fierce battle between the two sides. Don't look at Doflamingo's cowardice in the face of Blackbeard, Kaido, and others. If you let him clean up Marine Vice Admiral, you will be terrified. The battle ended in half an hour. Ghost Spider lost to Heavenly Yaksha, regrettably lost. Doflamingo also scoured the photos that were about to be sent to naval headquarters. Doflamingo felt that something was wrong, and immediately returned the same way. A Marine Vice Admiral, it is impossible to have the courage to investigate Admiral, there must be instructions from above. Doflamingo speculates that someone probably wants to get rid of Zillan. In order to avoid accidents with the Master and Son, and no one will cover him in the future, Doflamingo told Zillan the details. It's kind of interesting, it's actually coming for me. In the office, Doflamingo was standing in front of Zillan, but the Ghost Spider was bound by chains, as if he was the pirate. Mr. Zillan, you are the mainstay of Marine, why did you get together with the pirates? Ghost Spider scolded angrily. Stupid, your vision is too shallow. Zillan retorted, the world government can make deals with pirates, why can't I? Isn't this a typical example that only state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? World government not only has a deal with Wanukuni, but also has a close relationship with redheads, who can even freely come and go to Marie Joyce. Who sent you to spy on me? Zillan asked lightly. Humph, I won't have another word with the marine traitor. Ghost Spider turned his head, but he was also a tough guy, if you have the guts, kill me. Zillan chuckled, and walked up to the Ghost Spider, actually, if you don't tell me, I can guess who it is. Among the Marines, you and Sakazuki are the closest, and I don't get along with that guy. Sakazuki sent you, right? That brat. Ghost Spider didn't say a word, his face froze slightly. Seeing this, Zillan is almost certain. Or. Doflamingo made a gesture of wiping his neck. What do you mean, let me kill my colleagues? Zillan glared at Doflamingo in dissatisfaction, no matter what, the Ghost Spider is my colleague, and I will not kill him. Even if he is not kind, I can't kill him ruthlessly. Hearing this, the Ghost Spider looked at Zillan again. A head of withered but very beautiful white hair, wrinkles on his cheeks, full of the vicissitudes of the years. In fact, most Marines have admiration for this legendary Marine. Including Ghost Spider. Mr. Zillan. The Ghost Spider paused. Zillan was not willing to kill him, which showed that his conscience was still alive. When the ghost spider was about to persuade Zillan to turn around, Zillan spoke first. "Anyway, it's Marine Vice Admiral. It's a pity to kill it. Wouldn't it be nice to sell it? Clown, hurry up and take this guy to the human auction house for sale. You can get a 50% discount." Ghost Spider was stunned, and immediately cursed, "I bought a watch last year." That evening, Doflamingo returned to dress Rosa. He followed Zillan's request, high profile to the end. Immediately the explosive news was published in the newspapers. He will be auctioning off various rare devil fruits. There are also top slaves, including a Marine Vice Admiral. By the way, a photo of the ghost spider is also published. To top it off, he also sold a few special items in order to coordinate Zillan's arrest of Blackbeard. The frozen kidneys appeared majestically in the newspapers. There is also a copy below to explain, Marshal D. Teach's kidney. And the kidneys of Shiryu and others will be put up for auction. In fact, this thing is useless at all, and it can't be sold for a few dollars, and Doflamingo is not lacking. He is mainly to cooperate with Zillan to kill Blackbeard. When the news spread around the world, the sea boiled again. Selling Marine Vice Admiral at human auction? This is rubbing Marine's dignity under the ground. Probably no one would dare to buy it. Of course, except for some crazy pirates, in order to tease a wave of Marines, maybe there are pirates who dare to buy the ghost spider. When Sengoku learned of the situation, he was furious and threatened to kill Doflamingo at all costs. In addition to Marine, there is another group of people who are furious, the Blackbeard pirates. Doflamingo, the son of ABCH, cut off Laozi's kidney. "I haven't settled with you yet, you still have to go ahead and put it up for auction, unforgivable." Somewhere in the New World, Blackbeard tore up newspapers in a rage. "Little ones, go to dress Rosa right now. Take back our waists and kill Doflamingo." Chapter 34. Zillan, it must be that damn Zillan, he did it. Knowing that his younger brother was about to be auctioned off, Akainu was furious and felt ashamed. For this, he even took the initiative to find Sengoku. However, "How dare you investigate Marine Admiral without my permission? Sakazuki, are you a stupid pig? You are not qualified to issue this kind of order, remember it clearly for me, this old man is the Marine Marshal." Sengoku's thunderous roar resounded throughout naval headquarters. If this kind of thing is not handled properly, it may cause civil strife among admirals. Akainu was scolded so badly that he didn't dare to open his mouth to refute when he spit on his face. Both Blackbeard and Marine are determined to wipe out Doflamingo once and for all. This BD is too hateful. Marine's side dispatched Akainu and Garp. Even if they encountered Doflamingo's big brother Black Dragon, they could fight. As for the Blackbeard pirates, it was easy. Blackbeard personally led the companions who were killed by karma to kill them. For a time, the whole of Dress Rosa was clouded. Doflamingo also smelled the smell of war, and called Zillan immediately. "Why panic? This is exactly what I want to see." In the extravagant palace, Zillan has arrived. He was completely black with dragon scales all over him, and he still appeared in the second form of a black dragon. "Big brother, Marine's Garp and Akainu are here, they really want to kill me." Doflamingo's voice was full of complaints, and the auction of Marine directly angered Sengoku. "With me here, you are safe and sound." He long promised lightly, and said so, but his heart was gloomy for a while, and he felt a little pressure rarely. If they are singled out, neither Garp nor Akainu are afraid, but if they are besieged together, there is still suspense. "That's good." Doflamingo let out a foul breath. He could see that if he offended so many people, if he didn't hug the black dragon's thigh well, he would die every minute without a whole body. At nightfall, Doflamingo arranged the most luxurious accommodation for the black dragon. In order to ensure that he had a good night, he also sent 2 girls in the family, Baby 5 and Violet. One is in charge of washing feet and the other is in charge of massaging. The up and down match is perfect. That night, the Black Dragon left their lands and lands. At dawn the next day, there were many warships from all over the world. Some of them came for slaves. Some are purely for fun. Others are for devil fruit. At noon the next day, the auction officially started. The large venue was already full of people. The host impassionedly drove the rhythm of the scene, and each product was sold out quickly. When the ghost spider was sold, the atmosphere on the scene reached a small climax. Those princes and nobles did not dare to bid, and the pirates had no scruples. Ghost Spider was bought by 600 million Bailey, who was also a new world boss. After tens of minutes, the last few items began to be sold, as well as the kidneys of Blackbeard and others. These kidneys are all covered by Laozi's 100 million Baileys. The mysterious man in black got up angrily. This person is Blackbeard. He came to dress Rosa early and was smart enough not to go to the trouble of going to Doflamingo in the first place. After the last battle, he knew that the boss behind Doflamingo was Black Dragon, and he still remembered that guy's combat effectiveness. Even with the soul of rocks in his body, he may not be able to beat the Black Dragon. Blackbeard has been waiting for an opportunity. He heard that Marine is also coming. When Marine and the Black Dragon fight, he will stand up and take the opportunity to make trouble. However, to Blackbeard's dismay, Marine didn't do anything until the auction was over. Blackbeard also held his own waist and wept silently. Back then, Doflamingo didn't take anesthesia for his waist, and he cried for his father and mother because of the pain, which he will never forget. Teach. Marine is approaching. A hoarse voice resounded in his heart. Blackbeard looked up, and there was no Marine in the surrounding streets. I felt it. My observation Haki found that 10 kilometers away under the sea, the Marine battleship was approaching rapidly. They came here with the coding. The scale has reached 40 ships, and it is estimated that they intend to completely destroy Dressrosa. Rocks came one by one, and Blackbeard clicked his tongue inwardly. Is this the full strength of rocks? Even if only the soul is left, you can still feel the situation 10 kilometers away. If it is at its peak. As for the Black Dragon, for some reason, I always feel that he is very familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Rox was very puzzled, and said slowly, it's a good thing you didn't do anything during the auction, the Black Dragon just happened to be there, he's here. Rox's voice suddenly changed, and Blackbeard was even more taken aback, looking around nervously. In the sky. Rox reminded loudly. Blackbeard looked up, the void was dim, and the sky was covered by the large body of the flying dragon. He was completely black, with purple patterns all over his body, and the evil and deep dragon eyes looked down on him. Chapter 35. Hello, 15 billion Baileys walking. The dragon's chant shook the sky, resounding over the huge Dressrosa. Black Dragon. Fear appeared on Blackbeard's face. He was beaten out of psychological shadow by the overwhelming defeat last time. However, he remembered that there was still a Rock's soul in his body, and he regained his confidence. Don't be arrogant, the last time you lost, it's just that Laozi didn't play hard, this time it may not be so. Yes. Xilan opened his mouth slowly, then last time, why didn't you take it seriously? Are you afraid of being seen by me? This guy really has a problem. The Rock's soul in Blackbeard's body was getting more and more confused. Hearing this tone, he was clearly aware of his existence. But in his era, none of the strongest people he fought against was named Xilan. Luoji, Garp, Sengoku, Ilong, these are the only ones who can fight him. As for Golden Lion and Whitebeard and others, they were still their own people at that time. Big Mom hasn't risen yet. As for Kaido, he's even a low-level trainee crew member. Old man, lend me your strength. Blackbeard yelled. Rox didn't hesitate, although he couldn't figure out who the Black Dragon was, there was always an aura about him that disgusted him. Take it, teach. The majestic soul power turned into pure power and spread in Blackbeard's limbs and bones. For Blackbeard, a rising star, Rox is still very optimistic, successfully inheriting his will, and is willing to help him find a suitable body for resurrection. That's why Rox is willing to help Blackbeard. Boom boom boom. The violent force like a gust of wind exploded from Blackbeard's body. A pillar of dark light rose above his head, reaching straight into the sky, and the meaning of destruction was lingering on it. Even the Black Dragon chose to retreat temporarily. It's no wonder that Guy Whitebeard lost, it's not just as simple as being several times stronger. Hilong's expression was serious. with a seriousness that hadn't been seen in many years. Looking around, the entire Dressrosa has been wrapped in dark fog. It seems that the entire island has turned into a large black hole, and the black mist is swallowing everything. But who do you think Lao Zi is? The black dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing its sawtooth-like fangs, and the dark power condensed in its mouth, the roar of the black dragon. The dark energy more terrifying than Blackbeard's head pressed down, and the entire sky trembled. Blackbeard didn't hesitate at all, he condensed a huge ball of dark energy between his fingers, and the front was hard steel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When two unprecedented forces collided, the sky exploded instantly, and a sea of flames with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers burned in the air. Swish! The black dragon ignored the existence of the flames, shuttled down from it, and came to the top of Blackbeard's head in a single thought, and swept towards Blackbeard with its raised claws. Pooh! Even though armament haki was entangled all over his body, Blackbeard's skin was torn apart, and his whole body was almost torn apart. Wow! Ah ah ah! Blackbeard screamed. Although dark fruit is powerful and heaven-defying, it bears double the pain. Back to you. Regardless of the pain in his body, Blackbeard jumped up vigorously and punched the black dragon's head domineeringly. Boom, crack. Entangling darkness and armament haki's fist crushed the dragon scales on the spot, and the overbearing force crushed the rough skin. The black dragon's pupils flickered for a moment, and a monstrous anger burst out from the eyes. He was hurt by the beating, and he hasn't felt this way for many years. Chi's bloody mouth opened directly, spitting at Blackbeard ferociously, as if to eat him whole. This lunatic! Blackbeard was so frightened that his legs became weak, and he immediately retreated, dodging back hundreds of meters. Can I run? The black dragon's wings swayed wildly, and the super wind and waves comparable to a 10-level typhoon raged away. Its wide body approached Blackbeard in an instant, and its giant mouth swallowed it again. Pooh! Wow! There was another wave of hysterical screams. Half of Blackbeard's body was bitten through by the black dragon. The fangs were like steel nails, piercing deeply into the flesh, and even the bones were crushed. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts Lao Zi to death, stop it! Blackbeard swayed his body, struggling like a lunatic, desperately mobilizing the power of darkness to bombard the black dragon's body. He didn't understand why dark fruit was clearly the natural enemy of ability users, why this guy's fighting power was still beyond the charts. I was wrong, please let me go. Seeing that the black dragon refused to let go, Blackbeard was scared, and if he went on like this, he would be bitten to death sooner or later. By the way, you just said that I am 15 billion Pele? As long as you let me go, I will give you 30 billion Pele. Blackbeard begged for mercy. Hearing this, the black dragon sneered, who is fooling? Blackbeard is so poor that he can't even afford a boat, and he still uses broken wooden rafts to get around the waves. That's it. The black dragon's upper and lower jaws exerted strength at the same time, biting Blackbeard's flesh tightly, and then yanked its mouth violently. Pooh! Blackbeard was split in two on the spot, the half of his body from his right shoulder to his right abdomen was torn off alive. Inside the dragon's mouth, there was a large piece of rotten meat in its mouth, and broken organs could still be vaguely seen. Chapter 36. This is the end. Doflamingo, who watched the battle from a distance, was shocked. Ever since he knew that the black dragon was Zillan, he knew that this man was the strongest existence in the world. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, stand aside compared to Zillan. However, it is a bit too much to tyrannize Blackbeard, who is at least admiral level, with such destructive power. Ha 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 ha, that's it? Is it at this level? The arrogant laughter is like a nightmare, oppressing everyone's heart. The dark dragon roams unscrupulously in the air, patrolling the world like the king of the sky. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth, and the beam of destruction descended mightily again, the roar of the black dragon. Give me your body, Teach! Rox urged, otherwise we are all going to die. Blackbeard was silent and didn't rush to agree. Even though his whole body was bleeding profusely, he didn't just hand over the right to use his body to Rox. This is not a joke, maybe Blackbeard will not be called Blackbeard. Idiot, you are still hesitating at this time, do you want to die? Rocks cursed angrily, think about your dreams, are you willing to die in such a place where no shit? Blackbeard gritted his teeth, here you are. In fact, Blackbeard has always been wary of rocks. This guy is a devil in human skin, and he might be taken away. Although Rocks has been urging Blackbeard to help him find a body, the one that really matches him is Blackbeard's body. Because both of them are aliens, and both are multi-ability users. But under the current situation, Blackbeard had to compromise. At his level, even with the power of Rocks, there was nothing he could do about Zillan. Wow, ha 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 ha. The next moment, sharp and piercing laughter erupted, and a thick black-purple mist was released from the body of Blackbeard. These so-called dense fogs, under his exquisite control, actually materialized, turning into an unprecedented giant. Break! Blackbeard roared, and the giant sword in the dark giant's hand slashed down from the sky. Pooh! The light beam, which is enough to collapse an island, tore along the middle and passed by the dark giant. This is... Seeing this move, the Black Dragon's pupils were extremely shocked. Dark, Shadow Emperor. Back then, Zillan used the trick of Tyrannosaurus and Rocks to head. He is very familiar with the power of this move. When the knife goes down, the sea will split and the island will collapse. A full blow can severely damage Marine Admiral. This is not a good time. The eyes of the Black Dragon shrank suddenly. If he used the Tyrannosaurus, his identity would be exposed. Ha ha ha, have you been persuaded? Weren't you very arrogant just now? The sneer of Blackbeard came from inside the dark giant. The Black Dragon had a cold face. He knew that Rocks had replaced Blackbeard at this moment. The Shadow Emperor's move is not something that Blackbeard can use at all, at least not at the moment. It is Dark Fruit's awakening level big move. Listen, little Tyrannosaurus, there is only one way in front of you, surrender. Blackbeard rebelliously said, at present, the only ones who can fight against me in this sea are Garp and Zillan. As for you, what are you? Be my little brother obediently. Hearing this, the Black Dragon has a weird expression, can't you really see that I am the Zillan you are talking about? He should not last long in this state. The Black Dragon glanced at the minced meat on the ground, even though his face was completely changed, he could still see the remains of his heart. For now, it's probably just a flashback. Would you like to be my subordinate? Blackbeard asked aloud. Give me 10 billion Baileys, and I'll be your father. Black Dragon joked. Court death. Blackbeard was furious, and the dark giant's sword swept forward, and the darkness scattered on the blade would kill you if you touched it. Seeing this, the Black Dragon roared and shot 2 consecutive shots. Boom! Boom! A huge fireball exploded on the giant's sword with astonishing power, and the dark giant, which was hundreds of meters high, backed up again and again. Dare to resist! Blackbeard was furious, and controlled the dark giant to punch him from the air. Boom! Ultimate's Conqueror's haki exploded on the dragon's head, and the dragon scales on the entire face shattered in an instant. Xilan was dizzy for a while, blood was in the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still as sharp as lightning. Call out! He ignored the injuries on his body, and his huge body slammed straight into the dark giant. Haha, you idiot, you took the initiative to come to the door and give it away. Blackbeard grinned loudly, and the black giant sword slashed down. The black giant blade was about to split Setsuna's head, and the black dragon disappeared with a swish. Rocks! Boom! A heavy force struck from behind, and the huge body of the dark giant instantly tilted and fell towards the sea. This BD can also travel through space. Blackbeard almost vomited blood, looking at the sea behind him, feeling a chill in his heart. Bang, bang! The sea splashed waves hundreds of meters high, and the dark giant was completely swallowed by the sea. Chapter 37. The Black Dragon approached the sea, looking at the deathly silent sea level, and waited for a while, but Blackbeard did not climb up for a long time. It should be time to return to the light, and the heart is gone. The Black Dragon murmured. Pirates are like this. When they are about to die, they don't know how to play people's dying, and their words are good. They will only become more and more extreme, holding the idea that they have to rely on their backs when they die. He tidied up Blackbeard's broken heart, and when the time came, he would ask Whitebeard for 30 billion Baileys with this thing. In the cold and dead sea, Blackbeard's corpse kept falling, gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, and sank into the foul-smelling mud. Half of his body was torn apart, including the heart. Most people would have died long ago and couldn't die anymore. But Blackbeard's broken body now glowed with majestic vitality, and new granulation sprouted from the tattered wound. And there was a bang 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 sound coming out of the body. It was from the beating of the heart, very strong. Blackbeard was called alien by Marco. The fundamental reason is that he has two hearts, which is the biggest secret of Blackbeard, no one knows. 10 minutes later, Blackbeard's body recovered, and those evil eyes opened again. Rocks, it's none of your business now, you can return control of your body to me. Blackbeard urged eagerly. Teach, this place is deep in the sea. With your strength, can you survive here? Rocks sneered, within 5 minutes, you'll be drowned. But I'm different. My strength is far superior to yours. The sea water has little effect on me. Rocks said darkly, it won't be too late to hand over my body to you after I escape from the sea. Humph, in my opinion, you just fell in love with Laozi's body, bring it back to me. Blackbeard roared, and his consciousness crazily rushed into Rock's consciousness. And Rocks stopped pretending at this moment, and said with a strange smile, since you already know, don't say it, it hurts my feelings, after all, I have been in your body for many years, and I have to thank you. Blackbeard was desperate. He could hold Rocks in the past, but now he was severely injured, and the dominance of his body had fallen into Rock's hands. Teach, if you want me to return to the peak as quickly as possible to avenge you, I'm afraid you need to sacrifice a little bit, how about? Let's fuse our souls. No. Blackbeard yelled in panic. The consciousness of the two began to bite and devour each other, and it was obviously Rocks who had the upper hand, and his black consciousness was getting bigger and bigger. In comparison, Blackbeard is getting smaller and smaller, no matter in terms of combat experience, personal strength, or even courage, he is left behind by the Rocks by 10 blocks. Minutes later, the scramble was over, with the Rocks winning and taking full control of Blackbeard's body. Teach, you should be happy to be a part of my power. When I become the king of the world, you will share the glory with me. Blackbeard's legs, oh no, it should be Rocks now. The legs swayed slightly, leaving the deep sea at an astonishing speed. Wait for me, my former enemies, when I recover, tremble at my feet again. The deep sea has always been a paradise for large sea kings. At this moment, a group of coated warships surrounded Rosa silently from all directions. It was the marine fleet led by Garp and Akainu. In the cabin of a battleship, Garp is drunk and drunk. Vice Admiral Garp, stop drinking, you are going to dress Rosa to fight the enemy soon, you are a marine hero. The lieutenants yelled in concern. At this moment, Garp was sitting in the big wine jar, soaked in alcohol, his face was as red as a monkey's butt. Huh? Marine hero? Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed wildly, don't tell me, I almost forgot, so I'm still a marine, ha ha ha. His laughter is full of sadness, despair, heartache, and endless anger. He has dedicated himself to the marine. He has made great contributions to marine and arrested countless pirates in his life. But so what? His grandson Ace was not about to be executed, but fortunately he was robbed by the Black Dragon in the end. His other grandson, Luffy, currently a slave to the Celestial Dragons, has been tortured beyond recognition. After Garp learned about it, he went to ask for Luffy, but was rejected on the grounds that Straw Hat Luffy is a pirate. Sengoku also kept silent on this matter. In fact, he also tried hard, but the Charles Ross family who bought Luffy were still unwilling to let him go. Who made Luffy beat them up in Sabayati Archipelago? The 5 elders also rejected Garp. If Luffy didn't make a big mistake, they don't mind selling Garp a face. After all, it is Marine's merit. It's a pity that Luffy attacked the Celestial Dragons, and it was a shame not to kill them on the spot. This also caused Garp to become disheartened with Marine and question his lifelong beliefs. Even from the bottom of his heart, he had begun to loathe Marine. To put it bluntly, what kind of shit marine hero is a dog from Celestial Dragons? Chapter 38. I'm really useless, I'm a coward. Garp burst into tears suddenly, heartbroken. He could obviously rob, beat up the celestial dragons, and wander Tianya with his grandson. However, Garp has never been able to take a step. The word marine is like a thunder pool, he dare not go beyond it. Vice Admiral Garp. A guard came running with a phone bug. Sakazuki Admiral is calling. Sakazuki, hi, this kid was very much in favor of killing Ace before. Garp's eyes were deep, and the hostility was fleeting. He has been disappointed with Marine, and he has other ideas for this mission. Bring me the phone bug. Garp waved to the adjutant, and the old guy pressed the connection button. What's the matter, Sakazuki? Garp's voice was indifferent, like a machine. Akainu frowned slightly, feeling like he was shot while lying down. In fact, considering Akainu's style of doing things, he even thinks that Garp should be arrested. Garp is obviously a way of teaching his sons. His son is the boss of the Revolutionary Army, and both grandsons are FG pirates. The genes of criminals flow. We're going to dress Rosa soon, the black dragon is hovering in the sky, let's kill him together. Akainu preaches ambitiously. Garp nodded expressionlessly, I understand. Ha! After speaking, Garp hung up the phone bug and refused to continue communicating with Akainu. You old BD, what are you being so arrogant about? When this old man becomes the Marine Marshal and dares to talk to me like this, I'll let you retire right away. Akainu cursed viciously. In view of the danger of the Black Dragon, he also made a detailed attack plan, but the old man Garp didn't give him a chance to perform it. Did you find it? On Garp's battleship, he asked Kirby, his confidant. I found it. Have you really thought about it carefully? Once you take this step, there is no turning back. Kaba said with a complicated expression. He might have to witness a generation of legendary Marine go astray. They are ruthless and can't blame me for being ungrateful. Criminals don't deserve sympathy. Family members are different. Garp's voice was agitated, his skin flushed. Taking the phone bug in Kirby's hand, he said in a deep voice, Doflamingo, I'm Garp. Phew 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 phew. The Marine hero called a wanted criminal wanted by the government, which is really surprising. Doflamingo was rather curious about Garp's purpose. Go away, the old man is not interested in talking to you, so give the phone bug to the Black Dragon. Garp said forcefully. Doflamingo was furious, you. What are you? You have delayed the important event, be careful that the Black Dragon peels your skin. Garp warned coldly. Old man, don't get carried away. Doflamingo roared aggrievedly, his legs were very honest, and he sent the phone bug non-stop. There must be some big secret involved in this. If the delay passes, the Black Dragon boss may really kill him. At the port on the southeast side of Dressrosa, the Black Dragon's observation haki covers a radius of tens of kilometers. Even if the marine is coded, it is still hundreds of meters deep in the sea, and it is impossible to avoid his perception. He even knew that Garp and Akainu were leading the way. The Black Dragon is already planning to retreat, and there is no need to fight Akainu and Garp to the end for the time being. Brother! Doflamingo rushed over with the phone bug, and the Black Dragon looked at him suspiciously. Why haven't you withdrawn yet? I'm going to leave. Dressrosa couldn't hold it anymore, and the Black Dragon had ordered Doflamingo to give up. It's Marine hero Garp calling. Doflamingo spoke truthfully. Garp. The Black Dragon froze for a moment. It would be normal if he was Admiral Zillan now, but he is currently the Black Dragon who is doing all kinds of evil and even dares to sell celestial dragons and Marine Vice Admiral. Bring it. Heilong's eyes flashed, and he immediately took the call bug. Yo, old guy. The old man wants to make a deal with you. Garp got straight to the point as soon as he came up, and the Black Dragon's eyes were strange, which felt extraordinarily unreal. In Marine, Garp's stand is considered one of the most firm. Right now, it seems that he intends to betray? How could the Black Dragon not be surprised, and murmured to himself, it seems that Luffy became a slave, which made Garp very disappointed with the world government and Marine. Speak, old man, I'm listening. Heilong said expectantly. You are certainly strong, but if I join forces with Sakazuki, you can only lose. Garp's eyes were bright and he was extremely confident. Although I don't like Akainu very much, it is undeniable that Akainu's strength is bursting, and he is also among the best among admirals. Defeat. Xilan sneered and said, Old Hanpi, how dare you say that? You. Garp frowned instantly, and Zillan also called him old fool. Coincidence? If you're just here to show off, there's nothing to talk about between us. Xilan was downhearted and was about to hang up the phone bug when Garp's words made his eyes shine. How about we take down Sakazuki together? Chapter 39. Are you going to fight Akainu with me? Black Dragon asked curiously. Garp was silent, and then sighed after a while, I won't make a move, the old man can't completely abandon Marine yet. Then how do you help me? Black Dragon asked. If you deal with Akainu alone, what is your chance of winning? Garp asked back. Ha ha. The Black Dragon sneered, with disdain on his face, just Akainu? Don't ask, it's 100%. It is also in consideration of the fact that the Black Dragon is too heaven-defying that Marine dispatched 2 top experts. I play passively, Garp explained. Hey, that's fine too. The Black Dragon smiled strangely, Akainu is about to hit the street, and Garp is going to be an actor. Look at his performance during the Summit War. As a Marine hero, he was beaten by Luffy in the end, it is simply funny. By the way, when Akainu loses the battle and sells him, wouldn't it make a lot of money? Selling Marine Admiral at a human auction is FG exciting to think about. After all, it was a starting price of 4 or 5 billion yuan. What do I need to pay? Zillan asked after calming down. Celestial dragons. This old man's identity is sensitive, so it's inconvenient to make a move. You get back my grandson Luffy. Garp stated his conditions. Not many dare to take a shot against celestial dragons, and Black Dragon is definitely one of them. Speaking of which, I sold your grandson to celestial dragons. The Black Dragon said slowly, don't you hate me? That's right, I hate you to death because of Luffy, but you rescued Ace before. This old man is a person with clear grievances, I must thank you for this, and we will not owe each other in the future. Garp added, so, this time it's just a fair trade. In that case, I will cooperate with you. 10 minutes later, the Marine battleship officially began to float. Suddenly dozens of warships appeared on the sea, and apart from anything else, it was a fierce shelling aimed at Rosa. 40 warships fired at the same time, much more brutal than Buster Call. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs poured down all over the sky, and in just a few minutes, Rosa was reduced to a sea of flames and a purgatory on Earth. On the island, people screamed everywhere. Attack! With a big wave of Akainu's hand, the battleship immediately began to charge, rushing to the shore at the fastest speed. As Admiral, Akainu took the lead. Meteor volcano. Countless magma fists flew into the sky, and immediately fell from the sky, striking Rosa critically. Akainu is so cruel, he doesn't care if there are civilians or not. Rosa is a den of thieves, and the civilians staying here are also thieves. Boom boom boom. In the center of the city, a terrifying shock wave suddenly rose. It spread around like a stormy sea. The Marine soldiers who charged were foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground one after another. Even the falling meteorite flame fist was scattered in the air. Even a veteran on the battlefield like Akainu felt a chill in his heart. What a strong conqueror's haki, Doflamingo is not at this level, could it be? Akainu looked up, and as expected, the Dark Dragon was already looking down on him from the sky. Black Dragon. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Akainu was full of anger, and angrily said, "Sell Marine Vice Admiral at the human auction house, I will kill you today." After finishing speaking, Akainu glanced at Garp behind him, "Let's go together." Shave. Akainu took the lead in attacking, and immediately flew in front of the Black Dragon, punching his head hard. Dark Hound. The lava fist whizzed away, fast and extremely powerful. In the original book, Akainu used this move to severely injure Whitebeard. Small tricks. The Black Dragon sneered, and opened its mouth to spray. The roar of the Black Dragon. Boom boom boom. The sky exploded on the spot, and the dark energy easily annihilated the magma, smashing it into pieces, and countless magmas were scattered in the void, like fireworks. However, the attack failed, and Akainu showed a strange smile on his face. The black dragon aimed at itself with all its strength, tantamount to exposing the rear completely, and in this way, it would be impossible to guard against Garp. Akainu subconsciously looked at the back of the black dragon, and his face turned black. Where's the person? Yes, he didn't see Garp. If he launched a sneak attack just now, it would be 100% successful. He looked away and finally saw Garp in the rear. Focus on the rear. Garp is standing on the deck, commanding many marines to rescue the wounded. Vice Admiral Garp. Akainu almost spat out old blood. Marshal Sengoku sent you here to fight alongside Laozi. What the hell are you doing? What's wrong, Sakazuki? Garp looked at him suspiciously. Why didn't you sneak attack just now? Such a good opportunity. Akainu said angrily, the back of the black dragon is exposed, you can completely injure him with your strength. Nanny, is there such a tactic? You didn't say it. Garp spread his hands innocently, remember to tell me in advance next time, the old man is getting old, and his brain is not as good as you young people. Ah poof. Akainu's face turned green, does this need to be said? Also, before Laozi wanted to discuss some tactics with you, but you just hung up our phone. Don't be angry, Sakazuki, this time the old man will attack from the front. Garp opened his collar and threw off Marine's cloak, his face full of sternness. He stared at the black dragon fiercely. Next, the old man has to be serious. Akainu looked at him motionless and nodded silently. Chapter 40. At this moment, Garp, no matter the layman or the insider, can see that he exudes the aura of a peerless powerhouse. Even the black dragon thinks Garp is getting serious. Although it's acting, it doesn't mean it's bad. Akainu's sharp and brutal eyes once again focused on the black dragon. Once there was a flaw, he would attack without hesitation. Shave. Garp suddenly disappeared. Doflamingo is watching the battle on the high platform of the palace, watching the big guys fighting, detached from the world. It is very interesting. However, the goblet that was about to be delivered to his mouth stopped, and he looked at Garp, who was close at hand, and his punching punch the size of a sandbag. Doflamingo's pupils dilated and he became grey and lifeless. He was dumbfounded. This kind of high-end game should not have my role. The old man is your opponent, Doflamingo. Boom. Doflamingo took a hard punch and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Akainu was stunned by this operation. You stared at the black dragon fiercely, but it was Doflamingo who was beaten? Damn it, it was supposed to be a fierce fight, but Garp turned into a hilarious comedian. I'm distracted. A demonic moan resounded behind him, and Akainu suddenly felt uncomfortable, and magma rushed to his body for defense. To be honest, Garp's coquettish operation did not attract the attention of the black dragon, but made Akainu stunned for a while, so that the black dragon could take advantage of it now. Pooh! Ignoring the hot lava, the sharp dragon claws forcibly tore Akainu's back. A look of ultimate pain suddenly appeared on his face. The hatred in Akainu's heart, damn it, this credit belongs to Garp. Garp assists +1. Great eruption. Akainu, who was furious, turned around and sent out a heavy punch. The magma was as huge as a mountain and melted the earth. Seeing this, the black dragon flapped its wings and flew high to avoid the attack of the magma. The hurt Akainu's eyes were scarlet, and he waved his arms hundreds of times crazily. Meteor volcano. The endless torrent of magma rushed straight into the sky, and the whole sky was crimson. The corners of the black dragon's lips curved contemptuously, and each dragon scale shone with a black light that belonged to metal. The next moment, emission armament haki burst out. Bang bang bang! Before the magma touched the black dragon, it exploded into brilliant sparks in the air. Magma Kid, it's 10 years too early to challenge Laozi at your level. The dragon's chant spread all over the sky and resounded through the world, as if it could penetrate into the bone marrow and embed itself in the soul. Akainu gritted his teeth. With his strength, there was really nothing he could do about this big dark Tyrannosaurus. His eyes turned to Garp subconsciously. Only the two could join hands to take down the dragon. It's okay if you don't look at it, but Brother Quan's mentality collapsed again when he saw it. Boom! Doflamingo's condensed string hit Garp's abdomen, and the old guy screamed and fell into the sea under the watchful eyes of countless people. "Old man, give me enough time, he's just a shishibukai." Akainu couldn't stand it anymore, and roared towards the sea. "Your uncle, Doflamingo, and you are the same coffee? With Garp's strength, Doflamingo is a ball." What's wrong?" "Something's wrong, that's Garp." Doflamingo himself was also stunned. The blow just now seemed powerful, but it actually couldn't hurt a big guy like Garp. It is difficult to break the defense. As a result, Garp vomited blood from the beating, and screamed like a husky, giving the illusion of being maimed. The punch that Garp sneaked into Doflamingo just now was a deadly place in the head. At that time, Doflamingo felt that he could prepare for the funeral. Who knew that there was no smoke and no injuries? He stood up as if nothing happened, and severely hit Garp with his backhand. Could it be? Doflamingo is also a smart person, and immediately remembered that the Black Dragon old Yamato Garp seemed to have a deal, probably on purpose. Last time, Zillan was smashed by him on purpose. The old thing Garp can't be counted on, I can only rely on the old man to give it a go. Akainu took a deep breath, his eyes became more determined. He is not only the absolute hawk of Marine, but also the Iron Man among the Iron Men, with a rough body and extremely resistant to beating. In the original book, Summit War was beaten so badly, that's just bleeding, it's not a big deal. It's pretty persistent, it's awesome. The Black Dragon looked Akainu up and down. Among the several admirals in Marine, this guy's ability to resist punching was indeed unique. However, the more like this, the better. A macho like you who is durable and physically strong must like it very much. That woman has always wanted to buy me an excellent man for breeding. I think you are too suitable, Akainu." The Black Dragon's eyes glowed green, even Akainu trembled. The brain's uncontrollable automatic filling of the stimulating picture immediately caused a cold war. "Today either you die or I die, there is no other result." Akainu said viciously, all the pores of his body were opened, and the magma erupted unscrupulously. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The endless expansion of magma seems to swallow the whole dress Rosa. Let you see the ultimate profound meaning of this old man. Akainu looked ferocious. This is a trick he developed many years ago, summoning a large amount of magma, and then merging it into his body, erupting a world-killing combat power. Condensation. Akainu drank loudly, and the scattered magma quickly gathered towards him, and his body swelled accordingly. Boom! There was a loud noise from the sea, and Garp rose from the depths of the sea. Because the strength was too strong, a tsunami hundreds of meters high was rolled up. Hula la la! The seawater passes through, and the magma suddenly extinguishes. Garp assist +2. Chapter 41. In fact, the current situation is the same as Marine expected. From the beginning, I thought about 2v1, relying on the advantage in numbers to win. Now, it's 2 vs 1, with Black Dragon and Garp playing Akainu 1. "Are you alright, Sakazuki?" Garp stared at Akainu worriedly, saw his face livid, as if mourning, and asked concerned, "Are you hurt? The expression is too ugly. Did you do it on purpose?" Akainu held back his anger. Once he got angry, it would be a civil war between him and Garp, not to mention killing the Black Dragon. He might be captured alive and auctioned off as a slave. "The old man doesn't understand what you mean." Garp looked at him in confusion, rubbed his stomach immediately, and explained, "Doflamingo's blow really hurt the old man. I fell into the sea. If I didn't break out and charge up with all my strength, I might have been drowned. Sakazuki, you work hard, let me help you hold Doflamingo." Shave. Garp flashed again and started a new round of mutual assistance with Doflamingo. Akainu grinned back angrily, "Need Garp to hold Doflamingo? Funny or not, that guy is here," and Akainu said that a few lava punches will do it. "What about your big move?" The Black Dragon joked, looking at the magma rocks everywhere. He laughed loudly. "Marine Admiral's tricks are really mysterious and unpredictable, to tell you the truth, I didn't see where it is so powerful. Akainu panted like a bull after being humiliated, and said angrily, don't be complacent, even if Garp gets in the way, I won't let you off lightly. With a slam of the arm forward, a hound made entirely of magma flew over. The dog gnaws the red lotus. This move was quite astonishing. The hunting dog was full of fire. Once it was bitten by the sharp and hot saw teeth, it would either die or be injured. Use this kind of thing against me, is your head full of shit? The black dragon flapped its wings at full speed, the storm swept across Dressrosa, and a large number of buildings flew into the distance. The magma dog also cooled down rapidly, its crimson body slowly turning black, and finally remained motionless like a sculpture. Seeing this, Akainu's legs erupted with magma, like a rocket booster, sending him to the black dragon at once. Dark Hound! Boom! The magma exploded close to his face, and the black dragon's head was swallowed by the magma, burning his head to smoke. As strong as Whitebeard, he couldn't bear this kind of fist, and was ruthlessly disemboweled by Akainu. Ha ha ha, you're done. Akainu grinned, confident in the power of his moves. Garp was also secretly worried, wouldn't the black dragon turn over carelessly, right? When the time comes, who will save his precious grandson Luffy? No, the old man must find a way to support him. Garp rolled his eyes, thinking about it. Come again. The so-called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Akainu's arm condensed magma again, and when he was about to launch it, a black shadow suddenly hit him. Boom! Akainu was hit so badly that his stomach was sunken and his back jutted out. Not to mention that the big move was forcibly terminated, the abdomen was hit by a hard object, and he vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. He flew hundreds of meters away with the black shadow. What the hell? The black dragon shook his head, and the magma above his head dispersed. A lot of dragon scales were burned, and most of the power was offset. The lethality was limited, and it couldn't cause a fatal blow to him at all. Instead, it was Akainu, who fell to the ground in pain, rolling over and over again. He kept covering his stomach with his hands, and his painful cheeks were twisted and deformed. He glanced at the figure beside him, it was Garp. Yes, the hard object that hit him just now was Garp's head. Sakazuki, this guy Doflamingo is too strong, he knocked me out of the air with one punch, and even you were seriously injured. Garp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, Doflamingo is not weaker than Marine Admiral, even stronger. Doflamingo. He obviously didn't do anything well just now. Did Garp fly upside down out of nowhere, and finally threw the blame on him? Akainu stood up tremblingly without saying a word. His eye sockets were full of spider silk, like a wild beast on a desperate road, exuding an aura of destruction all over his body. Before the start of the battle, he always felt that even if he couldn't kill the Black Dragon today, he could successfully injure him and kill this guy's arrogance. One can imagine that his arrogance was killed first, and it was Garp who killed him. This is no longer what pig teammates can describe. Akainu can now be sure that Garp is the undercover agent that Black Dragon inserted into Marine. It's time to end, too. The Black Dragon looked at the sky, and then rushed to the sky. I will use this trick to get you. The mouth is opened, the black energy is condensed, it is still the roar of the Black Dragon, the same script, the taste has changed. In that dark power, the Armed Color and Conqueror's Haki are also incorporated, and the power is greatly increased. Naturally, Akainu was not reconciled to admitting defeat, and also punched out the huge magma arm, Great Eruption. The magma arm with a diameter of hundreds of meters is so spectacular and powerful, it evaporates all the water in the atmosphere, and the air in the whole world is extremely dry. Boom boom boom! Batches of magma fell from the sky, like a waterfall. After colliding with the black-red light beam, the giant magma fist suffered a blow to the head, and the huge outline quickly collapsed and disintegrated until it disappeared. And that deadly black light has covered Akainu's body. He opened his eyes wide, and his gaze was shocked. No, boom, boom, boom. Akainu and his land were devoured, and an unprecedented explosion swept Dressrosa, and the country fell apart. On the ground, a huge crater with a diameter of more than several kilometers was blasted out. The charred Akainu lay in it, hanging half-breathed. Chapter 42. Looking at the half-dead Akainu, the black dragon thought it would be a bit heavy to start, and selling it like this would definitely reduce the value of the product. Let Akainu rest for a while before selling. The battle ended in a disastrous defeat for Marine, and Garp eventually fled in embarrassment with a large number of Marines. Dressrosa was ruined, and this once prosperous country was reduced to wasteland. Doflamingo also left with his younger brothers. In fact, since he was wanted again by Marine and world government, he had the idea of abandoning Dressrosa. Here, it is easy to be assassinated and targeted in various ways. He wants to find a safe place again. The Black Dragon soared away from Dressrosa. He went to the Whitebeard pirates as Marine Admiral Zillan and gave Blackbeard's heart to Whitebeard and others. Whitebeard is also a person who keeps his promises, giving a total of 30 billion Baileys before and after. Secondly, he switched to the Black Dragon mode again, and attacked the Sabayati archipelago in a devastating manner, and arrested all the Celestial Dragon's family there, the Roswald family. The Black Dragon kept his promise and let Luffy go. In fact, for this kind of dutiful son, it needs to be used for a long time to be cool enough, just like Ace, who has earned more than 100 billion Baileys from him several times, and he can be called the King of Leaks. Black Dragon hopes that Luffy will also develop in the direction of Ace and become the Leak King of the younger generation. Another thing is that the Black Dragon defeated Marine Admiral and the legendary marine hero Garp, and incidentally attacked the Sabayati archipelago. Such a series of vicious events brought his prestige and personal influence to the peak. The bounty has also skyrocketed from the original 4.1 billion Baileys to 5.25 billion Baileys, surpassing Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard in one fell swoop, second only to the legendary One Piece Luoji. Sengoku called an emergency meeting in view of the disastrous failure of Marine's mission. The world government was even more furious, cursing at Sengoku, ancestral third generation, all women who can be named, all condolences to the place where they gave birth. Sengoku didn't dare to fart when he was scolded. Who made Marine lose one after another in recent days? First, Ace was taken away, and a large number of prisoners were taken away in Impel Down. Right now, it's okay for Akainu to lose, and he'll be captured. Marine's image in the world has been severely damaged, and the top executives of the world government even have the idea of changing the coach. Everyone, you already know the matter, and I want to ask everyone's opinion. And how to rescue Sakazuki? Sengoku's face was sullen, and his ugly face seemed to be cuckolded. Everyone is silent. At this time, whoever jumps out first will easily be the first bird. Looking closely, Kizaru is manicuring his nails. Aokiji is sleeping. As for Zillan, she was reading a book with relish, and the cover girl was scantily clad, with her breasts exposed. Garp bowed his head in silence. This mission failed. Sengoku didn't scold him. Garp is also quite surprised, maybe because of Luffy's incident before, he felt ashamed of him. Everyone stopped talking. Sengoku could only roll the roll. He glanced at Aokiji. Although he was sleeping, Sengoku's eyes were very soft, and he didn't mean to trouble Aokiji. After all, he is his confidant and beloved general, the next marine marshal he fancies. So, poor Asalino. Sengoku glared at Kizaru, who stood up speechlessly. Marshal Sengoku, according to my estimation, Sakazuki is currently sitting in a cage in a human auction house waiting to be sold. We just wait quietly for the Doflamingo auction. I believe that with Sakazuki's ability, he will be able to escape. Don't forget, he is Marine Admiral. Kizaru speaks plausibly. Confused. Sengoku opened fire and cursed. Doflamingo is known as the Waste Emperor. Every time slaves are auctioned, in order to avoid being retaliated, they will weaken their strength, cut off the waist of the strong. Don't you let the old man watch Akainu be killed? Cut your waist, you idiot, idiot. Sengoku spit stars flying all over the sky, many sprayed on Kizaru's face. It has to be said that swearing is the most direct way to vent, and the anger accumulated in Sengoku's heart suddenly reduced by half. It's just that Kizaru was miserable. He was scolded as soon as he came up. The old guy's face has turned into an emoticon. He is indeed an ape who ate the fruit of human beings. Sengoku, What Polisalino said actually makes sense. Zillan closed the book and said with a slight smile, Sakazuki is my best next generation. I believe he will be able to support the sky in the future. If he can't even overcome this small setback, how can he become the mainstay of Marine in the future? We just wait quietly for Sakazuki to return. Hey! Sengoku sighed. In fact, he was powerless to rescue Akainu. The world is so big, Doflamingo has left Dressrosa again, where should we go to rescue them? By the way, besides this matter, there is another matter to announce. Sengoku stood up suddenly, his face extremely serious. Given that the situation on the sea is too dangerous, and Marine is gradually losing control over the sea, the 5 elders have agreed to the old man's plan: large, expanded, army. Chapter 43. The expansion of the army is not something Zillan can intervene, and it is not profitable, and he has no interest. At this moment, Zillan has been thinking about his family property in his head. Another 30 billion was earned from Whitebeard, and his personal wealth has soared to 280 billion baileys. After a while, when Akainu recovers from his injury and is sold, it is estimated that he can earn several billion baileys. It is expected that Big Mom will eventually take over Akainu, and this old woman has always been willing to spend money on men. In addition, the Roswald family captured by the Sabayati archipelago was sold to the Golden Emperor. Because his girlfriend was tortured to death by celestial dragons in his early years, he has always been willing to spend money on buying celestial dragons. However, these are mosquito legs, and his heart has been staring at Kaido's big order Vegapunk. That's 200 billion baileys. Zillan in the office was lying on the sofa, thinking about how to make money. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without Akainu in the way. Zillan stood up and looked far away. There was a silver building on the southeast side of Naval Headquarters, which was heavily guarded, and all the people standing outside were pacifists. That's the Marine Technology Department, where Vegapunk works, and Kizaru's office is nearby. To get Vegapunk, you have to find a way to get Kizaru first. Zillan paced back and forth, transforming into a black dragon and attacking would not work. Aokiji was there too, not to mention Sengoku. If the 3 of them went up together, they would definitely lose. Yes. With an idea, Zillan came up with a plan. 3 days later, New World's Pot Erland Island, which is Doflamingo's new choice of residence. Doflamingo shocked the world by announcing that Marine Admiral Akainu will be sold at human auction in 3 days. This incident caused a great sensation all over the world, and Marine felt unprecedented shame and anger. The previous auction of the Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has already made Marine a joke. This time, Admiral will be auctioned directly. Isn't it time to auction the Marine Vice Admiral next time? Damn Doflamingo, I must tear my body to pieces. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku blushed and growled angrily. This stupid incident must be prevented from happening. If Akainu is sold, Marine will not be able to raise its head in the sea in the future. Even Aokiji can't stand it anymore. Marine must take action to rescue Sakazuki. At first glance, Aokiji seems to be a lazy guy, who does nothing but cares about Marine's development in his heart. Although he is not in harmony with Akainu, he cannot stay out of such a thing that damages Marine's majesty, and he is determined not to allow it to happen. Everyone, there is a black dragon standing behind Doflamingo. If you want to destroy this auction, you have to face the black dragon. Zillan said solemnly, that guy has been fighting against our Marine for decades, and this time we must do everything possible to eradicate him. Our high-end combat power will be dispatched at once to completely defeat him. I also think so. Sengoku nodded slowly, and after thinking for a while, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I will lead people out personally. What? Everyone was surprised and looked at Sengoku in disbelief, including Zillan. In his plan, he should take Kizaru and Aokiji to fight against the Black Dragon, while Sengoku stays at Naval Headquarters. All admirals leave the headquarters, allowing Kaido to attack Naval Headquarters like before, and take advantage of the chaos to snatch Vegapunk. But what Sengoku said caught Zillan by surprise. That's right, this time, I will take Kuzan and Polisalino to fight against the Black Dragon. The old man wants to see if he is really three-headed and six-armed. Sengoku sneered. Then, what about me? Zillan scratched his head and asked rather awkwardly. Zillan, you and Garp are getting old, you two just stay at the headquarters. Sengoku said lightly. In fact, he no longer believed in these two old partners, so he gave up Zillan and Garp. It's not good, Sengoku, I can fight for Marine for another 3 years. Zillan had a stern face and looked very unhappy, but he was actually very happy. This mud horse doesn't need Kaido to come, he just takes Vegapunk away secretly. That's it, I've made up my mind. Sengoku said categorically. Kuzan and Polisalino, you two go back and prepare right away. In the evening, we will set off for New World. After the combat mission was issued, Naval Headquarters got busy again. This time, Sengoku is determined to kill the Black Dragon. Because of this BD, his ancestral grave is about to be dug up by the 5 elders. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the light of the sky, Sengoku hurried away with Kizaru and Aokiji, accompanied by many vice admirals. The current naval headquarters is just an empty shell. If Kaido calls at this time, it will definitely create a historic miracle. Zillan stood in front of the window, looking at the building of the Ministry of Science and Technology. An inexplicable smile flashed in his eyes. Tonight, 200 billion Baileys will be available. Chapter 44. On the island burning with black smoke, there are ruins everywhere, and the earth has become scorched land, with no grass growing. In the air, there is a pungent smell of gunpowder. It is not difficult to see that there has just been a big battle here. Here is Doflamingo's new residence, Pot Erland Island. Half an hour earlier, Sengoku led Marine Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji in a thunderous attack. The victories were fruitful, and countless pirates were arrested, many of whom offered a reward of 500 to 600 million. However, Sengoku's face was black and he couldn't be happy. The core purpose of Marine's raid is to save Akainu, and destroy Doflamingo and the Black Dragon by the way. Even if any of these items are completed, it can be considered a success. Unfortunately, Akainu was not rescued, and Doflamingo and Black Dragon were not killed either. From start to finish, it was a scam. There was an auction, but it wasn't Akainu, and Doflamingo and Black Dragon didn't participate. Sengoku is also an old fritter who has been in the sea for decades, and immediately realized that something was wrong. This might be a conspiracy against Marine. Blue. The phone on his body rang, and Sengoku thumped in his heart, so he answered it quickly. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong. That nasty Dragon of Doom has raided naval headquarters and taken Vegapunk. Zillan said eagerly. What? Sengoku rolled his eyes and almost died of anger on the spot. That's Vegapunk, Marine's various high-tech is inseparable from him. Especially the SSG class that has been secretly researched recently may replace Shishibukai in the future. Sengoku has always regarded it as the top priority. In order to ensure the safety of Vegapunk, it is even equipped with Admiral personal protection. However, be on guard against all odds, and you're damned to be a monk. Sengoku finally understood that the so-called auction of Akainu was actually a bait thrown out, and he, the Marine Marshal, ran to take the bait like a fool. Ah poof! Under the attack of anger, Sengoku vomited old blood and fainted on the spot. Marshal Sengoku, you are okay. Hurry up and call the medical soldiers. The Marines around were in a mess, and they didn't notice the phone bug in Sengoku's hand at all, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an arc of conspiracy. Sengoku, after all, he is also the Marine Marshal, why can't he stand the blow? With a cigar in his mouth, Zillan tapped the table with his ring-covered right hand. At this moment, the naval headquarters is full of smoke, and the original science and technology building has been blown up. As for Vegapunk, it has been secretly transported away. He took out another phone bug from the drawer. Kaido, people have been sent to Wanukuni, and 200 billion Baileys have been sent to my G0 base. That's it. Kaido was very surprised. The last few times I invaded naval headquarters, I actually went to Vegapunk. What do you want to use him to make? Zillan asked curiously. The Vegapunk is not used for ordinary weapons at all. Ha ha ha, Lao Z needs him a lot. Ha. Kaido hung up. Zillan was thoughtful, and the hanging hair was still hiding from him. Zillan doesn't care, he doesn't care what Kaido builds, even if the world is destroyed, it doesn't matter, as long as the money is sent to the G0 base. As long as Kizaru is willing to pay, Zillan can be his accomplice. It's my turn to play. Zillan opened the window and picked up the prepared loudspeaker. Everyone listens to the order, quickly put out the fire and rescue the wounded, no one can continue to sacrifice. We want to turn sadness into motivation. The booming sound resounded throughout naval headquarters. This coquettish operation is to learn Garp from the original Summit War. When he needed to stand up, this guy was punched away by Luffy, and the battle was over. The old thief Garp desperately shouted for help, ran around, and worked harder than anyone else. After half a day, Sengoku, who was out, finally returned. Looking at the broken naval headquarters, he vomited another mouthful of blood. What are you two eating? Sengoku fired at full force, called Garp and Zillan, and angrily reprimanded, "You are Marine's high-level executives, how do you do things? Decades ago, you were the Marine double walls that made countless pirates fearful. You were the most powerful killer in Marine. See what you look like now." Sengoku's face was flushed with anger. It would be fine if it was a defeat, but when the key Black Dragon invaded, these two guys actually disappeared. Zillan glanced at Garp in surprise from the corner of his eye. It was indeed strange to say that he transformed into a Black Dragon, and naturally he would disappear for a while, but Garp's sudden disappearance was intriguing. Before, Zillan was still worried that Garp would jump out and make troubles, and the ghost knows that he didn't care about it. "Sengoku, didn't you say we were old before?" Garp sighed, and stroked his grey hair. "Look at me and Zillan, our hair is all white, unlike you who dyed our hair with masks all day long, we are still in good spirits." Zillan on the side froze for a moment, then nodded. Get out of here." Sengoku went berserk, roaring at Garp and Zillan. The two shrugged and left gently. Sengoku looked at the backs of the two people, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and a sharp look flashed in the corner of his eyes. In this operation, there was obviously an undercover agent in Marine, otherwise the timing of the Black Dragon would not have been so appropriate. Sengoku walked ahead, and the Black Dragon came behind. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? He can be sure, Garp and Zillan, one of them betrayed Marine. Chapter 45. Hey! After thinking for a long time, Sengoku sighed again, and there was a tinge of dry and white luster in his black hair. Tired, really tired. Not only the Jayaki snake god in the sea needs to be dealt with, but the interior of Marine is not monolithic either. It used to be just Zillan who could not move at all, and now Garp has become more and more indifferent to him because of the Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku couldn't help but smile wryly. Even though he is the Marine Marshal and stands at the pinnacle of Marine rights, there are actually many things he can't help himself. Either Garp or Zillan can take coercive measures. Garp is a totem-like existence. Too many young people regard him as an idol. Once he is arrested, the consequences will be disastrous. As for Zillan, although he doesn't have the influence of Garp, his own strength is a big problem. If he is arrested rashly, this guy will definitely not stand still. At that time, there will probably be a Marine civil war, and it won't work. Sengoku is quite in a hole. If you use force against these two people, it will affect the whole body, which is really not easy to do. But, don't forget, Sengoku also has a well-known nickname the Resourceful General. Compared with hard power, strategy is his forte. Soon, the cunning Marine Marshal thought of a countermeasure. He ordered people to draft 2 retirement applications and sent them to Garp and Zillan respectively. Sengoku's idea is very simple: let the 2 retire in place and leave the power center of Marine, so that there is no need to touch them, and there is no need to worry about being stabbed by their own people. Is this the Marine I've been loyal to all my life? Looking at the documents on the table, Garp had a complicated expression and a sad heart, feeling like a dead dog. In fact, Garp has long been chilled by Marine's recent series of actions against his grandson. Disappointed with Marine, he even played Akainu angrily, and he planned to retire in his heart. However, asking for retirement and being forced to retire are completely different things. After a little hesitation, Garp signed his name, and his feelings for Marine were completely broken. On Zillan's side, looking at the application for retirement on the table, he looked dazed. A person who has shed blood for Marine, what's wrong with making some money, and now I'm about to be forced to quit? What are you kidding? Unlike Garp, Zillan tore up the files on the spot. Retirement is impossible, the money has not been earned enough, how can he retire, unless Sengoku sends him 1 trillion Baileys? Go tell Sengoku that I have no plans to retire at the moment, and it will be around this time next year. Zillan said coldly to the guard that the completion of the $1 trillion retirement plan was less than 1/3 of the way. How could he leave this lucrative position, and it would be inconvenient to make money after retiring. Marshal's office, Sengoku was annoyed when he heard that Zillan refused to retire. That guy dares to reject the old man's kindness. Sengoku's eyes burst into flames, extremely dissatisfied. Yes, in his opinion, this is a good deed of his own, and everyone gets together and breaks up, but Zillan disagrees. That being the case, he will not show mercy. Half an hour later, Sengoku suspended Zillan for investigation on the grounds that he was unfavorable in combat. Zillan's face was dark, he really didn't expect Sengoku to be so ruthless, and he was suspended as soon as he came up. Grandpa Zillan is not easy to mess with, Sengoku can deal with him, he can take revenge. Akainu. Moments later, he called Doflamingo. Mr. Zillan, what's the matter? Doflamingo asked respectfully. How is that guy Akainu? Zillan said in a deep voice, is he strong? Can he take a knife? Doflamingo was puzzled by the question, but he answered honestly, his body is very strong, he has recovered, and he can be auctioned at any time. I've been wronged by Sengoku, let Akainu suffer. Hey! After speaking, Zillan hung up the phone bug. Doflamingo looked stunned, how could he be wronged by Sengoku, the unlucky one is Akainu? Could this be the legendary fighting cattle across mountains? It was Zillan, but Akainu paid the bill? Doubts are doubts, and Doflamingo complied. He called Toribel, go, give me Akainu's kidney too. Wow. Doflamingo, one day, this old man will crush you to ashes, skin, and cramps. In the iron cage where the slaves were held, Akainu screamed, bleeding profusely in his abdomen, and required more than 100 stitches. The waist-cutting process was very smooth and silky. It only took a minute from disemboweling to suturing. It was very skillful. Just in response to the sentence, cutting one waist in 10 steps, leaving no kidneys in 1,000 miles, the waist technique has reached its peak. Those who became slaves never left intact. After finishing it, Doflamingo notified Zillan, and the latter couldn't help giving a thumbs up when he heard the words. By the way, we must let Akainu take good care of himself. When he recovers, we will give it to the aunt, especially the secret of missing a kidney. Don't let that woman know, otherwise she will bargain with me, understand? When it comes to money, Zillan's face is serious. I know. Doflamingo nodded repeatedly. Chapter 46. Akainu was caught, Zillan was suspended, and Garp retired. The combination of these three things led to quite serious consequences: Marine's serious lack of top-level combat power. Originally, Impel down prisoners fled, and the sea became a mess. Sengoku's move was tantamount to adding fire, and the situation in the sea suddenly became more chaotic. Any fool can see that Marine's combat power has fallen into an unprecedented weakening period. If they don't get some benefits at this time, they have to wait until the year of the monkey. Marshal Sengoku, Sakura Flower Kingdom has been attacked by pirates, please help. Marshal Sengoku, the Gothic Kingdom on the Grand Line has been attacked by pirates, please help. In the North Blue area, the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army were discovered, and the 5 elders asked Marine to send troops to support them. It has been 3 days, Zillan has been suspended for 3 full days, that is, during these 3 days, Sengoku has a big head. 21 countries have been attacked, an average of 7 per day. These nasty pirates seemed to be against him on purpose, but they came out to make trouble at this time. Sengoku sent Kizaru and Aokiji out, leaving him alone to guard naval headquarters. Even if Kizaru and Aokiji are exhausted, the manpower is obviously not enough. Also, that damned black dragon was always wandering around naval headquarters for no apparent reason, blatantly provoking Marine's dignity. Sengoku also tried to fight back, but the effect was negligible, who made people fly around in the sky unscrupulously. At dusk. You just watched the black dragon wandering in the sky? Aren't you also a dragon, why don't you go to meet it? Sengoku called Zillan, extremely annoyed, where is your pride as a marine? Sorry Sengoku, I've been suspended, so why should I be proud? Zillan puffed out smoke rings comfortably, while eating barbecue, watching you fight the black dragon exhaustedly, it's actually pretty cool. You. Sengoku was furious, his face was covered with veins, the hanging hair was really joking. Zillan still had a faint smile on his face, he was tearing his face anyway, and he didn't care about Sengoku's feelings anymore. In the 3 stages of morning, middle, and evening, Zillan will turn into a black dragon, and instead of going to war with Marine, he just wanders around Marineford, frightens Marine, messes with their mentality, and exhausts everyone physically and mentally. It is estimated that it will not be long before he, Uncle Zillan, will be able to return to his post, and he is still begging him. After all, Sengoku is really useless, and lost so many top-level combat power all at once. Although the large-scale military expansion has already begun, the Admiral-level combat power cannot be found and replaced in a short time. Farewell, Sengoku. Zillan hummed and left. Before leaving, he reminded, oh right, Wanukuni, you have to act quickly. I heard that Kaido and his gang robbed Vegapunk and wanted to take Wanukuni by force. You need to find some admirals to accompany you. With a schadenfreude smile on his lips, Zillan drifted away. Sengoku slammed a hole in the table with a bang. That's right, after days of searching, the missing Vegapunk finally surfaced and he was spotted in the Wanukuni area. Kaido and Kurozumai Orokai have always had ideas about Vegapunk. In the previous transactions, they stated that they no longer need warships, and they once proposed Vegapunk for seastone and other resources. The 5 elders also issued orders to Marine to retake Vegapunk at all costs. Sengoku is difficult, staring at the ceiling blankly, feeling aggrieved in his heart. Attacking Wanukuni is impossible without a team of 2 or 3 admirals. Kaido has many strong men and a large number of Wanukuni local samurai. He regretted it too late, if he knew now, he shouldn't have dealt with Garp and Zillan rashly. Are you going to admit defeat to Zillan and get him reinstated? Sengoku had a troubled expression on his face, remembering his embarrassing appearance just now, his teeth itched with anger, as if he decided that he would beg him. No, I have to hold back. Sengoku said to himself in a deep voice, I don't steam the steamed buns to fight for my breath. I gave up so quickly. I, the Marine Marshal, will not be a laughing stock. But what happened next didn't give Sengoku a chance at all. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Zephyr has attacked the island where power rock is stored. Some Marine soldiers came to report in a hurry. Sengoku heard that, his whole body went limp, as if his bones had been removed, and he fell on a chair. Zephyr's chill was part of his plan, but he didn't expect it to be this extreme. Power rock is a substance that will explode when it comes into contact with air, and its power reaches a certain level, comparable to that of ancient weapon. What made Zephyr take such a risk? Speaking of it, it is still a coquettish operation of the world government. Shishibukai of Doflamingo, Jinbei, and Crocodile were deprived one after another, and the government began to look for new candidates, and Edward Vabel was one of them. It's okay if this silly boy is an ordinary pirate, but the key point is that he cut off one of Zephyr's arms and killed many of his students. Now this boy is not only not punished, but has become a Shishibukai instead. How can Zephyr not be angry? Quick, go and invite Zillan over here, he has a good relationship with Zephyr, so I can only leave it to him. Sengoku can only bow his head, once the power rock gets out, he can't bear the responsibility. Chapter 47. Zillan came as scheduled and saw Sengoku's constipated cheek at a glance, and immediately joked, I don't know which pirate is so bad that it hurt the stomach of our Marine Marshal. I suggest you take some laxatives to clear your intestines. Sengoku opened his mouth and retorted deliberately, thinking that he had something to ask for, so he wisely shut up. He ignored Zillan's taunt and said sternly, "Zillan, you have been reinstated. That guy Zephyr has fled. You used to have a good relationship, so you can get rid of him." Zillan couldn't help sneering. He wanted to suspend Laozi, so he suspended Laozi. If he wanted Laozi to work, Laozi had to work? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Zillan shook his head and sighed. Marshal Sengoku should hire another expert. He rubbed his old waist, and complained, "The old man's secret illness has happened again, and I'm afraid I won't be able to work for Marine for the time being." The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he screamed inwardly. "Ah, yes." Zillan changed the subject and reminded, "We, the pacifists in the Marine Science and Technology Department, seem to be able to go to the assembly line. My G0 base is now under increasing pressure. Send me 50 units, Sengoku." 50 units. Sengoku had black lines all over his head, hesitating in his heart. It's no problem to transfer it. His only worry is that after the transfer, whether it is used by Marine or not, it may become someone else's, such as a pirate. Thanks to Zillan's sponsorship, Kaido has formed a Marine formation. It's funny to say that some of Marine's high-tech weapons were first used by pirates. However, Sengoku knew that if he didn't give it, Zillan's unmentionable illness would probably last forever. "Yes, it will be fine this afternoon or tomorrow." The old man agreed. After some consideration, Sengoku compromised. "Hey! As expected of the marshal, people are really stupid, rich, money. Zillan gave Sengoku a thumbs up and grinned. The latter smiled on the surface, and his eyes looked like he was talking to a bully. Sure enough, Zillan claimed to have recovered that afternoon, and immediately went to the sea to find Zephyr. 50 pacifists can sell at least 5 billion Baileys, which is Sengoku's apology fee. On the vast sea, Zillan breathed the fresh sea breeze, feeling quite refreshed. His current assets have reached the point where he is invincible. Since Kaido's 200 billion Baileys were sent over, plus the original 280 billion, his wealth has reached 480 billion. 500 billion Pele, just around the corner. Zillan was in a good mood, so he didn't bother to argue with Sengoku. He is already 74, and he has long been bearish on the so-called reputation and face. He is now just trying to make money, and he will retire when he saves 1 trillion yuan. After several hours, Zillan finally arrived at the island where the power rock was stored. The sight that came into view was a mess. Marine's base was blown up, and there were still many corpses on the island. Zillan scanned the audience and saw at a glance that there were still many ducks left on the ground, which were filled with flowing purple liquid. "That's power rock. Mr. Zillan, why Mr. Zephyr has become like this is really disappointing." A pleasant voice came from beside him, and Zillan glanced at it. The handsome and long-legged Marine was standing next to him. This person is the newly promoted Admiral Backup Momuzagi. It is said that they are performing tasks together, and most of them are under surveillance. Although the other party is a beautiful woman, Zillan is already in his 70s. He has been surrounded by thousands of flowers in his life, and he has very little view of female S***X. "You know shit." Zillan immediately reprimanded unceremoniously. Momuzagi was taken aback for a moment, and then her cheeks flushed with anger. "Mr. Zillan is too rude. Is this how you talk to girls? Are you still a girl? You are comparable to Sister Tsuru. If you are a girl, I will be an innocent little big brother." Zillan sarcastically stepped forward, ignoring Momuzagi. He looked at the remaining power rock, which was a gift from his good brother Zephyr, and knowing that he was in a hurry to gather 500 billion, he deliberately left some power rock for him to sell. "Momuzagi, we split into 2 groups, one going north and one going west. Do you understand?" Zillan turned to look at Momuzagi, who hesitated and nodded slightly. Sengoku did make her pay attention to Zillan, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the order. The Marine fleet is split into 2, with Zillan taking part and Momuzagi taking part. What's more sad is that as soon as Momozagi's part of Marine left, the Black Dragon descended inexplicably. Without further ado, the entire fleet was wiped out as soon as it roared down. Although Momozagi narrowly escaped death, he could only wander in the sea sadly. After ridiculing Momozagi, the Black Dragon drifted away. "Smelly girl, you still want to fight with me, can you monitor the old man?" On the way back, the Black Dragon had a cigar in his mouth, puffing away comfortably. He had ordered Boa Hancock to come and remove all the remaining power rocks. When Sengoku tracked it down, the Black Dragon would do what it wanted, witnesses that's Momozagi. If Sengoku knew, he would probably be spit blood again. Time was running short, Zephyr only took away 1/3 of the power rock, good guy. After Zillan was dispatched, the remaining 2/3 were gone. Chapter 48. On the shore, the female warrior of Nine Snake Island is carefully moving the power rock. "You have nothing to say to my concubine." On the deck of the battleship, Boa Hancock looked at Zillan quietly. "Every time I run out of concubines, I send them back without saying a word. In your eyes, is concubine a tool, man?" Zillan couldn't help but turn her head when she heard the words. Her figure was as enchanting and charming as ever. She was wearing a slit-style cheongsam, with her long snow-white legs exposed. Such a beautiful woman, but at the moment she has a sad face. Hearing Boa Hancock's complaint, Zillan suddenly felt that it was a bit inappropriate. To treat subordinates, one must show both kindness and power, and one cannot simply use them. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and patted Boa Hancock's fragrant shoulder. "Thanks for your hard work, Hancock, I will invite you to eat popsicles another day." She shook her head, with a sad tone, "It's hard work, but I don't feel safe following you." "Pooh." Zillan was amused on the spot, and asked with a smile, "I don't feel safe following me? In the whole world, can you find a second person who is stronger than me in single-handed combat?" "I don't mean that." Boa Hancock sighed helplessly, and explained, "Men and women think differently. My concubine will grow old in a few years, and by then, my appearance is no longer there. Maybe you will kick me." Zillan froze when he heard the words, then bowed his head and fell silent. "Not to mention, this possibility is really possible. Let's just talk about he Vice Admiral. When she was young, she was indeed a beauty, and Zillan once admired her. But now, it's just a smelly old woman. Zillan usually doesn't bother to talk to her. And 1 has no money, 2 is old, and 3 has a bad temper. He doesn't want to waste time. Look, even you are silent." Boa Hancock smiled wryly, a trace of desolation flashed across her beautiful eyes. Zillan moved his mouth, hesitated to speak. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He is not the kind of man who would fall in love with women casually, mainly because he has lived for more than 70 years, and his thinking is completely different from that of young people like Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock still has a certain degree of fantasies about the so-called love. Zillan has long since lost that thought along the way. "My concubine doesn't have many requirements, I just want protection." Boa Hancock opened his mouth lightly, staring at Zillan with his beautiful eyes, and saw that this guy's eyes were a little loose, not as cold and hard as before, so he hurriedly said, "Concubine, how about helping you have a baby?" "I reject." Without even thinking about it, Zillan refused on the spot. Hearing this, Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed deep disappointment, but there was no surprise. After all, this was not the first time he had refused. In the past, when she was a simple girl, Zillan, who didn't pay attention to celestial dragons, was a hero among heroes in her heart, a godlike existence. Which girl doesn't have a spring, and that girl doesn't have her own Prince Charming in her heart? At that time, Zillan was the male god in Boa Hancock's heart. She also fell in love with Zillan once, and wanted to help Zillan have a child, so as to tie the man's turbulent heart, but he refused in the end. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes fell into memories. She expressed similar questions many times, explicitly or secretly, but the result was the same. In fact, she also tried to give up Zillan to get herself back on track. Straw Hat Luffy is her pickup guy. This spare tire is actually pretty good. It doesn't look very smart in its simple appearance. It was easy to fool around with Zillan in the past. But in the end, they were all interrupted by Zillan, and Boa Hancock could only continue to follow him. The concubine is willing to pay. Boa Hancock had an idea, didn't Zillan love money, just do what he likes. Pooh! Zillan grinned and snorted, that's fine too, a child with 10 billion Baileys, if you can bring it, I will cooperate with you. Really? Boa Hancock frowned. The smile on Zillan's face gradually froze, and he just said casually, this chick doesn't take it seriously, does she? When he opened his mouth and was about to show that he was joking, Zillan looked into her eyes that were moved with joy. Zillan felt compassion for a moment. Instead of refusing, he nodded uncontrollably. It wasn't until Boa Hancock left that Zillan came back to his senses. Damn it, I was tricked! Zillan yelled, damn, isn't this a small on the telephone poles in the previous life? So rich woman, fair-skinned, beautiful, charming, but her husband was infertile due to a car accident, now she asks a healthy man to conceive a child together, and rewards 200,000 soft sister coins afterwards. Sir Yingming, I was confused for a moment. I actually fell for such indecent tricks as a lot of money to seek a son. Zillan regretted it unceasingly, although most of the big money-seeking children in the previous life were fraudulent, Boa Hancock might be playing for real. At that time, if she really brought the money, Zillan would not only sell her body but also sell her body for the money. Mr. Zillan, we have found Zephyr. When Zillan was in a daze, Marine came to report immediately. He shook his head and waved his hand, start the boat and follow. Chapter 49. Zephyr, who was also Zillan's friend who had a good time drinking and talking. Decades ago, he, Zephyr and Sengoku were both Marine admirals. The three were famous in the sea in that chaotic era, and they were a ray of light in the darkness. Until later, Sengoku became a marshal, Zephyr retired, and Zillan became a corrupt official. This relationship is still decades old, and although the relationship with Sengoku has broken down, there is no conflict of interest with Zephyr, and the two are still connected. In addition, as a time traveler, Zillan expressed deep sympathy for Zephyr's miserable experience. He did not feel sorry for Marine, but Marine and the world government owed Zephyr too much. On the Blue Sea, more than a dozen warships moved forward. With so many warships, it is naturally not as fast as the single-handed Zillan. Soon, he caught up to Zephyr. Give up, it's useless to run in front of that guy. His code name is Red Dragon. Even though he is old, he is still a man who can become a flying dragon. Standing on the deck, Zephyr sighed to the disciple next to him. Teacher Zephyr, we have a lot of people, Zillan Admiral may not have a chance of winning. The cute-looking beauty held her small fists and was full of confidence. Her name is Ian, one of Zephyr's students. Yes, Mr. Zephyr, Mr. Zillan is very strong, but we are not made of mud. Besides, we still have Teacher Zephyr. The rest of the students also agreed, and Zephyr just smiled wryly. Although Admiral was the same in the past, there are differences between Admiral, he, Sengoku and Zillan. The strongest is Zillan, and even Garp is not necessarily Zillan's opponent. According to my guess, Zillan is probably the strongest man ever in Marine. Zephyr's expression was serious, without any sign of joking. But he is old, and he lost to Doflamingo a while ago. Binz said unconvinced. Zephyr did not explain that there are some things that cannot be just looked at on the surface. Zillan's battleship approached quickly, and he also jumped onto the deck. The two looked at each other, and then smiled at each other. Everyone felt very weird, it was like two good friends meeting each other, everything was unspoken, you know my strengths and weaknesses, I know your depths, everything is wonderful. I understand you very well, but you should know why I'm here. Zillan sighed, I will kill Edward Vabel for you when I have a chance in the future. Thank you my friend. Zephyr thanked him sincerely, then looked straight at Zillan, what if I take everyone and the power rock away? Don't make it hard for me, brother. Zillan frowned. Zephyr grinned, Zillan, I know you like money, so I prepared some gifts for you. Zillan couldn't help but looked at Zephyr in surprise, was he trying to bribe himself? He raised a finger, and Zillan frowned, 10 billion Pele. Zephyr shook his head, Zillan's frown deepened. 1 billion. He glanced over the battleships. There were about 18 battleships, and even if each ship had 100 people, it was still 1,800 people. 1,800 talents give 1 billion Pele? You must understand that the price Zillan released before was as low as 100 million Baileys per person. That's all, for the sake of friends, 1 billion is 1 billion. Zillan decided to be taken advantage of once. After all, he has few friends, and Zephyr is one of them. I didn't say it was 1 billion Baileys. Zephyr said abruptly. What? Zillan raised his head in an instant, his eyes burst into flames. Damn it, does that raised finger represent 100 million Pele? What a joke, give 100 million Baileys and let him let go of thousands of people. To send beggars away. Boom boom boom. Zillan suddenly opened up, releasing his ability immediately, and the fiery red armor covered his whole body. This is the Forbidden Hand mode of the Sekuryu Ti form. He opened his mouth, and the terrifying power began to gather. Who the hell is your friend? Now let me die, and burn you to ashes. The roar of the Red Dragon Emperor. My one finger represents 100 tons of gold. Zephyr's sudden voice resounded through the heaven and earth. The sea suddenly ushered in a dead silence. The energy condensed at the corner of Zillan's mouth was also cut in half. His eyes were full of shock. 100 tons of gold? That's tens of billions of Baileys. Are you going to kill me, Zillan? Zephyr also scowled. Aren't we friends? Kill you? This is a big misunderstanding. We are like brothers. How could I, Zillan, kill my brother? Zillan looked at the distant sea with deep eyes. My brother, the sea near here is very dangerous. There are many reefs here. If you don't pay attention, you will easily hit the reef. I use growl, just to clear the way for you. Big brother wishes you the best of luck. The roar of the Red Dragon Emperor. Boom boom boom. The huge ball of flames rushed straight into the sea, and the rocks hundreds of meters deep in the ocean were blown out. What is righteousness? This is. How considerate to be afraid that Zephyr will hit the rocks and sink, and even the stones hundreds of meters below the sea will be blown to pieces. My brother, smoke. Zillan took out the cigar he was carrying and offered to light it for Zephyr. Immediately afterwards, his sneaky eyes swept around. Well, don't get me wrong, we're really not looking for my 100 tons of gold again. Chapter 50. Zephyr took a deep look at Zillan, feeling speechless. Those rocks are hundreds of meters below, you tell him how to hit the rocks? No matter how big a battleship is 10 times, it is impossible to hit the rocks. He looked at Zillan suspiciously. In the past, this guy was greedy for money, and at least he had a bottom line, but now this line has been thrown into the sky. Zillan will do anything for money. The gold is on that warship. You can order someone to drive away later. Zephyr pointed to a certain warship, which had a significantly deeper draft than the others and was obviously loaded with heavy cargo. Hey, so good brother, big brother is welcome. Zillan was working hard, 100 tons of gold was really a surprise. I just don't know where Zephyr got such a large sum of money. This old poor guy doesn't like making money, and he lives very tight. Where does the money come from? Can we go now? Zephyr asked tentatively. This. A look of embarrassment appeared on Zillan's face. Brother, even if I give money, I can't let the prohibited items on your ship leave. Power rocks are too dangerous and have the potential to destroy the world. Besides, even if I leave, there will be other Marine Admirals coming after you. Zephyr heard the silence, and with Sengoku's nature, it seemed to be the case. After some hesitation, Zephyr agreed to return the power rock to Zillan as well. Half an hour later, he left with a group of disciples. This time, Zillan roared again. It wasn't that the fish was fried to open the way. The sky exploded with gorgeous flames. This time it was really a farewell for a close friend, and it was probably the last time we saw each other. Half a day later, returning to naval headquarters, Zillan went to Sengoku's office for the first time. Zephyr ran away, and the power rocks are all lost. Sengoku blew his beard and stared, thinking that the reinstatement of Officer Zillan would somewhat restrain him. But the mud horse is completely the same old. I heard that Zephyr only took away 1/3 of the power rocks. Why did you go there? All the power rocks are gone. Sengoku tried not to get angry. It can't be helped. I met a black dragon halfway and used it to blow him up. Zillan spread his hands and explained. Sengoku didn't look at Zillan, but stared at the disheveled Momuzagi with a questioning look on her face. She nodded sadly. Unlike Zillan, Momuzagi's battleship was blown up and she swam back to naval headquarters. For some reason, the people with you are always attacked by the Black Dragon, can you explain? There was an inexplicable look in Sengoku's eyes. Well, the reason is actually very simple. Zillan said lightly, the Black Dragon is a well-known slave trader. Isn't an old Marine Admiral like me who can hardly handle a knife the best prey? When Sengoku heard it, he felt that it made sense. The subject changed and continued, Momuzagi, I will be your personal adjutant from now on. In order to stop Zillan from continuing to mess around, Sengoku could only come up with such a trick. Zillan sneered secretly, and secretly looked at Momuzagi from the corner of the eye. I lost if I could stay in Laozi's hands for 5 days. Go down. Sengoku waved his hand, and the two left together. By the way, before Zephyr left, he ransacked the gold in the headquarters. Did you find anything? Sengoku's voice came from behind. Zillan was taken aback. Could it be the 100 tons of gold? He quickly shook his head, expressing his incomprehension. Afterwards, Zillan returned to his office, stayed for a while, and planned to return to the G0 base. Looking at the pacifists on board, it was exactly the 50 that Sengoku had promised. In addition, they also harvested a large amount of power rock and 100 tons of gold, making another fortune in this wave. His $1 trillion retirement is getting closer. Mr. Zillan, you seem to have forgotten me. On the edge of the port, a pleasant voice came from behind. Zillan looked back at Momuzagi, smiled and said, Who am I? It turns out that you are here, and I happen to have a task for you. Task? Momuzagi's eyes flashed, and he asked, What mission? The G0 base is different from other bases. My station is in New World, and the task is naturally to deal with the pirates in New World. In order to make an example, I decided to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Zillan's face was full of sternness. That lawless old man has always regarded him as the overlord of the New World. How funny. Most of my marines were killed by him. I can't forgive that hateful old man. Zillan's eyes were red, and there were tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Momuzagi's eyes were also sour. Looking at this grey-haired marine veteran, he felt quite uncomfortable. Even if I fight my old life, I will kill Whitebeard. Zillan said angrily, his voice extremely hoarse, I am getting old, and my strength has declined very much. If I continue to delay, I am afraid I will never have another chance. For the sake of the subordinates who died in battle before, I want to give it a go. Even if I die in battle unfortunately, I will have no regrets. Momuzagi was extremely moved when he heard the words, this is the style of Admiral, he should be a hero in life, and a hero in death. It is the duty of a soldier to die on the battlefield. Zillan's eyes were burning brightly, if I can shroud my body in horse leather, it will be my honor. The subordinates are willing to share Mr. Zillan's worries. Momuzagi said hastily. Zillan snickered, you reckless man, that's what Laozi was waiting for. After a while, Momuzagi took the task and left early. As she walked, Zillan dialed Whitebeard's phone bug. Old bye, I have an ignorant chick under my command to spy on you. Teach her to be a good person and tell her what the rules of New World look like. Well, just blow her up with the power rock I just sold you. Chapter 51. Thanks to Zillan's tip-off, Momuzagi's success has come a long way. Zillan returned to the G0 base alone. He called Kaitong Pingxiao, and lived a very comfortable life. He understands Sengoku's little thoughts, but is he something that ordinary people can watch? Is there any difference between Momuzagi and self-inflicted snares when encountering a ruthless person like Zillan? In a certain sea area in New World, Momuzagi had just reached the designated sea area, and before she had time to observe the environment, a large number of pirate ships flooded in from all directions and surrounded her. Looking at the stalwart man on the Moby DK, Momuzagi panicked and couldn't even muster up the courage to resist. Whitebeard is also a decent man, he is a big Poseidon to bully women too cheap, just let his sons do it. As for the power rock, it was bought for 20 million. At first glance, do you think it is cheap? It's far worse than a warship or something. However, power rocks must reach a certain amount in order to exert their devastating effect. Simply putting one or two of them will not cause much damage. If you want to blow up an island, you need at least 100 to start. Whitebeard bought 200, exactly 4 billion Baileys. Boom boom boom. The battle started in the blink of an eye, and Marco and others were the first to play. The other captains followed and besieged Momuzagi, and it didn't take long before the woman was defeated. That female marine has been captured by me, what should I do? Whitebeard dialed Zillan's phone bug and said awe-inspiringly, Marine is going to start a summit war, and Laozi can also use this female marine to start a summit war. Are you courting death? Zillan rolled his eyes, old man, unless you don't want to enjoy your old age, don't do it. You are underestimating the old man's strength, my injury has recovered. Whitebeard said coldly. You are underestimating Marine's power. Even if Akainu is gone, I will still paddle. Marine still has Aokiji and Kizaru left, and 2 newly selected Marine Admiral will soon join Marine. Zillan's eyes narrowed. Rumors about Fujitora and Green Bull have been circulating in naval headquarters. What is Whitebeard going to do in the summit war? If you count Zillan, there are 5 admirals. Don't you hang up the Whitebeard pirates? Then what's the use of this woman, I can't let it go. Whitebeard was very upset. Hey, I used to make money from you, but this time, I'll take some money from you too. Zillan smiled darkly, you find a way to contact Sengoku and threaten him to sell Momuzagi to Doflamingo as a slave auction, and ask him to take money to redeem him. Whitebeard's eyes lit up and he nodded. Although the Whitebeard pirates control the most territory in New World, and they still have plenty of money on hand, but the trade with Zillan is about to cost 200 billion, and they also need to earn some extra money. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku looked at the document in his hand, he was in a good mood, and hummed a little song. The intelligence content is about the recent conscription plan. 2 admiral-level fighters have been selected. In addition, there are several elites, and there are nearly 10,000 new Marine soldiers. Compared with before, Marine's combat power is stronger. Sengoku also ignited a raging fire, and it was time to sweep across the sea. He has decided to be the first to deal with Kaido and must take back Vegapunk. Blue blue blue. The phone on the desk rang, Sengoku pressed the answer button, is it Momuzagi? I am. Laozi is Whitebeard. A rough voice sounded from the opposite side, and Sengoku couldn't help being stunned, Whitebeard? He suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart, could it be that? That's right, just as you thought, that female marine fell into my hands, hurry up and pay for her ransom. It's only 10 billion Baileys. Whitebeard said loudly, if Marine dares to refuse, I will sell her to Doflamingo and make her a slave directly. Kula la la la. Whitebeard let out a gloating laugh, the slave of Marine's high-level executives is loved by the world. I heard that Akainu was bought by the ant for 6.5 billion Baileys to have a baby. Guess how much Momuzagi can sell? Whitebeard, you're FG looking for death. Sengoku exploded with swear words. Apologize. Whitebeard said coldly. Apologize to you? You deserve it too. Sengoku sneered, don't try to threaten me with Momuzagi, as a marine, it is her honor to die in battle. Yeah, then there's nothing to say. Whitebeard simply hung up the phone. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was covered with veins. After some hesitation, Sengoku took the initiative to call again, 10 billion Baileys is impossible, as you said before, Akainu is only 6.5 billion, how can Momuzagi, an admiral candidate, be 10 billion? That's Akainu's waist cut by Doflamingo, and the value is naturally greatly reduced. If you don't want to, Laozi can find someone else. After speaking, Whitebeard wanted to hang up again. Don't worry, wait, we can talk. Let's see if... Sengoku started a series of bargaining, stalking and talking nonsense for half an hour, and finally settled the deal with 5 billion Baileys. Zillan was also very satisfied after learning about it. One person was half, and he didn't do anything and liked to mention 2.5 billion Baileys. Chapter 52. Sengoku hung up the phone bug angrily, and then ordered people to collect 5 billion Bailey in the shortest possible time, and sent the money to the Whitebeard pirate group in New World. Momuzagi was also redeemed to naval headquarters. After Sengoku heard what happened, he immediately asserted that Zillan was eradicating dissidents. "No way," Mr. Zillan was crying at that time. Momuzagi recalled Zillan's heartfelt words at that time, and his heart is still quite touched now. "I saw Marine Admiral cry for the first time. You idiot, you were sold and you still counted the money." Sengoku was also convinced, and sighed helplessly in his heart. A woman is a woman after all, and the benevolence of a woman is inherently kinder and gentler than that of a man, so it can't be a big deal. Sengoku also gave up the idea of placing an undercover agent next to Zillan. Today he was captured alive by Whitebeard, and tomorrow it may be Kaido of the Beasts. The huge underground warehouse of the G0 base is 1 kilometer wide from north to south, and its height reaches an astonishing 500 meters. Stacks of thick banknotes are stacked firmly together. All the money Zillan got was stored here, and he built 5 or 6 similar warehouses. When he is free and bored, Zillan will always think about his family property. After a series of operations, the current personal wealth has soared to 530 billion Baileys, and half of the trillion yuan retirement plan has been completed. He was very happy. In just a few months, he had earned more than 500 billion yuan. Retirement by this time next year is just around the corner. Back in the office, Zillan called Kaitong and asked how the protection fee was recently charged. There are also many pirates entrenched in the thousands of miles of sea area radiated by the G0 base. The reason why they can develop steadily is because they have to pay a sky-high protection fee every month. Dozens of pirate groups, large and small, add up to an average of 1.5 billion berries per month. Recently, the world is in chaos, and there are more and more pirates. Zillan estimates that there should be 2 billion berries. It's gone, it's all gone. Kaitong shook her head, took out a photo and handed it to Zillan. He took a closer look and found that there were dozens of hearts neatly placed on the ground. "Why, Doflamingo has changed his game again, from Waste Emperor to a Heart Emperor." Zillan said unhappily, "I don't care what kind of emperor he is, he ruined my job, no matter who it is, I can't spare him." Doflamingo hasn't the guts to challenge Master Zillan's authority, and the protagonist who caused the Rocky Port incident is someone else. Kaitong said slowly. "The Rocky Harbor incident?" Zillan couldn't help being startled, and blurted out, "Trafalgar Luo. It's him. He collected the hearts of dozens of pirates, with the goal of becoming Shishibukai. Those pirates are all pirates who paid protection fees in Lord Zillan's jurisdiction." Kaitong explained. "The idiot doesn't know the rules of the New World yet." Zillan exhaled, a look of cruelty appeared on his face. "New World, a certain sea area." Boom 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 boom. A fierce battle is taking place on the sea, and the sound of the roar of the cannon can be heard clearly in the sea several kilometers away. The Heart Pirate group led by Luo had a fierce battle with a certain pirate group from New World. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Luo led his men to defeat the opponent and successfully removed the opponent's heart. This is already the 75th heart, 25 away from 100. Luo stood on the deck, clutching a beating heart tightly in his hand. Luo in the original book did become Shishibukai with 100 hearts. Luo's group didn't rest, and focused on other nearby pirates. The boss of the other party offered a reward of only 200 million Baileys, but they were successfully defeated by Luo Cheng. After entering the New World, after experiencing all kinds of cruel fighting power, Luo's strength has improved rapidly, and the current bounty has exceeded 300 million Baileys. In the evening, Luo, who worked hard all day, went to the G0 base and gave all the hearts he just got to Marine. The ones who came to receive the reception before were Kaitong, but this time they became Zillan. Looking at this old man with white hair, combed back, a cigar in his mouth, rings in his hand, and sunken eyes, Luo felt very strange. It's quite capable. You have wiped out all the pirates near the G0 base. The corners of Zillan's mouth turned up, with a kind smile on his face. I'm also very puzzled. With your strength, it's unbelievable that they dare to live and work in peace and contentment near the G0 base. Luo, who came to New World for the first time, obviously didn't know the truth. Come here with your ears, this involves a big secret, let's talk closer. Zillan hooked his fingers. Luo hesitated slightly, was this gesture too intimate? However, when I think that I will soon become Shishibukai, isn't this my own person? Luo put down his guard and leaned closer to Zillan's mouth, and could even smell the cigar on his body. Zillan's face changed instantly, and he slapped his face just looking at this face. Because those people are all covered by Laozi. Snapped. This slap in the face directly turned Luo Hua's body 360 degrees in the air, and his head hit the ground with a bang, causing stars to appear in his eyes. Even so, Zillan did not calm down. He stepped on Luo's face and rubbed it vigorously. Don't say you are a Shishibukai, the new 4 emperors have taken over, and they will also come to Laozi to worship the mountain and pay protection fees. How dare you touch my people? Zillan was blown up, damn it. Who doesn't know that New World is his Zillan's territory? Come on, it's fine if you don't pay the protection fee, and dare to touch his god of wealth, how can Zillan bypass it? Kaitong, contact Doflamingo, sell Luo. Still wanting to be Shishibukai, go be a slave, you idiot. Luo, who was stunned by the beating, had a blank mind. Is this the wild New World, helping Marine kill so many pirates? It's fine if you don't get favored, but get slapped by Marine Admiral instead? Chi Tong looked at the foolish Luo Ji and shook his head, the smart man had already paid to redeem himself. Chapter 53. Much, Doflamingo. At the mention of this name, Luo's face instantly turned pale. He fears and hates Doflamingo, and what he fears is naturally the opponent's strength, and the hatred is because he killed the respected Mr. Class On. Mr. Zillan, don't you think about it. This guy's op fruit. The beautiful red pupils flickered for a moment. Zillan naturally knew what she was talking about, ageless surgery. I've already bought the eternal body. That ability doesn't work for me anymore. It's better to sell it for a good price. Zillan smiled lightly, no one would be able to resist the temptation of ageless surgery. Don't talk about others, it is estimated that Doflamingo is a competitor. After so many years, he still misses Luo. Why, isn't it the ageless surgery? Zillan returned to the office and called Doflamingo. Sure enough, when he heard that Luo had been arrested, he was extremely excited and expressed his willingness to buy Luo with money. Zillan was not polite to him either, he just opened his mouth and said 10 billion Baileys. This price scares Doflamingo away. Damn it, the op fruit was only 5 billion Pele back then. And Luo who ate the op fruit actually asked for 10 billion Pele? Zillan doesn't insist on Doflamingo, anyway, it's 10 billion Pele, whether you want it or not. If those big names from the world government are brought in to bid for the auction, facing the temptation of the ageless surgery, it is estimated that it will not be as simple as 10 billion. After some thought, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and took Luo. It's cheap, it's really cheap. Zillan felt a little regretful again, and said to himself, this guy Luo sold 10 billion Baileys, and that Nika-shaped straw hat Luffy should start at 20 billion. Zillan's intestines are remorseful. I didn't expect that Doflamingo was really willing to spend 10 billion Pele to buy Luo. The so-called ageless surgery is actually a legendary existence. It is not clear whether it will work or not. It is a bit of a loss. Kai Tong shook her head. If she wanted this business, she would definitely refuse it. You do not understand. With a cigar in his mouth, Zillan said slowly, the surgery of immortality is the key to control the great secret treasure of Marie Joy. What he values is only this, and the rest are secondary. Zillan knows Doflamingo's thoughts clearly. No matter what kind of moth this guy is playing, as long as it doesn't hinder him from making money, Zillan will turn a blind eye and close his eyes. Even as long as Doflamingo is willing to pay, Zillan is willing to provide some help. However, when it comes to the Marie Joy's great secret treasure, the opponent is the high-level executives of the world government, so the reward is naturally astronomical. What is the so-called great secret treasure? Kaitong asked curiously. Zillan looked out the window and said lightly, no matter how strong a person's combat power is, it is limited after all, and it is far from truly destroying the world. However, there are 3 ancient weapons in this world that have been given the name of gods, namely Uranus and Poseidon. And Pluton, they have the power to destroy the world. The so-called great secret treasure of Marie Joy is actually ancient weapon Uranus, which is currently held by celestial dragons. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods actually started because of this. Rox somehow heard that Uranus was sleeping in the Valley of the Gods, and brazenly set off that super war. However, that idiot doesn't know what's so special about Uranus. This world-destroying super weapon cannot be activated casually. First of all, he needs a majestic vitality and the bloodline of celestial dragons, both of which are indispensable. That's why Doflamingo is so passionate about age-defying surgery. Zillan said eloquently that after being a marine for half a century, he has already figured out the messy things about the world government. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret. Kaitong suddenly realized, no wonder Op fruit appeared more than 10 years ago, and many forces such as world government, Marine, and Doflamingo were chasing it. A deep light flashed in Zillan's eyes. In fact, he didn't have much interest in fighting for world hegemony. Otherwise, the world might have changed hands. Many years ago, he got a special thing, Pluton Blueprint. When Marine executed Luoji, all those related to him were arrested. Zillan personally handled this matter. He found Tom and threatened the old man with Frankie and Bingshan, forcing the old man to print a copy of Pluton design diagram. However, what reassures Tom is that Zillan still has a little limit and has not handed over the Pluton design to the world government. In fact, Zillan also considered selling the design drawings, but later gave up. The involvement was too great. After all, it is not an ordinary thing, and a little carelessness may cause fire. In addition, the asking price of Pluton's design drawings, except for the world government, other poor people in the sea can't afford it at all. It is not as simple as tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Okay, I'm a little tired, hurry up and give this kid to Doflamingo. Zillan waved his hand. If Doflamingo has the ability to control Uranus, maybe it's a good thing for him. Chapter 54. Arresting Trafalgar Law is a small matter in itself, although the government has noticed him, but hasn't he become a Shishibukai? However, it was such an insignificant little person who changed things. The next day, a group of difficult characters came to visit CP0. In the office, Zillan looked at the strangely dressed group of people in front of him, secretly surprised. The leader is naturally Rob Lucci, as well as Keiku and a man named Maha. Speaking of which, Lucci is also a rebel, because the Ice Lobby incident was defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy, and Spondum added fuel and vinegar, and put all the faults on CP9. The world government decided to kill CP9 and eradicate CP9. The luck of this group is also considered good, and they can escape from death every time. The most embarrassing thing is that Lucci and others actually counterattacked without knowing what happened during this period. Not to mention the cancellation of the arrest warrant, Lucci and Keiku climbed directly from CP9 to CP0. Especially Lucci, even if he is placed among the strong CP0, he is still an outstanding existence, and he is still a small boss. You arrested Trafalgar Luo? He has already shown his favor to the government. Who allowed you to do this? Lucci looked indifferently, with a questioning tone. Zillan rubbed his chin and blinked again. You talk to me with this attitude. Marine is no longer our boss. Keiku said blankly, don't change the subject, just answer our questions obediently and cooperate with the investigation, otherwise, we have the right to kill first and play later. Pooh. Zillan spouted out his tea from laughing, and he picked out his ears. What are you talking about? Behead first and then play. Behead who? Behead me? Ask 5 elders if they dare to say such a thing. It is undeniable that the power of CP0 is really outrageous. After Lucci's counterattack, he even dared to reprimand Akainu, who is the Marshal of Marine. The most aggrieved thing is that Akainu has nothing to do with them except fight back. Because there is only one immediate boss of CP0, 5 elders, except for 5 elders, no matter who, anyone's order, they can ignore it. Little devil, don't get carried away, even the 5 elders will call Mr. Zillan when they see this old man. What are you guys? Zillan sneered and said, remember, you are just a dog raised by celestial dragons. I will give you a good whipping. Believe it or not, 5 elders don't even dare to fart. What did you say? The CP0 named Maha was furious, and was about to argue with Zillan when Zillan glanced coldly at him. Kneel down. Let me kneel down. Maha sneered, and said contemptuously, what are you arrogant, you are just a past bang bang. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the sky, like a mountain, pressing down on him fiercely. Maha's bones exploded, as if his bones were about to shatter. Both legs were bent on the spot, and they hit the ground with a bang. Quite standard kneeling in front of Zillan. A dog is a dog, who allowed you to stand and talk to people? Zillan's face was full of disdain, he didn't pay attention to this group of fake and powerful things. It is undeniable that CP0 is indeed the lackey of celestial dragons. But, Lucci retorted, you Marines, aren't you the lackeys of celestial dragons? Zillan didn't say a word, but narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone who knows him knows that this is the rhythm of death. Zillan was very depressed. The famous scene where Nima taught Akainu a lesson actually fell on him? Luo is not here. Zillan said flatly. But eyewitnesses claim. Fake information, next. Zillan said roughly. You. Keiku was furious. Ever since they became CP0, their nostrils were upturned, defiant, like Zillan, who dared to ride on their shit. This guy was the first one. Maybe ran there. Zillan stood by the window and pointed in a random direction. Let's go. Lucci was too lazy to entangle with Zillan. The task given to them by 5 elders was to bring back Trafalgar Luo. Luo's recent excellent performance had already attracted the attention of those big shots. Correct. Lucci stopped suddenly, and the corner of his mouth curled up playfully. My lord, times have changed. No matter how powerful you are, bow your head in front of rights. After speaking, Lucci shook his cloak coquettishly, and left gracefully. He may not know that with this shake, 3 CP0 slaves will be revealed in the future. After they left, the chill on Zillan's face became more intense. Lucci was still young, and he hadn't experienced many beatings. In particular, they know too little about pretending. Pretending can only be pretended in front of the weak, and there is a price to be paid for pretending in front of the strong. It stands to reason that both CP0 and Marine belong to organizations under the world government. Why is Lucci so defiant? When he was wanted before, Marine chased and killed them unscrupulously. It is said that CP9's companions died. Holds a grudge against the Marine executives. Kai Tong just came in and whispered, I'll deal with them. Don't go. Zillan said coldly, if someone sees you doing it, it will be troublesome. This time I will solve it myself. Chapter 55. The warship with the flag of the world government was far away from the G0 base. Lucci and others nestled in the cabin, discussing the next countermeasures. Trafalgar Luo, maybe it's in Zillan's hands, we should have searched it forcibly at that time. The CP0 named Maha shouted indignantly. Both Lucci and Keiku glanced at him with idiotic eyes. This guy doesn't seem very smart. Did you see the annoying Zillan? If you continue to provoke him, the old man will really kill him. This matter has exceeded the limits of what we can handle. Report it to the 5 elders. Lucci calmly said, from Zillan's monstrous aura just now, he knew that he was not at the same level as him. Perhaps, it wasn't because of their CP0 status that they were shot to death long ago. My lords, a flying dragon is flying towards us. Outside the cabin, someone suddenly said urgently. Flying dragon. Lucci was stunned, and opened the cabin to see that the sky suddenly darkened. The evil dragon, covered in darkness, has already entrenched in the sky, with purple patterns all over its body, staring at Lucci and the others with evil eyes. Black, Black Dragon. Keiku swallowed and took a step back uncontrollably. Although Lu Qi was not as timid as Keiku, he was still sweating profusely. The Black Dragon glanced at several people with contemptuous eyes. Didn't you just say that the times have changed? How can I play with you? The corner of the Black Dragon's mouth showed a devilish arc, tear you apart, or bite your body, or crush you little by little. Black Dragon, we represent the world government. Lu Qi pointed at the flag of the world government. In this world, if you offend the world government, don't even think about it. Lu Qi's voice froze, feeling a little silly. People even sell celestial dragons, are you afraid of offending your world government? Superior. Lu Qi suddenly launched a sneak attack. He stepped on the air and soared into the sky. Moonwalk was mastered by him, but in a short while, he came to the Black Dragon. He punched out both fists, and roared with a ferocious expression, "Profound Truth 6 King Spear." Boom! There was a loud noise from the sky, and an extremely heavy fist hit his head. Xilan. Ah cut! He wrinkled his nose and sneezed uncontrollably. CP0 is at this level? It's like tickling. Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of humiliation, and was about to go mad again when Zillan's head was thrown suddenly. Pooh! The sharp dragon horns pierced through the chest, exposing the bones. A group of ants. With a flick of his head, Lu Qi flew out of the dragon's horn and fell from the sky. How dare you hurt Lu Qi, you BD! Keiku was furious. He also stepped on the moonwalk and rushed into the sky. His fingers were straightened, armament haki was entangled, and it seemed that he was going to give the Black Dragon a finger pistol. Ha ha! The Black Dragon laughed out loud, and wanted to break through him. The 4 Emperor's level combat power had to go all out. Why are you a finger pistol out to join in the fun? Boom! Keiku poked his finger on the dragon scale on the abdomen, and the scale was unscathed, but Keiku trembled in pain, his finger almost broke, it was too hard. Get out! With a flick of the Black Dragon's tail, it swept like a whip. Pooh! Keiku was hit tragically, and his abdomen seemed to be torn apart, with blood-red scars appearing. After Lu Qi, Keiku also fell from the sky. The Black Dragon looked at the CP0 named Maha, who was shouting happily just now. You, don't act rashly. Maha warned, Marine Admiral Zillan's base is nearby, let him know you have appeared, and he will definitely clean you up. Xilan couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the words. He just said that he was an outdated old guy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, it's CP0. The human auction house can't do without you. The Black Dragon smiled evilly. Lu Qi raised his head instantly, and subconsciously covered his waist. To hand them over to that waste Emperor Doflamingo? This, how vicious this is! Who doesn't know that Doflamingo is the king of the waste? He has the reputation of cutting a waist in 10 steps and leaving no kidneys for thousands of miles, and his waist skills are better than his devil fruit ability. Wait, I have something to say. Keiku was discouraged, and said submissively, Your Excellency seems to need money, and we happen to have some funds. We are willing to pay 5 billion Baileys, and beg Your Excellency to let you out. No problem. The Black Dragon nodded, and Keiku and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the next sentence directly caused them to split in place. 5 billion Baileys alone, the 3 of you total 15 billion Baileys. Lu Qi's eyes widened, he couldn't blackmail him like this. What do you look at? CP0 is not an ordinary running dog. You are dogs among dogs. As long as celestial dragons bark, you will go up and bite people. The bloodline is super pure, and the price is naturally different. Lu Qi and Keiku stay, and the remaining idiot go back to get the money. After speaking, Zillan Dragon Claw left with Lu Qi and Keiku. The destination is the lair of Doflamingo. Maha looked at the departing Black Dragon, immediately took out the phone bug to contact 5 elders, and described the matter in detail. Is it that Black Dragon again? The 5 elders of Marie Joyce is such a pain in the A, there really is no end to it. Over the years, their marine and world government have been blackmailed into trillions of Baileys. If CP0 is also auctioned, what face does the world government have? We can't get used to him this time, we must go all out to solve this serious problem. Chapter 56. On a certain island in New World, there is an endless stream of people coming and going here, and it is quite prosperous. Half a month ago, a chamber of commerce entered the island, making the economy of the entire island more prosperous. The boss behind them is Doflamingo. Seeing that the Black Dragon sent Lucci and Keiku, Doflamingo was fed and depressed. Boss, can't you make something cheap? Either Celestial Dragons or Marine Admiral, or Marine Vice Admiral at worst. Auctioning a Shishibukai is also a common thing. Although I am numb and used to it, Doflamingo can't help but feel frightened every time these big guys are auctioned. Every time he sold a piece of goods, he was frightened. In order to avoid retaliation, he could only weaken their combat effectiveness. Not to mention, this trick is really effective. With his waist gone, his physical fitness dropped sharply. Most people's combat effectiveness was not as good as before, and even if they sought revenge from him, they were beaten in the opposite direction. Let's just talk about Akainu. After being bought by the ant, his physical fitness was not as good as before because he lost a waist, and he was beaten by the ant because he couldn't last. This also caused Doflamingo's waist to never be returned. As long as it enters his auction house, brother, we don't care how much you sell, but this waste must be kept. My undercover agent in Marie Joyce has already sent information that the world government has prepared 10 warships, and the 5 elders alone dispatched 3 of them. Doflamingo's legs are weak, isn't this Nima a disaster? The black dragon turned into a dragon turned a deaf ear to it, and calmly ate the apple. There are so many people here? Is this because you want me to earn trillions of Baileys at once? After a long time, the black dragon got up and patted Doflamingo's shoulder with a palm covered with dragon scales. Don't panic, everything is under control. Doflamingo gave the black dragon a suspicious look. You do what I want, immediately. Xilan explained a few words casually, and Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he went to work immediately. World government's warships were fast and arrived before dark. They couldn't wait to kill the dragon. The world government is so inspiring, it stands to reason that the Black Dragon and Doflamingo have known about it for a long time. Under normal circumstances, the entire island should be cloudy and oppressive, full of chilling atmosphere. But on the pier, a red carpet spread to the depths of the island, with flower baskets on both sides. Where the hell is going to war? Those who don't know think they are going to marry a wife and have children. 5 elders was also completely confused. What's going on? Humph, anyway, I have the advantage, go ashore. Fearless, the blonde 5 elders was the first to jump when his warship docked. Then came 5 elders with knives. And the hat 5 elders. Seeing the bosses of the world government appearing one by one, the black dragon stepped forward to greet them. Welcome everyone leaks, oh no, welcome everyone big bosses. Big boss. The blonde-haired 5 elders turned black. This BD really thought they were here to send money to redeem people? Clang. Holding the knife, the first-generation ghost held by 5 elders came out of the sheath, and said with a strange smile, "Little ghost, I'm so sorry, I don't have any money, we are here to chop you up." Chop me up? Xilan frowned, looking at the first-generation geese shrouded in purple light, it made people shudder. Your knife is a bit fierce, it scared my heart to jump, and I will redeem you later. You want 100 billion Baileys, the attitude of the other 2 companions is not bad, so let's take 50 billion each. It makes no sense. Holding the knife, the 5 elders laughed angrily, they were not defeated yet. The blonde 5 elders and the capped 5 elders are also depressed and vomiting blood. One head? Are you polite? I admire your calmness. Facing the 3 of us and nearly 10,000 government elites at the same time, you can be so calm. Wearing a hat, 5 elders said with emotion, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the young are awesome. However, in the face of absolute strength, even if your heart is like Shisui, it can't change your defeat. Black Dragon, you are finished. Hat 5 elders gave a loud shout and took the lead. He was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and he flew in front of the Black Dragon in a single thought, and blasted out the fist wrapped around Conqueror's haki with all his strength. The Black Dragon didn't panic at all. It's okay to beat me up, just be quiet, there are hundreds of power rocks buried under our feet. The fist that was about to hit the cheek stopped in the air in an instant, and the terrifying and destructive power emanating from it disappeared in smoke. Are you bluffing me? 5 elders in the hat asked coldly. If you don't believe me, try it. Xilan deliberately put his cheek close to his fist with a face full of beatings, and said provocatively, you beat me up. The hated 5 elders winked at the knife-wielding 5 elders, the latter nodded, and the first-generation ghost swept out, the smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground cracked. Sure enough, the power rock buried underground emerged in everyone's eyes. Really, really? Putting on the hat 5 elders' voice changed, with a rare hint of panic. No wonder the BD is so calm. The blonde 5 elders darkened. Why does the black dragon have power rocks? What do Marine's idiots eat? 5 elders, holding a knife, yelled. They know the danger of power rock better than anyone else, and it is because this thing is too dangerous that Marine sent people to guard it 24 hours a day. Bosses, do you now understand who is the father? The black dragon's yin and yang voice sounded strange, regardless of 5 elders' ugly face. I won't embarrass you anymore, so many of you add up to give me 250 billion Baileys. When the sound fell, everyone was struck by lightning. 250 billion? This is not a small amount of money for the world government, which has more than 100 member countries. Chapter 57. The world government has stood for 800 years, and its profound heritage is unimaginable. In fact, to them, 250 billion is just sand on the beach, which is not worth mentioning. But what are they here for? They came to fight against the Black Dragon, not to give sacrifices to this BD. They are the 5 elders, not the bosses. Are you asking for money? No. The knife-wielding 5 elders, who is as tough as his bald head, hissed, I don't believe you dare to detonate all the power rocks, unless you don't want to live either. A flash of madness flashed in the black dragon's eyes, the dragon claw waved, and several wind blades appeared in the void, flying towards the power rock exposed to the air. Puff 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 puff. The slag splashed, and the conduit on the surface of the power rock shattered. After the purple liquid came into contact with the air, it suddenly became violent. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, deafening and resounding through the sky. The nearby high-level government officials were swallowed and obliterated by the flames, the kind that gasified on the spot. Even as strong as the 5 elders, they were blown away by this domineering power. Of course, Black Dragon is no exception. Things like power rocks don't have eyes, and they abused everyone. Boom! The Black Dragon, which was blown hundreds of meters away, landed heavily, its lungs trembling, and its chi and blood flowed backwards. The dragon scales all over his body were broken, and the corners of his mouth even bleed. However, he stood up quickly, looked at 5 elders and the others, his eyes raised with complacency. First of all, Zoan ability users are characterized by rough skin and thick flesh, and are extremely durable, especially the awakened dragon-type ability users of the Phantom Beast species, whose vitality is outrageous. Secondly, I also purchased the Eternal Body from the money-burning system, and with the blessing of the system, the defense and vitality of the Black Dragon have become stronger. He was only slightly injured by the blast, but those 5 elders were miserable. One has a broken leg. One is blind. In the other one, a large hole was torn out in the chest. The Black Dragon swaggered forward and walked up to 5 elders with the knife. This guy was the worst, his chest was blown open, and some of his internal organs were also devastated. If it were an ordinary person, it would have hung up long ago. Who said that just now? The advantage lies with me. Xilan stroked this guy's bald head. Despite the wrinkled face of this old man, this bald head is quite silky. Could it be polished? The Black Dragon complained secretly. Holding a knife, 5 elders looked up angrily. How dare you treat me like this? The Black Dragon's eyes turned cold, and he swept out his big hand. The price has increased, and you will need 150 billion Baileys when you redeem it. Snapped. The loud slap fell on the face of the knife-wielding 5 elders, and the survivors nearby were stunned. Even his two companions were stunned. The 5 elders who are so high above were actually slapped by someone? You are. The corner of the knife-wielding 5 elders' mouth was torn, and the broken teeth burst out. Countless vicious words came to mind in an instant, and he was about to blurt out when a black light floated in the black dragon's mouth, and a deathly aura swept over the knife-wielding 5 elders' whole body. You are a conscientious businessman, the light of domestic products. 150 billion pele is too reasonable, I'm worth it. Holding the knife, 5 elders quickly confessed, with a flattering smile on his face. The slap on the face was about to stop, and the black dragon stroked his polished head again. Old guy, you are also very knowledgeable about current affairs. Contact your companions, tell the remaining 5 elders, if I don't see 250 billion Baileys by this time tomorrow, I will send you. No, it's 300 billion Baileys. Send them away by this time tomorrow. If you don't come, I'll sell you all. Biting gazes passed over the 5 elders, all 3 of them were terrified, feeling extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. The script should not be like this. A few minutes ago, they were discussing how to kill the black dragon. How long has passed, and they are about to become black dragon's commodities. Phew, it's really pitiful. There was a burst of scalp-numbing laughter. Yazidi was wearing a white coat, white gloves on his hands, a scalpel in his right hand, tweezers in his left hand, a mask on his face, and a surgical cap on his head. This dress is like a doctor who is about to go to the operating table. Much, Doflamingo! The 5 elders exclaimed, and fear emerged from their rare eyes. This dress, shouldn't it come from Karma's waist? Xilan glanced at him, said nothing, indirectly acquiesced to his behavior. Who will start with? Doflamingo glanced around and finally landed on the blonde 5 elders. The latter shivered and curled up. My eye has been blown out, what else do you want to do? Let me go. When I asked to restore my celestial dragon's identity, you didn't agree. If I didn't control the big secret, I might have been assassinated by you, and I didn't see you letting me go. The blonde 5 elders hurriedly said, I have something to say, when we go back, I can give it to you. Puff. The tearing pain swept through the whole body. The Emperor Yaezai really lived up to his reputation, and he struck quickly and ruthlessly. As soon as the blonde 5 elders reacted, he felt something was missing in his abdomen, it was empty. But the tweezers in Doflamingo's hand contained a bright red organ. He tossed it to the blonde 5 elders indifferently, go back and make a specimen. Chapter 58. The world government failed miserably, and when the bad news reached Marie Joyce, it immediately caused an uproar. The 5 elders went out, but they were manipulated by the black dragon. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead and a long beard, was also dumbstruck, as if he had lost his mind, and was stunned for several minutes. Ask us for 300 billion Baileys bail. Yes, our world government has become a joke, and was actually blackmailed by a mere pirate. If you don't give it, the 3 of them will be auctioned off, and they may even be killed, and the tens of thousands of elites will also be murdered. This loss is even more unbearable for us. The 2 were also extremely distressed, and the matter was beyond their ability to handle. This matter must be reported to Lord Im, and let her be judged. There is also Marine's Sengoku. He is getting more and more confused. It's okay to lose the Vegapunk, and the Power Rock has also fallen into the hands of the Black Dragon. He is not qualified for the position of Marine Marshal. Let's find a new candidate. We originally chose Sakazuki, but unfortunately he was caught by the ant to warm the bed. Actually, Kuzan is not bad. The 2 talked all the way, and went hand in hand between the flowers in the deepest part of Marie Joyce. There is the location of the legendary man, Im, the behind-the-scenes ruler of the world government. 2 hours later, Marin was busy. The top executives of the world government were forced to accept the Black Dragon's blackmail, willing to pay 300 billion Baileys in exchange for 5 elders and others. Marshal Sengoku of the Marine personally led people to trade. The battleship left Marin numerous, looking at the port that was getting farther and farther away. Sengoku on the deck felt sad. Whoever signs such a traitorous agreement will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. He hated the Black Dragon to death in his heart, and from Five Elders' tone, Sengoku heard his disappointment in himself, and the position of Marshal Marine probably won't last long. In fact, according to the timeline in the original book, Sengoku has already retired. Right now, he is holding on to not leaving because he is unwilling to leave. In the original book, retiring from the military can be regarded as achievement and fame. After all, before retiring, get rid of the Whitebeard pirate group of Megatron New World. Now what? It is equivalent to being swept out, the former is glorious, and the latter is disgraceful. Such a gap in heart has caused Sengoku's mind to be distorted a little bit. Besides Black Dragon, Sengoku also hates another person, Zillan. As I said before, all the power rocks have been used up, the Black Dragon was blown up. What about now? Sengoku didn't know if the Black Dragon was blasted or not, but the Black Dragon blasted 5 elders with the power rock. This pot, Sengoku refused to carry it, it was Zillan's fault. When the world government tracked it down in the future, he shirked the responsibility to Zillan. The speed of the warship was very fast, and before it knew it, it arrived at the island occupied by Xilan and others. The detonation of the power rock is still extremely exaggerated. From a distance, the entire island is only half of the original area, and this is still a large part that has not been detonated. Otherwise, the Black Dragon will either die or be disabled. Yo, isn't this the famous Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku? As soon as he saw Sengoku, the Black Dragon came up and joked, "You don't look very good. Why, did your wife run away with someone else? If I were your wife, I'd give you a cuckold too. What's the use of a man who can lose battles all day long?" Xilan came up with a burst of sarcasm. Sengoku's eyes were full of fire. "Xilan, don't get too carried away." Boom boom boom. Conqueror's haki broke out, Sengoku's robes were loose, and his body was filled with golden light. Behind him, the phantom of the Buddha appeared faintly. "Remind you, you are here to pay the money, and start a war with me. Maybe 300 billion will become 350 billion. Black Dragon reminded him friendly. Sengoku gritted his teeth, but he had no choice but to point to the large freighter running behind him with no end in sight. "I brought all the money, you can count it slowly. 300 billion is not a small amount. Doflamingo recruited hundreds of people to count it for a week before it can be counted clearly. It was 7 days after they were released, and the 5 elders were already starving, pale and emaciated, looking sluggish, and their legs and feet were weak when they walked. In the past 3 days, they have not exhausted their grains and suffered from various perverts. First of all, Doflamingo dug out their kidneys, which was the kind without anesthesia. The pain was so painful that they cried for their father and mother. Afterwards, everyone had more than 100 stitches. It's a complete victory this time." Looking at the warship going away, a pleasant smile appeared on Xilan's face. A full 300 billion Baileys, plus the original more than 500 billion Baileys, personal wealth is close to 850 billion. This is just a few months of fishing. If it was like this before, wouldn't I have made a fortune long ago? Zillan secretly regretted that he was too low-key before. As a human being, he should have a bigger picture. As long as he dares to fight and fight hard, isn't it a matter of time before he makes a fortune? Blue, blue, blue. The phone in his arms rang, and he took it out to see that it was Kaitong calling. "Master Zillan, people from the world government are here, and they request you to report to Marie Joyce immediately." Obviously, Zillan's recent series of operations have aroused the dissatisfaction of those bosses. "In the past, I was also greedy for money, so I pretended it anyway, but now it's really a showdown and I don't pretend." Chapter 59. Zillan returned to the G0 base, took a short rest, and rushed to Marie Joyce by boat. This time, he brought Chi Tong with him. The days on the sea are too dull, let Chi Tong taste the flute all the way to pass the time. Although it is boring, it is also pleasant. "Master Zillan, the world government is not a good person this time." Chi Tong, who was kneeling in front of Zillan, slowly stood up, with a few traces of thick white paste hanging from the corner of her mouth. "What are you afraid of? It's nothing more than inviting me to drink tea." Zillan stretched, squinted his eyes and said, This kind of thing doesn't happen once or twice, just get used to it. I often walk by the river without getting my shoes wet. CP0's dog-nose is pretty smart, and he has caught Zillan's arms sail before and sent it to 5 elders. However, in most cases, the world government is taking the initiative to calm things down. Because they need the deterrence of Zillan's force, not to mention the Battle of the Valley of Gods. If Zillan hadn't smashed the rocks, the celestial dragons would have been wiped out. Do not worry. Zillan patted Kaitong on the head, and said with a smirk, by the way, the taste is still good as I get older. Kaitong rolled her eyes and spat softly, I'm not serious. Ha 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 ha. By the time Zillan arrived at Marie Joyce, it was already early the next morning. Marie Joyce, located above the red line, is surrounded by a thick fog in the morning, like a fairyland on earth, looming. Of course, this is the case of ignoring the screams of countless slaves. Early in the morning, Zillan saw a group of celestial dragons riding slaves for a walk. Unfortunately, I ran into a familiar face. Hey, isn't this brother Crocodile, Tang Tang Yuan Shi Shibukai, why is it mixed into a mount? Zillan passed by the pleasant garden, and was going to visit the big brother Kong. That is to say, the former marshal of the Marine, and now the commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, the man whose status is second only to the 5 elders. Among the slaves ridden by the celestial dragons was Crocodile. Zillan was very stunned. He vaguely remembered that Crocodile was bought by someone for 1.8 billion. The buyer seemed to be a pirate. How could it be transferred to celestial dragons? Zillan. The wounded Crocodile roared again and again, and his face and limbs were tied with special collars, which greatly limited his strength. Bold, without my young master's permission, who would have allowed you to speak, you scumbag human beings? The celestial dragons sitting on Crocodile flew into a rage, swung their whips and whipped him on the head, leaving a bloodstain immediately. A look of madness flashed across Crocodile's eyes, but facing the embarrassment in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Let's go, Kaitong. Zillan took a pitying glance and left. But... Stop! A rude voice sounded, and the ugly celestial dragons stared at Kaitong greedily. This girl is my favorite, let's go, Marine. The bloodthirsty intent flashed across the beautiful eyes of the red pupil. She subconsciously drew towards the saber. Zillan turned his head and patted her on the shoulder. Which clan of celestial dragons does this young master come from? Zillan smoked a cigar with a smile, seemingly harmless to humans and animals, but Crocodile, who was a top powerhouse, felt a sense of creepiness. My young master's name is Don Quixote Los Sal. Ugly celestial dragons hold their heads high and look proud. It turned out to be from the Don Quixote family. Zillan rubbed his chin and muttered, find a chance to sell your whole clan to pawn. Oh no, let your patriarch go to the G0 base, I want to treat him warmly. What a mess. The celestial dragons named Lethal snorted coldly, and aimed their pistol at Zillan. Get the hell out of here, and put this girl poof. Wow ah ah ah. Lethar screamed again and again, his right arm had been chopped off by Kaitong. This guy is like a stinky maggot, spinning back and forth. His screams immediately attracted the attention of the guards. Seeing that it was Zillan's subordinates who did the attack, they were at a loss. In the end, even CP0 rushed over upon hearing the news. After seeing Zillan and Kaitong, CP0 was furious. How dare you attack celestial dragons? The leader, Lu Qi, stared wide-eyed, his muscles exploded, his clothes were torn, and the sense of oppression suddenly became several times stronger. The recovery is amazing. It's only been a few days since my waist was cut, and I can come out to bite people so quickly. Zillan praised, he is indeed a king of mentality, and Lu Qi's face turned green in an instant. It is his lifelong shame to be slapped by Doflamingo. Anyway, your men attacked the celestial dragons, and I'm going to capture her. Lu Qi stared at Kaitong. Zillan is the big boss, so someone will take care of him, so Kaitong can just let him take care of it. Sure enough, it hasn't been long since I became CP0. Zillan looked at the sky and said mockingly, you should ask your colleagues more about whether similar things happened in the past, and see what happened to the person who moved me. Lu Qi was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this guy attacked celestial dragons in Marie Joyce before? Back off! Suddenly, a majestic hacky voice sounded, and everyone looked for it, and it was a burly hacky man. This person is muscular, with a broad body, and a pair of piercing eyes that make people dare not look at each other. Lu Chi's complexion changed. Although their CP0 only obeys celestial dragons, this person must give face. Immediately shrinking his neck, he fell silent with interest. Brother Kong, long time no see. Zillan had a big smile on his face and spotted Sengoku behind him. Hey, Sengoku, are you here too? Are you going to sue me again? Don't fart there, what I said is the truth. Sengoku looked annoyed and almost jumped up. He did come to sue, but for some reason, the words that came out of Zillan's mouth changed in taste. It's like two children playing games, one of them can't afford it and went to complain to his mother, and Sengoku is the one who can't afford it. Chapter 60. You guys. Kong is also dumbfounded about this, whether it is Sengoku or Zillan, including Zephyr and Garp, they were all his capable men. However, time has passed and everyone has changed. Zephyr betrays Marine. Garp was also disappointed with the world government and Marine because of his grandson, and retired sadly. Although Zillan is still in service, he is clear about the shitty things he did. His name is Marine, and he is actually a pirate. As for Sengoku, he has always been committed to maintaining the world of celestial dragons, and he is also obedient to the world government. Brother Kong, Zillan's original intention has changed. He is no longer the Admiral Red Dragon who the pirates heard about it in the past. Now he has completely fallen into Qian's eyes. There are only two words left in Zillan's life: making money. In order to get rich, by whatever means, he has changed from a marine hero to a marine scum. Sengoku talked a lot of bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Zillan picked his ears and mocked speechlessly, Sengoku, why are you talking like a woman? Where did the old man say something wrong? Sengoku stared at Zillan unkindly. You kept saying that all the power rocks were used to blow up the black dragons, but what happened? The black dragons were used to blow up the 5 elders, explain to them yourself. This time, it really made a big fuss. Kong sighed and said, 5 elders, 3 of them were disabled at once, your boy stabbed a catastrophe this time, even if the old man wipes your A, it will not end well. It's none of my business. Zillan complained innocently, those old guys, 3-on-1 were scrapped by the Black Dragon, which only shows that their own abilities are not good enough. If it were me. Zillan's slightly bent back straightened, and Haki said, I'm going to beat that Black Dragon guy to the ground. Come on. Sengoku unceremoniously stood up to dismantle the stage, and said with a sneer, some people were defeated by Doflamingo a while ago, hey. The corner of Zillan's mouth twitched, and he stared at Sengoku rather gloomily. It seemed that he had completely broken up now, and he wanted to trample Sengoku under his feet. Stop it, Sengoku. Kong changed the subject and asked, Zillan, do you remember that man named Blackbeard? Isn't that kid dead? Zillan said without thinking. How can you not remember this? At the beginning, Whitebeard spent 15 billion Baileys to put a reward on him. You also said one thing at the time, that there was Rock's soul hidden in Blackbeard's body. Kong said slowly. Zillan asked curiously, that's true, but that guy's heart has been torn to pieces, so he might not be alive. Kong did not speak, and took out a photo from his arms. This is the information from Cake Island. The scene that came into view was also quite simple. 2 people were drinking together, one of them was an ant, and the other. Zillan's pupils constricted, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and exclaimed after confirming that he read it right, isn't this Blackbeard? He's not dead. Zillan looked at Kong in disbelief. As you can see. Sorrel looked solemn, there are only 2 possibilities, either Blackbeard is not dead, or Blackbeard is dead, and now Rox has replaced this body. Anyway, no matter what the possibility is, we must be vigilant. The crew of the Rox pirate in the past have come into contact, and the world-famous pirate group may be resurrected at any time. Speaking of which, Sora broke into a cold sweat. Once you get them to reorganize the Rox pirate, then... Gollum. Rao is the commander-in-chief Kong, his throat is also choked up at this moment, and his expression is extremely dignified. The previous Ant and Kaido have not yet reached the real peak, far worse than they are now. In addition, although the Rock's pirates are powerful, they are not monolithic internally. When the Battle of the Valley of the Gods started, there was even a rebellion within them. Only then did the Marine and Luoji pirates have a chance to annihilate them. Otherwise, those who live in the Red Line might be a group of pirates. All in all, the government and the Marine need you. Kong slapped Zillan on the shoulder, his eyes full of respect and satisfaction. You are the sword of Marine and the nemesis of Rocks. Once that guy is resurrected, I hope you will crush him like you did before. Zillan said seriously, I will definitely. After finishing speaking, Zillan couldn't help but glance at Sengoku triumphantly. See, this is the value of Laozi, FK off, I'm still a FG Marine Admiral. Sengoku's face was depressed when he heard the words, especially when he saw Zillan's villainous face. He cursed in his heart, this BD is like a nail house, he is stuck in Admiral's position and won't leave, why does Brother Kong care about him so much? Sengoku is envious, jealous, and hateful, so if he just opened his mouth, no one can touch Zillan. Da. At the same time, a brigade of men in black suddenly surrounded them, and the leader said, Master Kong, 5 elders invited Mr. Zillan to come over. Wait, I'll come to Brother Kong to talk about the old days. Zillan left with the man in black, followed by Kaitong. Humph, I hope you can come back, I'll see how you pass the 5 elders level. Sengoku felt relieved, he was about to step down, but before he fell, it would be nice to be able to pull Zillan down. Although Shuo Kong is willing to protect Zillan, the real talker of the world government is still the 5 elders. Chapter 61. In the spacious and bright conference room, 5 elders each had a pose. Some read books. Some sat cross-legged, thinking about life. And feed the fish. Others dozed off. The last one is smoking. Da. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps coming from afar became clear that they all raised their heads and looked at the gate. The eyes of several people exchanged, and then they nodded secretly, as if some agreement had been reached. What are you guys doing, you are so mysterious? The next moment, an unusually frivolous voice sounded. Zillan, who combed back his hair and wore rings, stood in front of the 5 elders. Looking at the sofa in the hall, Zillan was not polite, and walked straight over, and the bearded 5 elders sitting next to him looked straight at him. Move your butt to the side, we're getting old, we can't stand for a long time, and we can't work with you. Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, Zillan sat down directly. The moment he sat down, he pouted his butt to the right and pushed the bearded 5 elders aside. 5 elders. There was a glint in their eyes, isn't this guy too arrogant? Sengoku is very reserved when meeting them. Leaving aside the messy things you did before, your subordinate just chopped off the hand of celestial dragons, what should he do? 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, asked coldly. It's just one hand. It's not bad if I didn't kill him. Zillan lit his cigar and blew a smoke ring at the 5 elders next to him. The old guy might not be used to the pungent smell, so he coughed non-stop. Don't forget, who saved your celestial dragon's world? Zillan retorted, if I hadn't defeated the Rocks in the past, how could you celestial dragons still be domineering? That's all about Chensheimer rotten millet, don't mention the past. The blonde 5 elders said in a deep voice, how do you explain the power rock in the black dragon's hand? You clearly told Sengoku that it has been used up. Why did it go to the black dragon? 5 elders with the knife had a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He was the worst blasted by the power rock. He returned to Marie Joyce and was close to belching. If it wasn't for that one, he might have died by. Give us an explanation. Wearing a hat 5 elders stood up angrily, staring at Zillan with cruel eyes. Looking at these people with skin-cramping eyes, Zillan breathed steadily and didn't even blink. Explain. Zillan smiled, with a look of contempt, what am I explaining, 3v1 and being abused, is this a problem with power rock? Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Bold. You are really presumptuous. A mere human. It's time to liquidate you, Zillan. Zillan's words completely ignited 5 elders, and dangerous killing intent surrounded him. Boom! The sofa he was sitting on exploded on the spot and was crushed into slag by the violent force. Strangely, Zillan was still sitting upright and did not fall down. Faced with this devastating atmosphere, Zillan snuffed out his cigar, and his deep black eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red light. "You guys, do you know who you are facing? Who are you exposing your murderous intent to? What?" Boom boom boom. Zillan's firepower was fully fired, and the invincible conqueror's haki exploded like a tsunami, and all the forces hovering around were flattened. Ka 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 ka. The hall couldn't bear the domineering atmosphere and collapsed on the spot. The sun shone down and fell on Zillan's body, his body gradually lifted up and flew high into the sky. The fiery red luster spread from his body, radiating the entire Marie Joyce, and an ominous feeling of destroying everything descended on the entire Marie Joyce. "Here, is this about Tyrannosaurus?" Knife-wielding 5 elders were dumbfounded. Looking at it intently, Zillan's body stretched infinitely and became bigger. First, the red wings that covered the sky grew out of his back. After stretching, the sky of Marie Joyce darkened, about 5,000 meters. His head turned into the mighty Haki's dragon head, and the dragon's roar resounded, tearing at their souls. His eyes turned into crimson eyes like flames. On the top of his head, hundreds of meters of dragon horns grew. His limbs turned into sharp claws. In that high sky, the thousands-meter-long dragon tail swayed freely. After the fruit is awakened, the ability user will have an impact on the surrounding environment. The original blue sky was red, and it spread to dozens of kilometers away. Even the white clouds above the height of 10,000 meters have turned into fire clouds. The geology of Marie Joyce has also undergone tremendous changes. The ground has turned red and hot for no reason, and it seems to be flowing magma under the feet. Even the sea below the red line was glowing red, and all creatures within a few thousand meters were scalded to death. The whole world has changed with Zillan's tyrannical dragon transformation, as if he was dragged into a hot hell by him. Roar! Zillan opened his mouth, and a few traces of deep red dragon saliva slipped from the corner of his mouth. After landing, there was a bang, and a gap hundreds of meters wide was blasted. The power is strong enough to instantly kill a Marine Vice Admiral. "Just now, who wanted to liquidate the old man?" Zillan questioned. The dragon's chant went straight to the soul, the trembling atmosphere shattered, and the sky trembled. "I don't know, I thought it was the power of shock fruit." Grunt. The 5 elders are all choking and swallowing. Is this Zillan's true posture belong? With his wings extended, his width reaches 5,000 meters. However, this is not the most exaggerated. The length of the dragon's tail from the dragon's head has reached an astonishing 10,000 meters. As soon as he lay down in the sky, the whole Marie Joyce was dimmed and looked extremely small, like a toy in his hands. Chapter 62. Answer me, who wants to liquidate this old man? Zillan roared again. Marie Joyce ignited a fire, and the crimson flames engulfed this bustling and decaying city in an instant. You, are you going to declare war on the celestial dragons, Zillan?" The 5 elders on the ground were trembling with anger, and at the same time secretly shocked. Isn't this old guy past his prime? How can there be such a shocking combat power? The scene that appeared in the Valley of the Gods decades ago, actually appeared in Marie Joyce again? Back then, the Valley of the Gods was burned to the ground by the red flames attached to Tyrannosaurus transformation. Once the war broke out, regardless of winning or losing, Marie Joyce would definitely be buried with her anyway. Well, actually, this is not the first time Zillan has burned Marie Joyce. It's not that I'm against you, it's you who are forcing me to destroy the celestial dragon's rule. Zillan's dragon eyes shone coldly, his mouth breathed out the flames of red lotus, and his words were filled with hot wind and flames. Destroy the rule of the celestial dragons? Talk big. Are you alone, sitting in the sky and thinking about it? Holding a knife, 5 elders sneered. Zillan, you have underestimated the background of world government too. It's time for you to experience the strength of this old man, and see who is short-sighted. Zillan's 10,000 meter long and 5,000 meter wide dragon body ignited flames, and the crimson-red lotus flames turned him into a giant fire dragon, and Marie-Joy temperature suddenly rose to thousands of degrees. Although the 5 elders are confident, they seem to be very calm, and dare to challenge Zillan, but in fact they are also panicked. The high temperature of ultimate caused changes in the world. After Zillan showed his full strength, the sea evaporated rapidly. The nearby sea area within dozens of kilometers sank by 1 centimeter collectively, and the horror brought about by Zillan's tyrannical dragon can be imagined. Condensation. With an order, all the flames wrapped around his body condensed towards the top of his head. The special great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers is like an artificial sun, and its core temperature has reached an unbelievable 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. Are you kidding? Is this the power that humans should control? It's terrible. Is this the true combat power of Marine Admiral Red Dragon? No wonder he dared to confront the 5 elders. A monster among monsters, a dragon among dragons. People looked up at the sky with shocking eyes. Take Lu Qi as an example, he was completely dumbfounded. Where in history there is no one who challenged 5 elders head-on, it was in a place like Marie-Joy's. It's like smashing your home once, but you, the head of the family, can only swallow your anger and dare not make mistakes. At this moment, the 5 elders also regretted it. Once they start a war with Zillan, some of them must die. At the same time, in the depths of the distant Marie-Joy's, a beautiful figure stepped out from among the flowers. Looking at the giant fireball in the sky, a strange luster appeared in its eyes. Zillan also moved his eyes. He could feel the slightest movement of the top conqueror's haki he bought from the system. He, actually felt a sense of threat and danger. This is what rocks in its heyday could not bring. He looked to the northeast side, where it came from. It was the deepest part of Marie-Joy's, a forbidden place. Not to mention outsiders like Zillan, that is the existence that the 5 elders have to kneel down to meet. Even the big man was shocked. Zillan was surprised, but then he was relieved. With such a big commotion, it would be strange if I didn't come out to show his presence. Wait, I have something to say. Just when the situation was about to run wild and irreversible, a loud voice came out to support Zillan. There's no need to force an outstanding marine general away for some inexplicable things. Sora didn't know when it started, but he had already appeared behind the 5 elders. Excellent General? You are going to fight us now, how dare you say he is excellent? The blonde 5 elders shouted angrily, and the rest of the 5 elders were also extremely angry. Kong smiled faintly. These old fellows seemed to be angry, wishing to tear Zillan alive, but the suppressed murderous aura like before silently subsided. His mouth is very tough, but he has actually lowered his stance and confessed. Glancing at Zillan in the sky from the spare time, he hesitated for a moment, and the oversized fireball also collapsed. Heaven and earth regained their tranquility once again. Kong paused in his thoughts, and said slowly, the matter of the power rock may not necessarily have something to do with Zillan. There is not only one place in the world that produces power rock. There is no conclusive evidence to frame a marine admiral for selling power rocks to pirates. This is the logic of robbers. The voice is loud and serious. Sengoku on the side twitched. Is this bandit talking about himself? What about his greed for money? We have conclusive evidence for this. Hat 5 elders said in a deep voice. I sold my life for so many years for you celestial dragons, I'm almost retiring, how about making some money to live a comfortable life? Zillan took the initiative to speak and did not hide it. The Showdown admitted. Everyone, these are minor problems. Compared to them, there are already things that threaten the celestial dragon's rule. Kong said slowly, he could see that 5 elders had wavered in dealing with Zillan. In my opinion, Zillan is the biggest pest that threatens the celestial dragon's rule. The bearded 5 elders snorted coldly. What happened today made them lose face. Rocks seem to be resurrected. Sora said in a low voice, with a simple sentence, the pupils of 5 elders dilated instantly. The old fear of being dominated by the rocks came to mind again. It was a group of super pirates who were almost united in the Grand Line, and the strong gathered. Like what the Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, etc., are all crew members of the Rocks Pirate. In addition, there are famous pirates such as Akoku, John, and Silver Axe. It was a pirate group so huge that it was ultimate. In the past, it dared to attack the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods is an important gathering place for celestial dragons, similar to Marijoi's. In the past era, most celestial dragons actually lived in the Valley of the Gods. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods broke out, they migrated to Marijoi's. Rox is powerful, as you all know. Garp has retired, Luoji is dead, and the only person in the world who can fight him one-on-one is Zillan. Also, Rox went to Cake Island, and he got in touch with Damat, and even had a drink. Commander Kong said, full of fear. Hearing this, 5 elders narrowed their eyes and looked at each other, and the chill in their eyes dissipated. Yes, in contrast, Rox is the confidant. No matter how outrageous Zillan is, at least he is still wearing Marine's coat on the bright side, and he is barely one of his own. As for Rox, that is Ishein's lunatic who wants to overthrow the world and rebuild the world order. Chapter 63. After weighing the pros and cons, the cold light in 5 elders' eyes completely dissipated. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Before the blonde 5 elders showed a gentle smile on his face. It is indeed a small misunderstanding, Zillan, you are still Marine Admiral, the pillar of the world government. The thing about the power rock before. That was Sengoku's slander, we just listened to his slander, he will be investigated tomorrow. Cap 5 elders said solemnly. Sengoku has been crying in the toilet, he doesn't know if Zillan is a dog, but 5 elders is definitely a dog. As soon as he heard that Rox was resurrected, Zillan's value immediately increased, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice him as the Marine Marshal. It's quite embarrassing to say, the majestic Marine Marshal can't beat Admiral, the big brother was beaten up by the younger brother, it's a shame and humiliation. That's about the same. Zillan heard that the Tyrannosaurus was lifted, and the flames occupying the sky, the earth, and the sea disappeared one after another. Even so, much of the Marijoi's was scorched. Zillan naturally understands the principle of making money with harmony. However, the group provoked themselves and chose to let the past go, nothing more than to use him against the rocks. In this case, Zillan will naturally not bypass 5 elders. How can you be worthy of yourself if you don't pay them well? Zillan settled down and said, there are 3 days left, and the old man will celebrate his birthday. Welcome to the G0 base. Hearing this, everyone cast incredulous eyes. Big birthday, what big birthday, does he want a lot of money? If I remember correctly, you are only 74 this year, and you are still far away from your 80th birthday. Sengoku said in a strange way that he and Zillan broke up, and if Zillan agreed in the future, he would oppose it. Who said it must be the 80th birthday? Zillan gave him a cold look. Pooh! Sengoku was amused, and mocked. Is there still 75th birthday? Even if it is 75th birthday, you are still more than half a year away. Hey, you know my birth date, Sengoku, you won't plot against me, will you? Zillan blinked very embarrassingly. Sengoku blew his beard and stared. I'm trying to trick you, you're a bad old man, what is Laozi thinking of you? There are 3 days left, and I will be 74 years old and 4 months old. Naturally, such a great day should be commemorated. Zillan looked up to the sky, smiling all over his face. Hearing what he said, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, is he going to live in 4 months? After that, is there still 5 months and 6 months left? Everyone, I have something else to do, so I will take my leave. Zillan left carelessly, followed by Kaitong. He has said everything that needs to be said, and smart people are starting to prepare money. After waiting for Zillan to leave, the eyes of 5 elders gradually became dark and piercing. After this incident, our prestige and image have become a laughing stock. Zillan is a BD who doesn't take the government or us seriously. Once he cleans up rocks, it will naturally be worthless, and he will be liquidated at that time. What about his birthday this time? Have a fart birthday, the old man is so old, he hasn't passed his birthday yet. Can't you see it? It's just that you want money clearly. Hey, just order someone to send some money over there. 5 elders was dying of depression. In this world, the idea of longevity is not popular at all. The most coquettish thing is that it is still a birthday of 74 years and 4 months, which is unheard of and unseen. In the evening, Zillan returned to the G0 base. With the 300 billion Baileys extorted from 5 elders before, plus the original assets, and the pirates who come to New World to pay protection fees every day, Zillan's personal wealth has reached 850 billion Baileys. That yim is really not simple. I always thought that in terms of single combat power, I was already at the peak. I didn't expect it to make me feel threatened. Zillan thought, compromising with 5 elders is partly because of harmony and wealth, and partly because of I'm. Even in a one-on-one duel with it, Zillan thought that he would lose in the end, and the opponent might be another level of powerhouse. System. Zillan muttered silently and asked, with my current level, is there any possibility to go further? If the host only wants to defeat I'm, just by the dragon deification ability. The money-burning system responded quickly. Zillan frowned, and said in surprise, dragon deification? Is it an upgraded version of Tyrannosaurus mode? It can be understood in this way. The money-burning system explained, after the dragon is deified, the host's strength will reach its peak, turning decay into magic, and officially entering the realm of gods, at the same level as I'm. Hearing this, Zillan's heart was heavy. If he said that, the so-called I'm is a god? Tell me, how much does it cost to become a dragon? Zillan didn't care, after all, he was also a man with 850 billion Baileys in his hand. 5 billion Baileys. The system responded. Zillan's brain short-circuited on the spot, he was stupefied for a moment, and asked again, did you say an extra zero? It should be 500 billion Baileys. Host heard it right, it's 5 trillion Baileys. The money-burning system repeated. You black businessman, profiteer, evil capitalist, why don't you rob? Zillan almost vomited blood, the eternal body bought for 200 billion is luxurious enough. This is another 5 trillion dragon deification. If 5 trillion yuan can snatch a god back, I believe there will be countless people desperately. Host, please remember that in a world where the weak prey on the strong, strength is priceless. If you can only buy strength with money, you should be happy. Burn money system reply. Zillan's eyes are changing, to put it simply, this is actually trying to exhaust him to death, right? Do you have to wait until the year of the monkey to retire? Chapter 64. The news that Zillan's birthday is about to pass has spread across the sea. What do you need to live a long life? Gift. Share money. Any fool can understand that it's fake to have a birthday, but it's true to ask for money. At this time, whoever doesn't mean it will be meaned by Zillan in turn. To be honest, Marine and pirates were very depressed when they met such a shameless person. If you want to live in New World, it's really hard to get along without money. Up to the 4 emperors, down to the general small pirate group, without exception, all have to pay protection fees. If you don't pay, you will be caught, and Marine will also be put on shoes. How difficult do you think it is? Time flies like a blink of an eye, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the Marine G0 base was decorated with lights and festoons, and red lanterns were hung everywhere. Today, many guests came to celebrate Zillan's birthday, both black and white must give face. Zillan also put on a big banquet, and more than 100 tables were arranged. This is too crazy. At one of the tables, a young woman named Marine couldn't help being shocked. Sitting next to her is her immediate boss, Smoker. More recently, Smoker has become Marine Vice Admiral. As for the one sitting on Tashiji's right, it's Smoky Man, I never thought we'd meet again. Luffy grinned and revealed a row of white fang, and greeted Smoker very friendly. Smoker. Tashiji. Straw Hat Luffy is the man Smoker has always wanted to arrest, but now, he actually eats at the same table as himself. Could it be more ridiculous than this? At other tables, there was even a scene of Marine Admiral drinking with the 4 emperors. Zillan, the old BD, has completely stopped pretending and let himself go. Kizaru drank his tea depressedly, his eyes slanted, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Whitebeard was drinking from the jug next to him. What are you looking at? don't you dare to catch Laozi today. Whitebeard sneered, looking at Kizaru with disdain. Kizaru didn't say a word. If anyone makes trouble today, it will be difficult for Zillan. In fact, Whitebeard also secretly wondered, no matter how outrageous Zillan was before, he at least pretended to be so unrestrained now? Didn't even bother to hide it. In the office, Zillan was smoking a cigar, while Boa Hancock and Kaitong were massaging and pinching his feet. Are you crazy? A birthday banquet is so grand. Boa Hancock said in a deep voice, we let 4 emperors and Marine Admiral eat at the same table. They are all at the same level, so of course they have to be at the same table. Ordinary pirates and marines, how can they be at the same table? Zillan said lightly. I didn't mean this. Boa Hancock corrected, the Marine and world government won't let you off easily. It's been torn apart, Marie Joyce nearly had a civil war. Zillan said nonchalantly, to put it bluntly, the government just saw that there was still some oil in my fuel tank, and wanted to squeeze out the last of my value, and then arrested the old man. Then what do I have to worry about? After the birthday party, let's set up a parrot on the dance floor, and I want to dance with the pirates. By the way, you didn't forget what you promised me before, did you? Boa Hancock changed the topic. Zillan rubbed his head, thinking he really forgot. Shouldn't you say? His face was slightly unnatural, the thing about asking for a child with a lot of money? It's just a joke, don't take it seriously, Hancock. I'm already serious. Boa Hancock said very seriously, I have collected 5 billion Baileys, and I will borrow the remaining billions of Baileys from Luffy. Pooh. Zillan spit on the spot, his eyes magnified several times, who are you looking for? That Straw Hat Luffy? By the way, that fellow Luffy is also here to celebrate his birthday. When did he become so sophisticated? That's what Mr. Rayleigh told him. Boa Hancock explained, Mr. Rayleigh said that if you want to survive in New World, you must have a good relationship with you, especially the protection fee, which must be paid on time, even if you become the One Piece in the future, your protection cannot be lost fee. He. Zillan rubbed his chin, and smiled with satisfaction. Rayleigh, although his ability to teach people is far inferior to that of Mr. Guy, he understands the world well. After finishing speaking, Zillan glanced at the scene outside the window intentionally or unintentionally. For this banquet, many people came, but there were also people who didn't come. Take Kaido for example. For example, Ant. Like redheads. Also Aokiji and Sengoku et al. A cold light flashed in Zillan's eyes, and he silently wrote down these bastards who didn't give money to them in his notebook, and he would settle them one by one. Cannot watch any more. On one of the tables, Smoker slapped the table hard. He looked angry, as a Marine Admiral, how could he join forces with pirates? Luffy looked up at Smoker, looked at the barbecue in front of him and drooled, are you angry? If you are angry, you probably won't have any appetite, so can you give me the meat? Without waiting for Smoker to agree, Luffy directly reached for it. Smoker almost exploded when he heard the words, picked up the barbecue and ate it up. I'm sorry, Laozi has a good appetite. Time flies, and an hour has passed in a blink of an eye. The birthday banquet was almost over, and many people at the dance floor party were not interested and left one after another. Boa Hancock also found Luffy again. Since being a slave for a few days, after Rayleigh's careful training, Luffy has become more mature and stable. Rayleigh was very satisfied with this disciple, and even personally sponsored him 10 billion Baileys, letting him use the money to build a good relationship with Zillan, otherwise he would go to New World in the future, that would be a trap for himself. Boa Hancock was quite surprised. When did that poor Rayleigh get so rich? He has no money for drinking and gambling, and even when he is extremely short of money, he needs to sell himself. Luffy, are you willing to lend 10 billion Baileys to my concubine? Boa Hancock's face was full of sincerity. But Luffy hesitated, and said slowly, that's the money that Mr. Rayleigh asked me to deal with Zillan. Don't worry, I'm just taking your money to deal with Zillan. Boa Hancock showed a slight smile on his pretty face, with 10 billion Baileys, I can have a child with Mr. Zillan. This is to build a good relationship with Mr. Zillan. When the time comes, you will be the #1 hero. Luffy tilted his head. What he said seemed to be right, but there seemed to be something wrong. However, Luffy finally agreed, and Boa Hancock had helped him before and was his friend. You idiot, Luffy, this is using your money to give birth to Zillan's son. Ace also came, and after hearing that, he vomited blood on the spot. To put it simply, Luffy spent 10 billion Baileys to help Zillan have a baby. It's so awesome that his mother opened the door for Niobe, so awesome. For the 10 billion Baileys, Rayleigh did not hesitate to sell himself as a slave, and robbed more than a dozen pirate groups one after another. Finally, he saved enough, and ended up being trapped in such an inexplicable way. Chapter 65. In Ace's view, the 10 billion Baileys are worthless. Not necessarily. After they have a baby, they will definitely thank me very much. Luffy said quite proudly, after all, this son was born by my 10 billion Baileys. Thank you, eh? Ace rolled his eyes angrily. Isn't this a typical way of laying eggs? This younger brother, although he has been with Rayleigh for a while, he is still as simple as ever and easy to fool. It was almost 12 o'clock at midnight, the birthday banquet and the dance floor party were over. Pirates and Marine also left the G0 base one after another. Boom 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 boom. No sooner had they left than they fought at sea. Smoker couldn't bear it anymore, and stretched out his claws on Luffy. What's more embarrassing is that the young man who was able to handle it in the past has successfully risen, and in turn, he hammered Smoker. As for the yellow monkey who ate the fruit of everyone, he probably just paid out the bonus recently, and he was also very active. He even drove a warship to challenge Whitebeard single-handedly. The end was more downcast, the warship was smashed by Whitebeard, and Kizaru himself finally left sadly. Regarding this banquet, Marine executives and world government officials remained silent. In fact, everyone is not stupid, and they have long known that Zillan and pirates are flirting. Deep down, the 5 elders already hated Zillan to death and wished they could cut him to pieces. But with the resurrection of rocks, they had to use Zillan's power to deal with rocks. This is F'd up, obviously wanting to trample him to death, but just can't leave him. And Zillan has an insight into this point, so he acted so recklessly. In the Admiral office of the G0 base, when Boa Hancock brought 10 billion Baileys, Zillan could only sell his body. In fact, he doesn't understand people like Luffy. Is he an idiot? You can borrow any money. I thought Rayleigh was good before, and let Luffy understand the ways of the world, but now it seems it's still far away, far from being as good as Mr. Guy. The next day, the sky was slightly brighter, and Zillan slowly opened his eyelids. Boa Hancock was tired and paralyzed yesterday, lying motionless on his body. Chi Tong was also lying on the side. Zillan lit a cigar, and there were other thoughts in his eyes. While sleeping at night, he consulted the money-burning system. I have already saved 850 billion yuan on hand, and with the addition of various members' money and gifts yesterday, the small money has reached the 900 billion mark. Just the 2 local tyrants, Doflamingo and Golden Emperor, contributed 20 billion Pele for their birthday celebrations. He can't afford the 5 trillion dragon deification for the time being, and he can still spend a wave of other things. Also, the vest of Marine Admiral Zillan is already smelly, and when he retires in the future, he wants to change his identity and continue to make money. Zillan has a second mode, Black Dragon form. He is going to start the third mode. Blue blue blue. The phone on the desk rang, and Zillan pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Lord Zillan, the kid pirates refused to pay the entry fee, they attacked the Fishman Island, and even injured my father. The caller is the big Prince Shark Star from the Fishman Island. About 40 years ago, Zillan took over the Fishman Island. To get to the New World, there are only 2 roads to choose from, one of which is to cross the Red Line. The second article is the Fishman Island. Every year, a large number of pirates enter New World through the Fishman Island, which also makes Zillan smell business opportunities. Zillan later publicly announced the asylum of the Fishman Island, which also made the chaotic the Fishman Island peaceful, for which Neptune was very grateful. He also accepted Zillan's suggestion to impose an entry fee on passing pirates. This alone can earn tens of billions of Baileys every year. 60% of it was handed over to Zillan, and Whitebeard and the Fishmen Island each got 20%. However, not every pirate group will be obedient, and there will be thorns every year. Just like the Luoji pirates back then, entry fee? FKU. However, until I went to New World and was educated by Zillan, I obediently paid the entry fee and took 10. I see. Zillan hung up the phone bug. He picked up the roster and looked through it. There was no kid in his group who celebrated their birthday last night. It's so reckless. You don't want to celebrate the old man's birthday, and you refuse to pay the entry fee. Young people are so brave and ruthless. Zillan got up quietly and led the people away silently. A certain area of the New World. Crash! The sea water suddenly rose, and a huge shadow emerged underwater. Boom! Tens of seconds later, endless waves exploded on the sea level, and the coated battleship rushed out of the water. Is this New World? It doesn't look any different, does it? Ha 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 ha, 4 emperors, Laozi is sure, Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido and Big Mom, wait for Laozi to take your heads. The treasures of the whole world are ours. Ha ha ha, only Captain Kidd is qualified to be the One Piece, 4 emperors? They are just a group of old antiques. If you are not young and vigorous, is that still young? At this moment, it is most appropriate to use this sentence to describe everyone in the Kid Pirates. They first attacked the Fishmen Island, wounded Neptune, and now they are clamoring to dominate the world. The most coquettish thing is that they didn't feel that the stride was too big at all, but felt that they were low-key. Otherwise, why is there no news about them in the sea? This time, Laozi must make some big news. Kid clenched his fists confidently, but Keela on the side became more cautious. Kid, we'd better be careful and keep a low profile as much as possible, otherwise we will be targeted by that Zillan. Zillan. Kid raised his eyebrows, and said disapprovingly, if you don't even dare to challenge an old guy, how can you challenge the 4 emperors, how can you be the One Piece? Kid you. Okay, stop talking, I know you are doing it for my own good, but we also need to be more confident and make our own reputation. Kid patted Kira on the shoulder, and said earnestly, fame is all earned, 4 emperors can do it, so can I. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. As soon as the words fell, the slap in the face happened. A series of shells hit from afar, and the nearby sea was blown up and down. The scattered shock wave engulfed the entire pirate ship, and the sound of ka-ka-ka resounded non-stop, and Kid, who was caught off guard, was overturned, leaned back, and hit the deck with a thud. Grass. Kid's face was red and his ears were red, and his mood collapsed. He was knocked down just after he finished his rhetoric. Although he was unscathed, it was embarrassing. Who is so courageous, dare to attack His Majesty the future One Piece? Kid was furious and looked into the distance angrily. A warship rushed forward. Zillan stood on the fort with a cigar in his mouth, his cloak fluttering in the wind, hunting. Don't look at them shouting happily before, but when they saw Zillan, they panicked. Many people were even more worried and shouted. What a panic! Kid yelled, and he jumped onto the fort without showing any weakness. His eyes were piercing, his whole body was like an unsheathed sword, exuding an invincible aura all over his body. As the bearer of Conqueror's haki, Kid is naturally extraordinary. Captain Kid. The younger brothers were also infected by Kid's aura, and they all admired him. As expected of the captain, in the first battle in New World, he challenged the legendary Marine Admiral. Kid raised his big hand, and everyone's weapons were roaring. Kid is the magnetic fruit of paramecia, which can manipulate all metal objects. Just when the younger brothers thought that Kid was about to turn up, his cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. It's nothing more than Marine Admiral. It's not easy to defeat him. Kid paused and continued. Immediately go to the treasury to get 2 billion Baileys and send him away. Chapter 66. Say the harshest words and do the most embarrassing things. This may be the true portrayal of Kid. Not to mention his younger brothers, even his good friend Kira was completely confused at the moment. This up and down operation surprised everyone. To be cowardly is to be cowardly, can we stop making it like going to war? In other words, Kid is quite sensible. When he saw the marine warship approaching, he didn't dare to let anyone attack him. He waited silently for Zillan to board the ship and search. Seeing that this kid was so sensible, Zillan also waved his hand, and the roar of the cannon also stopped. After approaching, Zillan directly jumped onto Kid's battleship, and all the pirates looked over. The deck is already full of money at this moment, and every box is full of various jewelry and gold. A full 2 billion Baileys, enough? Kid asked blankly. Enough is enough, but I can't understand your operation. Zillan sighed, wouldn't it be nice to obediently pay the 200 million border crossing fee? Is it cool to take 2 billion Baileys if you want to show off your power for a while? At a young age, why do you love to pretend and show off so much? Then you still not leaving? Kid stared at Zillan unkindly. The penalty for the transit fee is enough, but you are still short of a soup and medicine fee. Zillan said indifferently, you injured Neptune, won't you pay for it? I won't embarrass you anymore, this price. Zillan raised a finger, not much, just 1 billion Pele. What? Kid screamed, I just punched that old man, and you asked me to pay 1 billion Baileys? Why don't you go and rob? I'm Marine Admiral. I'm a man of quality. I can't do things like robbery. Zillan shook his head, and said indifferently, Shirahoshi is the goddaughter I recognized many years ago, and Neptune is his father, who is also my eldest son. Neptune, I have lived most of my life, but unexpectedly, I have an extra father. I don't have that much money. Kid refused without hesitation, he didn't want to be blackmailed. With an idea, he said, how about you punch me too, and this matter will be settled. Also. Hearing Kid's outlandish request, Zillan laughed, however, my fist might kill someone, have you figured it out yet? Hearing this, Kid's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes appeared fierce, do you really think I'm afraid of you? There is no doubt that Kid is a bold man. In the original book, just after New World came, he challenged the Big Mom, touched the red-haired A, and finally offended Kaido. Although he fought and failed repeatedly, he was cut off by the red hair first, and finally he was taught a lesson by Mr. Guy and became a miner, but Kid's bold character has never changed. Come on, let me see how much you weigh. Zillan hooked his hands and stretched out a finger, I will use one finger to deal with you. He twitched his thumb with a relaxed smile on his face. A hole, you're going to pay for this. Kid was furious, his arm condensed a large number of magnets, turned into a giant's iron arm, and punched Zillan with a fist. Shave. Zillan easily avoided a punch, and the next moment, he flashed in front of Kid. Stretched fingers shot out like bullets. Finger pistol. Pooh. Kid's chest was pierced instantly, and the blood rushed out. The crew of the Kid pirates were stunned. Nima, you were hit hard after a face-to-face meeting? Plop. Kid knelt down on the ground with an extremely painful look on his face. He looked at Zillan in front of him, this old man with a combed back, his face was obviously wrinkled, his hair was obviously white, and he was obviously over 70 years old. Why is his combat power still so explosive? This TMD is too nonsense. Come again. Unwilling to admit defeat, Kid yelled and got up, enduring the pain. Zillan frowned. Everyone could see the difference. The difference between the two was several grades. Give it to me. Kid yelled, he was like a black hole, sucking in all metal objects. However, this time he wasn't sucking on scrap metal, he was covering all of Curry's gold. Kid turned into a shining golden man. He raised his huge arm, which was covered with gold, and said coldly, if I punch you, guess what will happen to your battleship? After finishing speaking, he punched out, and the giant golden arm flew towards Zillan's warship like a missile. Just when everyone thought the battleship was about to be crushed, Kid once again refreshed everyone's three views. Boom! The golden fist disintegrated in the air, and a large amount of gold fell to the deck. With this fist, Zillan's battleship has increased by 500 million Baileys. Zillan looked at it expressionlessly, and then sighed with emotion. It's true that I am old and can't keep up with the times. The way young people bribe me is so different. To be honest, he didn't see it just now. He naively thought that Kid was going to take the battleship to fight, and Zillan just wanted you to fight it. Anyway, it would be fine to pay an extra 500 million berries later. The results of it? Isn't that enough? Seeing that Zillan remained silent, Kid launched the giant golden fist again, the giant arm disintegrated in the air again, and the battleship was filled with gold again. After Zillan took a look, there were probably 1 billion Baileys, plus the entry fee of 2 billion, the total was 3 billion. Come on, young man, I like you. Sooner or later, you will become the new sea, leek, thief, vegetable, king. Without delay, Zillan took all the pennies and left. He was in a good mood and hummed a ditty. Older generations of leeks like Whitebeard and Kaido will be swept into the dustbin of history sooner or later, and a new generation of leeks has risen. Ace, Luffy, and this kid, they are all the owners of Conqueror's Haki, and they all show the potential of the 4 emperors level, and they will become the king of the sea sooner or later. Became the god of wealth of Zillan, probably in the last 1 or 2 years. Zillan was back at naval headquarters half an hour later. Boa Hancock and Kaitong have already got up. Looking at Zillan's return, Boa Hancock immediately dragged him to exercise. Zillan is suffering from headaches, and it is enough to indulge once in a while. After all, he is in his 70s, and he has far less thoughts in that regard than young people. Boa Hancock desperately wants to give birth to a child for Zillan, simply because he is getting older and his youth is about to fade away. In order not to be abandoned one day, isn't a child the best guarantee? There is no doubt that Zillan is that kind of person, and there are many women who have been dumped by him because of aging. In the evening, Zillan spent 50 billion Baileys, and he bought the third mode, the form of the White Dragon Emperor. In the middle of the night, when Zillan transformed into the White Dragon Emperor, both Boa Hancock and Kaitong were conquered by the silver-white body. The appearance is gorgeous and extraordinary, and when it flies by, it is like a star in the night sky. It's a pity, there is an old man living in such a handsome armor, what a shame. Boa Hancock regretted that Zillan didn't get used to her when he heard about it, so he lashed out at her skin drum, beating the chick to cry. On the contrary, Kaitong frowned a little. Based on what she knew about Zillan, retirement was imminent, and this madman saving money would not spend a lot of money unless he had to. Buy this third model and definitely be prepared for something. Although Zillan in the White Dragon Emperor mode has good combat effectiveness, it is far inferior to the Red Dragon Emperor form. Zillan in Chirua Ti form can be transformed into a tyrannical dragon, but White Dragon Emperor mode can't be done for the time being, at least not for now. If you want to become a Tyrannosaurus, you still need to exercise for a long time. Of course, you can also spend tens of billions to buy a Tyrannosaurus model, which is as rude as buying a dragon deification with 5 trillions. Chapter 67. Master Zillan, you must have some plans for purchasing the White Dragon Emperor model. Chi Tong asked intimately. Indeed there are. Zillan looked at the night sky with deep eyes and said, the vest of Marine Admiral Zillan has completely stinks, even if I don't want to retire, Sengoku and 5 elders will find a way to get rid of me. So. Zillan smiled strangely, which was also the result of his deliberation. In order to continue to make money, I plan to get a new vest to join the Marine. Tomorrow just go to Naval Headquarters to sign up. It is said that Boa Hancock and Chi Tong's beautiful eyes are inconceivably magnified several times. Can you still play like this? Can it work? Kai Tong expressed doubts. One person plays 2 roles? In case Marine has a meeting, will you appear as Zillan or Beilong Huang? It's not easy. Zillan said calmly, once Marine makes me in the White Dragon Emperor mode become Admiral, at that time, I will retire Admiral Zillan, and there will be no conflict. It is said that Kaitong and Boa Hancock looked at each other with admiration. This is to change their vests and continue to make money to continue to harm the 24th Navy. Naval Headquarters Marine Variety. Although tens of thousands of people have been called to join the army, and 2 Marine admirals have joined, they are Shuhu and Lushan. However, Marine's recruiting plan has not stopped yet. In Marshall's office, Sengoku doesn't dye his hair and apply mask like before. He returned to his original posture. White hair. Wrinkled. Sunken eye sockets. The fundus of the eyes is even more bloodshot. Of the three, Garp, Zillan, and Sengoku, the oldest is actually Sengoku. Recently, Sengoku has been humiliated by all kinds of teasing, which made him feel world-weary. Especially the two hanging hairs, Xilan and Zillan, are born to be his nemesis, torturing and trampling him in various ways. Originally, with Sengoku's qualifications, even if he retired, he could still find a good job. Isn't it the chief inspector in the original book? As for now, retired, whether to pay him a pension is a problem. Marshal Sengoku, there is a surprise. We've found a young man who is just as good as Zillan. Aokiji, who has always been introverted and even a little autistic, suddenly rushed into the office excitedly without even knocking on the door. Zillan. Hearing these two words, Sengoku seemed to have awakened the pain of wearing a cuckold, stood up and roared, "One Zillan is enough to annoy the old man, here comes another one, whether he is guilty or not, I will execute him immediately." Aokiji froze for a moment, he didn't expect Sengoku's resentment towards Zillan to be so great. Maybe I didn't say it clearly enough, the thing is like this. Aokiji calmed down, just now, a young man joined Marine, his name is Volley, he is a Zoan Phantom Beast White Dragon Emperor ability user, and Zillan's ability is very similar, and he has a 3-color haki, is as good as Zillan, and his strength has entered the Admiral level. And I checked, the family property is clean, and no one from the 3rd generation of the ancestors committed any crime. Marshal Sengoku, Volley is a natural Marine Admiral, we need him. The more Aokiji talked, the more excited he became. Akainu went to be the ants' bed warmer. He, the prince, is about to become the king of Marine. The appearance of a young man like Volley is a sign of the prosperity of Marine. Is there such a good thing? Sengoku also listened very seriously, from the initial serious upset to the current excitement, it only took a few minutes. Great, Volley is the next Zillan. Sengoku changed his face faster than turning the pages of a book, and said happily, "Kuzan, bring him here right away." "Forget it, I'll go and see it with you." At this moment, in a spacious and bright room, a handsome young man is standing by the window. He has silver hair, a black shirt on his upper body, black trousers on his lower body, a silver necklace around his neck, and cowboy boots on his feet. This outfit is very fashionable and handsome. Volley is actually Zillan with a different vest. Not only did he buy the White Dragon Emperor model, but he also spent another billion Baileys to buy the character of Valley. Boom! The door of the conference room opened, and Sengoku and Aokiji entered with smiles on their faces. Zillan also turned his head, looked at the grey-haired Sengoku, and sighed. From immature teenagers to grey-haired, decades of friendship finally broke. "You are Valley, you are an outstanding young man, welcome to join the Marine." Sengoku came up with a kind hug, which made Zillan disgusted. "Your uncle is indeed a gay. My conditions have been stated to Mr. Kuzan." Zillan said ambitiously, "I want to become a Marine Admiral, only in this way can I realize my ambition and ideal." Although Zillan is always making money, he is actually a decent person with ideals. Pirates have one piece, Marine, is Marshal Sengoku the Marine King? And I, Uncle Zillan, is it not too much to be a King Bailey? Marine Admiral? I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Aokiji frowned. Marine is scheduled to select 2 admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull have already occupied the spots. If there is one more addition to 500, the pattern of the sea will inevitably be out of balance. That's not a problem at all. Sengoku looked at Zillan with relief, and said kindly, "Volley, I don't know why, as soon as I saw you, I felt like old friends at first sight, maybe we knew each other in the previous life." Sengoku talked about metaphysics, and Zillan shook his head when he heard it. They hit it off, they met in ancient times. "Besides becoming a Marine Admiral, what more do you want?" Sengoku asked. "No more," Zillan said. "Very good, if this is the point, the old man can agree, I will take care of the world government, and you can become a Marine Admiral with peace of mind." Sengoku smiled very happily, and the two chatted for a while. During this period, most of them were talking bad things about Zillan. In order to blackmail Zillan, he directly described him as a devil who does all kinds of evil. Zillan is very speechless. He has done a lot of unworthy things, but such things as peeking at Vice Admiral taking a bath are true out of thin air. One day later, the news of another admiral in Marine swept the whole world. Named Volley, Marine codenamed White Dragon. Chapter 68. The response from Heihei was mixed, and some forces didn't take this so-called White Dragon seriously at all. Judging from that photo, it is too young. At first glance, he is not yet 20 years old, so young, with admiral-level strength? Not to mention other people, even Marine is skeptical of Beilong. Fujitora and Green Bull have just become admirals, and they have also been questioned. Their counterattacks are also very tough. They have arrested dozens of well-known pirates one after another, which can be regarded as proof of themselves. However, this voice of doubt disappeared after a few days. Because the legendary prisoner of Impel Down, Golden Lion, was arrested and brought to justice. And the instigator is the newly appointed Marine Admiral White Dragon. Go base, after becoming Admiral, Zillan quietly returned. It's almost time to put the curtain down on Admiral Zillan. As the sun set, Zillan looked at the sparkling sea and planned to catch the last one. Originally, he had saved enough 900 billion Baileys, and spent several tens of billions to buy the White Dragon Emperor form. The current balance is about 850 billion. Before retiring, Zillan wanted to make a lot of money. He also knows that the world government has always wanted to use him to crusade against the rocks, which is completely fine. As long as he gives money, Zillan can let the world see how invincible Sekiruti is in the belong mode. Prepare the boat, the old man is going to Marie Joyce. After a short rest, Zigong went to Marie Joyce to discuss a big deal. This is his last dance as Marine Admiral Zillan. After this battle, he will officially retire. In the future, I will continue to make money as Admiral White Dragon. It was late at night and it was extremely cold. 5 elders crawled out of bed quickly after hearing Zillan's sudden visit. In the brightly lit hall, looking at the 5 elders with sleepy faces, Zillan was full of apology. Everyone, I'm very sorry to disturb your intimacy with your wife. There is indeed a big event right now. Speak up if you have something to say, we don't have time to listen to your nonsense. 5 elders with the knife snorted, extremely dissatisfied. He was playing a game with the 20th concubine just now, and at a critical moment, Zillan, the broom star, came and wanted to kill him. Didn't you guys always want me to hunt rocks? Zillan said bluntly, that guy's strength has not yet returned to its peak, and of course, it is estimated that he will never recover. After all, the waist was cut by Doflamingo, unless that body is discarded. But there is still a big mom. The two of them work hand in hand, and they have already passed into the same warehouse. It is not easy to kill them. What the hell are you trying to say? Asked the blonde 5 elders impatiently. Stop being so inexplicable, let's serve. It's okay to clean them up, but give money. This is the first time that Zillan asked 5 elders for money. Although he said that he had to pay for his birthday last time, he was well known as a teacher. This time, he even skipped the birthday procedure. Humph, what Sengoku said is right, you Marine Admiral is completely depraved, you only have money in your eyes. The brave dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Zillan, you are also a figure on par with Luoji, Rocks, Whitebeard, etc., and now you are full of money, which is disappointing. 5 elders plausibly condemned, said high-sounding and righteous words, but from the beginning to the end, they never said that they would not give money or reject Zillan. Seriously, if the rocks could be cleaned up for a little money, the 5 elders would love it. He. You bastards are considered funny. Zillan taunted unceremoniously, this old man stinks of copper, how about you? Celestial dragons are searching for gold from all over the world, isn't that money? This old man stinks of copper, why don't you? Humph, you even set up an archway as a watch. You guys are not as lowly as ordinary watches, celestial dragons are visceral and disgusting. The smelly maggots in the sewer are cleaner than you. The 5 elders were flushed and trembling with anger. As the highest authority in the world, how can anyone dare to speak to them with such an attitude? The BD Zillan is getting more and more presumptuous. Enough! Capped 5 elders growled, make an offer and get out. Zillan's eyes lit up, 150 billion Baileys. 1500/Z. Everyone is frowning, the world government is not short of money, the key is rocks worth the price? If you want to blackmail us, there must be a limit. The reward that rocks offered in the past was less than 6 billion Baileys. You directly paid a premium of 25 times. 5 elders with long beards are furious. Do you really think that people in the world government are stupid and rich? A few days ago, they were blackmailed by the Black Dragon for 300 billion Baileys. They have been brooding about it, which is enough shame. Now, this BD Zillan is here to add salt to the wound again, bullying people too much. You can refuse. Zillan was not in a hurry, and sat on the floor, bargaining with a few people calmly. After a while, when rocks is full-fledged, it will not be something that 150 billion can handle. Hehe, if that guy integrates Big Mom and Kaido, then... Ah yes. Zillan slapped his forehead and said with a smirk, Kaido is not what it used to be. He got Vegapunk, assembled various high-tech weapons, and is stronger than before. Everyone, tell me, if the 3 of them form an alliance, how powerful will they be? The 5 elders were all sweating profusely upon hearing this. Once this happens, it may be like a few decades ago, well done, being directly hit by the rocks to the Valley of the Gods. However, there was the brave Zillan in the past, but what about now? This brave man has become a big dragon, and only by dispatching Bailey can he be dealt with. What do you think? The blonde-haired 5 elders made a sound, and they looked at each other before nodding their heads. Asterisk 150 billion is 150 billion, tomorrow, we will send people to the Go Base clause. Finally, 5 elders stood up with a knife and agreed, and Zillan also had a smile on his face. This group of old guys were resigned to his expectations. In fact, 150 billion is nothing at all. The heavenly gold donated every year from all over the world is astronomical. There are also dark channels for money laundering, not to mention that they have accumulated for 800 years. Half an hour later, Zillan left gracefully. Chapter 69. 5 elders is also trustworthy, after all, he is not short of money. Early the next morning, hundreds of freighters sailed into the port of the Go Base. Zillan sent someone to make an inventory, and after confirming that it was correct, he took a boat to Cake Island. That's right, it was a ship, and the only soldier on board was Chi Tong. Even if there are only 2 high-end combatants, both Kai Tong and Zillan are confident in this mission. Cake Island. In the dimly lit castle, the strange laughter lingered for a long time. Well, did that guy Kaido refuse? As I expected, that guy got Vegapunk, and his strength is developing crazily, so he doesn't need to join us at all. And the most important point, Duo is not interested in continuing to be your little brother. The ant was sitting on the ground, with a pile of cakes in front of her, she devoured them without any image. The man next to her had a dark face and his pupils were full of murderous intent. This person is Rocks. He contacted Kaido before, hoping that the 2 sides will join forces. Wang Kaido's reply was 3 words: you deserve it too? Simple and rude. Rocks is furious, doesn't take his former big brother seriously at all, does he? Speaking of which, Blackbeard's body is too ugly. After Rocks seized it, he slightly remodeled it. First of all, a full 260 teeth were filled. The previous appearance was so ugly that those who didn't know thought his teeth had been knocked out. The actual tooth was indeed beaten by the red hair. Secondly, the clothes should not be as unrestrained and tasteless as the original Blackbeard, which exposed the belly at every turn. In addition, during the recent period, Rocks has been working out like crazy, and has lost the fat beer belly of Blackbeard. In the process of losing weight, he discovered a very painful thing. Because of the lack of a kidney, he felt exhausted in everything he did. Even when communicating with girls in depth, I was disgusted. This point has deeply hurt Rock's self-esteem. He used to be a world-leading hero, but now he is nicknamed Second Boy. Isn't this a shame and a shame? Oh, by the way, besides Rocks, there was another person standing there without saying a word. This person is Auntie's 44th husband, formerly Marine Admiral Akainu. If you look closely, Akainu's eyes are slack, and his body has lost a lot of weight. He was also cut by Doflamingo, and his physical strength is also extremely poor. For this reason, the ant had to feed Akainu medicine, which made him speechless and dead. Laozi lost a waist, his body became weak, and his physical strength couldn't keep up, and he didn't get sick in that way. If Zillan was here now, he would definitely sympathize with what happened to Akainu. The former Vice Prince Marine has now turned into a breeding pig for the ant, which is simply ridiculous. Even if Akainu returns to Marine HQ, it will be impossible to play. Humph, even without Kaido, Linlin. With our current strength, we can do it. Rocks is ambitious, and his eyes are full of desire to devour the world. There is no Luoji and Garp in this era, and the old Zillan is left hanging on his breath. As long as my body recovers, I can ask for help. World government strikes. Yes, until now, Rocks still wants to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. You will definitely help us, Sakazuki. The ant looked at Akainu with a bruised nose and a swollen face with loving eyes. Don't ask why the face was swollen, because the ant praised it after a few minutes. Me. Akainu is FGF ed up, yes, that's treason. If you don't agree, then you have to face the mixed doubles between Big Mom and Rocks. In fact, Akainu also had the idea of escaping, but he was wearing a special chain with some sea stone integrated into it, which prevented him from fully displaying his strength. He even had the idea of committing suicide, and the current experience is really better than death. But every time, after being crushed and tortured by the ant, Akainu's bones are full of hatred. He can't die, at least he's dead, and he must drag the dog of ant to die. His fame throughout his life was ruined by this fat woman, and no matter what he said, he could not spare her easily. By the way, there is also the Waste Emperor Doflamingo and the Black Dragon. And the Garp dog thief who played him. There is also Zillan who can't get along with him at every turn. These people, Akainu can't forgive, get out of trouble, kill them all. Mother. Smoothie, one of the dessert stars, suddenly barged in with a flustered expression. I'm really sorry for the hasty interruption. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. The savior came. Smoothie glanced at Auntie and saw that her face was intact, so she said with great concern, the highest officer of the Marine G0 base Marine Admiral Zillan, is heading towards Cake Island. The dessert that was about to be stuffed into her mouth suddenly stopped, and the ant asked with a puzzled look, Chong Cake Island? It's weird, I paid the protection fee on time. The corner of Rock's mouth twitched, and he was about to scold the ant for being useless, but fell silent again. He is now dependent on others, but he has no right to humiliate Ant. Maybe I didn't go to celebrate my birthday. Smoothie guessed, what should I do next? Zillan is here to ask the teacher. If it was the case before, Auntie would definitely send someone to take care of it. But now there is no need, she has Rocks, there is no need to be afraid of Zillan. If Kaido is willing to join the gang, then they can form a group to torture the 5 elders. Humph, what are you afraid of? Just come here. What's the difference between expecting him to come to Cake Island alone and sending him to death? Rocks sneered again and again, but the ant didn't say anything. At one time, she thought so too, until she was beaten up by Zillan later, she realized that she was totally wrong. Although both are top-level combat power, there are gaps in them. It was fine before, but now that I have Rocks to help out, there is really no need to be afraid of that guy. The ant rolled her eyes and ordered, Smoogie, order everyone to be alert and prepare for war. When it was dark, the national ship had already arrived near Cake Island. Zillan did not attack immediately, but still shouted with a loudspeaker. Linlin, private or business? The ant stood on the beach, opened her voice and roared, Zillan, who do you think I am? If you want to start a war, and stop talking nonsense to my old lady. Decades of grievances have been completely settled today, and Ni Niang is going to kill you for drinking. Ant is extremely tough, Zillan frowned. It's fine for young people like Kid to be reckless, but this old woman is so reckless when she is old? Sure enough, he still felt that he couldn't lift the knife. Chapter 70. Zillan was very angry, and the consequences were serious. He glanced at Kaitong, who nodded, and the warship rushed towards the port of Cake Island with full power. In fact, Zillan didn't work for 5 elders sincerely, both parties blackmailed him, and he slipped away. 5 elders paid for it. Why are you so reckless, Charlotte Linlin? After a few years of no beating, do you feel that you can do it again? Or do you think that a weaker version of Rox will be able to compete with him? Fire! The ant picked up the phone bug and gave an order. Countless shells covered the sky, as many as dumplings, and slammed towards the sea one after another. Zillan was angry. When the ant was young, she was also a famous beauty with excellent temperament and appearance. Zillan was also a romantic figure when he was young. Although he didn't have anything to do with his aunt, at least he let the water go, and the Big Mom pirates paid the least protection fee. Now turn your face ruthlessly? This old man is going to hang you up and hammer you. Zillan also roared. Conqueror's haki mixed with armament haki, turned into a fierce shock wave, and swept towards the interior of Cake Island. Boom 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 boom. Haki with full fire power is like a typhoon with dozens of levels passing through. All the large buildings on Cake Island were destroyed, and the fortress deep in the ground was uprooted. As strong as Big Mom, she also swayed left and right in this torrent, failed to stabilize her body several times, and almost fell to the ground. Damn old thing, can't even the years weaken him. Big Mom screamed and released her armed color and conquerors at the same time, and the two terrifying forces collided in the air. Boom boom boom. The collision of conquerors' haki between the two sides is like the compression of continental plates, and the entire sea area is shaking. In the atmosphere, countless black and red lightning bolts scurry around, bombarding the sea like a punishment from heaven. However, Big Mom is obviously at a disadvantage, and the lightning around Zillan is more dense, and it has turned into a power grid. Mom, let me help you. A voice sounded, and Conqueror's haki broke out, his power merged with Big Mom's Conqueror's haki, and Zillan collided with each other. Zillan looked at this person with cold eyes, and, this is not your stage. Hearing this, Katakuri was aggrieved. He, the future heir of the Big Mom pirate group, is the most powerful man in the family besides his mother, and the person with the highest bounty besides his mother. Brothers and sisters also regard him as a strong backing. Now, he has become an ant in Zillan's mouth? How insulting! Have you ever seen an ant that knows Conqueror's haki? Have you ever seen an ant that offers a reward of 1,057,000,000 Baileys? Zillan's pupils focused on Katakuri, and he opened his mouth and said, "Get out." The Conqueror's haki mixed with dragon flames sprayed out, and the crimson light hit Katakuri at once. Puff! He spurted blood wildly in his mouth, his body was severely dented, and he was severely burned. Wow! The miserable scream resounded through the world and echoed in the hearts of countless people. Under the gaze of many eyes, Katakuri flew thousands of meters away. He finally fell under the ruins, never stood up again, and was in a dying state. Katakuri Big Brother is gone. Katakuri's brainless fans were stunned. In their impression, Katakuri was enough to support the sky, and now he hit the street as soon as he came out, which is really unprepared. Blindness. The ant looked back indifferently, showing no mercy. Let alone Katakuri, Kaido is amazing, right? Zillan called him an ant when he was still young. How long are you going to wait? The old lady is defeated, the next one is you. The ant screamed and kept looking at the northeast side. Zillan also followed the trend, observation haki locked the area, and there was a person dormant there. He vaguely guessed who that disgusting dark aura was, and said sarcastically, "You're a big dog, Rox." Boom boom boom. The next moment, a terrifying pillar of dark light rushed towards the sky, cracks filled the void, and even the atmosphere was pierced. In the middle of the dark beam of light, a figure flickered like a god or a demon. Zillan curled his lips, without saying a word, he directly turned on Tyrannosaurus. Wow! The dragon chant pierced the night sky and dispelled the darkness. When the 10,000-meter-long, 5,000-meter-long behemoth appeared in the world with its wings outstretched, even an existence like Big Mom felt a sense of insignificance and powerlessness. It's obviously not the first time I've seen it. It stands to reason that my mother should have been immune a long time ago, but... The ant stroked her chest, and her heartbeat accelerated significantly as the Tyrannosaurus appeared. The hairs all over his body were standing up involuntarily, and he even retreated involuntarily. Asking for flowers. What a shame. The ant seemed to understand something, and felt ashamed from the bottom of her heart. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, this body is really afraid of Zillan. Don't ask anything, you're afraid of being abused if you ask. As for the release of water that Zillan said, if it is called release of water without beating her to death, then Zillan is indeed release of water. Why are you still the same as before? Rock's face was ashen, staring at the red dragon entrenched in the void, his eyes were bloodshot and full of hatred. Many years ago, in the Battle of God's Valley, he was at his peak, and his head was smashed by this damn's Xilan. If the ant hadn't used the soul fruit to protect his soul, his rocks would have been cold for a long time. 00. Also, during the years he survived, he has been hiding in Blackbeard's body, silently waiting for the opportunity to be resurrected. In order to achieve this goal, Rox swallowed his anger, and even lowered his body at certain times to give in to that little BD of Blackbeard. Right now, it has finally risen, and it is finally possible to reproduce the glory of the year. Here comes the damned dragon again. Linlin, fight him! Rox roared with a distorted expression, and then, endless black mist rushed up into the sky, as if it was going to cover even the sky. You were able to fight me in your heyday, but now, your waste is gone, what do you use to compete with me? As Zillan's wings flickered, flames swept across the world. The sky, Cake Island, and even the sea are covered by the flames of Red Lotus. The black mist in the sky dissipated immediately. Zillan would like to give Doflamingo a thumbs up. If he hadn't cut Blackbeard's waist, resulting in a mutilated body, Rox would be really difficult to deal with once he returned to his prime. Don't look at the Valley of the Gods hammering him back then, it was also because of Garp and Luoji's interference. Shadow Emperor! Rox let out a roar, and once again darkness was released from his body, turning into a dark giant nearly a kilometer away. The giant held a black sword and wore a dark helmet, resembling the full-body Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. But Zillan didn't take it to heart at all. This is already a weakened version. The Shadow Emperor in his heyday is almost the same as his tyrannical dragon mode, which is also 10,000 meters long. Chapter 71. The air was full of chills and a strong smell of gunpowder, and the attention of the whole world seemed to be focused on the two of them. In this situation, the ant is definitely not willing to be a supporting role, her eyes are like lightning, tearing the sky. Zeus! The ant raised her arms and shouted, and for a moment, the void turned into a lightning electromagnetic field, and countless lightning condensed, filling the sky within a radius of 10 kilometers. Palala palala palala. Electricity was surging on Zillan's dragon body, and lightning was raging on every dragon scale on his body, trying to destroy him. Zillan's huge dragon eyes stared straight at Rock's Shadow King, and after more than 10 seconds, he lowered his head and glanced at Big Mom. Are you tickling me? If you want to cause damage, just hit me with the bright cannon, Linlin. Zillan snorted coldly, opened his bloody mouth wide, Long Wei turned into a shock wave and spread, and the thunder and lightning 590 collapsed. The light cannon is one of Big Mom's big moves after awakening, and it is very powerful. It's just a shame of the four emperors, you have to go all out as soon as you come up, or you may appear at any time. Zillan said disdainfully, opened his mouth and sent it with a growl. Don't be so arrogant, you damn old dragon. The Shadow Emperor suddenly stretched out his dark wings and soared into the sky. This is why Zillan thinks that Rox copied the full-body Susanoo. Maybe his ancestors have a name called Uchiha Madara. Zillan even wants to remind, has Sharinon evolved? These days, you can use Susanoo without opening your eyes. That dark giant sword contains the power to destroy all things. Wherever the blade goes, the space ripples and the weather tears. If this knife falls on a certain island, it will definitely be split in half instantly. However, it was such a destructive move, Zillan's eyes froze, and a flame ball was sent out from his mouth. Bang bang! The fireball exploded on the giant blade, the dark giant sword shattered, and the 1,000-meter-high body was instantly sent flying. Bang! At the same time, another fireball exploded on Big Mom's body. The old woman opened her mouth and screamed, turning into a flame man. Oh Zillan! The repelled rocks roared unwillingly, his voice filled with endless hatred. If I hadn't been cut by Doflamingo, how could Laozi not be as good as you? Ha ha! Zillan sneered, undeniably, indeed. The Shadow Emperor has a full 10,000 meters, which is an existence that he dare not face head-on. The strength of rocks is almost at the highest level of human beings, and if it goes up, it is a godlike existence. But, is it useful to say this now? Zillan observation haki runs through the Shadow King, and you can clearly feel the unwillingness of the inner rocks. He thought of a sentence, the Emperor was killed in the middle of the road before he started his business. It's really miserable. Treat my old lady as heir. Auntie is angry and paralyzed, it's just the two of you playing, are you blind, don't you know that there is another 4 emperors standing here? In fact, it's no wonder that the two ignored Big Mom. After Zillan became a Tyrannosaurus, it will be 10,000 meters long and 5,000 meters wide. What about the ant? The 8.8 meter tall ant is nothing more than that. In the eyes of the two of them, she was just a tiny black spot. The ant who broke free from the flames was in a panic, her dress was burned, and most of her chest was exposed to the air. Prometheus! Big Mom yelled, and a flaming mushroom cloud descended from the sky, sending Big Mom into the sky to confront Zillan. Linlin, why are you here again? Zillan's long eyes were full of disgust, and he said annoyedly, I don't want to see your face anymore, you are too ugly now, I don't want to take another look. The ant was furious, and reprimanded again and again, it's as if you won't grow old. To be honest, the appearance and figure of the ant in her youth are all first class. She is the #1 beauty of that era, just like Boa Hancock in this era. But looking at this fat woman now, Zillan can only lament that time is a butcher's knife, purple grapes, black fungus, and soft bananas. I don't know how Akainu can get hard, the ant must have given him a lot of medicine, right? Akainu, not to mention, you really guessed right. Hey, that being said, where's that guy Sakazuki? Zillan's long eyes lowered, sweeping back and forth at the Cake Island. In addition to the 150 billion baileys for packing up the rocks, before departure, the world government paid an additional 10 billion baileys to rescue Akainu. Although Zillan dislikes this guy very much, he is not too hard on money, so he agrees to 5 elders' request. Found it. Zillan suddenly turned his head and looked towards a certain sunken depression, where he could see a small head protruding from it. It was Sakazuki. Now this guy is holding a phone bug and talking endlessly. This old guy Zillan has turned into a Tyrannosaurus. Rocks slashed at Zillan with a sword, and was knocked back by his energy ball. Auntie was also hit, and this BCH screamed, I was so relieved to hear that. Now that they've ceased fighting, Big Mom flies into the sky to confront Zillan, and Rocks flies over. That's right, Akainu turned into a war correspondent and reported every move here to naval headquarters. In fact, at this time, if it wasn't for the restriction of the chains on his body, Sakazuki would also want to make a move. As for who to help, he aimed, both sides are enemies, and Meteor Volcano just crazily beats. Ladies go first! The ant yelled, the pupils dilated several times, and the eyeballs were about to burst the eye sockets. I saw thick purple mist floating out of the ant's body, and the sound of thousands of ghosts crying and howling wolves could be faintly heard around. This is Big Mom's soul attack. As a soul fruit-capable user, she can also release spiritual attacks. Seeing this, Zillan's mouth was almost crooked. Do you think that Laozi pays nearly 40 billion baileys in operating fees to the system every year? He is immune to all physical conditions. The so-called abnormal state involves a very wide range. To give a relatively clear and simple example, such as poisoning, Magellan's Venom attack has no effect on the Black Dragon mode, and there are 2.9 attacks similar to Illusion. Right now, Ant's Soul attack is naturally considered. Well, is it uncomfortable? Unknowingly, Zillan was surrounded by thick purple fog, and the ant smiled strangely. Does it feel like my head is being torn apart? My body hurts so badly that I can't move, okay. Zillan looked contemptuous. Tianlong just didn't know much about it. He was about to attack, but Rox took the initiative to kill him. Linlin, you should have created such an attacking environment for me, now let Laozi chop off his head. The Shadow King came flying, and Rox also seemed to feel that Zillan was affected. Seeing this, Zillan gave up attacking and could only pretend to be in pain. Come on silly DK, let's see who gets the head. Chapter 72. Die. Taking advantage of Zillan's pain and difficulty in fighting back, Rox manipulated the huge body of the Shadow King to get close. The giant dark blade was shattered by Chiriuati's roar before, and now it can only be smashed with that huge fist. Rox mustered all his strength, and even used all his strength to feed his mother. The power of this fist is also very extraordinary. The wind of the fist roars, and it has the power to move mountains and seas. However, Zillan's weakness is all in disguise. Before the fist hit him, a crimson violent force erupted from his chest. God destroys the smashing gun. Poof! The dark armor of the Shadow Emperor was shattered, and his body was ruthlessly penetrated. Most of the energy rushed into his body and spread wildly. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-high giant was covered with cracks all over his body. Boom! Finally, with a deafening bang, the Shadow Emperor disappeared into the sky. The rocks in it were also blown away, falling to the ground like a puddle of mud. UBD. He was prostrate on the ground, his whole body was severely burnt, his face was beyond recognition, and his face was full of pain and hatred. Your uncle, didn't you say you can't move? How did you not be affected by my soul power? Big Mom was also taken aback. 24 looked intently and saw that Zillan's dragon body was still covered in thick purple. That's all Big Mom's soul power, the full attack of 4 emperors, but it doesn't have any effect? Ant knows that Zillan is a strong group, but is it too much to ignore my mother's tricks 3 times and 4 times? As you can see. Zillan looked at the ant with sharp and menacing eyes. Old woman, you will be next. Do you think my old lady is made of mud? Open your eyes and show me clearly. The ant opened her mouth and sucked, and the soul attached to Zillan's whole body was submerged into the mouth. Immediately afterwards, an incredible scene appeared, and the ant's body gradually enlarged and increased in height. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. Her body was getting bigger and bigger, and she didn't stop until she soared about 100 meters. You stupid woman, you have such a trick, why didn't you use it before? Now that Laozi has been knocked down, you use it. Rox vomited blood depressedly, saying that he is a pig teammate is not too much, right? Zillan watched with interest, obviously feeling that Big Mom's strength had increased. But it is true that similar gigantic, exponentially increased strength and destructive power, but the slow speed and clumsy movement are really not worth the candle. Big Mom took off the hat on her head, and under the influence of her will, the hat turned into a war blade with giant eyes and fangs. Well. The ant seemed to be holding the winning ticket. She stretched out her hand to grab the sky, stuck out her tongue and smiled strangely. Lay. High-density lightning descended from the sky, attached to the giant blade, and a blade of destruction entwined with lightning was born from this. Zillan said calmly, "Heart." He immediately flew high, and the next moment, the ant swung the Emperor's sword, and the thunderbolt slashed from the air. Unfortunately, Zillan was lonely and slipped away early. Damn it, are you wearing it? The ant was secretly angry, and Zillan's observation haki was also extremely difficult. Kill! Big Mom roared, and the fire cloud under her feet sent her to Zillan. Holding a knife in both hands, the old woman made another powerful slash, the Spear of Albav. Wagyo! The slash was extremely ruthless, cutting the air, and killing Zillan with a piercing sound. It's a head again this time. Zillan was as light as a breeze, the dragon's head suddenly lowered, and there was a swish of a slash, and the top of his head flew past. Damn damn damn! The ant jumped her feet angrily and scolded angrily, damn old man, will you hide? So you are a coward. Zillan was condescending, and looked down at the ant for a moment. Why do you have the nerve to speak? As 4 emperors, you can't even hit the enemy. Isn't it right to say that you are shame of the 4 emperors? Ant is indeed the strongest of the 4 emperors. Even if she hadn't met Zillan, her performance would be hard to describe. In the chapter of Wanukuni in the original book, he was first humiliated by Yin, followed by Marco, and then defeated by Kid and Luo. Although Kaido was also defeated, at least he managed to resist the attacks of many strong players on his own. In the end, he barely won by beating the Straw Hat Luffy until he woke up. In contrast, Dama is an out-and-out joke, a disgrace to the 4 emperors. I'm furious. The ant's nostrils and ears were filled with smoke. If I don't get mad again, you really think I'm a funny girl? Fire! With a cry from the ant, flames also fell from the sky, attached to the emperor's sword, and the power of the weapon suddenly increased dramatically. Combining flames and lightning, coupled with the power of Big Mom and the entanglement of Conqueror's haki, she is majestic, and finally shows the appearance that 4 emperors should have. Light cannon. The giant sword suddenly burst out a beam of laser light, which was so fast that it could be called the speed of light. Even Zillan could hardly avoid it. Bang! Terrifying power exploded in his abdomen, and his huge body was actually repulsed. The corners of Zillan's eyes shrank, and an unnatural look flashed across his face. Well, it hurts, right? Looking at the black belly, the dragon scales were broken. Yinma was overjoyed. Look again. You have no chance. Indeed, Zillan was hurt by that blow, and his dragon claws opened. Don't get carried away, you stinky woman. Dragon Emperor different dimension. The spread dragon claws grabbed it suddenly, and before Big Mom could react, her body was covered by a transparent energy ball. Kaka kaka. 220 kaka. Boundless power surged from all directions, squeezing the ant's body crazily, and all the bones in her body were creaking. The ant gritted her teeth in pain, and found in despair that she felt as if she was in a swamp, unable to move. Warrior, harden your armor. Desperately, Big Mom covered herself with armor, but this defense was just a drop in the bucket. The mysterious power seemed to be able to penetrate Haki's defense, penetrate into the skin, and continuously squeeze the organs from the body. Visceral bleeding. Chi and blood flow backwards. The bone gradually cracks. This is the embarrassing situation that the ant is currently facing. I've said it before. I'm going to hang you up and hammer you. I don't know if you still have the impression. Zillan got close, dragon claw clenched into a fist, and punched out. Bang bang! Auntie was violently struck in the abdomen, her swollen body collapsed on the spot, and blood foam mixed with rotten flesh spewed out from her mouth. The 2 eyeballs also rolled out their white eyes. When the Dragon Emperor different dimension released Setsuna, Big Mom fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Unbiased, fell right next to Rocks. A good thing should come in pairs. Rocks on the side had dull eyes. Did he just lose like this? Chapter 73. His dreams and ambitions have yet to come true. No, Lao Zi must not lie here. He finally came back to life. How could I fall down? The real strong should not be afraid of life and death, and go forward bravely. How can I dominate the world if I can't even defeat a mere Zillan? No one cheated on him. Rocks brainwashed himself to cheat on himself. Not to mention, when the chicken soup came down, he really got up swaying. Zillan was speechless. If Rocks put a straw hat on at this moment, wouldn't he be a remake of Monkey D. Luffy? Luffy is also a cockroach from immune to death. His vitality is extremely tenacious. Every time he is knocked down, he can miraculously stand up. The most annoying thing is that the more he is abused, the stronger he becomes. But having said that, other people Luffy relies on the aura of the protagonist. Why should Rocks have the aura of the villain? Zillan thought, even if there is a villain aura, it should be worn on his head, right? Zillan glanced away, and turned to Ant. The old woman's shriveled body gradually recovered. That punch just now shattered all her ribs. Most people are already dead. All of you 4 emperors, each one's vitality is as strong as a monster. Zillan sighed, the words fell, and the ant who had fallen to the ground got up, and all the broken bones in her body recovered. Well, don't underestimate my old lady. My old lady may not be the strongest one, but she is definitely the most difficult one. The ant smiled ferociously, and at the same time roared in a low voice, "My heart, restore it to my mother immediately." In the body, a strange force was injected into the heart, and the bleeding heart immediately stopped, and gradually resumed basic operation. The same is true of other organs. Dhamma's soul fruit is very comprehensive, not only can physical attack, magic attack, but also has the healing ability of heaven defying. Just like the current situation, so what if the ribs are broken? In the original book, her bones were also broken by Luo and Kid. The ant can give souls to all things, including bones, and the broken bones will automatically connect on the spot. This is also the case now. Don't worry, the next attack, I will burn you to Kurozumai. You won't be given a chance to heal. Zillan wasn't joking. Flames surged on the stalwart dragon's body, and thousands of flames gathered above his head. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers is rapidly formed, and the core temperature is as high as 1 million degrees Celsius. The temperature was so high that the sea area within dozens of kilometers of Cake Island turned into boiling water. This trick is... Big Mom couldn't believe it. She stared at the fireball in a daze, and felt a breath of death. Linlin, Zillan, that BD, has no interest in playing with us anymore, he's going to be serious. Rock's face was ashen. As an existence who was once on par with Zillan, he could naturally understand the horror of this blow. Ant's heart almost jumped out when she heard this. Damn it, isn't the explosive combat power just now the limit? It's off the charts. The ant said to herself, although this guy defeated Kaido a few months ago, according to Kaido's description, Zillan's fighting power is obviously not as strong as it is now. After all, Kaido fought against him for a long time. Anyway, for some unknown reason, this guy got the power of his youth. Rox envied and hated, and also made a comeback. Why is his result different? Why should he be kicked? Fate and its injustice. Ended. Zillan waved his hand, and the giant fireball fell slowly. This blow will not only kill Big Mom and Rox, but also wipe out all creatures on Cake Island. I'm so sorry, Leaks. Over the years, they have also made a lot of money from the Big Mom pirates, adding up to trillions of Baileys. And many more. The ant suddenly stopped, and looked up at the dragon body in the sky. You said before, it's private or public, and now my mother has decided to be private with you. There is no way, but if you can't beat it, you can only do it privately. Rox, who has always been tough and unwilling to compromise, is also silent at this moment, and this is the only thing he can do now. You say it's private, so it's private? The opportunity was given, but you didn't cherish it. It sounded like he refused, but Zillan hooked his fingers, and the fireball froze in the void. Talking is okay, but it depends on their sincerity. 5 elders bought your heads for 150 billion Baileys. Zillan said slowly, for the sake of my longtime business partner, I won't blackmail you anymore, Linlin. Ant's eyes lit up. How much? 50% discount, 75 billion Baileys. Zillan thought for a while and said. To be able to earn more than 200 billion yuan before retiring is really flattering. Isn't this called extortion? The ant was angry, and said bitterly, even if you emptied the Cake Island, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't be able to find that much money. If not, you can fill it with other things. Zillan paused, and continued, I know you have a few pieces of history in your hand. You want a fart. Ant is furious. The text of the history is a priceless treasure, especially the red stone, which is the indicator leading to Raftel. Whether you can become the One Piece depends on the red stone. Can you give this thing casually? You little poor guy, if you don't have money, forget it, and if you don't want to exchange things, you might as well die. Wait. Zillan realized that he was impulsive and almost lost tens of billions of Baileys. He said with a smirk, it was too reckless just now. How could I kill you, King Zhao's, are my business partner after all, we have done a lot of big business in the past, and you contribute dozens of dollars to me every year. Billionaire's protection fee. The aunt breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words, you guys still have a conscience. Unexpectedly, Zillan's next sentence broke her defense. I caught you in rocks and put them up for auction, maybe I can sell them for 10 or 20 billion, it's a pity to kill them. Zillan's eyes were shining, like a beast, full of aggression. You bloody slave trader! Rox shivered for a moment, and quickly said, Linlin, if it falls into the hands of Doflamingo, we will be cut at the waist. I have already had one cut, and only one left. Ant's face is also like a purple sauce, this BD is so vicious. Chapter 74. My mother, agreed. After thinking about it again and again, the aunt agreed with tears. The text of the history of road signs is definitely important, but it is still slightly inferior to Xiaoming and Yaezai. By the way, besides these, your male favorite. Zillan pointed to Akainu who was curled up in the distance, he's the one 5 elders called for, so it's okay to hand it over to the old man, right? Humph, this useless wretch, Gu Niang has long despised him. The aunt cursed angrily, this money-losing product was bought by my mother for billions of pele, it's a loss. Big Mom's voice was rough and deep, and Akainu could hear it clearly. He clenched his fists and swore inwardly, wait for me, Big Mom, one day, this old man will make you pay the price. Akainu felt bitter. During the period of being a plaything in the hands of the aunt, he was either squeezed or on the way to be squeezed. The aunt forcibly fed him medicine for her comfort. With the loss of a kidney and the torture of various drugs, Akainu could no longer lift. This is all thanks to my aunt. Even though it's useless to say that Akainu's thing is useless, after all, he is not interested in that aspect, but he can't stand the embarrassment. Rox yo! Zillan 220 took the initiative to walk to Rox. This guy was lying on the ground, and when he saw Zillan approaching, he immediately closed his eyes. Don't be so indifferent, at least we have been friends for decades. Zillan lit a cigar and stuffed it into Rox's mouth to show his affection. Ba ba ba. The guy spit it out quickly, and angrily said, who wants to take your leftovers? Why is your temper still as irritable as before? People like you should light firecrackers. Zillan snorted, and then said seriously, I have a big money-making plan, do you want to listen to it? Laozi is not interested. Rox closed his eyes again. Making money? Losing again, he just wants to tear Zillan into pieces. Zillan said to himself, the two of us joined forces to collect all the historical texts of the 4 road signs, and then opened up a route to Raftel. In the future, who wants to go to Raftel, 100 million Baileys alone, wouldn't it be great to develop Raftel into a tourist attraction? Hearing Zillan's weird idea, Rox couldn't help opening his eyes, what is this guy thinking? CAA. Raftel, the holy land of pirates, is going to be turned into a scenic spot by Zillan? Zillan's chatterbox seemed to open up, and he talked more and more vigorously, doesn't every pirate want to become the pirate king? Well, we pull hundreds of people over every day, and on average, hundreds of pirate kings will come out every day. When the Raftel scenic spot becomes bigger and stronger, we will do some business again, such as setting up a restaurant with a sky-high priced dining menu, and destroying those rich pirates in one wave. Zillan talked on and on, without noticing the increasingly dark faces of Big Mom and Rox. Especially Aunt, her lifelong dream is to become the One Piece, and so is Duo. Look at Zillan, this is the rhythm of turning their dream into a dining base. Aunt wants to cry but has no tears, it's fine if you trample on my old lady's body, why don't you let go of my old lady's ideals? Zillan, you are so poisonous. Anyway, Zillan thinks it's no problem, the scenic area should provide one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun. Eat at least 1 million Baileys to start, anyway, this thing is killing people. No matter what Zillan said, the two were unmoved. This business is too compelling, they can't do it. Zillan is very disappointed, pirates are really pirates, they are just a group of short-sighted mobs. They don't even know what a pattern is. And, damn, developing Raftel into a scenic spot is the pattern? Half a day later, Kaitong finally finished sweeping Cake Island. At first, Zillan really thought that the ant had no money. This woman is a shame of the 4 emperors, and it is understandable that she is not well off. However, more than 200 billion Baileys and more than a dozen devil fruits were found. There is also the signpost history text that Zillan values. In fact, he had the idea of turning Raftel into a 5A scenic spot in the past, but because of the status of Marine Admiral, he was subject to many restrictions, and then he let it go. Now that retirement is imminent, Zillan decided to let himself go. Things that have not been realized before, must be realized now. Zillan, you took away all my mother's accumulation over the years, isn't that inappropriate, both emotionally and rationally? Ant stood in front of Zillan with a livid face, her lungs were about to explode. This BD in Marine Admiral, he is a naked pirate. No, more pirates than pirates. Why did Zillan find more than 2,000 Baileys? You may have heard of digging 3 feet, but you must have never seen digging 3 feet. That's right, no one who wears gold and silver can escape the claws of the devil. All the precious jewelry you wear will be confiscated. The ant's daughters have suffered a lot. The girls inevitably like some gold jewelry, and they are all robbed. Even the ring worn by the ant was looted. The saddest thing is rocks. He disliked Blackbeard's crooked teeth, and specially filled a mouthful of gold teeth. Dude, Zillan dug it himself. There is also Katakuri's trident. The production material is not simple at first glance. Confiscated, let's use a wooden harpoon in the future. Some people, even civilians, were wiped out. Zillan, I'm at odds with you. Looking at the warship going away, the ant roared again and again. There is one ship when it comes, and hundreds of ships when it leaves. All the warships on Cake Island were driven away, not only used to hold the looted goods, but also sold at a low price when they were used up. In the cabin of the warship, Zillan stood in front of the mirror, carefully arranging his appearance. He was already old and his face was full of wrinkles. If he didn't pay attention to his image, he would really be no different from a bad old man. Boom! The door of the cabin was punched open. Zillan turned his head and saw Admiral Akainu with an angry expression. Why did the ship go to the Go base? So many supplies were seized, they should be sent to naval headquarters immediately. Akainu looked at Zillan ferociously. You old ghost, don't you want to embezzle again? Chapter 75. Zillan approached slowly, and patted Akainu on the shoulder. Sakazuki, you said that you have been a marine all your life, and you don't make money or people. What's the point of being alive? Let me go. Akainu pushed Zillan's hand away, his eyes sparkling. Are you admitting your crime? You don't really want to pocket those treasures, do you? Do this in front of me, Marine Admiral? Set, you are so bold. Zillan frowned, shameless. Seeing that he has retired, he doesn't want to have a complete falling out with Akainu. Some people just don't know how to praise. The old man has filled his pockets. What can you do to me? This old man released so many pirates, and the sum of money collected in his life is already an astronomical figure. I have never seen Sengoku and 5 elders do anything to me. What are you fussing about here? If you have time to care about others, take care of yourself, Sakazuki. Zillan laughed and said, don't forget, even you are my trophy, without me, you are warming the bed of that fat woman, and you. Akainu's eyes were burning with flames, wanting to melt Zillan. This is indeed his dark history. There are even rumors that the ant has adopted Akainu. Do you want to do it? You should have seen my fighting power before. You alone are not enough for me to squeeze my teeth. Zillan said contemptuously, listen clearly, in my eyes, you are just a slightly stronger ant. Akainu was choked and stared blankly, the corners of his mouth squirmed for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. Who told Zillan to tell the truth? Sakazuki, listen to my uncle's advice. Zillan lit the cigar and took a puff comfortably. You can't grasp the idea of the 5 elders. Don't think that they have taken a fancy to you and want to make you the marshal of the marine. In fact, it is only temporary. Look at what happened to Zephyr and Garp, which one is not a marine hero, who contributed less than you. It didn't end badly in the end. In addition, let me tell you directly, Sengoku has almost let go of the internal affairs of Marine, and Xilan is in charge of the management. 5 elders also agreed to this. The last sentence completely crushed Akainu's life-saving straw. His whole body was cold and his eyes were empty. Hearing this, the marshal belongs to Aokiji, so isn't his busy work these decades not in vain? Also, who is bad, but the most annoying and disgusting Xilan? Is there still room for him in Marine in the future? Just do it yourself. Zillan stretched his waist, and then went to the deck to let the wind go. He kept every word, and Akainu never made a fuss again. Half a day later, Zillan gave Akainu a broken ship and let him return to naval headquarters alone. After returning to the Go base, Zillan thoroughly checked the property. The total personal amount has reached 1.25 trillion baileys. In case of accidents, Zillan puts all assets into the system account. The beast's intuition is often accurate. Zillan has a premonition that something big will happen next, and with his retirement, this storm will be completely blown away. Lan went to the office and wrote a letter, application for retirement. He ordered people to send it to naval headquarters immediately, waiting quietly for Sengoku's approval. Sengoku should agree without hesitation. After all, it was because of Zillan's scourge that he lost the position of marshal and was scolded by the 5 elders every now and then. Blue blue blue. On the table, the pitch-black phone buzzed non-stop. The phone bug's expression was ferocious, permeating a ferocious aura. Zillan just laughed it off and simply ignored it. It's from 5 elders, probably to ask questions. They spent 150 billion to make Zillan kill people, and they are still alive and well. Even because they are too poor, the ant led the children to attack several marine bases, causing heavy losses to Marine. Although it's wrong to say it's wrong, but I really don't blame me. 200 billion baileys plus the historical text, who can resist such a temptation? Zillan muttered to himself. Speaking of the historical text, there are too many pirates who are interested in this thing, especially Kaido. Zillan decided to make a rubbing copy by himself and keep it, and sell the original to Kaido. The historical text of the road sign is so important, so sell it and the price is not too high, right? The next day, Sengoku had received Zillan's application for retirement. His eyes were complicated and melancholy, but he was not as happy as he imagined. The partners who fought side by side with him in the past have slowly left. Garb. And Zillan also filed for retirement. At present, he is the only one left with him, but both of them are too old to make a fuss. Seeking flowers 0. After a moment of recollection, Sengoku signed Zillan's application. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, a piece of news that was enough to make the sea boil and shock the whole world spread across the sea. The former Marine Admiral Zillan, codenamed Red Dragon, officially retired today. Although some insiders knew that Zillan was going to retire, but when the news spread, people were still too shocked. Zillan, who has captured countless pirates, was the strongest fighting force in Marine decades ago. He is a legendary Marine warrior, standing at the top of the pyramid, and the 3 active 4 emperors are all defeated by him. As strong as Luoji Golden Lion and other big pirates, talking about Marine Admiral Zillan is also a change of color. 0. Such an existence like a spiritual pillar has actually retired now. Considering Zillan's age, although it is only a matter of time before he retires, from the perspective of combat effectiveness, he can still play for a few more years. It's fine if he retires, and even more outrageous big news is yet to come. Less than half an hour after Zillan retired, Marine Admiral Aokiji reported him for selling warships and various supplies and demanded that Zillan be arrested immediately. Admiral Kizaru also reported that Zillan was covering up the 4 emperors. He passed his birthday some time ago, and Whitebeard also went to celebrate his birthday. Whitebeard sat at a table drinking with him, Marine Admiral. In order to preserve the evidence, Kizaru even took a photo of the 2 of them. In addition, Akainu, who has just returned, also stood up to denounce Zillan, accusing him of colluding with pirates, the Battle of Cake Island, collecting more than 200 billion baileys, and deliberately releasing Big Mom and rocks. The new Admiral Fujitora and Green Bull remained completely silent. After all, they joined Marine not long ago, so they still don't know the secret behind it. Several Marine Vice Admirals have also come forward to accuse Zillan. The wall fell and everyone pushed, even the CPO came forward, claiming that Zillan ignored the orders of Celestial Dragons, and Marie Joyce publicly condoned his subordinates to cut off Celestial Dragon's arms. In just half a day, Zillan was convicted of 1,800 major crimes. Among them, a shocking 985 items are enough to be sentenced to death. Compared with Zillan, Kaido is like a younger brother. Chapter 76. On the second day, Zillan's crimes were listed with a shocking 5,750 items. The crime of decapitation occupies 3,812 of them. Once the entire document was published, the whole world ushered in a dead silence. Slave trade. Massacre celestial dragons. Sell arms. Buying and selling officials. Fornication with pirates, etc., without exception, are all capital crimes, each of which is enough to execute dozens of times. Thousands of crimes have been exposed, and each of them has conclusive evidence, which is hard to refute. When Zillan was Marine Admiral, many people were concerned about his reputation, worried about being put on small shoes, and held back even if they were dissatisfied. Now that he's retired and left Marine's inner circle, Yin's family naturally won't have any worries. The three admirals all stood up to expose Zillan. And more than 80% Vice Admiral. About 5 May 13 0% Marine Rear Admiral. After detailed calculations, there are as many as 3,000 Marine officials who reported to Zillan this time. Sengoku held the highest meeting of naval headquarters for this purpose, and the voice of arresting Zillan was very high, and Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all agreed. Fujitora and Green Bull knew little about the previous events and were outsiders, but they also made it clear that they would obey any arrangement of Sengoku, which can be regarded as indirect support for the investigation of Zillan. Only Admiral's support is missing. Creak. The door of the meeting room opened, and a handsome young man with silver hair appeared. He is none other than Vala the White Dragon, one of Marine's new admirals. Zoan Phantom Beast White Dragon King form abilities are extremely similar to Zillan's Red Dragon Emperor form. Sengoku and Aokiji are very optimistic about Vala's future. As everyone knows, the Vali in front of him is actually the vest Zillan bought. I'm sorry for the delay. Zillan scratched his head, apologetic. Sengoku waved his hand nonchalantly, looked at Zillan softly, as if he saw his young self. Vala, just became Marine Admiral, there is no need to rush to make achievements, you are still young, and the days ahead are still long. I understand. Zillan nodded, sneering inwardly. We have discussed arresting Laozi, you still expect Laozi to arrive on time? There is no door. Almost everyone is here, and everyone knows the topic of today's meeting even if I don't mention it. It has nothing to do with those pirates in New World. The target to be wiped out is the biggest moth in our marine. Zillan. Sengoku stood up with a serious voice. Just now, the 5 elders of the world government formally issued an order to Marine to arrest Zillan. What do you think? I agree. I agree. It is undeniable that Zillan has made a contribution to Marine, and his crimes are equally unspeakable, and his death is not a pity. Support his arrest. The opinions of hundreds of people are almost unanimous. Arrest Zillan. Vala, why are you silent? Sengoku looked at Zillan suspiciously. Being called by Sengoku, Zillan also stood up slowly, and said a few words that were not painful. I agree with everyone, Zillan has done many things that hurt Marine's interests, and he must be punished as he should. It's just that Zillan won't sit still. At that time, he will probably die. I don't know if Marshal Sengoku has a plan to deal with him. Zillan expressed everyone's doubts, and everyone looked at Sengoku in unison. Don't worry, this time, the old man has set up a net. Sengoku smiled happily, and calmly said with confidence, this time Marine will send out 6 admirals, and by the way, call Shishibukai, led by the old man himself, and defeat Zillan with a thunderous force. 6 admirals. Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Vala are all going to be dispatched, or will Marshal Sengoku lead the team himself? My god! There will also be Shishibukai participating in the battle. No one can stop such a luxurious lineup. Many Marines present exclaimed, it would be no problem to sweep New World with this scale. Although Zillan is powerful, it is wishful thinking to contend against the 6 admirals by himself. The content of today's meeting is a matter of great importance. It must not be leaked. Everyone must keep it secret. If anyone gets a word of it, he will be dismissed and investigated. No mercy will be given. Sengoku's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across the audience. Everyone shrank their necks. Zillan sat there with a blank face, and couldn't help sneering in his heart, idiots, I didn't expect that Lao Zi was sitting in front of you. Your planner has already known when the time comes. He glanced at Sengoku from the corner of his eye, and kept it a secret, to keep his loneliness. When the war started, Zillan decided to take the Sengoku sacrifice flag first. As for the action time, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, late makes things worse. The longer you delay, the more prepared that Zillan guy is. Let's set off tonight and surround the Go base as quickly as possible. Anyone who resists will be killed. The meeting ended not long after. Zillan returned to his office. Seeing no one around, he immediately dialed Kaitong's phone number. There is nothing superfluous, just 2 commands. The first is to disband the Go base and order everyone to go home. Second, Zillan suffered a hemorrhage once, each of them distributed 5 million Baileys, and there are nearly 10,000 Marines in the Go base. Many people are veterans who have followed him for many years, and Zillan doesn't want to see them suffer. 5 million Baileys can't help them get rich, but it's enough for them to live a stable life. It was getting late, and night took over the sky. The warships left the port one after another and headed for the Go base. In the cabin of the main ship, the Marine admirals and Shishibukai gathered together. Zillan's eyes widen, and Hawkeye, Buggy, Bartholomew Kuma, and that Edward Vabel are all here. His gaze stayed on Vabel for a moment, and a strong killing intent flashed in Zillan's eyes. He promised Zephyr that he would help him get rid of this guy whenever he could. It doesn't take long to arrive at the Marine Geo base in New World from Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and others only need to cross the red line and sail for 1.8 hours. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, dozens of warships appeared near the Go base. It's strange, there isn't even a patrol, the base seems to be empty, and there seems to be no one there. Many people picked up binoculars, and through the blurred moonlight, they could see the empty base. Maybe I heard the wind, so I ran away early. Someone said. BD, didn't the old man say it, we must keep it secret, which big mouth leaked the news? Sengoku growled furiously, his eyes darkened with anger. Damn it, maybe that guy from Zigong ran away too. Zillan just behind Sengoku smiled and said nothing. He could run, but he didn't have to. Today, hammer the son of Abch Sengoku to the brim. Chapter 77. Zillan gradually had thoughts in his mind, and he caught up with Sengoku and said, Marshal Sengoku, you can't look at the surface in everything. It's better to spread out your troops and search the entire Go base like a carpet. Maybe there are some hidden underground compartments. Sengoku nodded and said with a smile, Zillan has been greedy for so much money, he must find a place to put it, it is impossible to hang it on his body all day. Sengoku glanced over Marine 6 Admiral, U6, each lead a team to search from different directions, and report to me immediately if something happens. Clear. Clear. 6 admirals left one after another, and Zillan also left with a group of people. There are hundreds of Marines following him, including a Marine Vice Admiral. Mr. Valley, please take care of me. This person looks rather scribbled, hunched over, and wearing a hat, always smiling. Zillan turned his head and took a look. This guy is Admiral's backup T. Dolphin. Although it is an Admiral backup, the national title is still Vice Admiral. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you, Gage-san. Zillan patted him on the shoulder. Doflamingo's human auction house needs talents like you. Even if the price is not as good as Admiral, it is estimated that it can sell for 24.3 billion. What? The T-Dolphin was stunned. What does this mean? He opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Valley, bang. Before he could react, Zillan hit his stomach with a heavy punch. Ah poof! The T-dolphin spurted blood on the spot and fell to the ground in pain, clutching his stomach tightly with his arms. There is also an armament haki scurrying about in his body, destroying his internal organs. This punch almost severely injured his admiral backup. It's not Chopuki, he was attacked without defense, and he fell to his knees with one punch. The rest of the Marines were also stunned. What the hell? Boom boom boom. The monstrous conqueror's haki swept the audience, and all nearby Marines fainted. Zillan also showed his true colors. He turned into a 10,000-meter-long red dragon and soared into the sky. Wow! A heart-piercing roar pierced through the entire G0 base, and as Zillan turned into a Tyrannosaurus, the dark night sky became fiery red. It's Zillan. This guy didn't run away. It's too bold. Countless Marines looked up at the giant in the sky. It's too wide, and everyone's hearts can't help but feel fear. Don't panic, there are so many of us, no one knows Zillan better than this old man. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Sengoku yelled, he is just a retired old man, and he is no longer as brave as he used to be. In order to boost everyone's morale, Sengoku followed suit. The golden light diffused, his body soared tens of meters high, and a golden Buddha stood on the ground. The size of Sengoku is also very large. If you compare it with Zillan, it is really no different from a grasshopper. Volley Admiral is actually Zillan. The T-dolphin curled up on the ground was cold inside, no wonder Zillan almost killed himself. When everyone reported Zillan before, he alone listed hundreds of crimes against Zillan. In fact, there is no grievance between the two, it is nothing more than Momuzagi. Zillan was flying in the air like the overlord of the sky, and the resounding dragon chant resounded in everyone's ears. Sengoku, starting today, our relationship has completely broken down. From now on, I will not hold back from you. You. Zillan's pupils exuded a bloodthirsty murderous intent. Give me an idea, Tyrannosaurus, it's terrifying. Joke, do you think that I, the Marine Marshal, are just trying to scare you? Sengoku raised his head to the sky and roared furiously, his eyes were captivating in the Buddha state. He said so, but actually panicked in his heart, no one knew better than him how powerful Tyrannosaurus Zillan was. So, the bonfire party, let's start now. Zillan opened his mouth and uttered the ancient mantra. I, awakened as the Nightingale who has won the power of supremacy from God. Laughing infinitely, worrying about dreams. I will become the overlord of the Red Dragon. I will sink you into the Red Lotus Purgatory. Boom 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 boom. These words seem to be the declaration of the end of the world. The sky, the sea, the ocean, all burst into flames at the first moment. Boundless fires burned in the sky, covering tens of kilometers of the sky, and the tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature destroyed everything. The Go base was even more horrible. Red flames burst out from the ground, instantly turning the entire base into a huge furnace, even steel was liquid on the spot. Sengoku suddenly had a sense of imminent disaster, everyone. The words on the corner of his mouth stopped abruptly, and tens of thousands of Marines were reduced to ashes in an instant. It was as strong as Marine Vice Admiral, who was burned beyond recognition on the spot, and only Admiral barely resisted one or two. Looking at the direction of the sea, the scene is even more exaggerated. The sea area within dozens of kilometers has turned into boiling water, and the water surface is full of cooked sea kings and various fish creatures. When the Dragon King got angry, millions of corpses floated away. BD, die to me! As soon as Akainu came on stage, he opened his fist, and the dense magma fist flew into the sky, meteor volcano. Thousands of large lava fists soared into the sky, and each shot was amazingly powerful. Bang 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 bang! Zillan's huge body is the best target. Countless magma fists exploded on his body, and the flames also swept across his body. The magma stuck to the dragon scales like glue. However, from the beginning to the end, Zillan's body did not move a bit, as steady as Mount Tai, and his gaze was fixed on Sengoku coldly at 460. He was thinking back to the decades of the two, the nearly half a century of friendship, arresting so many pirates for marine, what happened to making some money? Just because of this shitty thing, you turned your face against him, and the friendship between the bunk and the bunk was thrown out of the sky by you. Sengoku, aren't you the one who gave up first? Little devil, have you had enough trouble? After a while, glanced at Akainu from the corner of the eye, and Zillan taunted, this old man is a red dragon, no one likes flames more than me, you attack me with lava? Can fish be drowned in water, you stupid a? And also. Zillan opened his mouth, and a 1,000-meter large fireball blasted towards Akainu, fire, it should hit the power to be fierce. Akainu couldn't help being stunned, one of his big moves seems to be inferior to Zillan's level A. Don't underestimate the old man. Akainu was furious, and once again blasted a large magma fist, great eruption. Bang bang! The lava hit the fireball, and countless sparks burst out from the void. The two are deadlocked in the air, consuming each other. Seeing this, Akainu was overjoyed, it seems that it is not as rumored. Bang bang! Before the words fell, the magma arm was torn apart in a large area, and the fireball fell on his head in the blink of an eye. Chapter 78. Ice Age. The cold air spewed up from the ground and passed over Akainu's head, and the surface of the fireball was instantly covered with a layer of ice. Akainu was slightly stunned, turned his eyes to the left, and looked at the man who was covered in cold, with a complicated look on his face. Let's go together and work together to subdue him. Clang! Fujitora snatched the sheath out of the saber, aimed at the void, and the sky collapsed and distorted. Zillan frowned, caught off guard, the huge dragon body fell hundreds of meters, and almost fell to the ground. Fujitora attached high-density gravity to his body, making his movements extremely uncomfortable. I can't let go of such a good opportunity. A burly body leaped into the air and appeared in front of Zillan. He has a wild appearance, dark skin, thick limbs like a bison, and calluses on his fists. He looks like a powerful player like Garp. Zillan opened his eyes slightly, green cow. It's me. Old guy, taste my fist. The green bull gave a ferocious smile, and punched him head on. Bang bang bang! This punch was so powerful that the dragon scales on the bridge of the nose shattered, and a ruthless armament haki penetrated into the face and destroyed it. Poof! The next moment, two huge nostrils sprayed blood. Ha ha ha, it seems that's all there is to it. The green bull grinned with great satisfaction. He is actually quite dissatisfied with those boasting about Zillan. Everyone is Marine Admiral, why are you a legendary marine warrior, why are you superior to others? Boom 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 boom. The dragon's blood fell to the ground and turned into a monstrous fire. Zillan's red eyes flashed with bloodlust, revealing his mouth full of fangs, ignoring the gravity exerted by Fujitora, and came straight to bite. Who's afraid of you? The green bull is not afraid at all, and the punch is crazy output, armed color emission. Boom, wow! Invisible gas roared in, Zillan was punched in the face again, and the dragon scales shattered again. However, he ignored the pain and rushed towards the green bull with his fangs. Can't this lunatic feel pain? The green ox pulled back and retreated in fright. Poof! Severe pain suddenly came from the right arm, and the green bull looked down in disbelief, and saw that the entire arm had been torn. Even though the old man exerted gravity, he still has such an exaggerated moving speed. Fujitora murmured to himself in disbelief. Your fist is so hard that it hurts me, the old man hates things that can threaten me, so I accept this arm. Zillan had a bloody severed arm in his mouth. Boom boom boom. Flame erupted deep in the mouth, instantly burning the arm to ashes. Seeing this, the green bull was confused. Is this Zillan's strength? They're both Marine Admirals, but their strength, it feels like they're not at the same level at all. Zillan relies on strong physical fitness, can resist all kinds of critical strikes, and can make countless mistakes, but they can't make a single mistake. Shhhhhhh. Above the head, there was a sharp piercing sound suddenly. Zillan felt like he was locked by something, and when he looked up, he saw a giant meteorite bombarding him. Is it Fujitora again? Zillan casually muttered that this meteorite with a diameter of more than a few thousand meters is exaggerated enough, and it is estimated to weigh several million tons. Don't show your petty tricks to make a fool of yourself. Smile, you disabled man. Instead of avoiding it, Zillan soared up, quickly approaching the meteorite, and the extremely sharp dragon horns pushed upward. Bang bang! The meteorite exploded on the spot, splitting into countless particles. There is nothing wrong with Zillan, but many Marines in the Go base were buried alive by rubble. Sengoku glared at Fujitora. This dam is an undercover act. Too bad Fujitora is blind and can't see anything. At the same time, the bone-chilling cold covered the whole body, which made Zillan very uncomfortable. He belongs to fire and has a natural repulsion to cold things. Like Marine Admiral Aokiji, a lot of people like him. Zillan doesn't like this guy. Oh, do you feel uncomfortable, Mr. Arashi? I'm sorry, but it only takes a few seconds, please bear with me a little bit. Aokiji jumped up vigorously, shooting icicles with both hands. Ice Age! Ka 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 ka! Zillan's abdomen froze immediately, and the ice quickly spread to his whole body. His 10,000-meter-long body froze in just a few seconds. It's the old man's turn to play. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and rushed to the sky. He stood in the air and threw flash bombs all over the sky. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Bang 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 bang. Endless flashes of light poured down, without exception, all of which exploded on Zillan's body. Under the mixed doubles of the two, Zillan's dragon scales fell off in a large area. Seeing the opportunity presented itself, the others also began to show off Kamui. Sengoku slapped his palm towards the sky, and a domineering shock wave blasted towards his heart. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora also resorted to one of the most powerful killing moves. The green bull who had one arm bitten off hated Zillan to the bone, and output crazily with his hands. In addition, there is Akainu, who fought just now. If Aokiji hadn't helped him, he might have been lying on the ground by now. Now, he is going to save face. Meteor Volcano. Great Eruption. Dark Hound. All the ultimate moves that Akainu could use were thrown out. The Shishibukai side was also involved. First of all, Hawkeye, he pulled out the black sword yet, and a dark green slash sword into the sky. There is also the Tyrant Bear, which compresses the air into a cube and then throws it at Zillan to explode, which is equally powerful. As for Buggy, it's purely funny. He has long since found a place where no one is around and became a war reporter. Edward Vabel also made a huge slash with a knife. Anyway, all the people present are all attacking Zillan. One-on-one is looking for death. Isn't the green bull strong? What is the result? Zillan bit off his arm easily. Boom 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 boom. Zillan was surrounded by huge fireballs, and he could feel that every part of his body was being attacked by various powerful moves, and his dragon scales were almost completely crushed. He could even feel that some places were tearing and bleeding. The red dragon tease roar. You! A gigantic column of incomparable flame light spewed out from Zillan's mouth, falling mightily towards the Go base. Can this lunatic fight back? Sengoku was taken aback when he saw this, and then quickly said, "Stop attacking, stop the flames, or the island will be blown up." Once the island is bombed and sunk, these ability users fall into the sea, not to mention arresting Zillan. Maybe they will feel cold. Chapter 79. Sengoku condensed the shock wave in his hand and hit it with all his strength. Bang! Shock waves and flames exploded in the air, and the golden power could be seen melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zillan Lombok sneered, "The arm of a mantis is like a cart." Shua! 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 Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru flashed for the first time, and the three joined forces and raised their arms towards the sky. In the original Summit War, Whitebeard releases a shock wave to attack the execution platform, and the three admirals block it together in this posture. Bang bang! The flames hit, and the three of them changed their faces on the spot. Even if the hands have been wrapped in armed colors, the palms are severely burned. Plus, boom! The ground they stepped on suddenly collapsed, and most of the three of them sank into the mud. The three of them looked at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. The three of them teamed up. How could they still be so strenuous? Whoosh! Whoosh! The Green Bull and Fujitora came to help one after another, and they also raised their arms. The 5 admirals exerted their strength at the same time, and just now they pushed the flames into the sky. My eyes are FG blind, and I still like to make trouble so much. Zillan's eyes focused on Fujitora, and the dragon's claws suddenly spread out, and he shouted, "Dragon Emperor Different Dimension 463. Around Fujitora, light blue power surged and imprisoned him in the sphere. He seemed to be imprisoned, and it was difficult to move his limbs. Wow! Unknown forces crushed his body back and forth, and his bones creaked. Rao Fujitora couldn't help screaming at this moment. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. They were so strong, yet they were beaten by Zillan in turn. Why stand there stupidly? Why don't you hurry up and save people? Sengoku scolded, didn't you see that Fujitora's skin was bleeding? Ice Age. Aokiji released the cold air and froze the energy ball. Fujitora regained consciousness and broke out of the ice. Everyone, this guy is too difficult to deal with. If we want to take him down, we must go all out. Fujitora was out of breath. He looked up to the sky. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel the peerless Kamui of the dragon. Needless to say, this is a godlike enemy. Humph, Zillan broke my arm, I want him to repay it twice. The Green Bull said viciously. Well, let's go together and defeat him in the fastest time. Aokiji made the ice bird soar into the sky. Akainu continued to swing his lava fist. Fujitora is also constantly exerting weight. The Green Bull carries a big outburst full of hatred, and its punches are fatal. Kizaru is more flamboyant. Relying on his unparalleled speed, he made a move and then ran away. Seeing that Zillan was attracted by other admirals, he ran over to make another move. And Sengoku is not willing to be lonely. The shock wave is constantly greeting Zillan, and every blow can knock down a mountain. There is also Shishibuki's Hawkeye. His fighting power is not weaker than the Emperor. As the world's #1 swordsman, the sword is deadly, and a random A can split the sea and cut it. Purchase. The fierce battle continued. A group of people fought from the sky to the earth, and from the ground to the sea. The fierce battle was earth-shattering and did not stop throughout the night. Drink ah! Roaring dragons, mixing conquerors, and armament haki, scattered like autumn leaves. The Marine Admiral and Shishibukai who were hanging on their bodies were all forced back. Hoop 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 hoop. Zillan panted heavily, looking at the slowly rising sun in the distance. Before I knew it, the whole night had passed. That night, he fought against 5 Marine Admirals by himself, plus a Marine Marshal, and a General-level Hawkeye. In addition, there are several Marine Vice Admirals and Tyrant Bears. Fatigue spread to the whole body. In this life, Zillan has experienced countless wars. He once fought against the Luoji pirates single-handedly. He was broken many times, with at least thousands of wounds all over his body, and even a pair of dragon Kakuzutmed was broken off. Because he is an awakened phantom beast, and he bought the eternal body before, Zillan has no signs of defeat, and his vitality is unbelievably strong. Of course, Zillan was miserable, and so was Marine. Akainu is blind in one eye. Aokiji has a broken leg. The Green Bull's arm was also broken. Fujitora holds a broken knife. Kizaru, on the other hand, was unscathed, just a little dirt on his suit. This hanging hair hits and runs with the speed of sparkling fruit, and Zillan wants to attack other people, so there is really nothing to do with him. And Sengoku is also unscathed. This made Sengoku a little skeptical. Could it be that his combat power is strong enough to fight Zillan one-on-one? Otherwise why would it be unscathed? Yes, that's for sure. Let me. Sengoku made another terrifying shock wave, and even the sky trembled. If it were an ordinary person, such as the Blackbeard pirates, Summit War slapped them, and their power was nothing to say. You also want to fight Laozi one-on-one? It's just a commodity, don't get carried away. Zillan's dragon claw swept away, and 5 crimson claw marks appeared in the void, giving the illusion of tearing time and space. Puff 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 puff. The golden power ripples split into strips in the air, making it difficult to shake Zillan at all. Forget about that guy Kizaru, why are you so clean, don't you have any compulsions at all? Zillan explained indifferently, if you are also disabled, the value of the product will be greatly reduced. Originally, you, High AI Zone, could sell 10 billion Baileys, but after losing your arms and legs, you can only sell 5 billion Baileys, or even less. Zillan told the truth, that's why he didn't fight Sengoku. You. Sengoku was furious, his fierce eyes wanted to swallow Zillan. If he, the Marine Marshal, is brought to the human auction house, wouldn't that be a joke? Sengoku was about to use his mouth to denounce Zillan, but then changed the topic. High AI Zone? When did this old man have such a nickname? Others are also in a cloud of fog and don't understand what it means. A bunch of illiterates. Zillan curled his lips in disdain, and then attacked. Sengoku, Marine is almost killed by you, and even you are almost reduced to slaves. Isn't this Izong? In history, those kings who lost their country or those who were more miserable were Izong or Emperor Ai. What is the difference between Sengoku, the Marine King who is about to be ousted by the 5 elders, and them? Chapter 80. Kill. The stimulated Sengoku's face was ferocious, and he released a pure golden ball from his palm, and after flying into the sky, a dazzling glare erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the energy ball exploded, and the shock wave scattered, and Zillan's huge dragon body was shaken back again and again. He couldn't help but looked at Zhangguo in surprise. This old man took medicine? Why is it so violent all of a sudden? Keep consuming him. With Sengoku's order, all Marine admirals performed their duties and rushed in different directions. Ice Age. Aokiji took out the most powerful move again, and the cold air covered the sky, freezing Zillan's huge body. This night, he didn't know how many times he released Ice Age. Sometimes the big moves didn't work, let alone those small moves. Ka 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 ka. The ice block sealed Zillan within 5 seconds before it shattered on a large scale. Still, it's good enough for everyone else. Zillan stared at Aokiji very angrily with cold eyes. He flapped his wings, but the wings were like an iron body tied with tens of thousands of catties, and it was extremely strenuous to move. He looked back, Akainu hugged his left wing, Fujitora hugged his right wing, and Huang Yuan grabbed his tail tightly. The 3 of them used all their breastfeeding strength at the same time, and he couldn't move for a while. Oops! Zillan suddenly realized something was wrong. Kuzan, the upper stomach is his most vulnerable place. Sengoku and Aokiji looked at each other, and they stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the dragon's belly. After the chaotic battle before, Zillan's abdomen was also riddled with holes and wounds. Bang bang! Bang bang! Sengoku and Aokiji punched at the same time, and the wide belly was sunken. Wow! Stop it quickly, don't attack there! Zillan let out an extremely rare cry, and subconsciously covered his body with his hands. See, Zillan panicked, this is his weakness. Sengoku's eyes shot out, and he punched out again frantically, shock waves one after another. Aokiji was also merciless, his fists were covered with armament haki and ice, and he beat the dragon belly violently. Both of them are masters of armament haki, and they flow haki into the body to destroy the stomach. The irritated stomach convulsed violently, and a very strong feeling of excretion was born. It's really not good there, I'm afraid it's not good. Zillan hurriedly begged for mercy, his legs clenched subconsciously, and his teeth were clenched tightly. However, his admitting defeat only got the 2 of them intensified. A moment later, there was a loud bang from the dragon's buttocks, and a light yellow stench spread in the air. Sengoku and others, all subconsciously covered their noses. Damn it, luckily I held it back and almost punched Laozi's shit out. Zillan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, luckily it was just a dragon fart. Old husband, want, kill, yes, you. Kizaru roared word for word, he was responsible for holding Zillan's tail behind his and ate a mouthful of fart. Coincidentally, the old man will abolish you too. Zillan's face was ashen. He has been in the sea for more than 10 years, and he is recognized as the most powerful person in the world. However, today he was almost kicked out of the shit, and the news spread. How can he, Uncle Zillan, walk the rivers and lakes? Boom boom boom. Zillan breathed fire all over his body and turned into a flaming dragon. The temperature condensed on his body was as high as tens of thousands of degrees. Even Akainu and other marine admirals did not dare to approach him easily, and loosened his limbs one after another. Zillan took the opportunity to escape and flew to an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. His vision is amazing, even if they are thousands of meters away, he can clearly see several people, especially Kizaru, who is full of resentment. Mainly, there is still something yellow on his face. Zillan is so ashamed, farts usually don't bring shit out. If it weren't for these people being too difficult, Zillan really wanted to kill people to silence him, otherwise his image would be damaged. Poor Salino, what's on your face? It's yellow and it looks so strange. The green cow asked a question in a very puzzled manner, and swept it around carefully. What? Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, then wiped subconsciously, the sleeves were also yellow. He approached and sniffed in a strange way, and a pungent smell came. Crunch crunch crunch! Kizaru clenched his fists and looked at the dragon in the sky, furious. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Light speed kick. Laser. Ask for flowers. 8-foot Kyanguyu. 8-foot Kyanguyu. 1. Kizaru is like a tireless robot, releasing his ult one after another. And everyone seems to understand something, because Kizaru's body stinks, and referring to the position he was standing just now. Well, Marine eats the first person. UFG dare to get angry. The flash bombs exploded all over his body. Zillan was also angry in his heart, opened his mouth and sent a roar to Kizaru. But Mao didn't, and was blocked by Sengoku and others. Zillan, who was irritated, carried the fire of Red Lotus all over his body, and killed many generals of Marine. Next, there was another fierce battle for more than 10 hours, until it was dark, and the winner had not yet been decided. 0. Adding up before and after, the two sides fought fiercely for more than 20 hours. Zillan was exhausted physically and mentally. Don't look at Akainu and Aokiji playing for 10 days and 10 nights. It was just a one-on-one fight. Zillan was fine with that style of play for 20 days. Facing the siege of many strong men on his own, even with his combat power, he is overwhelmed at this moment. Zillan had a hunch that if he continued to delay, he might lose. Looks like we were going to use that. Zillan's pupils flashed fiercely, he soared straight up and got rid of the many marine admirals besieging him. From a high altitude, the entire Go base has been burned to scorched earth, and half of the island has sunk. Zillan, are you scared? You ran so far. Sengoku yelled, and at the same time gave Kizaru a strange look in his eyes. This guy is also bleeding, because of the room. In the past, when Kizaru fought, it was nothing more than dirty clothes. When he had free time, he would light a cigarette silently, or be a war report reporter, and be lazy if he could. However, since eating a dragon fart, Kizaru showed his full strength, relying on heaven-defying speed, and made Zillan suffer a lot. Even as Kizaru stopped pretending, Marine has been suppressing Zillan during the fierce battle for more than 10 hours. Sengoku, remember Power Rock. The corner of Zillan's mouth curled into an evil arc, and Sengoku tightened his grip. At the beginning, 3 of the 5 elders were blown up, how can we not remember? Chapter 81. After the sluggishness passed, Sengoku was full of anger. You really lied to the old man, saying that you used the Power Rock to blow up the Black Dragon. You are a dead liar. In fact, the Power Rock was swallowed by you, right? Sengoku looked around, as if looking for something. Don't look, the Power Rock is buried under your feet. Zillan opened his mouth, retched a few times, and spat out the remote control. Guess what happens when the old man presses the button? The evil smile on Zillan's face became more intense. Quick, stop him! Sengoku hissed, his voice trembling. Swish! When the light hits, the flashing ape flashes instantly, and the big hand grabs the remote control. Zillan immediately pressed the switch and said sarcastically, Polisalino, even if you're covered in shit, there's no need to be so impulsive. Boom 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 boom. All the power rocks buried hundreds of meters deep in the ground exploded, and only half of the island left in September 47 was blown directly into the clouds. The shock wave sent Zillan and Kizaru flying. Flames were flying around on the scorched earth, and the screams of the admirals were chilling. Zillan disarmed Tyrannosaurus mode immediately, took advantage of the chaos and rushed into the sea of flames. Seeing no one around, he immediately put on a handsome face. The Wally who disappeared without a trace reappeared. He found a random place, lay down on the spot, and then chose to pretend to be dead. When the impact dissipated, the huge ruined island began to fall, and it was about to fall into the sea. Sengoku and others were full of despair. They were all capable people, so what if they fell into the sea? It doesn't matter if Zillan is not arrested, if they are wiped out, they will leave a bad taste for 10,000 years. Everyone, don't panic. Fujitora forced himself to stand up, with wounds all over his body and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The power rock exploded just now, and he was severely injured and his body was severely scorched. At this time, Fujitora also wanted to lie down, but if he didn't have the ability, the brothers would have to report to the underworld. Sengoku is staring at Fujitora eagerly. Brother Huzi, you must hold on, it turns out that you are today's big daddy. Swish! Fujitora swept across the sky, and the broken knife flashed purple light. This dreamlike purple light melted into the earth. Kendao did not split into two as imagined, instead it stopped falling instantly, floating slowly in the air like a hot air balloon. This is Fujitora's weightless knife, which is also the ability of heavy fruits. As the name suggests, it can make the cut objects weightless. Fujitora used this trick in Dressrosa in the original book. The entire sky is full of ruins. After doing all this, Fujitora fainted from exhaustion. Sengoku looked around, and the dragon that was supposed to be hacked into pieces also disappeared. Looking at the messy scene, my heart aches like a twist. Fujitora, Green Bull, and Aokiji were all seriously injured and fell to the ground, dying. Only him and fart-eating Admiral Kizaru are the only ones who can move freely. As for the tens of thousands of Marines brought in, they all died, and none of them were alive. There is also Shishibukai, except for the more powerful Hawkeye and the cunning chicken thief Buggy. Edward Vabel was blown to pieces, and he could also be blown into a pile of scrap iron. In this battle, Marine lost all his underwear. Hateful! Sengoku roared to the sky, his eyes were red. Why the hell, why can't I beat him once? Sengoku wants to cry but has no tears. When he first joined Marine, he was no match for Zillan in daily practice. After losing for decades, he never won once. Battle, Marshal Sengoku! A weak and tired voice came. Sengoku followed the prestige, and the limping volley appeared, and he was furious immediately. Where are you running? His voice became smaller and smaller, and the gaps all over his body had obviously experienced a fierce battle. He lowered his voice and asked puzzledly, Volley, why didn't the old man see you when we were fighting Zillan? Zillan sighed, and said shamelessly, at the beginning, when I led a search, I was accidentally attacked by Zillan. When I realized it, it was too late. I was beaten to death by him. Sengoku's face was cloudy when he heard this. Speaking of which, Zillan did appear from the direction Valley searched. Even if Marine Admiral was attacked by Zillan, he might be instantly killed on the spot, there is no doubt about it. But there is no evidence for all this. Sengoku looked, and saw that his eyes were clear and unwavering, and the injuries all over his body didn't seem like he was deliberately pretending. Sengoku could only admit defeat. Forget it, Vala, thanks for your hard work. Zillan nodded again and again, doing so many of you alone, and now I have to act with you. The old man is really hard. By the way, have everyone been severely injured by Zillan? Looking at the sluggish crowd, Zillan asked in feigned surprise. As you can see, hey, the marshal of the old man is completely lost. Tomorrow you may receive the news that the old man has been dismissed. Sengoku smiled bitterly, his eyes darkened. In the past few months, he has led Marine to keep losing battles, and he is so addicted to eating. He loses one game every 3 days, and loses one game every 5 days. 5 elders have long been dissatisfied. Now this battle to turn around has also turned into a battle for expulsion for him. Zillan glanced over the stunned Aokiji and others. If they sneak up on them now. Forget it, if I sneak attack, my identity will be exposed. Even if I become a black dragon, and Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and that damn Hawkeye, maybe I'm the one who loses. After some weighing, Zigong was still empty. In this battle, his exhaustion was extremely serious, and he was exhausted physically and mentally. Even if he fought forcefully in the future, he would not be able to display his peak combat effectiveness. If it fails and is captured, it will be a blood loss. But Sengoku seemed to comfort himself, forced a smile. I have never won against that guy in my life. He said he wanted to capture me as a slave, but he ran away first. The old man only lost half. Zillan smiled without saying a word, and simply rounded up, winning directly. In this Marine victory, ran Zillan with 10,000,0 casualties. What's more, Sengoku was too happy. This war is not really over yet. Since Zillan has announced the auction of Sengoku, it will never renege on its promise of 0.5. The isolated island has been floating in the air. After flying tens of kilometers away, they found a safe island, and Sengoku and his party landed one after another. He dared not hide it, and reported the truth to 5 elders. Sengoku, you are a wretch, idiot, brainless, retarded, you are a disgrace to the Marine. Sure enough, 5 elders cursed at Sengoku. The old guy didn't dare to resist, he just nodded and said yes, yes, and said good words. This reminded Zillan of those anti-Japanese dramas, where the chief of the Japanese devils smacked his subordinates, and the puppet soldiers did not dare to resist, and kept nodding their heads, saying that the Taijun was doing well. Exactly the same as the current Sengoku. Zillan curled his lips. The real Nima is ABCH, with a servile face. Chapter 82. The shameful battle of the Go base caused Marine to lose all dignity and become a joke. With the world government's style of doing things, this matter is too embarrassing and detrimental to the government's face, so they usually choose to suppress it. However, certain things cannot be suppressed just by saying. A base that big has disappeared out of thin air. Unless it is blind, a 3-year-old child will know that there is a problem. Akainu is blind, Aokiji has a broken leg, and the green cow has a broken arm. It's not like the shit on Kizaru's clothes. It falls off after washing. It's not easy to wash or hide. Paper can't hold fire, and a week later, the world government announced the news of Marine's fiasco. And Zillan was also wanted, and the bounty was reached in one step, reaching an astonishing 6.5 billion. Looking at the entire pirate history, only Zillan has achieved this bounty. The breakup between Zillan and Marine is beyond the imagination of the world. The Marine hero becomes the Marine villain. This script turns too fast. Besides, there was another news spread across the sea. The former Marine Marshal Sengoku was dismissed and is now replaced by Marine Admiral. Because of the serious defeat in this battle, 5 elders asked Sengoku to rush to Marijoice to report to Marijoice on the 24th, and he might even be jailed. The marshals alternated, and Akainu was the one who lost the most. At the beginning, the world government had high hopes for him and promised that after the death of Hyizong Sengoku, he would let him, the prince, be the Marine king. For this reason, Akainu licked 5 elders a lot. But as the saying goes, if you lick it to the end, you will end up with nothing. His waist was cut off, little Akainu stopped lifting, and one of his eyes was also blind recently. King Marine also became Aokiji. What is a winner in life, Akainu does not know, but he does his part when it comes to being a loser in life. Whoa 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 whoa. At the port, the warships gradually departed, and Marine and other bigwigs came to see them off. After a week of treatment, everyone recovered in 7s and 80s. Aokiji also puts on his martial suit, and the broken leg is replaced with ice, which doesn't matter much. As for Akainu, he put a blindfold on himself. Green Bull installed a robotic arm. Fujitora was miserable. The burns were so severe that she is still bandaged all over her body. I don't know what the 5 elders will do with Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru held a cigarette in his hand, talking to himself. Ever since he was crushed by the dragon fart, he has developed an aversion to all yellow things, and now he has also changed into a black suit. As for why you choose black, the dyeing is not obvious, and you should not be able to see it when it is sprayed next time, right? I have to say that Kizaru is quite thoughtful about this point. Unlike everyone who was melancholy, Zillan had a cold look in his eyes. Debriefing? It's completely unnecessary. The battleship gradually disappeared from the pupils, and Yin went back to work one after another. In the office, Zillan is comfortably holding a cup of coffee, and there is a portrait of Sengoku on the east wall. I didn't expect it, Sengoku, you, the marshal, have stepped down, and I'm still in Admiral's position. It's like a nail house. Zillan took a sip of coffee leisurely, looking lazy. Volley Admiral, Marshal Kuzan is here. The voice of the guard came from outside the door. Zillan got up and stretched himself, then went to the marshal's office. Speaking of which, he is also the elder of the 3 dynasties. Sora, Sengoku, and now Aokiji, Zillan thought, now that the sea is so chaotic, maybe Aokiji can be survived. Maybe one day he will become the elder of the 4 dynasties. Volley, you go to Kamabaka Kingdom on the Grand Line right away. Marine got the news that the Revolutionary Army is gathering in that country. Aokiji said with a serious face. The Revolutionary Army took advantage of the turmoil in the Marine and rapidly expanded its power around the world. More than a dozen countries that joined the world government have been overthrown. 5 elders require us to take immediate action. Is it okay to leave this matter to you? Aokiji looked at Zillan, he yawned and nodded, but his heart was all on Sengoku, and he didn't understand what he said at all. But Aokiji seems to be sending him out on a mission? Isn't this the proper hunting time? Zillan's eyeballs twitched, and he replied respectfully, don't worry, Marshal, I will definitely make those gangsters regret it. Aokiji nodded in satisfaction. Zillan didn't hesitate and left quickly. Going to the kingdom of Kamabaka should be to the southeast side. But after sailing for a while, Zillan's warship suddenly swept towards the northwest side. The target, none other than Sengoku. He won't break his promise to capture Sengoku alive and send it to the auction house. Time passed in a hurry, and it was several hours in a blink of an eye, and the sky was already dark. Sengoku stood on the deck, looking at the magnificent sea, and said goodbye in the future. If you look carefully, he is much older than before, his beard and hair are white, his face is wrinkled and his eyes are abnormally cloudy. Marshal Sengoku, a warship is approaching us. A guard came to report, it seems to be Wally Admiral. Wally. Sengoku looked puzzled, and said softly, slow down, let him come over. Also, the old man has already been dismissed, so I don't want me anymore. 10 minutes later, Zillan boarded Sengoku's battleship. What's the matter with you, Wally? Inside the cabin, Sengoku asked curiously. To be honest, I'm here to fulfill a promise to Marshal Sengoku. Zillan told the truth. Fulfilling the promise. Sengoku smiled gently, you are determined, but there is no rush, you are still a bit behind that guy, work hard slowly, your potential is not inferior to him. In order to thank Sengoku for his kindness, Zillan promises as Vala that one day he will help Sengoku defeat Zillan. I'm talking about other promises. The corners of Zillan's lips rose slightly, and a strange arc appeared on his face. Other promises? Sengoku looked confused, any other promises? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was about to ask a question, when Zigong suddenly flashed 203 to attack him. Bang bang! A heavy punch hit Sengoku's chest, and the unsuspecting old guy was thrown out of the cabin on the spot, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Marshal Sengoku! All the soldiers came to check, but Zillan showed no mercy. The conqueror's haki broke out, stunned everyone, and even their internal organs were shattered, causing them to die suddenly. Are you crazy? Shocked and angry, Sengoku tried to stand up, but the severe pain forced him to get down again. Sengoku touched his chest, his face was ugly, 4 ribs are broken. He stared at Zillan. Even if he had no defense, his body would not be so unbearable. This just goes to show. You're hiding your strength. Sengoku deeply realized that something was wrong. The power of that fist just now was considered the top destructive power in Marine Admiral. In this way, Volley, who claimed to be killed by Zillan in a sneak attack before the Go base battle, had a problem. With such strength, how could he be instantly killed? See now, isn't it too late, Sengoku? Zillan gave a weird smile, undoing Volley's identity, and an old cheek was reflected in Sengoku's pupils. Silver back hair, rings all over his hands, and the cheeks of Chang Kangyu. You're Zillan. Chapter 83. Sengoku was dumbfounded, and the expression on his face gradually froze. He tried so hard to get Zillan out of Marine, and finally waited until the guy retired by himself, and this is the end? Change the vest and continue to be greedy and continue to make money? After the shock, Sengoku said viciously, "You won't succeed, the old man will tell the world about this in a moment." Volley is Zillan. You are really stupid. Zillan is speechless. The reason why Lao Zi told you the secret is because you have no chance to tell the truth. It will soon become our commodity, so why not sue, be a slave obediently? But you are so fragile, how can you hurt so badly with a random punch? You are so breathless, Sengoku. Zillan frowned and said, if you're crippled, take it out for auction, and it's estimated that you won't even be able to sell it for 2 billion. It's too early to say this now, don't think that you can eat me. Sengoku was furious, resisting the throbbing pain in his chest. Don't underestimate martial marines. Bang bang. In the middle of speaking, Zillan flashed again. The heavy punch hit Sengoku's face again, the bridge of his nose was broken on the spot, and blood flew everywhere. Boom! The huge inertia caused him to lean back and fall heavily on the deck. The head is dizzy, and the world seen by both eyes has blurred double images. Normally, Sengoku wouldn't be so weak. The key point is that Zillan's sneak attack was too hurt, and he was half disabled as soon as he came up. Zillan approached slowly and grabbed Sengoku's neck. I raised you fat and white just to sell you for a good price, look at your frail appearance. After being a marshal for so many years and being pampered all the time, your strength has weakened, Sengoku. After finishing speaking, Zillan threw the old guy like a human-shaped ball, rolling a dozen times. Consciousness is close to fainting. Hoop hoop hoop. Sengoku panted heavily, opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at Zillan deeply. Come back, answer me a question. Say. Zillan responded lightly. In the past half-century, the sum of your embezzled money is estimated to be more than 10 trillion yuan. Is money really that important? This is the most puzzling question for Sengoku. Throughout history, he has never seen a person who is more greedy than Zillan, and Celestial Dragons is 10 points short. Zillan turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and threw his back to Sengoku, his eyes staring into the distance. Regarding this question, he remembered some poisonous chicken soup on Duyan in his previous life. Both the stars and the sea need tickets, and both poetry and distant places need travel expenses. Zillan said with the tone of an outsider, you ask me why I am so greedy for money, because the things I like are very expensive, and the places I want to go are far away. Without money, I can't even buy happiness. I may be embarrassing when I look corrupt, but I am really a teacher when I work hard to make money. Money can double my self-confidence and experience double happiness. Sengoku was stunned when he heard the words, you are such a genius, the embezzlement of Nima is so high as you said. For me, money can really do whatever you want and buy everything you want. Zillan said meaningfully. Bullshit. Sengoku snorted, there are so many things that money can't buy. He gave an example casually, and proudly said, can money buy love? Originally, Crane admired you very much, but why did you choose me in the end? Who the FK needs an old woman to admire? Zillan got goosebumps all over his body, young Boa Hancock and red pupil, right? At the same time, I secretly wondered, when I was young, Garp and Crane had the closest relationship, why now? Sengoku actually gave Garp a big green hat? Zillan looked at Sengoku again, and sure enough, he is not a man by his appearance, he looks gentle, but he likes to ride his friend's wife. Money is a thing of life, we should pay attention to spiritual wealth. Sengoku emphasized, although I am far less rich than you, Crane treats me better and better. Zillan shook his head, he thought he had to teach Sengoku a lesson. He spent 100 million Baileys to buy dolls and S*X toys from the money-burning system. Spiritual wealth is useful, can you buy an inflatable doll, you stupid DK? Zillan hugged the young inflatable doll and put the S*X underwear she just bought on it. The inflatable doll looks like Crane Vice Admiral, but it is built according to the standard of the young Crane Vice Admiral. Sengoku stared dumbfounded, his whole brain short-circuited. Zillan, you thief, don't play your cards according to the routine. How can an old woman be as powerful as my inflatable doll? Zillan smacked the inflatable doll's leather drum, and the latter immediately shouted coquettishly, Master Zillan, how are you? The girly voice made Sengoku's heart melt. This doll can still make a sound. Sengoku couldn't believe it, and it was exactly the same as Tsuru's voice when he was young. Sure enough, it is produced by the system and must be a high-quality product. Now, do you know why I am greedy for money, Sengoku? Zillan mocked, my happiness, you poor old man will never experience it. Okay, next, I'm going to have S*X with the inflatable doll. I'm more aggressive. Please close your eyes and ears. It's not good to let you hear the sound. New World's Peklangzi Island, here is Doflamingo's new stronghold. He built a large palace on the island, just like before, and lived a life of chic and luxurious like a king. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! There was an urgent knock on the door, and the voice of the younger brother Torrible came from outside, Don't sleep, Dover, Marine is here. Doflamingo, who hugged left and right and snored like thunder, opened his eyes immediately. He hurriedly opened the door, wearing a flower pants. Who is it? That new Admiral Valley. Is it? Torrible said in a deep voice. Just one. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, and then said disdainfully, It's just looking for death. I don't know if the boss behind my scenes is Brother Zillan. A few days ago, he just abused all the strong people in their marine headquarters. To be honest, since Zillan single-handedly defeated the marine high-level Towel. Although it is said that it was blown up with power rocks, and finally slipped away, the world thinks that Zillan won a big victory, and his reputation and prestige reached the peak in history. When Valley comes, I will personally teach this ignorant little guy a lesson. Doflamingo went to get dressed aggressively. He also heard that this Marine Admiral was too young, Bishan and others were too immature. Maybe you won by yourself? Even if we lose, isn't there still Brother Zillan? Chapter 84. On the street, Doflamingo Haki is standing majestically on the carriage, and there are pirates in front of him who are responsible for pulling the carriage. When the pirates on the street saw him, they would all wave their hands in salute. Doflamingo also smiled and waved his arms. I don't know, I thought Doflamingo was on a military parade. Long live His Majesty Doflamingo, long live the Don Quixote family. We are also the 4 Emperors pirates. Some pirates screamed excitedly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Doflamingo is the king of Dressrosa, and it makes sense to call him His Majesty. Although it is said that Dressrosa died early, but Doflamingo has formed a government in exile. Your Majesty, you should be called. As for the 4 Emperors pirates, at first Doflamingo didn't dare to admit that he didn't have 4 Emperors level combat power, so his name didn't live up to his name. However, with the auction of various bosses along the way, his reward has skyrocketed to 4 billion Baileys, which is already the reward of the 4 Emperors. In addition, after becoming 4 Emperors, there is another great advantage. With more and more pirates taking refuge in him, Doflamingo's power will naturally become stronger and stronger, and there are already tens of thousands of younger brothers under him. So, that Valley is here, if he calls and shakes people directly, it will really damage his imperial prestige as the 6th Emperor. 183 The 5th Emperor is the Black Dragon. Doflamingo didn't panic, and when we really couldn't beat him, he would call the Supreme Emperor Zillan wrong. Yell, you're getting fatter. Zillan on the battleship also saw Doflamingo from a long distance away, and he gathered thousands of people to surround the port. Zillan laughed, calling so many people to see you get beaten? He took out his phone bug and was about to tell Doflamingo his identity when a flash of light flashed through his mind. There's no need for a showdown so early. Wouldn't it be nice to use Vala's identity to blackmail dozens of small targets first? Zillan smiled strangely, and put away the phone bug again. Not many people know that Valley is Zillan. Doflamingo, a bum, has a lot of money, and the savings in his hand are at least hundreds of billions. Wally! Doflamingo shouted towards the sea, dare to challenge Laozi single-handedly, you simply don't know how to live and die, do you take Laozi, the 6th Emperor, seriously? Zillan pouted, Doflamingo still felt guilty and lacked confidence. Serious people, who would talk about the number of emperors? Zillan is too lazy to compare with Doflamingo, he must cheat him with 50 small goals today. With a silent recitation in my heart, the next, moment, my whole body was covered by silver-white armor. Behind, stretch out the blue fluorescent wings. He soared into the sky and flew straight towards the island. Fire me! Doflamingo gave a loud shout, and thousands of men fired at the same time. Zillan ignored it, but Conqueror's Haki made a strong move. Boom boom boom! The violent force impacted on the sea surface, and huge waves set off along the way, rushing to the shore. The little ones were swept away in the blink of an eye. Panicked, Doflamingo quickly used the string fruit to hook Bioon, and flew into the air to avoid a blow. Volley is a bit dangerous. Doflamingo's face was livid, and he looked at Zillan, but he had disappeared from his pupils. Don't look, I'm right behind you, Doflamingo. An indifferent voice came from behind, and Doflamingo turned around and punched. Bang bang! The silver-white slap easily blocked the fist, and Doflamingo kicked again, kicked the line. The solace of the feet swept out dense lines, each one as sharp as a chainsaw. Zillan's backlight wings flicker and glow all over, divide. Puff 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 puff. Fritzau hit the armor, Doflamingo was delighted, his ability can even shred the steel plate. This armor, not worth mentioning. Something did come apart, sadly, his lines. How can that be possible? Doflamingo was dumbfounded, although the thread is thin and invisible, it is actually very strong. Without enough hardness, how can it cut steel? You are the 6th Emperor? Don't you know what your identity is? It's just Zillan's dog. Zillan scolded, very relieved. In fact, he wanted to criticize Doflamingo so hard a long time ago. Damn it, as a younger brother, why do you save so much money? Your hundreds of billions of Baileys should all be provided to Laozi. But Duo Fulang Minglan obeyed and acted loyal, he was too embarrassed to snatch it, and then it spread, what are you doing? He even sometimes thinks, why are you so loyal? Loyalty is disgusting. What a mess. If you don't mess up, Laozi has no excuse to blackmail you. In fact, at this time, Doflamingo should take the initiative. What makes Zillan angry is that he didn't do it. It's like when you go to date a girl, after watching the movie, and having dinner, and it's time to start a house, but the girl deliberately pretends to be stupid, and clamors to go home, who cannot be angry? At this time, you can't always be the overlord. Doflamingo twitched, and retorted, Wally, you don't have to be complacent, you haven't had a chance to be a dog yet. The irritated Doflamingo opened up, condensed many lines, turned them into a gigantic column, armament Haki entwined, pouring all his strength towards Zillan. Super whiplash! Seeing this, Zillan raised his arms, and the fluorescent blue wings behind his back were extremely shining. The domain of the White Dragon Emperor. With Zillan's order, the space within 500 meters began to twist and compress. Bang bang! Before the line post touched Zillan, it dismembered in the air. Wow! Doflamingo screamed, and his body shrank even more strangely. In the blink of an eye, he was a big 3-meter-tall man, but was shrunk by Zigong into a 1-meter-long dwarf monster. You, what did you do to me? Doflamingo growled aggrievedly, he looked at Zillan and needed to look up. No way, it's too short. It's nothing, I just want you to understand the truth of being a human being. Zillan said Doflamingo bluntly, and said slowly, in life, everything can't be smooth sailing. When it's time to spend money and eliminate disasters, you must not waste money. Hearing this, Doflamingo was extremely surprised. Is the current Marine Admiral so greedy for money? The previous Zillan, and the current Valley, have all fallen into the eyes of money. Still, it's certainly a good thing for Doflamingo. After thinking about it, he raised 10 fingers. I'm out. 10 billion Pele? Deal. Zillan took the lead. Doflamingo gritted his teeth angrily. Laozi said 1 billion. Why, you have a problem. Then you should be a dwarf. I forgot to tell you. With your appearance, you have lost the ability to carry on the family line. What Zillan said made Doflamingo's heart feel cold. He touched it, and it was so damn short that it was shortened to 1 centimeter, and it was estimated to be 1.5 centimeters hard. How come, I said it was 10 billion Pele? Doflamingo hurriedly changed his words, but the little fat man sneaked in. He dialed Zillan's phone bug without hesitation. Wait to get beat up, Wally. Chapter 85. You are finished, my elder brother will come later, he will definitely beat you to death. After secretly dialing the phone bug, Doflamingo was in high spirits, and his body was upright at 1.1 meters. At this moment, he only felt that he was extraordinarily tall and straight. Why are you so arrogant? I can't beat you, and my elder brother can't beat you to death? You, brother? Zillan looked at Doflamingo strangely, thinking, isn't your elder brother just me? The corners of his mouth twitched, wanting to be white and straight. In fact, I really want to say, kid, don't bother, I'm your big brother right in front of you. 18,2. Blue blue blue. The phone bug in his arms rang suddenly, and Zillan's eyes gradually enlarged and became demented. Has something similar to this happened before? And Doflamingo seemed to understand something, and called out in surprise, Brother Zillan. No, I'm not. Zillan quickly denied. Doflamingo hung up the phone bug, and the phone bug in Zillan's arms also stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo dialed again, and the phone bug in Zillan's arms also rang. Zillan's face drooped suddenly, and the scene was awkward. He would have thrown away the phone bug if he knew it earlier, and he didn't expect Doflamingo to come to the scene to call for help. Cough cough cough. After a while, it was Doflamingo who was the first to break the silence, and said with a half smile, Master Zillan likes to play cosplay more and more, even I haven't noticed it. Zillan is not embarrassed to hug me, what is awkward is your attitude, and said calmly, Dover, that's right, I'm just testing you. It is indeed the fault of the subordinates. I did not recognize you. The subordinates are willing to accept a fine of 10 billion Baileys. Even if he knew that Zillan was deliberately blackmailing, Doflamingo could only pinch his nose and admit it. Zillan glanced appreciatively, very good, he needs such sensible subordinates. Doflamingo? Just now, who said that my loyalty is disgusting? Brother Zillan, where are you playing? I thought you quit Marine, who knew you changed your vest? Doflamingo was speechless, and seriously suspected that Zigong planned to collect protection fees again. Never seen such a brazen profiteer. Admiral Zillan has already caused dissatisfaction among many people, and it is becoming more and more difficult to get money. Those who should be blackmailed are blackmailed, and those who should be blackmailed are also blackmailed. Zillan explained, change your identity and start anew. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, the front is full of bullshit, but the back is the truth, right? By the way, I brought in another character to help me hype the hype and sell it at a good price, at least 10 billion Baileys to start. Zillan was full of anticipation, while Doflamingo had a painful face. The more expensive the sale, the greater the background, and the higher the risk of being liquidated in the future. Did you kidnap Marshal Marine? Doflamingo asked nervously. Response, yes, Sengoku. Doflamingo trembled all over. Zillan captured Vice Admiral and Admiral one after another. He had a hunch that sooner or later he would sell Marshal Marine. Sure enough, he came, he was sent away with sea stone tied all over his body. Remember, you must sell for a good price, and don't disappoint me, understand? After handing over Sengoku to Doflamingo, Zillan ran away. Before leaving, he restored his body by the way. Doflamingo looked at the warship going away, although he hated it, but also admired him. Cosplay has fooled the whole world, and even the ability is different. This is not acceptable. In the palace, Sengoku has been bound with sea stone chains. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and they are tied like human-shaped rice dumplings. Looking at the grey-haired and wrinkled Sengoku, Doflamingo is in trouble. How can such a bad old man sell for 10 billion? He also sent someone to check it just now. Sengoku's physical condition is extremely bad. 4 ribs were broken and the bridge of the nose was also broken. Just want to sell it for 10 billion? He will be 80 years old in 2 years, no one is willing to be taken advantage of. Doflamingo. Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes. Don't look too old, his eyes are still sharp, with a sharp cold light. Immediately let me go, I will spare you. Just because of your current appearance. Doflamingo said contemptuously, threatening Laozi, you are just a product, where do you have the confidence? Crack. 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 Doflamingo has 3 big mouths, and the Sengoku is 7 meat and 8 vegetables. You. The corners of Sengoku's mouth were torn, and he glared at Doflamingo furiously. How dare you insult this old man? He tried hard to break the sea stone chains on his body, but unfortunately, the thick iron chains on his arms were intact. Not everyone is a Kaido, who can run away after being tied up by sea stone. When the old man goes out, I will smash you to pieces. Sengoku stood up like a raging lion, his beard and hair standing on end. When Doflamingo heard this, a deep chill flashed in his eyes. What he is most worried about is being retaliated against. Auctioning so many big shots must have offended too many people, so. 0. You don't seem to realize how dangerous your situation is. Doflamingo flicked a few thin lines in his hands, and swung them at Sengoku, shouting, come on. Puff 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 puff. The lines are like spears, running through Sengoku's body. He felt extremely painful in his abdomen, and a layer of cold sweat broke out in the instant his head hurt. Before Sengoku could react, he saw that Doflamingo's string fruit hooked his bloody waist. The whole process was smooth, without the slightest delay. This looks like a lot of karma, and practice makes perfect. Looking at Sengoku with empty eyes, Doflamingo remembered the appearance of Zillan pretending, turned around and put his hands on his waist. I have a thread, but I have a waist, fast, accurate and ruthless, no one can stop me. Sengoku is furious, damn, you're so proud? Old man, ah poof. Sengoku was just about to condolence to the 18th generation of Doflamingo's ancestors, he spurted a mouthful of blood and fainted. Looking at such a miserable Sengoku, Doflamingo was extremely troubled. He was already tortured to death by Zillan, but now he is kicked at the waist again, and it's worth 10 billion Baileys. If someone has 1 billion Baileys, it's not bad. It seems that only some special means can be used. Seeming to have thought of some good idea, Doflamingo smiled slyly. Chapter 86. Sengoku disappeared mysteriously. The world government was furious, and asked Marine to investigate thoroughly. Aokiji felt so pitiful. Why did he encounter the disappearance of the previous marshal just after he came to power? Fortunately, he has a good relationship with Sengoku, otherwise, there might be some gossip. After 3 days like this, Marine searched for news about Sengoku all over the world. The sea turned upside down, but it never fell, and Sengoku seemed to have evaporated. And Zillan was severely scolded for failing to complete the task assigned by Aokiji, to arrest the revolutionary army occupying the Kamabaka kingdom. Zillan thought, this kid is gone, the old man is not bad if he didn't betray Marine, how dare you find fault with me? Zillan, who was irritated, sold all the warships stationed at the G10 base at a low price on the same day, making a profit of 10 billion Baileys. He even became addicted to the ancient emperors. For example, when any young emperor came to power, there would be a big September 13th to pardon the world. Zillan also came in a wave, and all the prisoners in the prison were released. Anyway, he thought of an excuse. The battleship is sunk, and the Black Dragon can do what it wants. As for why the prisoner ran away, it was the former Admiral Zillan's cronies who did it. The G10 base is also the base just built by Marine and New World, and Zillan is responsible for stationing here. In the office, Zillan sits with Kaitong on his left leg and Boa Hancock on his right leg. The three of them were gasping for breath. They played three-person poker just now, which exhausted their energy. No, come again. Boa Hancock hooked Zillan's neck. My 10 billion Baileys can't be spent in vain. In order to conceive Zillan's child, Boa Hancock did not hesitate to spend 10 billion Baileys to seek a child. After working so hard for so long, she was still not pregnant. She was very unwilling. Blue blue blue. The phone on the desk buzzed, it was a call. Zillan pondered, maybe he came to question the crime, after all, the battleship and the prisoners were gone. Come to Naval Headquarters right away, there is an important meeting. Bark. Without waiting for Zillan to ask why, Aokiji hung up the phone, very cold. He curled his lips, that's Mao's temperament. Half a day later, Zillan returned to Naval Headquarters, and the admirals were all summoned. Shame, unprecedented shame. On the main seat, Aokiji is very much like Sengoku in the past, roaring exactly the same. On the screen hanging on the wall, a video is playing. The man with the purple afro was locked in a dirty cage and tied up with sea stone. Zillan rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he didn't see it, he thought to himself, isn't this Sengoku? How did it happen? I don't know what Doflamingo did to Sengoku. Sengoku's hair color and hairstyle have all changed, and even the wrinkles on his face have been reduced by half. The eyes are bright, giving people the feeling of being more energetic than before. However, this is not the most important. Doflamingo made a high-profile announcement that in 2 days, Marine Marshal Sengoku will be sold at the Human Auction House. Undoubtedly, this announcement directly put Marine's face and dignity on the ground. Absolutely intolerable. Akainu smashed the table and shouted, Marine should rescue Sengoku immediately, otherwise he will be kicked by Doflamingo. After speaking, he subconsciously touched his abdomen, where there was also a penetrating wound, which had been stitched hundreds of times. Don't forget, Duiong Langming is standing behind the scenes with a black dragon. Kizaru said solemnly, several fiascos tell us that Marine needs at least 2 admirals to deal with them. The old man is willing to join the battle. Akainu, the one-eyed dragon, looked at Aokiji with a burning gaze. Zillan snickered, not long after, Akainu will be auctioned for the 2nd time. The old man is also willing to go. Fujitora immediately stood up, Marshal Sengoku has shown me the grace to know me, and Doflamingo is the former Shishibukai. He has done all kinds of bad things, and I will not let him go lightly. Zillan grinned from ear to ear, damn it, double happiness. Volley, what are you laughing at? Aokiji asked abruptly. Zillan restrained his smile and said seriously, I am very happy to see that my colleagues are willing to fight to the death for Marshal Sengoku and the Black Dragon. Just like what Yuxiao said just now, Sengoku is also very kind to me. I was single-handedly promoted by him. For Mr. Sengoku, I am also willing to join the team to fight against Doflamingo and the Black Dragon. With a loud voice, Aokiji ordered, the 3 of you set out tonight and lead Marine to destroy Doflamingo and the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. News of the mobilization for war quickly spread throughout the naval headquarters. The battleship is full of fuel, ready for supplies, and quietly waiting for departure. About 2 hours later, under the sound, 3 Marine admirals led warships and set off. At midnight, the moonlight filled the air, and the cold moonlight fell on the sparkling sea. The scenery was so beautiful. Swish! Ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, and a large dark dragon passed by the water. Boom boom boom! The next moment, the warship exploded, and almost everyone on board died. The scattered shock waves almost overturned even the nearby warships. Not good. What happened? Fujitora and Akainu rushed out of the cabin at the first time, and they were shocked when they saw the wreckage on the sea. That guy Volley, shouldn't he be killed? Akainu's eyes fluctuated, and he looked up at the dark dragon in the sky, his arms wrapped in magma. Dark Hound. The magma fist illuminates the night sky, like a rocket, spraying flames and blasting away. The black dragon smiled disdainfully, and the dragon claws swept it casually. Poof! The magma fist tore apart and fell into the sea. Of the three modes of Zillan, the weakest is the White Dragon Emperor mode, followed by the Black Dragon mode, and the strongest is the Red Dragon Emperor mode. Even the weakest White Dragon Emperor mode has the strength of Marine Admiral, and Black Dragon even dominates the 4 Emperors and Admiral levels. As for the form of Chiryuuti, 5 or 6 general-level combat powers in the Go base battle a few days ago could not kill him. It turned out to be a black dragon. Fujitora detected the huge monster in the void by observation haki. He looked towards the sea, and urged the crew, Volley is a person with abilities, you jump down to save people. Volley is so weak, he was killed again. He is a disgrace among the admirals, it is a shame for us. 5.3. Akainu yelled unhappily, last time the G0 base was insta-killed, this time the mud horse was insta-killed again. If Big Mom is the shame of the 4 emperors, then Volley is the shame. The black dragon in the void is also an embarrassing group, as if it is really the case. The black dragon opened his mouth, and stared at Akainu unkindly, you eunuch who doesn't move, talk a lot of nonsense. Shhhhhhh. The piercing sound broke the calm of the night, and a black beam roared towards Akainu. Naturally, Akainu would not sit still, and the lava fist blasted out again, because of blowing out. Boom boom boom. The two collided together, and the flames illuminated the sky. After a moment of stalemate, the magma was pierced out of the big hole with a puff. Intensive energy blasted towards Akainu's battleship. Chapter 87. Thick magma erupted from Akainu's feet and flew towards Fujitora on the other side. Bang! With a loud noise, the battleship also turned into debris. The two looked at each other, full firepower. Gravity knife tiger. Fujitora slashed with all his strength, and wherever the slash hit, the space distorted and collapsed. You can also faintly hear the roar of dragons and tigers, and the momentum is not bad. The black dragon was disdainful, opened his mouth and roared, then turned back angrily, Magma brat, don't play tricks in front of this old man. Behind him, Akainu blasted out lava punches all over the sky. The black dragon's wings flapped, its huge body swayed from side to side, constantly adjusting its posture, and the lava brushed past. In fact, this is redundant. If it is in the form of Red Dragon Emperor, it has rough skin and thick flesh, so you can do it as you like. This damn monster has such a big body and is as agile as a rabbit. Akainu cursed secretly, aimed at the black dragon's head, and shouted, Dark Hound. Dark Hound is different from normal attacks, its speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to avoid. Whitebeard during the Summit War was pierced through the chest by this move. 182. Setsuna, whose head was about to be bombarded, suddenly lowered his head. Whoosh whoosh. The magma flew over the head, the black dragon took the opportunity to swing its wings, the wind howled, and it hit the red dog in an instant. The big mouth full of fangs opened, and Taoshin could even feel the gushing cold air. There are only 2 words left in his mind, it's over. Sakazuki. Fujitora also yelled anxiously, this shit is like AFG dog. When did Marine Admiral become so good? He was abused by Zillan 2 days ago, and now he is being abused by the Black Dragon again. The evil phantom beasts with dragon abilities should be extinct. Shhhhhhh. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from behind, and the Black Dragon suddenly sensed a danger, and retreated hastily. Poof! Even though he evaded in time to avoid being hit, the left wing part was still torn, and strands of blood splashed from the sky. Who? The Black Dragon was furious, and the monstrous anger shook the night sky. Under Ultimate's anger, his eyes were red and black, and red lightning crackled in the air. He almost couldn't hold back his transformation into Tyrannosaurus and started killing. Damn it, only Laozi attacked others, and now he is being bullied, how can the Black Dragon not be angry? He looked at Fujitora, who also had a dazed look on his face, obviously he wasn't the one who did it. Could it be that there are other masters in Marine who came this time? The Black Dragon's eyes were wide open, and he focused on everyone on the warship with knowledge, but he didn't find any particularly powerful people. Swish! At this moment, a ruthless force struck from the northeast. The black dragon is not a vegetarian either, the dragon claw armament haki is entangled, and it is grabbed with bare hands. Boom! The bullet accurately hit the palm, the defensive armament haki and dragon scale, causing the bullet to be severely deformed. The marksmanship is good, but who do you think Lao Zi can be killed by such a ridiculous thing? The black dragon looked into the distance, and a pirate ship appeared in the night sky. His long eyes stared at him, and the skeleton with two knives as the background fluttered in the wind. "It's you, Redhead." After seeing it clearly, the black dragon was furious, and his voice contained monstrous murderous intent. "Damn it, Lao Zi never offended you." "That's right, it was the nosy red hair pirates who came." The black dragon is so angry, if it wasn't for the red hair adding to the chaos just now, Akainu would probably have been seriously injured. Fujitora cannot stand alone, and it is also a matter of time before he is taken down. Everything changed with the addition of red hair. Not only did not win Akainu, but also may fall into a dangerous situation of 3v1. No, to be precise, it was 4v1. In addition to the red hair, there was also a general level Beckman. "It's actually red hair." Both Akainu and Fujitora were quite shocked. They never thought that the red hair would appear at this time, especially since they were pirates and saved Akainu. "Humph! I don't need the help of pirates. With my ability, avoiding the black dragon's attack is easy." Akainu snorted coldly, without any appreciation. "You're a dead duck, Sakazuki." In contrast, Fujitora's tone is much milder. He had heard the rumors about the red hair. Among those ruthless and bloodthirsty pirates, they were considered humane. "Did you offend me?" The red hair jumped up, her posture was on the fort, the night wind came, and the cloak fluttered. His messy red hair also flew up, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were full of evil. "What about Luffy? You sold him to celestial dragons, I haven't settled with you yet." "Luffy is my best friend, how do you explain that?" "Let me explain your mother yen %@. What kind of thing are you, and you also cooperate with me to challenge?" The black dragon cursed loudly, the dragon's body soared up, and Rifa roared down with an extra-large roar. "Let's go, Beckman!" The two jumped up, the red-haired saber-griffin, raised the saber in his hand, and there was a golden slash, with the conqueror's haki wrapped around it, and the power was quite violent. He was the one who broke Zillan's defense just now. Although it was a sneak attack, his strength is beyond doubt. Beckman's weapon is relatively simple, an old-fashioned long gun. He holds the barrel and uses the hard butt part as a weapon. Bang bang! There was a loud noise in the void, slashing and roaring collided, and sparks scattered across the sea like fireworks. Obviously, the red-haired skills are not as good as others, the huge slash is rapidly shrinking, and it is about to wear out. Beckman jumped up and smashed the butt of the gun with all his strength. Boom! The suffocating dark energy spread out in the air. "Remember that, Redhead, you messed with the wrong people. It won't be long before you red hair pirates will appear in Doflamingo's human auction house." 363's extremely cold voice echoed throughout the world. As for the black dragon, it has disappeared. "Red hair, what are you doing here?" Ji Tian asked coldly. "Oh! What kind of attitude is this? I seem to have helped you a lot just now." Griffin retracted the scabbard, and the red-haired laughed. "Shouldn't I say thank you? Mind your own business, believe it or not, this old man melted into you." Akainu's eyes are breathing fire, a man who hates pirates to the bone, but was rescued by pirates in the end. Isn't this a kind of blatant irony? If I remember correctly, one of your kidneys was dug out by Doflamingo. Now, do you still have the combat power of your peak period? The redhead was not angry, and teased lightly. "Also, it is said that you were bought by the ant, and it seems that you have been tortured by her. Your body is not as good as before, isn't it? Looks like you want to die." Akainu's grim face, and the painful memory of being suppressed by the ant also came to mind. Especially when the word body was mentioned, the redhead paused on purpose, which Akainu felt was a deliberate mockery of his failure to lift. "Stop it, Sakazuki!" Seeing the situation intensify, Fujitora interjected, the most urgent thing is to catch Vala who fell into the water, and then we will go rescue Sengoku together. You're lucky. The galloping magma on his arm was extinguished, but he could still tell which one was important. Chapter 88. The redhead didn't continue to provoke Akainu, and left voluntarily. When he came this time, he just came to find the evil dragon and felt uncomfortable. Redhead is not interested in hegemony either, his daily life is very simple, drinking and bragging with his companions, and caring about the growth of young people by the way. Especially Luffy, the red-haired teenager who made him bet an arm, was extremely concerned. When he heard that Luffy was auctioned off, he remembered Doflamingo and the Black Dragon in his heart. He also knew that he would provoke a terrible enemy whose strength surpassed him, but Red Hair was not afraid, because he had a group of companions worthy of entrustment. No matter how strong the Black Dragon was, he would still be alone. Go, poke Doflamingo's lair. The red-haired group hurriedly disappeared under the moonlight. Crash! There were waves on the surface of the water, and a group of marines swam out of the water with the white-haired young man, and quickly approached the warship. This guy, Valley, is too disappointing and hopeful. 1. Didn't Sengoku and Kuzan say that he has the strength of Admiral? Why was he defeated twice? He always loses the chain at critical moments. Akainu is very annoyed. If they 3 vs 1, they can force the Black Dragon to stay. After all, he is still young and lacks experience. Fujitora said something calmly, but in fact he was also extremely depressed. 2 Mr. Admirals, Mr. Valley has awakened. After a brief rescue, the medical soldiers came to report. The two walked side by side, and Akainu was the first to complain. Wally, when you are free, let's practice your what kind of eyes are you? The cold and piercing eyes locked on Akainu, and the latter's heart was trembling. Grunt! His throat choked uncontrollably, and his body retreated subconsciously, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Is the redhead gone? Zillan spoke with a hoarse voice, and his eyes were glowing red. Gone. Fujitora nodded, and at the same time asked rather worriedly, Vala, are you all right? From Zillan's body, he felt the raging killing intent. That feeling seems to destroy everything. I'm fine, go rescue Sengoku. Zillan walked towards the cabin with a blank expression. Stinky boy, you still play handsome after losing so badly, you are lacking in beating. After the person left, Akainu dared to mutter. Zillan lay alone in the cabin, silently lighting a cigar. He tore open his chest, and a tiny bloodstain emerged. The wound is not very deep, and it is estimated that it will heal in a few minutes. Of course, Zillan didn't care about this. What made him extremely upset was that his status as the uncrowned king of the New World had just been provoked. This is no longer a question of money. This time, no matter how much money Hungfa pays, Zillan will tear them alive. Blue, blue, blue. Master Zillan. Opposite the phone bug, Doflamingo's respectful voice sounded. The red hair got involved. Be careful, that guy probably came looking for you. You are not his opponent. About Sengoku's auction, deal with it quickly. Also, the plan has changed. I have to get rid of the red hair first. The killing intent that went deep into the bone marrow, as if it would tear apart the soul, seemed to be able to get out of the phone bug, and Doflamingo trembled, feeling terrified. I have also cooperated with Zillan for 10 or 20 years, and this is the first time I have seen Big Brother be so tyrannical. Well, Mr. Zillan, there is a little trouble with Sengoku's auction. Doflamingo said anxiously. Zillan frowned, say. When you sent it, Sengoku was almost useless. Later, I took out his waist again, which made that guy more and more weak. Speaking of this, Doflamingo paused, and after hearing that Zillan didn't lose his temper, he continued, I asked someone to do plastic surgery on him to make him look younger. Are you younger? You turned Sengoku into a killer. Zillan reprimanded angrily, with purple afro hair, a big silver chain around his neck, cropped pants, and peace shoes on his feet. It's only a bag of cement, or Sengoku can perform a pirate version of the cement dance. Keep talking, Zillan ordered. You also know that it's no use just looking young, one must be more energetic, so. Doflamingo said weakly, I had someone feed him a lot of tune medicine. What? Zillan suspected that he had heard it wrong, so he picked out his ears. Well, repeat it again, what did you feed? Tsubaki medicine. Doflamingo's voice was trembling, he was afraid that Zillan would get angry, otherwise 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Is it an idiot? After a while, Zillan calmed down and couldn't laugh or cry. After feeding that thing, it will indeed make people more energetic and bloody, as if they have endless strength, but it is easy to die suddenly. What happened in the end? Zillan asked, suffocated to death. He knew that Sengoku was locked in an iron cage and took so many medicines that he couldn't do it even if he fell in love. If you say it the other way around, you will die. Doflamingo sighed, holding a black slate in his hand, covered with holes left and right for his thumb. I used to think that the daily wear steel plate is a legend, but now I understand that this is not a joke, the real masters are all day wear sea stone. It's like this. Doflamingo took half a minute to explain, and Zillan on the other side of the phone fell silent. His voice suddenly became extremely low. Doflamingo, you are such a brave dog. When I was young, Sengoku slept on my upper bunk. We were close friends who talked about everything. How dare you torture him like this? Zillan yelled without warning. Doflamingo on the opposite side of the phone bug was terrified, and quickly said, Master Zillan, I am willing to pay 15 billion Baileys to buy Sengoku. Presumptuous. What do you think, Goodly How, can be bought with money? What do you think of our decades of bunk-bunk relationship? Do you treat us like shit? Zillan became even angrier. In the dark, Doflamingo saw the dragon with its fangs baring and roaring towards him. He was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat that he almost knelt down and said hastily, I'll pay you 50 billion Baileys. Humph. Zillan still snorted coldly. Doflamingo's head is extremely big, he seems not satisfied. Is it really over for him this time? Send the money to the G10 base, that's my new base boast. By the way, I don't want to see that guy's body, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Bark. Zillan hung up the phone, leaving Doflamingo alone. Throw it into the sea, feed the fish. This is your bunk bed friendship? Chapter 89. Looks like Laozi has been duped again. Doflamingo reacted with tears streaming down his face. He was simply Zillan's cash machine. No matter when, he doesn't seem to be the opponent of that BD dragon. I was completely worried before. Zillan wished that Sengoku would die sooner. Come on, throw me Sengoku's body. By the way, this sea stone was worn by others, help me find a photo frame to hang it up later. This was bought by Laozi for 50 billion, did you build it? After finishing everything, Doflamingo quietly left again. These days, they don't know how many nests they have changed. At dawn, Marine and his team arrived at a bustling island. Once they got ashore, Marine was like a bandit. Thousands of Marines searched back and forth, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground. Doflamingo and his party were nowhere to be found. Instead, Sengoku's body was found by accident on a nearby beach. The face that has been eaten is beyond recognition, the whole body, only half of the face is left, and the rest is a skeleton. That is, with half a face, everyone knows that this is Sengoku's body. Looking at the white skeleton, all the Marines were shocked. After all, he was also a generation of Marine kings. His Majesty Yuanzong died like this? He died so miserable. Hats off and 3 minutes of silence to the great Marshal Sengoku. Zillan took off the Marine hat on his head, and the rest of the Marines followed suit. Mr. Valley has too much respect for Marshal Sengoku. Many people are emotional. If Doflamingo saw this scene, he would give Zillan the middle finger. News of Sengoku's tragic death quickly reached naval headquarters. Marine was shrouded in grief from top to bottom. Under normal circumstances, Marshal Marine is dying, and he is the only one who died as miserably as Sengoku. Aokiji, the new marshal, vowed to avenge Sengoku and sent a large number of Marines to hunt down the Black Dragon and Doflamingo. However, every time the Black Dragon appears, people are caught off guard. He appeared out of thin air every time, and then disappeared for a while inexplicably. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. After finishing the money, you will hide your achievements and fame, and hide in the city, very low-key. In this world, no one knows who the Black Dragon is. A very mysterious existence. What's more sad is that the Black Dragon couldn't find it, but Doflamingo bore all the pain alone. His underground business was met with devastating revenge from Marine. Especially for the business in the North Blue area, the Donquixote family originated from North Blue, and there is their real base camp. Right now, everything is ruined overnight. And Doflamingo himself is miserable, Admiral Green Bull staring at him all day running around. Even though the Green Bull lost an arm to Zillan, he is still a Marine Admiral at his peak. Doflamingo is not an opponent, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight head-on. Physical attack is no match for the Green Bull. This kid found another way and invented a unique magic attack. Green Bull, you've offended Laozi, today, I'm going to destroy you completely. On a certain sea area, Doflamingo and the Green Bull confront each other. Compared with the previous run when you can't fight, this time Doflamingo turned into a reckless man and jumped directly onto the cannon. Do you still want your waist? After speaking, he deliberately shook the necklace around his neck. That's a kidney. The Green Bull was greatly stimulated. Doflamingo, a lunatic, actually dried his kidneys and strung them into a necklace. For fear that the world would not be able to tell whose it belonged to, he even hung their heads on his waist. The Green Bull sees the loins of Sengoku, Blackbeard, Shiryu, Akainu, Crocodile, and others. Anyone who can be recognized by Doflamingo is a prestigious existence in the sea. Not to mention, at the moment Doflamingo is holding his waist as a necklace, coupled with his evil expression and natural villain temperament, he is worthy of the legendary Waist Emperor, and the sense of oppression is full. The very active Green Bull also hesitated at the moment. Before Dover, Seeked, Langming saw him, he ran as far as a mouse would when it saw a cat. Look at the present again, hooking the little finger for a while, and firing provocations for a while. If things go wrong, there must be a demon, there must be no fraud, right? Once fell into the trap, then, the Green Bull subconsciously touched his waist, and it actually hurts. Brothers, I have diarrhea today, withdraw. Green Bull waved his hand, and dozens of warships returned the same way. The Marines on the ship are all inexplicable, and I have the obvious advantage. Why did the Green Bull give the order to retreat? Ha 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 ha, really works. Seeing this, Doflamingo laughed heartily and touched the necklace around his waist excitedly. Kiao not only gave him the reputation of being on an equal footing with the four emperors Yao Emperor, but now also scares away Marine Admiral. Well, Duoflianjiao brothers suddenly felt that the career must not be neglected, it must be made bigger and stronger. The news that the Green Bulls were scared off by Doflamingo quickly became a running joke at naval headquarters. I'm not afraid of Doflamingo, I just feel that there is an ambush, the Black Dragon must be looking for an opportunity to attack me. Faced with Aokiji's questioning, Green Bull explained it like this afterwards. When Zillan found out, he couldn't laugh or cry. This guy, Green Bull, probably feels the same way. Is the sense of substitution so strong? Having said that, encircling and suppressing Doflamingo is quite dangerous. It is good if the car does not overturn, but once the car overturns, the consequences will be disastrous. First he was karma, and then he was sold as a slave. If he met a buyer like Dama, his life would be over. Master Zillan. Kaitong entered the office. Since Zillan was offered a reward, Kaitong has also been offered a reward. Like Zillan, she also changed her appearance and changed her appearance. The whereabouts of the red hair pirates have been found. Chi Tong took out the map, there was a clear red dot on it, that guy is holding a banquet here. Humph, their time of death has arrived. Zillan's murderous aura was like a wave, and after being tricked by the red hair last time, he has been brooding on it. After dealing with Sengoku's funeral, he sent Kaitong out to sea to search for the whereabouts of the red hair pirates throughout the sky. It took 3 days of hard work to finally find the whereabouts of those guys. By the way, besides the red hair, there is another difficult character. If Mr. Zillan appears in the form of the White Dragon Emperor and the Black Dragon, I am afraid that he will not be their opponent. Red pupils and thin lips parted slightly. Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I knew it was him, those 2 homosexuals, they exchanged glances at every turn, and I didn't know who was the attacker and who was the victim. Zillan slandered secretly, then left quietly. He found a place where no one was around, and turned on the Tyrannosaurus mode with a 10,000-meter-long body. A gust of wind blows, and Zillan disappears into the sky. Chapter 90. On the sea, if you want to say that you like to be a peacemaker the most, it is undoubtedly the redhead. The most typical example is nothing more than Summit War in the original book. A sentence of "give me a face" stopped the war and forced Graham. However, referring to the events of the previous few days, Zillan is very unhappy with this guy. On the desolate island, the blue sea washes the beach, and all kinds of shells from the depths of the ocean are also rolled ashore, like gems embedded in the soft sand. Not far away, a bonfire was raised, and a group of pirates gathered under the giant coconut tree to have a party, and the laughter never stopped. "Hawkeye, you haven't changed at all, you always have a straight face, as if someone owes you money, be happy." The red-haired Shanks held champagne in one hand, and hugged Hawkeye's shoulders in the other. His face was deep red, the rich smell of wine came out of his mouth, and he staggered as he walked, obviously drunk. Hawkeye on the side shook his head and complained, "Red hair, you invited me to drink. I'm not drunk yet, but you got drunk first." "Ha ha ha ha. I drank a few more glasses, you are a guest, I have to let you go, right?" The red hair was like mud, hanging on Hawkeye. His indifferent face could not help showing a trace of helplessness, saying that he has not changed, why not red hair? Always so out of tune, obviously looking for someone to talk about things, the first to get drunk is indeed me. Hawkeye helped the red hair to rest under the shade of a tree, and asked someone to pour him some hangover soup before he opened his eyes in a daze. Oh, my head hurts." The red hair covered his right head and said angrily, "I can't let you drink next time." Hawkeye glanced at him, and drank the bottle in his hand. "I forgot to tell you, I drink more than you. Real or fake?" The red hair opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on his face, and then he waved his hands self-consciously, "Forget it, I don't know as much as you, even if you drink a little bit better than me. Come on, what's the matter?" Hawkeye took the initiative to ask, and it was obvious that a few words would drag him down to drink for a day or two. "These weirdos are beyond comprehension. I want to invite you to deal with someone." The red-haired expression was serious. "In this world, is there anyone you can't deal with?" Hawkeye was surprised. The other 4 emperors, the red hair may not be able to fight, they still have the power to protect themselves, and there is no need to ask themselves to help. Seeking his help can only show that the other party is terrible. Black Dragon or Zillan? Hawkeye only thought of these 2 people. Black Dragon. The redhead said without hesitation, "This guy is too limitless in what he does, which is not conducive to peace in the sea." "Is there no bottom line with Zillan?" Hawkeye asked abruptly. The red-haired face froze, and then said displeasedly, "Why mention that desperate guy? Yes, although the Black Dragon is powerful, it is not invincible. Zillan is completely invincible. Marine has 5 admirals, 1 marshal, and Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. The 2 sides fought fiercely for dozens of hours, and they were both wounded. So you can imagine how terrifying Zillan is, who can single-handedly kill people on the sea. Anyone. It's okay to deal with the Black Dragon." After thinking about it for a while, Hawkeye readily agreed, with sharp eyes, "You know, I like to challenge the strong." "Ha ha ha. I knew you would join the gang. Bring me the wine, little ones, I'll drink." Hawkeye. "Captain Shanks, are you confused? You and Hawkeye have finished the champagne." "Really? By the way, Beckman went to buy wine, why hasn't he come back?" The redhead sat on the ground, rubbing his head constantly. Suddenly, as if feeling something, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the northeast side. Hawkeye beside him also looked sullenly, looking in that direction motionlessly. "I don't feel wrong, red hair." Hawkeye drew his right arm towards the black knife. "That's right, that guy is indeed here." The red hair grabbed Hawkeye's hand that drew the knife, and said, 6 or 7 of you teamed up and failed to defeat him. Beckman hasn't returned from buying wine, let alone you and I. Let's act accordingly." Hawkeye hesitated, looked into the red-haired sincere eyes, and moved his hand away from the handle. At the same time, the island suddenly went dark, and everyone looked up, and the red dragon fell forcefully. Bang bang! When he landed on Setsuna, the entire island shook violently, as if two continental plates collided, and the pirates entrenched on the island fell to the ground one after another. Asking for flowers. It's Zillan coming. Is this the legendary Tyrannosaurus? The body is too big, bigger than the island. The crew of the Red Hair Pirates exclaimed. The faces of Hawkeye and the red-haired two were even more cloudy. This guy didn't come well, and he made such a big commotion as soon as he came up. The redhead stepped forward and called out politely, Mr. Zillan. First, give birth? Hee. Zillan grinned lightly, the dragon saliva fell from the corner of his mouth, and the landed Setsuna turned into a huge fire, burning everything. Speaking of which, the red hair didn't know that the black dragon was Zillan, otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to do it. 00. However, this is not the reason Zillan can forgive him. The one who doesn't know is innocent. Zillan doesn't work here. Have you paid this year's protection fee? Zillan asked. Pay it, a total of 12 billion berries, 10 per month. The redhead replied. Zillan raised his brows, glanced at the red-haired crew member, there were many unfamiliar faces, and asked again, your pirate group has joined many newcomers, have they paid their poll tax? This has already been handed in, 100 million bellies per person, a total of 5.7 billion bellies. Hunkfa said immediately. Hold. Zillan cursed inwardly, it was difficult to find a reason to get mad. By the way, some time ago, I was 74 years and 4 months old, and you didn't seem to come. If you don't give me face, then I can only teach you to be a good person. Flame spewed from Zillan's mouth, and the sea turned red. And many more. The redhead stopped the attack that was about to fall, and explained, I didn't go because I had something to do, but I sent my men to send 2 billion baileys and several devil fruits. So. The condensed flame in Zillan's mouth retracted again. To be honest, such a big taxpayer is really reluctant to fight. He rolled his eyeballs, and his gaze fell on Hawkeye. Hawkeye, when Sengoku and the others besieged the old man before, I remember, you fell into a mess. Chapter 91. Hawkeye is not one to make excuses, that would be cowardly. Seeing that Zillan was aiming at him, and his right arm was touching the handle of the knife again, he would not sit still. The redhead quickly grabbed Hawkeye's arm, and said quickly, ahem, that Hawkeye is also under pressure from Sengoku, if he refuses to call, he will lose his Shishibukai title. Actually, in his bones, he is unwilling to deal with Mr. Zillan. The redhead explained far-fetchedly, Hawkeye often talks about Mr. Zillan to me, and there is a deep sense of admiration in every word. Did the old man ask you? Zillan's long eyes glowed with a gloomy light of choosing someone to devour. The red-haired was shocked, and knew that he had to show his ability, and said slowly, recently, I made a small fortune, and I am willing to give Mr. Zillan 5 billion baileys. Zillan opened his mouth, glanced at the eagle eyes that always had a cold face, and said with disgust, Shanks, this idiot who belongs to the eagle, I am afraid that he has extremely low self-esteem in the 927, and he is not very good at talking at first glance. In the future, you will help him explain more, especially when he is in front of me. Oh right, don't send the money to the wrong place, it's the Marine G10 base now, understand? Zillan also instructed that it used to be a Go base. After taking out the money, why did you even change your address? Everyone in Red Hair Pirates looked at each other in blank dismay, as expected of the most money-greedy man on the sea. I hope Mr. Zillan will give Hawkeye a chance, he won't disappoint you. The red-haired man said sincerely. What if the old man doesn't believe it? Zillan stared straight at the red hair. At that time, when he slashed at me, my heart was so scared. That. The redhead was taken aback, and gasped, I can only spend 10 billion baileys to shock Mr. Zillan. During the years when Zillan has been in charge of New World, every pirate group has worked hard to make money, in order to be caught by Zillan in the future and use money to accommodate them. In the past, everyone dreamed of becoming the One Piece and experienced Zillan's beatings, but now they are working hard to make money. As the king of Pele, Zillan is also very satisfied with this. The pirates in New World should work for us. If you want to say that the hardest working to make money is the Four Emperors pirate group, even the poorest red hair pirates, after all they control the most resources, at least they have hundreds of billions of Baileys in their hands. Zillan was very satisfied with the redhead's respectful attitude. Remember clearly, together with the 5 billion berry just now, a total of 15 billion berry, and all of it will be sent to the G10 base by the old man. After speaking, Zillan turned the dragon's body around, flapped his wings, and left quickly. But after flying far, his expression froze. "Didn't I come here to find fault? How did you get dismissed by the redhead so casually?" He obviously swore that no matter how much money that brat with red hair gave him, he would be torn to pieces. "Why did I forget just now?" In the final analysis, the red-haired guy was easy to talk to, and his good attitude made Zillan even forget the grievances of the previous few days. "Damn it, a sugar-coated cannonball hit the old man and made me dizzy." Zillan got angry, turned around and killed him. Saigon students. The redhead naturally also saw Zillan go and come back, and immediately had a bad feeling. Being blackmailed with 15 billion Baileys, the red hair is also a pain in the flesh. This is all saved by the brothers by saving money. Some brothers have been single all their lives and have never married. Sometimes even if it is a physical need, everyone solves it with their hands or with each other's buttocks. Let's just talk about the redhead, who wears tattered clothes, even reluctant to buy a new one, saving money just to use it at this moment. Bang bang! Zillan's 10,000-meter-long dragon body fell again, and the island split open with a bang. He lay down on the sandy ground, half of his body submerged in the sea water. "No way, this body is too big." Once the deification of the dragon is completed, Zillan will reach a level of 1 million meters in length from 10,000 meters. It is conceivable how unprecedented it will be. "Why did Mr. Zillan come back?" the redhead asked, his face full of confusion. Looking at the garbage left by the party on the island, Zillan asked, "I forgot to ask just now, have you paid the environmental protection tax?" "Pay it, 500 million Baileys per year. We like to hold parties and produce a lot of garbage. You ordered it for 10 years at one time, and you gave it away for free for 1 year." The red hair said seriously, "Protect the marine environment, everyone responsibility, for this, we red hair pirates will never evade taxes." The corner of Zillan's mouth twitched, as if there was such a thing. At that time, he used the red hair pirates as an example to force the other 4 emperors to hand over 10 years each. "And pirate operation tax have you paid?" Zillan thought of another tax. In New World, he relied on this method to exploit pirates, earning hundreds of billions of Baileys every year. The redhead turned his head and shouted at his younger brother, "Yasop, show our business license to Mr. Zillan." A few minutes later, Yasop ran over with a big sign. The handwriting on it was not very clear, but the seal was complete. Zillan glanced at it. The business license still had 2 years to expire, and at this point, the redhead passed the test again. "This dog thief is too obedient, it's hard for an obedient old man to find fault." Zillan sighed in his heart. The documents are complete, and there is no tax evasion. Such a conscientious enterprise can't be found in the sea. Like the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates, they are simply tax evaders, and they refuse to hand over at every turn. However, the fine is quite penetrating, starting at least 10 times. If nothing happened before, Zillan would have left a long time ago, but when he thought of the grievances he suffered in the Black Dragon mode, he became more and more angry. "Red hair!" Zillan scolded angrily, stopped pretending, and roared, "You dare to attack our great dragon clan, you are courting death." "Hi!" The redhead looked confused. Since when did Mr. Zillan have a sibling? "A few days ago, you attacked the Black Dragon. That guy is a dragon, and I am also a dragon. If you attack him, you are attacking me. Now, this old man is going to kill you." Zillan turned his face when he said that he turned his face, and the red hair was scolded with a dazed face. "Can this shit be used as an excuse? What great kin, aren't you all demon fruit power? B. The Zillan 4.0 dragon claws aimed at the void, and a series of slashing flames flew towards it. The redhead who fell into a sluggish state didn't seem to have reacted yet. He stood there motionless, and Hawkeye hurried forward and threw him down. Puff 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 puff. The ground behind him was filled with dust, revealing a gap hundreds of meters deep. Everyone couldn't help feeling cold. If this happened to the red hair, the person would be cut into 7 or 8 sections. Red hair, haven't you figured it out yet? This guy is checking this and that, obviously trying to find fault. Hawkeye resolutely pulled out the black knife yet. The red-haired face turned ugly, ultimate, and asked angrily, I have completed the formalities, and the tax is not bad for you, and now you are punishing me with trumped-up charges. Zillan's eyes flickered for a moment, being told by the red hair, why does he look a bit like Qin Hui? Chapter 92. As everyone knows, sometimes the more speechless you are, the easier it is to ignite a person's anger. Boom 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 boom. Conqueror's haki breaks out, and the raging airflow is like a criminal who has been imprisoned for many years, crazily rushing to the world, trying to find freedom. The island shook and cracked, and the sky tore out a bottomless dark abyss. Clang! Clang! The red-haired and eagle-eyed people looked at each other and drew their swords one after another. One is holding a black knife knight, and the other is holding a griffin. The two swung their knives at the same time, slashed with one blow, and the golden and emerald slashes rushed out one after another. Zillan raised his two paws with disdain. Setsuna, who was about to attack Zillan, the slashes combined into one, turning into a huge sharp edge. This unexpected change made Zillan unable to react. Cooperating so smoothly, the adulterer and adulteress often commit adultery at first glance. Poof! The dragon scales on the dragon claws were torn off, and large pieces fell off. There were even faint blood stains on the skin. Zillan's eyebrows sank. He felt the pain. Although he should have been numb by now, every time he was in pain, he would also breed the ferocity of a dragon. Both red-haired and eagle-eyed could see the happiness in each other's eyes, so it wasn't completely impossible. You are simply courting death. Zillan was furious, and Dragon Claw slapped the two of them. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled violently, thick smoke scattered, and the ground sank several meters. Huge paw prints appeared on the ground. Swish! Swish! The two rushed out of the smoke and winked at each other. Immediately afterwards, attack from different directions from the north to the south. Humph, self-righteous! Zillan sneered, this move was just to distract him. His gaze was cold, completely ignoring the existence of Hawkeye, and attacked the red hair with all his strength. Laozi hits you with his sticking out, and you don't do anything. Looking at the frightening dragon's eyes, the red-haired man held a knife in both hands, and the conqueror's haki wrapped around the griffin, and he was determined to slash out with a knife that split the mountain and the sea. Zillan Dragon Claw also grabbed it head-on. Poof! The palm was hit again, and most of the dragon scales fell off. Nay, he seemed to be tickling Zillan. Even if he was hit, the Dragon Claw didn't stop for a moment, and patted him without reservation. At the same time, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, also slashed. The proud man was furious. In the high-end game, this swordsman was ignored. How unreasonable. 6. An incomparably domineering paw covered the red hair's entire body, and there was a crackling sound from the bones all over his body. Ah poof! Ah 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 ah! The red hair vomited blood and flew out, and the screams resounded even more. Boom boom boom! Hawkeye's powerful blow also exploded in the back. Zillan's long eyes turned slightly, his eyes were as still as stagnant water, and turned around again. Seeing this, Hawkeye's breath suddenly became anxious, and his eyes seemed to say, whose child is this? Go play in the mud if you have nothing to do. Unforgivable. Hawkeye jumped into the air, his feet seemed to be on springs, and flew over Zillan's head. Under the shining of the sun, Haidai glowed with peerless brilliance. Zillan looked up and finally looked him straight. Seeing this, Hawkeye sneered, now you know mine. Zillan glanced at him again and lowered his head again. To be honest, Zillan not only has hard power, but also has a mentality that no one can match. Die to me. After being ignored one after another, Hawkeye couldn't help it anymore, and Hidei unleashed a dark crescent-shaped slash, with a terrifying range of nearly a kilometer. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, this can not only split the sea, but even split an island in half. However, facing such an ultimate move, Zillan's sharp dragon horns just went up. In the previous Go base battle, his dragon horn has been interrupted. After a period of recuperation, it grows again. Bang bang! Vibration came from the void, and the shock wave spread rapidly. The giant slash was firmly supported by the dragon's horn, unable to fall. Zillan glanced up from the corner of his eye, and could feel a slight heaviness on the top of his head, thinking that this move was really good. But Virgo has armament haki covered all over his body, he looks awesome, you let him fight Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors one-on-one, and he will be hammered out of shit with one fist. Zillan's head slammed upwards, and it shattered with a bang from the slash. Hawkeye's pupils are unbelievably magnified several times, and he was able to cause damage to Zillan in the previous Go base battle. There are so many people, I can't concentrate on dealing with you alone. If it's one-on-one, or one-on-two, Hawkeye, don't you think that with you, a guy who doesn't even have a conquerors, will cause harm to me? Threat. Zillan saw through what Hawkeye was thinking, and a strange voice followed, which greatly stimulated the latter. Conqueror's haki isn't the only standard item for a strong man, Hawkeye retorted. Indeed, for example, Akainu doesn't have conquerors. Zillan didn't deny it either, and immediately smiled strangely, that's why he got sprayed on the waist. Zillan stared at the red hair lying on the ground again. After a while, this guy couldn't stand up anymore, the claw just now was a full-blown attack. Next is you. Zillan let out an evil laugh, flapping his wings with all his strength. In an instant, the storm raged, and the entire broken island seemed to be covered by dozens of typhoons, and even the warships flew into the sky. As strong as Hawkeye, it was difficult to stabilize his body under such a fierce hurricane. He stabbed the black knife into the ground, and firmly grasped the handle of the knife with his big hand to stabilize his body. In the storm, there are also dust and particles mixed in, and it is sour to hit the face. To avoid being disfigured, Hawkeye raised his arms to protect his face. When his strength can't protect him, it's his turn to show his face. This is Hawkeye's last capital. Suddenly, a gust of cold air rushed through his body, 047 was cold from head to toe. Hawkeye suddenly felt bad, lowered his arms, and a black shadow fell from the sky. Bang bang! The strength of the black shadow was too exaggerated, Hawkeye fell to the ground in an instant, and was rubbed against the ground. Wow! He screamed loudly, and like the redhead, every part of his body was suffering. Aren't you very cold, boy? Looking at Hawkeye who was trampled under his feet, Zillan sneered and said, is this the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? It seems to be nothing more than that. BD, let go of Hawkeye. Undead Xiaoqiang Hungfa also stood up tremblingly, seeing his good friend being trampled on the ground and humiliating, the redhead was furious. Boom boom boom. He released Conqueror's haki with all his strength. Zillan could clearly feel the pressure on himself, feeling like he was in a quagmire. He looked at each other coldly, and his heart was as stable as an old dog. You can scare those cats and dogs with Conqueror's haki, Zillan here, this trick is useless. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the red hair raised griffin, and a murderous air filled the air. Is the captain going to get serious? I think so. Anyway, it's also 4 emperors, it can't be so fragile. Everyone in the red hair pirates raised their hopes again. As soon as Zillan came up and punched the red hair and taught them to step on Hawkeye, they really shut themselves up. Chapter 93. In my younger brother's mind, my own captain is always the best. Actually, the red hair has already come up with the strongest trick. His exquisite swordsmanship, combined with the invincible Conqueror's haki, the ultimate move after the fusion of the two is the red-haired housekeeping skill. I have used it just now, and it has indeed broken Zillan's defense. The dragon scales have been chopped into pieces, and the skin has some scars. But so what? For the 10,000-meter-long Zillan, such a big move is no different from scratching an itch, and there is no problem after trying it hundreds of times. The red-haired man, whose physical fitness was poor by 1,000 miles, would be seriously injured if he took a blow from him. Simply put, Zillan can make countless turnovers, while Hawkeye and Redhead can't do it once. Boom 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 boom. The boundless conquerors erupted from the Redhead's body, and the surrounding sea violently undulated and surged. The sea level suddenly rose strangely and kept rising. Surrounding the small island, a tsunami hundreds of meters high unexpectedly set off. Everyone seemed to be surrounded by a water prison. The strange thing is that the tsunami seemed to be controlled by some kind of force, and it didn't hit the broken island. The red hair at this moment exudes the aura of a peerless king, and the whole person is like a peerless sword drawn out of its sheath, and everything will surrender under his feet. It's surprising that your conqueror's haki has reached this point. No wonder Luoji passed the straw hat to you. Zillan said with emotion, listen to the voice of all things. Among the 4 emperors, only you have activated this ability. It's not easy. Perhaps it should be called another name, Overlord's Territory. Zillan murmured, this is a very rare ability, even rarer than Conqueror's haki. There are no more than 5 people in the entire Tianhai. Mastering this ability, you can command everything. Every plant and tree in the world can feel your voice, and you can also command them to attack anyone. Just like the redhead right now, knowing that Zillan is capable, he ordered the entire ocean to deal with him. Very metaphysical magical ability, as incredible as magic. It's over, Zillan, be buried by the sea. The red-haired arm slowly raised, he was like a sea god who controlled the sea. The tsunami rose with the trend, and surrounded Zillan from all directions. However, Zillan remained unmoved, not even raising his eyelids. GG, red hair. Zillan smiled strangely, you really know too little about me, didn't Luoji and Rayleigh tell you anything? The red-haired frowned, not knowing what the words meant, only knowing that Captain Luoji spent 10 billion to learn this big move in the past. Superior. Pushing forward with the big red-haired hand, the shocking tsunami swallowed Zillan, dragged him into the deep sea, and a large number of sea kings came to eat him. After a while, blood stained the sea red. The red-haired observation haki explored the depths of the sea, and he found that Zillan had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by a huge monster with a volume of more than 100,000 meters. Wan Mai's figure looks exaggerated on land, but it is not worth mentioning compared with those large sea kings. The sea kings summoned by ancient weapon Poseidon has the smallest volume over 5,000 meters. Poof! The red hair was also seriously consumed, his face was pale and he fell to the ground, his pupils were bloodshot. It can be seen that this attack is similar to a magic attack, and it consumes a lot of his spirit. Redhead, are you okay? Hawkeye also came up with a limp, and exclaimed, I never thought that there is such a way to use Conqueror's haki. Before, I always thought that it could only be entangled, but now it's an eye-opener. He. The red-haired smiled bitterly, I wouldn't be bothered to use this ability unless I had to. It consumes too much, and if I use it too much, it's easy to be targeted by the world government. Bang bang! A column of water suddenly rushed out of the bottom of the sea, sending a figure into the sky. This person is wearing red armor all over his body, which is the forbidden hand mode of the form of Red Dragon Emperor. Are you okay? The red hair wiped his eyes were shocked. Why do I have to be busy? Zillan asked back. Impossible, you were bitten out of blood just now. After finishing speaking, the red hair glanced at the Red Sea water, and the blood has not dispersed yet. It's ridiculous, does it have to be my blood? Is there such a possibility? Zillan paused, and said with a half-smile, there is a group of sea kings to protect me and the group of Poseidon you summoned fight. Fart. The redhead smiled angrily, what capital do you have to summon sea kings, do you think you are ancient weapon Poseidon? Zillan asked back quietly, you are not Poseidon, you can also communicate with those sea kings and take it as your own. Stupid question. The redhead said without hesitation, that's because I control the territory of Tyrant, so I can communicate with sea kings and... The red hair suddenly understood something, and immediately looked at Zillan in disbelief, could it be that? He thought of a certain possibility, this BD, couldn't he also control the territory of Tyrant? electricity, wind, rain. Heho, follow my command and come down. Blah 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 blah. Whoa. What ability is this? The dense lightning shot down from the void, bombarding the crew of the red hair pirates indiscriminately, screaming together. Then the gust of wind came from howling, and many people were blown away by Li Hao. The downpour also fell mercilessly, drenching the red-haired group into drowned rats. Boom boom boom. In the end, golden flames raged, almost occupying the entire broken island. Under this continuous blow, the entire red hair pirates were severely damaged on the spot. As for the red-haired man himself, he was too shocked to speak, and the corners of his mouth kept muttering. There is no doubt that this is the territory of the Overlord, and a variety of harsh natural climates can be summoned at the fingertips, which is far from what the red hair can compare. The most important point is that Zillan has finished using his ultimate move, but he doesn't look like a redhead who is tired and paralyzed. This alone is 10 blocks away. I hate other people pretending in front of me. You should go back and ask Rayleigh, who taught Luoji the big move that Luoji spent 10 billion Bailey to learn. Chapter 94. Speaking of this point, even a fool can tell that Luoji's listen to the voice of all things comes from Zillan. Speaking of which, it was decades ago, Zillan bought the top conqueror's haki from the system, and it was born with this ability. Later, he was targeted by Luoji, and that guy was soft-spoken, so Zillan sold this ability to him. In fact, judging from Luoji's own talent, it is only a matter of time before he realizes it on his own. After Conqueror's haki reaches a certain level, it will be a matter of course, and he will awaken the legendary ability on his own. Of course, the only one who can wake up in the whole world is that little sucker. It's over, Red Waste. Zillan walked up to Redhead and Hawkeye, both of whom were exhausted. Every step he took, the hearts of both of them became heavier. 50 billion Baileys buy you to get out. The redhead suddenly yelled. Zillan's face was icy cold. Tell him to leave for 50 billion? Who are you insulting? When he transformed into a black dragon before, he was humiliated by the red hair. Mortals, dignity, are priceless. Seeing that Zillan was still approaching and was about to come over, the redhead had no choice but to use the esoteric level big move, 100 billion Baileys. Zillan's feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't walk anymore. He took a deep look at the red hair. Why are you so arrogant here? Today, I'll give you a face, get out. With a whoosh, Zillan disappeared in place, running faster than a rabbit. I don't know, I thought he was defeated. Wheezing wheezing. The two panted heavily together, and looked at each other, both laughing at themselves. That guy is not only strong, but also has great physical fitness. Our attacks can't hurt him. Hawkeye's expression was full of disappointment. He, the #1 swordsman in the world, was like a little guy in front of Zillan. He could fight him as he wanted, and beat him up as he wanted. Back and back, Guy blackmailed 1,150 Baileys. The red-haired meat is in pain, and they probably won't be able to earn this money after a year of hard work. Having said that, why are we asked to send money to the G10 base? It seems to be where Valley is stationed. Do they have any connection? Hawkeye lowered his head and pondered. This matter was full of weirdness. In the distance, a bright white light flashed across the sky, and Zillan had already transformed into the White Dragon Emperor mode. Sebk. It's not that the brothers don't live up to expectations, it's just that the red hair is too much. That's 100 billion Baileys. Zillan estimated that even if the whole red-haired crew were killed, the reward would not be enough to collect 30 billion, let alone 100 billion. Therefore, he sold his body without any hesitation. He is a man, and it is nothing to suffer a little injury. He will recover after a day of dying. 4 hours later, Zillan returned to the G10 base. He was lying in the office rejoicing. During this period of frantic search, his personal wealth soared to 1.5 trillion Baileys. It is still 3.5 trillion Baileys away from buying dragon deification. In fact, this is also a pitfall of the system. If you don't unlock it sooner or later, you just wait until you become poor to unlock the dragon deification. Master Zillan, we have found clues about that woman, and she is currently working as a slave in East Blue's Bridge Kingdom. Kaitong entered the door and reported. Is that Nico Robin? Zillan looked out the window, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. He seized the historical text from the ant, including a red stone. For those who don't understand history, these stones are rags. Only by finding people like Nico Robin and Kojiki Odin who can read the historical text can they play out its value. In fact, based on Zillan's decades of experience in the marine, he has also come into contact with various secrets, and he also knows a rough idea of the content of the historical text, which is basically that the celestial dragons used force to destroy the Kingdom of Dreams, the Kingdom of D, and the massacre of D, and so on. Zillan is not D, nor is he interested in history. What he cares about is the route leading to Raftel. The 5A scenic area Raftel plan that he invited Dama and Rox to build before is not a joke, he really intends to implement it. The first road ahead is to find 4 red stones and Nico Robin. Auntie's red stone, Zillan left only the rubbings. The original was sold to Kaido for 50 billion Baileys. Why is it so cheap? Because he made a special request, asking Kaido to give him a rubbing copy of his red stone. In this way, Zillan is equivalent to holding 2 red stone rubbings. As for the third piece, it is on Zou Island, and Zillan is bound to get it. He must commercialize Raftel, turn it into a unique tourist attraction, and take advantage of the pirates. Don't you want to go to the legendary island of the end? Come on, 100 million Baileys per person. If you go, you will be the next One Piece. To be honest, Zillan's plan is really bad enough. Is it the rhythm of mass production of One Piece? If Luoji knew it, he might not be able to hold down the coffin board, and if celestial dragons knew it, they would kneel down and call the gods to operate. Chi Tong, the red stone of Zou Island is entrusted to you, don't let me down. Zillan ordered, and Kai Tong nodded, expressing his promise to complete the task. There may be a little trouble on Zou Island, but with Kai Tong's strength, it is not more than enough to clean up the cat and the Duke of Dagong. As for Nico Robin, her strength is not worth mentioning. East Blue, among the 4 seas, is known as the weakest sea. But once a strong person goes out, it must be the existence of a famous era. The representative figures are Garp and Luoji. A concentration camp for women in the Kingdom of Bridges. Nico Robin curled up in the corner, his eyes were unusually dim. In the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, they were defeated by the overwhelming strength of Marine Admiral Kizaru, and the group was also scattered all over the world. Robin came to this place out of nowhere and became a slave, which is extremely sad. Even so, she is still full of hope for life. Until later, when she heard that Luffy was sold to celestial dragons, her firm heart collapsed. During the N-Ice Lobby battle, Robin fully integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. Just when she thought she was about to start a new chapter in her life, her hero Straw Hat Luffy became someone else's mount. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, a shock spread out, and the entire concentration camp collapsed like a cookie. The glare of the sun shone down, and Robin subconsciously closed her eyes. She opened them slowly after she got used to the sun. People have been frightened silly by the scene in front of them. Chapter 95. No matter in which era, in which time and space, dragons are legendary creatures. When an unprecedented flying dragon descended, everything the eyeballs could see was replaced by this majestic dragon body, and Robin's fragile heart was strongly stimulated. Tiny, really too small. Regardless of himself or the myriad phenomena, compared with this behemoth, they all seemed too small. Are you Robin? You're so pretty. Zillan inspected the beautiful Yuja carefully, and couldn't help admiring her. The skin is white and tender, the body is plump, the front is convex and the back is warped, and the temperament is excellent. It is the type he liked when he was young. Why is it called a young period? Mainly in the first half of life spent among thousands of flowers, and the second half of life is boring. Regardless of whether it was before or now, as long as Zillan gives an order, girls who want to help him have children can line up from Donghai to New World. Didn't you see Boa Hancock would rather post 10 billion yuan than give birth to a child for Zillan? Yes, it's me. Robin nodded stiffly, Xiao's face was also a little nervous. Isn't this huge flying dragon the man who betrayed Marine in the newspaper, known as the #1 fighting force of mankind? Hey, wait! Robin suddenly took out a piece of red dragon scale. Compared with the scales on Zillan's body, the color and size were almost the same. Zillan narrowed his eyes, and memories from decades ago flooded into his mind. In the past, he was ordered to hunt down the scholars of O'Hara, and one of them was a woman named Oravia. The other party claimed to go to sea to find her husband, but she was actually looking for the text of history. Zillan felt sorry for her, so she spared Oravia once. Later, Oravia unfortunately fell into the hands of Marine and was captured by Zillan's men. Seeing her good looks, Zillan took the opportunity to put her to sleep, and then took a chance to release Oravia. By the way, he also gave her his own dragon scales. Marines who saw this thing would give her a little bit of a nudge. Anyone with a little knowledge would know that it fell off Zillan's body. How is your mother? Zillan's voice was much lower, perhaps out of emotion. She died of illness. Robin's eyes were sad, and his eyes were flushed. Mother was always thinking about you before she died. Oh! Zillan just responded lightly. Why are you so indifferent? Robin was angry, and the simple oh, no emotion, no pity. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Zillan replied flatly. Do you still need to ask? Of course it is the truth. Robin looked at Zillan dissatisfied. The answer may be a bit heart-wrenching. You'd better be mentally prepared. Zillan's voice suddenly became extremely cold. There are countless women who have relationships with me, some women, standing in front of me, I may not even be able to call out their names. You're such a scum. Robin was shaking with anger. Zillan was non-committal, too lazy to argue, and it was pointless to explore this. In this world where the weak prey on the strong, the weak depend on the strong. As Zillan at the top of the sea, there are too many women who depend on him. As for whether Zillan would feel sad when Oravia passed away, it was indeed a bit complicated at the moment just now, but when it comes to sadness and guilt, there is really no such thing. Zillan sheltered Oravia, and his dragon scales helped Oravia a lot, helping her to avoid Marine's pursuit 3 times and 4 times, and even Robin. Some Marines knew that it was the red dragon scale when they saw the red dragon scale. Whoever falls off his body will take the initiative to leave. Zillan doesn't owe her anything, so why feel guilty? Robin, how can I say that your mother and I also had a dewy affair? Zillan said softly, you can call me uncle, or, father, you can call me anything, including your so-called scumbag, but no matter what, you can't fall in love with me. Hearing this, Robin stared at Zillan with idiot eyes. What are you thinking, you old man? You got kicked in the head by a donkey, are you still so narcissistic at your age? I'm not joking. Zillan's voice was serious. He knew too well about his own damn charm. Boa Hancock, the #1 beauty in the world, wanted to help him have a baby. This has proved how exaggerated the charm of a mature old man is. Follow me. Dragon Claw grabbed Robin. The chick struggled violently, and angrily refused. I didn't say I would go with you. I'm just informing you, not asking for your meeting. Zillan fluttered his wings and flew high, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. He flew over the town of Rog, crossed the Sabayati archipelago, and crossed the Red Line. The 10,000-meter-long behemoth made many indigenous people think it was the legendary dragon god, and they knelt down to worship it. Seeking flowers 0. When flying over the Red Line, 5 elders cursed angrily, but there was nothing they could do, the speed was too fast to catch up. Everyone could only watch Zillan flee. In the end, Zillan took Robin to the Marine G10 base, and he turned into Valley again, which directly shattered Robin's 3 views. Who the hell are you? Robin was incredulous. That doesn't matter, as long as you know that I am Zillan. Zillan brought Robin into the G10 base openly, and Robin also underwent a tedious disguise, from a young beauty to an old lady. In the underground warehouse of the G10 base, 7 or 8 pieces of historical texts stand on the ground, and there are 2 red stone rubbings among them. Next, I will be responsible for your safety. You can interpret the historical text here with peace of mind. You are the daughter of Oravia, and I will not hurt you. Zillan exhorted. I refuse. Robin was unwilling to work for Zillan, and was embarrassed to be ignored again, and left without even looking at her. She was very angry. What a domineering and savage man, I really don't know what my mother likes about him. When Zillan returned to the office, Kai Tong also came back. The girl lived up to her promise and brought back the third red stone. Zillan still used the old method, kept the rubbings himself, and sold the original copy to Kaido for 100 billion Baileys. The previous red stone was sold at a low price of 50 billion berries, which seemed cheap, but in fact there was an additional condition: the rubbing of the red stone in Kaido's hand. Master Zillan, when I was on Zou Island, I also captured a brat and several of his guards. Akihito opened his mouth slightly. That kid is called Momonosuke, and the guards seem to be called Reizo, Kanjuro, and Kinemon. How many of them are there? Zillan couldn't help being stunned, and then realized that it was another big deal. Kurozumai Orakai has been worried that Mrs. Shi's prophecy will come true, and always feels that the Red Sheath 9 heroes will make a comeback. It is absolutely possible to sell Momonosuke to Kurozumai Orakai and blackmail him for billions of Baileys. It's useless to keep this small batch of Momonosuke in your hands. It's better to use the waste and exchange it for some pocket money. Chapter 96. Wanukuni Flower Capital. Ha ha ha, cheers, cheers. That Zillan guy is so beautiful at what he does. Spending a little money can solve the serious problem of my heart. I won't be numb. In the luxurious palace, Kurozumai Orakai was in a good mood, and part celebration was held. Half an hour ago, Momonosuke was delivered. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. This little BD has made him worry and fear for a decade or two. How can the Kurozumai snake bypass it? First, the little guy Momonosuke was castrated, and finally he was delayed. Just like that, Kurozumai Orakai hadn't let go of his anger, and later fed the broken pieces of Momonosuke's body to the dog. After finishing all this, he was in a good mood, and called his favorite dancer, Xiaozi. When Xiaozi heard that Momonosuke had been mutilated into pieces, she fainted on the spot. Well, 627 must be happy, and Xiaozi is also happy for me. Kurozumai Orakai is naive and self-righteous. In order to thank Zillan for his great help, Kurozumai waved his hand and decided to pay Zillan 5 billion Baileys. Ah, by the way, besides this, the business license of Beasts Pirates has expired, and it needs 5 billion to apply. In addition, 100 billion Baileys are also needed to buy the red stone newly acquired by Zillan. A total of 110 billion Baileys. When Kaido learned about this, he was furious. 110 billion? No money. Laozi is not the Kaido he used to be. Remember, we are pirates, not FG businessmen. The sky above Ghost Island was covered with overcast clouds, and thunder and lightning resounded even more. A chilling aura brewed in the atmosphere. Since buying Vegapunk for $200 billion, the Beasts Pirates have been significantly weakened financially. To get Vegapunk is to do research. Nothing costs more than doing scientific research. On average, hundreds of millions of berries are consumed every day. There is also Zillan who sucks blood all day long, and Kaido's wealth accumulated over the years is almost wiped out. Kaido, are you going to default? Kurozumai Orakai shuddered for a moment, but hesitated to speak. The three disasters beside them also looked at each other in blank dismay. Bad memories were also awakened, and they did not agree. It's a very normal thing to renege on debts, not to mention 4 emperors like Kaido. Even ordinary human beings who choose to renege on debts because they can't pay back the money are caught in a large number. In fact, he became an old lie many years ago. I owed Zillan a large amount of money before, and it was useless to remind me several times. This guy just bit the bullet and refused to pay it back. Zillan was not used to him either, and attacked Kaido forcefully, suppressing Kaido without any surprise. Even though he was thrown in jail, Kaido refused to pay back the money. Zillan is not stupid. It is useless to kill Kaido, let this guy live, and he can slowly cut leaks. Since many people have never seen dragon-shaped creatures, Zillan had an idea and opened the first zoo in the world of One Piece, the Zoo of Beasts. And the star of the zoo is Kaido. His task is to turn into a blue dragon every day for people to admire. Tourists can ride on Kaido and take pictures when they have money in place. It's like you go to the circus, as long as you pay the money, you can ride a tiger. As for whether it will bite people, of course it will if there is no breeder. And Zillan is a personal breeder, even if some children accidentally pee on him, Kaido can only pinch his nose to recognize it. When the zoo was first opened, the business exploded and became famous all over the world. Earning more than 3 billion Baileys in the first year, Zillan, who tasted the sweetness, finally captured all the members of the Beast's pirates, and earned tens of billions of Baileys in those few years. Boss, in my opinion, it's better not to renege on your debts. It will be a disaster if you are caught and used as an animal again. Quinn, who was still relatively timid, showed weakness first. Idiot, you are all frightened by Zillan, what is there to be afraid of that old man? With Vegapunk technology, Laozi is no longer the rookie he just picked up. Kaido yelled, besides, Zillan's fees are illegal. I have never heard of the need for a business license to form a pirate group. It's just nonsense. This time, Laozi will be black and white, let's see what Zillan can do to Laozi. Kaido was extremely swollen, and his eyes were staring like bull's eyes. In fact, he does have capital now. Since Vegapunk got his hands, he has been transformed first. Kaido has a hunch that he is now stronger than before. Even that old man Whitebeard is definitely not his opponent. Secondly, he also armed a large number of pacifists, and there are more and more stable man-made devil fruits, which have successively provided blood transfusions for Beast's pirates. The first artificial fruit was created by Vegapunk, and he was also the first to invent such a magical technology as the bloodline factor. As for Guy, he's just a plagiarist. At the G10 base, after waiting for 2 days, Zillan, who hadn't received the money yet, gradually became impatient, and took the initiative to call Kaido. How many meanings, many? Zillan asked, it's been 2 days and I haven't come. If it continues, I'll lose interest. Humph, you don't have to wait anymore. Laozi won't give you the money. Kaido has a loud voice and a tough attitude. Zillan's eyes narrowed immediately, your skin is itchy again, you're doing this with me again? I forgot about being captured alive a while ago, and want to do it again. You don't think Laozi hasn't improved at all, Zillan? Kaido shouted, if you dare to come to Wanukuni, Laozi will let you die without a burial, and I am the real dragon of dragons. Bah! Kaido hung up the phone bug with an extremely arrogant attitude. Normal people must be terrified when encountering black people eating black people, but Zillan. I hope Kaido will do more things like this in the future. Instead of being angry, Zillan was happy. 3.2 Originally, it would be enough to pay 110 billion Pele, but Kaido will have to pay 220 billion Pele by then. The extra 110 billion Baileys were used to redeem himself after his defeat. Zillan called Kaitong and asked her to prepare a battleship, along with hundreds of large cargo ships to follow. After all, 220 billion Baileys is not a small amount. There are fewer ships, but they can't be pulled back. Ha ha ha, that's great, that old guy Zillan really thought it was his time. The electricity has changed. In the underground laboratory of Oni Island, Kaido looked at the hundreds of pacifists in front of him and howled. His own strength and influence have skyrocketed recently, and he even got 3 red stones, and the throne of One Piece is within easy reach. Chapter 97. Brother Guy's arrogant behavior made the entire Beast's pirates panic. They don't want to reopen Beast's Zoo, which has been closed for many years. Many people risked their lives to speak out, making everyone look like a pirate version of Wei Zheng, but it's a pity that Kaido is not Tang Taizong Li Er. Moreover, Li Er only has one Wei Zheng, even so, he is often so angry that he wants to die. Now that these hundreds of Wei Zheng go together, they will kill Li Er and destroy the rhythm of the 9 clans. Kaido, who was PD off, killed his little brothers in a crackling manner, executing hundreds of people one after another, and the chaotic Beast's pirates stopped the commotion. The 3 disasters also gave up. The boss looked like this, he was determined to fight Zillan. In fact, it is normal for Kaido to have this mentality. Just imagine, a man you have challenged many times, but every time he is manipulated by the other party, every time he is extorted tens of billions of baileys, and he is even forced to go to the zoo to pretend to be a rare animal to pay off his debts. With the ability, who doesn't want to take revenge? It's human nature. The other side has also heard about the current riots in Wanukuni. That's what I'm seeing at Wanukuni at the moment. The undercover agent who infiltrated the Beast's pirates Drake reported the news to the Marine headquarters immediately. 24. The old man understands. You continue to monitor, and report to me immediately if there is any situation. The hoarse voice replied, if Zillan was there, he would definitely be able to recognize that it was Akainu. After hanging up the bug, he made a trip to Aokiji's office. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two people who are not in harmony, but because Aokiji became the marshal, the relationship has eased. Among them, the one who made concessions was still tired. Maybe it's because of Marshal Aokiji's power, or maybe because he lost his waist, his anger is not as strong as before, and Akainu's temper is not as tough and stubborn as before. After Aokiji heard about this, he immediately made a decision that Marine must also participate in this matter, but not for the war between Kaido and Zillan. When they start a war, Marine will find a way to get Vegapunk back. Without Vegapunk, Marine's many technologies are progressing slowly. Like the long-established science unit SSG, this is the Vegapunk-led research team, although it has been replaced with little success. On the sea, the warship braved the wind and waves, and went straight to Wanukuni. Many pirates saw it and took a detour. Zillan was in the cabin, flipping through the latest wanted notice, full of emotion. The new generation of leaks are growing very gratifyingly. It was those supernovas that Zillan was talking about. Kid, the current bounty has exceeded 800 million baileys, which is faster than the original book. Hawkins also has a reward of 600 million. The bounty offered by disc player APU has reached 500 million baileys so far. Almost everyone is higher than the corresponding reward in the original book. Zillan thought about it, and it was time to pick. The newspaper said that the alliance formed by Kid, Hawkins, and APU recently turned the world upside down in Big Mom's territory, and defeated 2 generals in succession. It has already become the 7th omen up. The 5th Emperor Black Dragon, the 6th Waste Emperor Doflamingo, and then the young people headed by Kid. Recently, in the sea, there are too many 6 emperors and 7 emperors. After a while, there may be 8 emperors and 9 emperors. It's too messy. Lan complained that under his governance, Yayu was orderly and prosperous, and that was a truly peaceful and prosperous age. If there were historians from the previous life, in view of the prosperity of this period, which was no different from the prosperity of ancient times, Zillan would have to be given the title of Reign of Zillan. All pirate groups entering New World must apply for a business license and submit financial statements to Zillan's base on a regular basis. On the surface, it is the 4 emperors who rule the New World, but in fact they are just plump leaks. After fattening them up, Zillan will find a reason to mow them down. Of course, besides the 4 emperors, little leaks like Kid cannot be let go. Zillan flipped through it a few more times, and found that Luffy's bounty was still stagnant as before, probably still learning from Rayleigh. Lord Zillan, the waters near Wanukuni have already been reached. Kai Tong walked into the cabin to report. Zillan nodded and called Kaido again. Kaido, this old man will give you one last chance, obediently give me the money, I can let the past go, otherwise. Zillan puffed out the smoke ring, you should know how obsessed I am with money. Stop the FG crap, Wanukuni is your graveyard. Kaido hung up the phone call bug roughly. Zillan shrugged, there's no other way. He stepped out of the deck, directly turned on the Forbidden Hands mode of the Sekiryuti form, and headed towards Luffy in Wanukuni. It is quite troublesome to enter Wanukuni, and you also need to land on a dangerous waterfall. The Big Mom pirate group in later generations was in the process of climbing, but was kicked down by Yin and Marco one after another. SHHHHHHH. The fiery red light pierced the sky, and it was fleeting. Zillan looked down on Wanukuni from a high altitude. The land was devastated, the whole country was very poor, people were pale and emaciated, and most of the houses they lived in were made of wood. When they ran out of money, Kurozumai and Kaido exploited Wanukuni in various ways. People living at the bottom were starved of food, and cannibalism was very common in Wanukuni. Zillan didn't have time to sympathize with these bird people, and went straight to the capital of flowers. Come yet. Kaido 030, who was drinking in the palace, suddenly woke up. The drunkenness in his eyes was swept away. He was very sensitive to the breath of this natural enemy, and he noticed it the moment he broke into the capital of flowers. Without further ado, Kaido directly transformed into a dragon, broke through the roof of the palace, and turned into a huge blue dragon standing in the sky. He is like a giant python, entrenched in the air in circles. Zillan also stopped in the air, looking at Kaido, who was close at hand. He couldn't help but secretly surprised. No wonder he became more confident. His body size has doubled compared to before. Yes, Kaido has become longer and stronger physically. Zillan doesn't know if this is the source of his confidence. Observation Haki felt a little bit. Not only the length, Kaido's aura is indeed more oppressive than before. You actually came here, Zillan, how bold. Kaido's huge dragon eyes stared at Zillan, and suddenly smiled sinisterly, but this is also very good. I will show you the strength after Vegapunk has transformed me. Zillan curled his lips. The gap in hard power cannot be bridged by transformation. Of course, it doesn't mean that scientific ability is useless. Kaido may have improved, but it is still not enough to shake Zillan's current status as the first brother of mankind. Chapter 98. Feel the power of Laozi. Kaido's dragon tail swayed, and Zillan observation Haki immediately captured the movement trajectory. He flew high into the sky, and in the next second, that thick long way swept over. Have you been prejudged by the color of knowledge? Kaido opened his mouth and spit out another burst of ferocious flames, hot breath. Huge flames pierced through the sky, crushing towards Zigong. With all due respect, you don't seem to have anything special about you except that you are a bit bigger. Zillan didn't dodge this time, and threw his fist forward, armed color emission. Bang bang! The two forces exploded in the air, and the spreading shock wave drove Kaido and Zillan back. The sky full of sparks also poured down, like the capital of flowers. The royal palace of Kurozumai Orokai was devastated and burned to ashes on the spot. Stupid Kaido, this reckless man, insists on going against Zillan. He doesn't even use Tyrannosaurus. The hidden Kurozumai snake cursed and condoled Kaido's 18 generations of ancestors. Come again! Kaido, who didn't believe in evil, roared wildly, and suddenly the wind was strong, and the extremely sharp wind blades surrounded him. It has to be said that as a dragon, Kaido can control a variety of abilities. Thunder, wind, fire, rain, etc. Grandmaster has a lot of tricks. What use is this kind of trick to me, you idiot dragon? Zillan sneered. Conqueror's Haki erupted with all its strength, and the incoming wind blades were hit hard, and all of them bounced off. Kill! Seeing the successive defeats, Kaido couldn't hold back his face. With a roar, his huge body descended instantly. The big mouth full of fangs came to bite Zillan. Whoosh! Setsuna was about to be swallowed, and Zillan retreated 100 meters in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he lunged forward and punched Kaido in the face. Bang bang! Wahaha! The dragon scales on his face shattered. Kaido screamed, and there was a click on the right side of his face, which seemed to be a bone fracture. UBD, Laozi can't spare you. Kaido was furious and opened his voice, full. Boom boom boom. The roar was like thunder, the earth was torn apart, and the sky trembled violently. Even Zillan rocked up and down. Waiting for the frequency to stop, the top of the head was suddenly pitch black. Looking up, Kaido seemed to be killing him, and the raised dragon claws braved a deadly cold light, and swept towards Zillan full of anger. Poof! Ka 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 ka! The outer red armor immediately shattered, exposing Zillan's skin to the air. Kaido's explosive power was indeed stronger than before, and Zillan was repelled by that domineering force. Bang 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 bang! He was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground of Flower City, and the nearby buildings hundreds of meters away were all shattered. In this scene, the the Kurozumai Orokai burst into tears and his heart ached. Damn it, it seems that no matter win or lose, Hawaji, which has been reduced to a battlefield, will become ruins. Just now that was. Zillan lying on the ground remained motionless, looking at the giant in the sky, his eyes full of confusion. That blow just now, that instant eruption, was like a volcanic eruption, fierce and domineering. With the Vegapunk transformation, Kaido has indeed become stronger. What puzzled Zillan was that he felt a similar power. How the hell does this guy have my powers in him? Zillan stood up wonderingly. The Forbidden Hand mode had been completely broken. He estimated the strength of the two sides, and if he opened Belong, he would definitely win Kaido. If you use the Black Dragon mode, it is estimated to be 50-50. Switched to the less proficient White Dragon Emperor mode, although it is also Admiral level, but after the Vegapunk transformation, Kaido is not what it used to be, and it is estimated that it will be hanged. Ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed wildly, even tears came out. Looking at the dusty Zillan, although this guy didn't even have any wounds, he was extremely relieved. I have been fighting against Zillan for decades, and every time I get beaten by myself, this time I finally got up. As strong as you, I'm afraid I can't resist the trick just now. Kaido raised the dragon's head, very arrogant. You knocked me down, are you so happy? Why are you acting like a kid? You're too immature. Zillan shook his head, then said lightly, Kaido, you have a deep resentment towards me. How about this, the big move just now, 1 billion Baileys once, I can make you from 4 emperors to negative emperor. Ah! That claw is really extraordinary, but it is only for the Forbidden Hand mode. If it is replaced by Tyrannosaurus, the size, strength, defense, and muscle density will be greatly improved. As a sandbag, Zillan can really carry Kaido to bankruptcy. Humph, the dead duck is stubborn, lousy, we'll see how long you can hold on. Kaido roared and attacked again, a huge flame gushed out of his mouth, hot breath. Even though the old technique was repeated, the range was larger than the previous heat breath, and the temperature in the capital of flowers suddenly increased by tens of degrees. It's really my power, did that Vegapunk guy do it? Zillan squinted his eyes, and at this moment, a faint red light appeared on Kaido's body surface, and his feeling was extremely clear. Boom boom boom. The heat fell to the ground, and the flames of extinction exploded on the streets, reducing everything in a radius of several kilometers to ashes. There were countless casualties. Zillan jumped up from the attacked Setsuna, avoiding the heavy pressure. Ha ha ha, aren't you amazing, what are you running for? Kaido started taunting again. Zillan didn't care about him, and asked meaningfully, you seem to have my power flying inside you. Wang Zhao, Kaido's complacent face was stiff, he glanced at Zillan gloomily, and then smiled again, you can see it, you are right, that guy from Vegapunk secretly collected your cells and implanted them in Lao Zi's body, all thanks to Marine. According to that guy, Marine started to implement this technology decades ago. Lao Zi was lucky, he became the first person to eat crabs. After having your cells, it feels awesome. Kaido smiled flatteredly, with a regal look on his face. Zillan has an ugly expression on his face, he doesn't know about it, it's probably because that BD Sengoku let Vegapunk do it in private. Since my power flows from you, then. Zillan stretched out his right arm, remembering Whitebeard's quote. Be my son, Kaido. Chapter 99. Kaido was stunned for a while, and then his reason was overwhelmed by boundless anger. You wanna die? This sentence caused Kaido to break through the defense on the spot, and the dragon's body was shocked, and it came to attack head-on. In fact, Kaido has already made plans for a sneak attack. He thinks that Zillan will be furious when he knows that his power has been used. No matter who it is, once angry, it will be full of flaws. Who knows, but Zillan's words broke his defenses, so that he lost control on the spot, regardless of the cost. To make it perish, first make it crazy. Zillan observation haki locked Kaido's whole body, but now Kaido is full of loopholes. Swish! The dragon's claws swept towards the sky, and Zillan suddenly fell to the ground. This posture may be embarrassing, but the effect is excellent, and it is the best choice for him to see through the future with his knowledge. The claws brushed across the body, bringing up a gust of wind, just a little bit. Zillan narrowly avoided it. Immediately afterwards, he bounced up and punched Kaido in the eye. Poof! Blood and unknown viscous liquid burst out from the eye sockets. Kaido fell to the ground in pain and spun crazily. Boom! Dark red lightning splashed in the air. Zillan fisted conquerors entwined, and aimed at Kaido's dragon belly again. 460. The huge destructive force shattered the dragon scales, and even the skin was worn away. Zillan chiseled through the flesh, his fists sinking deep into the flesh. Wow! Kaido is in more pain. The belly of a dragon is the weakness of every dragon, including Zillan. His whole body was convulsed with pain, and he roared loudly, "Zillan, Lao Zi will definitely tear you to pieces." Wow! Without further ado, Zillan punched through the abdomen again, and both fists sank into the rotten flesh. Kaido was so beaten up that he didn't dare to force him, so he hurriedly released the green dragon mode and turned into a dragon figure, with 2 bloody holes in his abdomen that penetrated extremely. "Why, no more barking! Wasn't it pretty good just now?" Zillan reprimanded in dissatisfaction. "My strength flows from my body, what's wrong with calling you a son? See, you are a rebellious child." Wheezing, wheezing. Kaido didn't say a word, and the whole sky echoed with his heavy breathing. He touched the blood hole in his abdomen. His face was livid, the wound was round, with a diameter and depth close to 20 centimeters, blood flowed out like a stream. There were still 2 such scary wounds. That was him. The average person in Wanchinj was beaten to death on the spot. However, as a Zoan-capable user, rough skin and thick flesh are only the basic conditions. It didn't take long for the wound to stop bleeding on its own. Kaido's breathing gradually stabilized, his hands clenched the mace, and his eyes were full of fierceness. Swish! He pounced in an instant, much faster than in Qinglong mode, and the mace he held in both hands hit him head-on, roaring thunder 8 trigrams. The swing was too fast, and the whole movement was done in one go. The fast Zillan couldn't counterattack at all, so he crossed his wrists and put up his arms to defend. Bang bang! With a devastating blow, even if there are 10 mountains in front of him, Kaido can destroy them all with one force. Except for Zillan, other Zoan ability users, the human beast mode is the real strength display. After resisting for a while, about 5 or 6 seconds, Zillan's skin was congested and his arms were red and swollen. The bones in it also creaked, showing faint signs of rupture. Shhhhhhh. Then, a black shadow flew out, and the surrounding pirates immediately cheered. This is already the second time Zillan has been dry-flied. Could it be that this time we can really create a miracle and defeat Zillan? Suddenly, this thought came to everyone's minds. It was impossible to fly to Zillan like before. In a few minutes, he was beaten twice. Kaido was beaten like this before. Bang bang! The power was too strong. Zillan was shot out of the capital of flowers, smashed into the mountain, and buried deep under the ruins. Ha 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 ha! Kaido is carrying a mace. What Zillan rocks! Lao Zi is the strongest in the world. Whitebeard and Red Hair don't have the capital to compete with me at all. Ration me shoes and Linlin. Destroy the marine first, then destroy the world government, and unify the world, just around the corner. Everyone knows that Kaido's domineering, sci-fi, declaration is pure daydream, but his brainless fans, one by one, shouted that Kaido's boss is mighty hacky. Under the ruins on the other side, Zillan had already stood up, blood dripping down his arm. With calm eyes, Zillan counted the past battles in detail. In one-on-one heads-up, no one else has made him so embarrassed except rocks. As expected of my son. Zillan praised again and again, and his eyes were full of relief. When the son can surpass his father, the old father will naturally be happy. But it's really a pity that Kaido, a rebellious son who wants to kill his father, can't do that at present. Let me be a little more serious. Zillan whispered, and the body shape changed dramatically rapidly. Outside, there are celebrations from beasts pirates everywhere, and many people already feel that Zillan has been KO'd. Sure enough, the first human brother must be their captain, the second creature of sea, land, and air Kaido. Why is it second? Because the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air before was Zillan. Kaido was also gulping down his drink, the excitement on his face was undisguised. Wang Kaido, finally counterattacked today. This is all thanks to Vegapunk, without him, how could I be so proud? Zillan's cells are also really powerful. After integrating into the body, Kaido feels stronger than before. They also tried to transplant cells to other people, but in the end they were all strangled to death by that overbearing force. As for why Kaido can merge, 4+ Punk analyzed 2 reasons. The first is the compatibility of being a dragon. The second is Kaido's own strength, which can withstand Zillan's strength. In addition, from Vegapunk's mouth, Kaido also learned a shocking secret. The scientific unit SSG secretly researched by Marine, each of them is a super soldier with Zillan cells. They are so powerful that they can even be used to replace Shishibukai. Why are these so-called super soldiers able to bear Zillan's cells? It is said that they were injected with cells when they were babies. After testing, the side effects during this period are the lowest. Of course, the so-called minimum is also 50 to 1, only 1 in 50 babies survives. Even so, Sengoku persevered with the experiment. As for those babies lost, sorry, for the sake of justice, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. In fact, it's not the first time that Marine has done this kind of thing with his own people. Like pacifists, isn't Kizaru's ability installed? Kaido, next, are you ready? Zillan's voice sounded, and the sky over the entire flower capital was cloudy. Countless people looked up at the sky, their eyes almost bursting out of shock. The 10,000-meter-long flying dragon even covered the sunlight, and its body covered half of the flower city. Tyrannosaurus Zillan descended on Wanukuni. Chapter 100. At this moment, the entire flower capital ushered in a dead silence. People's faces were full of horror. Although some people saw Tyrannosaurus for the first time, the shock they brought each time became stronger and stronger each time. Just like the 3 plagues, they have witnessed Zillan turn on Tyrannosaurus many times, and they are also one of the victims, so it stands to reason that they have been used to it for a long time. However, looking at the monster that occluded the sky, I still couldn't help the blood flowing backwards, and I was in awe. Stronger than Kaido, his face was gloomy, bad memory was aroused. A counterfeit is a counterfeit after all, you don't think that after transplanting my cells, you can keep pace with me. Zillan's voice was light, but it hit Kaido's ears like thunder. He clenched the mace tightly, bloodshot eyes sprang up, and the word counterfeit almost broke his defense again. Old thing, just taste the power of the counterfeit in your mouth. Kaido leaped into the air, spun around several times, and the black thunder on the mace filled the air, Zhang Sanshi Yina. The mace was about to attack, but the dragon claw caught it ahead of time. The defense he was proud of was torn apart on the spot, and several claw marks appeared on his body. The wound was so deep that the internal organs almost fell out. Bang bang! He fell from a high altitude and fell into a mess. What's the situation? It was obvious that Zillan could be suppressed just now. If we lose, will we still have to play animals? I don't want to be photographed by a bear child riding on me. With Kaido's defeat, Yinjia's mentality collapsed. Many people recalled the tragedy of playing animals back then. Damn it, why is the gap still so big? After Kaido contemplated for a while, he got up with a sullen expression on his face, ignoring the injuries all over his body. There was shock and anger in his eyes, as well as a trace of unwillingness. After working so hard, why the hell is he not Zillan's opponent? Is it true that I am destined to be the second child of 10,000 years in this life? Are you kidding? After much deliberation, Kaido managed to get mad at himself. The mace bombarded like crazy. King Kong Dysprosium. Junde Lai Long Shen Jun. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido releases all the big moves he can take out at once. The big moves are compatible with each other, turning into a dark red torrent to swallow Zillan. It's so fancy, no one can beat it. Zillan opened his mouth, and the flames were ready to go, Zilong's roar. The next moment, flames erupted, and the sky above the capital of flowers was crimson, and the moisture in the atmosphere evaporated in just a few seconds. Rumble! With a loud noise, the two forces collided in the air. Kaido opened his eyes wide, and the attack he gave with high hopes gradually collapsed under the burning of the red lotus fire. He opened his mouth and was about to yell, but part of the flames had already blasted towards him. Bang bang! The unreasonable fire engulfed Kaido, setting him on fire, skin zooming rapidly. Wow! Stop it, UBD! At this time, Kaido was no different from those mortals, rolling over and over again, smoking all over his body, and his screams were even more disturbing. Countless people watched with horror. Could it be that a generation of 4 emperors were going to be burned to death by the fire? Call out! At the critical moment, someone still made a move. The pteranodon flew across the sky, with a large iron bucket hooked under his claws, which was filled with seawater. Zillan watched indifferently, but didn't stop him, so what if he gave him a chance? Today he just wanted to beat Kaido. Even hacking his money, you are so FG brave. Yin dropped the bucket and hit Kaido accurately, and the sea water gushed out, dousing the fire. Kaido was scorched black all over, the color of a black pot. Your cells are not pure. I am very resistant to fire. Look at how you were burned. It's too embarrassing for me. Zillan shook his head and joked, except for my cells, Vegapunk didn't you also secretly add other cells, such as the dog fruit and the lost dog form? You look too much like a lost dog now, and you are useless except for shouting. Kaido's lungs were about to explode, and he screamed, Lao Zi will fight with you. Kaido stretched his body with all his strength and turned into a blue dragon again. Boom boom boom. Flames ignited all over his body, covering every part of his skin, and turned into a fire dragon thousands of meters away, with a thicker body than before. Give Lao Zi a good look, don't be dumbfounded. Kaido shouted loudly, a handful of granulation sprouted at 7 inches, and then it was like taking growth hormone, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000-meter-long red dragon wing. Seeing this, Zillan couldn't help being stunned, and turned his head to look at his own wings. Although they were not as wide as they were, their shapes were exactly the same. Ha 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 ha, have you seen it, are you surprised or not? Looking at the surprised Zillan, Kaido was very satisfied with this expression. Your cells not only strengthened Lao Zi's body, but by coincidence, Lao Zi also inherited your body structure. Seeking flowers 0. Kaido opened his mouth, and the flames in his mouth condensed. It was not heat, but a little bit of golden light, which was several times stronger than heat. Red dragons. When the words came to his lips, he stopped abruptly. This was all his tricks. How could he still use his original name? Kaido's roar. The flames came. Zillan didn't know if it was strong or not, but he laughed because the name was true. Zillan also roared and flew away, both in power and range. It was even stronger. Boom! The two flames collided, and a sea of flames 10 kilometers in diameter exploded in the sky. Ah! Kaido was swallowed again. He gritted his teeth, resisted the pain and kept silent. The constant screams of being beaten really hurt his dragon prestige. Waiting for the fire to subside, Kaido was about to refute, when Zillan's chilling voice came from his ear. Stop wasting time, Kaido. Let's end like this, Dragon Emperor different dimension. During Setsuna, transparent power covered the dragon's body thousands of meters away, and the flames on the surface of his body were compressed into nothingness on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the skin all over the body, under the squeeze of the external force, cracked open, shocking cuts spread all over the body, and the whole body was bleeding. I can't move. Kaido yelled aggrievedly and angrily, why didn't he inherit this move? Is it really like what the father said, our prince's blood is not pure? Kaido! Yin shouted anxiously, and hurriedly flew over for reinforcements. If you make trouble again, I'll beat you up too, Yin. Zillan looked at him coldly, and Yin was not afraid at all when he heard the words, and continued to move forward. He and Kaido are not just superiors and subordinates, Yin is the first man to follow Kaido, and the two are still good friends. Bang bang! Just as Zillan was about to strike, the mechanical iron fist flew Yin from the side. He turned his head and almost vomited blood. Quinn, what do you mean, BD? Ah, this. I'm so sorry, Yin, I made a typo. Quinn touched his head and said embarrassingly. Wrong type. Yin gritted his teeth. Mao made a wrong call, or was he afraid that Zillan would anger them? Ah! With a burst of hysterical screams, Kaido was still beaten into a cuter, fainted, and fell from a high altitude. Chapter 101. Kaido was defeated after all. Facing Tyrannosaurus Zillan, he was crushed without any accident. After taking care of Kaido, Zillan didn't go on a killing spree. Cut off the roots of the leeks, will you still eat them next time? Ghost Island Fortress. Zillan was sitting on the human chair, Ulti helped him squeeze his shoulders, Black Maria took a pair of legs into her arms, and gently stroked her white and tender catkins. Oh, that's right, that human chair is Kaido's daughter Yamato. Wanukuni's #1 beauty, Xiaozi, dances lightly, with a voluptuous figure and elegant dancing posture, her every move is tantalizing. What is disturbing is that her beautiful eyes are red and swollen, with a layer of mist in her eye sockets, and she looks like she is about to cry. Momonosuke captured by Zillan, Kurozumai Orokai is responsible for dismembering the big snake. Instead of avenging the big brother, she even has to dance in front of the enemy. One can imagine the torment Xiaozi suffered from this behavior. 613. Zillan uttered a word, Xiaozi froze, looked at Zillan suspiciously, bit her thin lips lightly, and was about to ask the reason. Whatever you look at, it's you. Who will show you your aggrieved look, and don't get out. Zillan didn't show any face, his big amethyst-like eyes could no longer be restrained, and tears flowed out. This guy is so hateful, he indirectly killed her big brother, and now he is letting her go. Xiaozi stared fixedly at Zillan, then left angrily. Humph, get out. Not long after, the Kurozumai snake crawled in. Boom. His knees hit the floor, and his head hit the ground. Kurozumai the Orokai didn't dare to put on the majesty of a general, kneeling on the ground and trembling. Lord Zillan, it was all a misunderstanding before, please forgive me. 150 billion Baileys, we have prepared them, and you can take them away at any time. The extra 40 billion Baileys are for your hard work. Kurozumai Orokai gave 40 billion more, just wanting to send Zillan away as soon as possible and stay away from Wanukuni. It's only 150 billion? It's 70 billion short of the 220 billion I asked for. Zillan lit his cigar and asked meaningfully, why, want to black and white again? Don't dare. Kurozumai didn't dare to raise his head, and kept his face on the ground. 220 billion is really not a small amount. It is really impossible to raise that much money at present, why don't you wait? Don't wait any longer, the rest will be paid off with Seastone. Zillan made a final decision, and there is no doubt, there is also Vegapunk, and I will take it away. What? Kurozumai raised his head instantly, and his eyes magnified several times uncontrollably. Zillan narrowed his eyes, do you have an opinion? Of course I don't dare to do this, just. Kurozumai bite the bullet and said, we bought Vegapunk from you at a cost of 200 billion Baileys, so it's not appropriate for you to take it away? How can you take the sold goods back? It's really against the rules, I also pay attention to credibility when I do business. But you seem to have forgotten. It was Kaido who broke the rules first, and he was the one who took the black first. It is already polite enough to take away Vegapunk, if you dare to talk. Zillan tilted his head and said with a smirk, I heard that Doflamingo made a waist necklace, all of which are real waists. Do you want your waists to be strung into a necklace by that guy? The big snake Kurozumai shrank his neck, and said in fear, Master Zillan, you pretend I didn't say what you said before, and now I will take you to find Vegapunk. The basement, which is full of technological style, is about 2 kilometers in length and width. Led by Kurozumai Orokai, Zillan passed through traps and 20 defense levels before reaching the deepest part of the laboratory. That's it, Master Zillan. Kurozumai Orokai pointed to the iron gate in front and explained, this is for fingerprint verification, Kaido is not at ease with everyone, he is the only one who can go in. There are a lot of high-tech, even fingerprint authentication has come out. Zillan grumbled, then punched him out. Bang bang. The large iron gate with a thickness of 10 to 20 meters was forcibly penetrated immediately, and Vegapunk, who was conducting experiments inside, was taken aback. Seeing that it was Zillan coming, the old man was furious. "It's you again, Zillan." He hated Zillan so much, he was the one who sold himself to Kaido, which is why Vegapunk spared no effort to help Kaido. "Old man, what kind of eyes do you have? How do you say that we are also acquaintances? Why don't you invite me to sit down and have a cup of tea? Go drink the magma." Vegapunk had a ferocious face and clenched his fists, wishing he could come up and punch Zillan. "Old man, first of all congratulations, you are going to become my commodity again. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding, even my cells can be integrated into Kaido's body, and even caused him to have a mutation, which has actually strengthened so much." Zillan couldn't help but look at Vegapunk with admiration. The old man in front of him is indeed capable of changing the world with his technology. No wonder the world government secretly arrested Vegapunk for their own use. "Now you know how to underestimate me? It's too late." Vegapunk said coldly, "You have offended me, I will not let you off easily, unless you kill me now." "Why did you kill you?" Zillan said faintly, "I mean it was as low as 200 billion before, and when it is auctioned again, it will start at 400 billion. "What? Vegapunk is PD off, what does this guy think of himself? Goods? Sell and sell. Zillan, you're a bang." Zillan swooped forward, a hand knife landed on the neck, and Vegapunk fainted immediately. Zillan carried the god of wealth away, and before parting, he told Kurozumai Orokai, "Tell Kaido, if you want to get Vegapunk again, come to me with 600 billion Baileys." Kurozumai was almost dizzy when he heard that. Wanukuni is not such a prosperous country, and he and Kaido have already squeezed it out. Let alone digging 3 feet, even if you dig 100 feet, you can't get 600 billion Pele. Feeling angry, he could only bear with it, and provoked Zillan, who was Doflamingo's product every minute. 2.1. An hour later, Zillan left Wanukuni. Hundreds of large cargo ships were fully loaded, not only took away 150 billion Baileys, but also a large amount of sea stone. Although Zillan is useless, sea stone is a popular material, and it is not worried about selling it. It is estimated that it can earn 80 billion. But to say that the most valuable is Vegapunk, once auctioned, it is enough to make countless forces flourish. Kaido is indeed the strongest Leak King. Afterwards, Zillan did some calculations. If Vegapunk is included, the trip to Wanukuni would have earned 500 billion Baileys conservatively. Obviously it can be done with 110 billion Baileys, but Kaido insists on spending 3 or 4 times more. "How do you say that? Hey, it's more money, it's not short of money, it's just fun." Chapter 102. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sakazuki. Vegapunk has been taken by Zillan." Drake contacted Akainu immediately and reported the Wanukuni matter. Akainu was speechless for a long time, and he couldn't reprimand Drake. After all, his strength is limited, and he couldn't do it. "No matter what, we must take back Vegapunk, otherwise, it will be difficult for Marine's G to come out." Akainu's eyes are firm, but when he thinks that the opponent is Zillan, he has a particularly FG headache. As much as he hates that damn T-Rex, he has to admit that no one can shake Zillan in today's world. If you want to take him down, you will have to use all the marine combat power plus the world government combat power, or simply let the celestial dragon's god behind the scenes take action. Apart from these 2 solutions, Akainu really can't think of other ways. Office of Marshal Marine. Aokiji also learned about this. He was more worried than Akainu. The inability of SSG to produce is actually a trivial matter. If Zillan uses Vegapunk to make something dangerous, that would be the most deadly. The old man knows Zillan, he is not interested in hegemony, he is only interested in money. For a long time, Marine has taken the wrong direction. We 24 don't have to defeat him by force, we can also try another way of thinking. Kizaru's words made many people's eyes light up, which is not unreasonable. Zillan is the man who wants to be King Pele. In the whole world, which power is richer than the world government? You mean by Vegapunk? Aokiji understood in seconds, and thought for a while. You can try. It's a shame, a dignified marine, to make a deal with pirates. Akainu left angrily and lost his waist, which caused his personality to be depressed a lot, but when it comes to principled issues, he is as tough as ever. However, the marshal is Aokiji, so Akainu doesn't need to be dissatisfied, he can only vent his displeasure in this way. Zillan, who was still wandering in the sea, also answered the call from naval headquarters. "You guys going to buy Vegapunk?" Zillan was surprised when he heard about it. Is this a lucky moment? Marine might not have imagined that one day she would actually find a trader to buy things, and she still wished she could exist in pieces. Ha 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 ha, welcome, welcome, warm welcome. After the sluggishness passed, Zillan laughed boldly. "So, Kuzan, how much is Marine willing to pay for Vegapunk?" This. Aokiji hesitated for a while. Although he chose to trade with Zillan, he would definitely not give a good price. In order to lower the price of Vegapunk, he could only keep belittling Vegapunk. Vegapunk is just a scientific researcher, and he has no power to protect himself. It is not as valuable as expected. Marine is willing to pay 10 million Baileys. Zillan was stunned. "What are you talking about? How much is it? Is it 10 million Baileys?" "That's right." Aokiji nodded. "Put your mother's 5-spice spicy fart." Zillan couldn't help it, and started to spray. "Do you know how much Kaido paid for Vegapunk? 200 billion Baileys. If you Marine want to buy it, give it to Lao ZX5, it will cost 1000 billion Baileys, and I will never sell it." Zillan said coldly. "Are you crazy?" Aokiji was angry, and he had never seen such a business. Kaido is 200 billion, why is it Marine's turn to become 1 trillion Baileys? Do you think Marine is an idiot with a lot of money? With 1000 billion Baileys, Marine is naturally not bad, and even if Marine can't afford the money, the world government is still standing behind the scenes, so there is no problem paying the money. To Aokiji's displeasure, it was revealed that he was blackmailing Marine. "Do you think the old man doesn't know anything?" Zillan said coldly. "Vegapunk has already confessed that the SSG unit Marine secretly researched was built on the basis of the old man's body cells. Without this guy, the SSG project would probably be abolished, right? This is also the fundamental reason why Zillan dared to ask for a price. Unless Marine completely gave up the SSG force, it had to buy Vegapunk. I didn't agree to Marine using my cells, that BD Sengoku deserves to be fed to fish." Zillan cursed viciously, and said badly, "I wouldn't sell it to Marine for less than a dime." Bark. He hung up the phone bug. Aokiji's face looked like he had eaten 10 tons of flies. After thinking about it, he called in high-level executives for a discussion. After half an hour of urgent discussions, most people agreed that Vegapunk should be bought back. At present, the SSG project is handed over to other people, and the progress is slow. It has not been decades, and it is estimated that there will be no results. In addition, other technologies of Marine also need Vegapunk to preside over the overall situation. Aokiji also consulted 5 elders, and the world government also sprayed Zillan with blood. The scolding was very fierce, but in the end, he helped Marine pay 1 trillion Baileys in advance. At this price, they are also a pain in the A. When it came time to deliver the Vegapunk, Marine was in even more pain. Vegapunk is back, though. Is there any help? Outside the emergency room, Aokiji looked at the doctor with concern. After Vegapunk was sent back, he fainted within 5 minutes. Marine panicked and rushed to the medical room. Although it was timely, my body was cold when I was on the operating table. Master Marshal, it is a pity that Mr. Vegapunk passed away unfortunately. The attending doctor said helplessly. Poof! Aokiji's legs went limp, and he sat down on the ground. Marine, spent 1 trillion Baileys to buy a dead man? Oh no, it's not considered dead, at least 5 minutes alive. 940 by the way, it's Zillan, it must be Zillan's fault. After recovering, Aokiji showed a deep cold light on his face, that shameless guy has no business ethics. Frustrated, he immediately dialed the phone bug, and sprayed wildly at the phone bug. But, Zillan ignored him at all, flirting with the soft girl, bragging and chatting. Hateful. Aokiji's face turned green with anger, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. "You've ed up Marine so badly, this BCH is still in the mood to pick up girls, how could he be so calm, what did he take that 1 trillion Baileys for?" The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he even used the 1 trillion Baileys to pick up girls automatically. Countless beauties circled around Zillan, flirting with each other. Zillan is a real winner in life, and Marine and world government are also real. People are stupid and rich. Yes, Vegapunk is dead, indeed Zillan did it. SSG really can't threaten Zillan, and it's useless to have his cells. The strength gap is too big, and a roar is a big one. But there is such a guy with the strongest brain, who still can't be used by him, and who hates him to the bone, isn't it a disaster to keep him? Therefore, Zillan sent away Vegapunk, and Marine's series of scientific research plans were set back decades, especially the SSG project, which completely collapsed. Chapter 103. 1 trillion buys loneliness, and the Marine and world government are vomiting blood. Oh no, it's not completely useless, at least Aokiji heard Zillan and the girl snapping, which also proves that the old guy looks old, but in fact he is getting stronger and stronger, so he slammed it. Kaido's defeat caused huge repercussions all over the world, and some forces began to spy on Wanukuni. Although he was cheated in Vegapunk, with Kaido's defeat, Wanukuni seems to have no high-end combat power. This made the world government see an opportunity, and immediately sent a fleet led by Admiral Valley. Valley is the third model of Zillan. The G10 base under his jurisdiction is relatively close to Wanukuni, so it is most suitable and fastest to send him to attack. It's really cheating. I just left and I have to come back. Zillan on the deck was blowing the sea breeze, looking at the distant sea, very speechless. It's fine to beat the Beast's pirates with Zillan's identity, but is it possible to hang the Beast's pirates once with Valley's identity? Moreover, according to world government and Aokiji, they intend to wipe out the Beast's pirates, and they intend to occupy Wanukuni for a long time. If Wanukuni can be occupied, and the Beast's pirates can be dealt with by the way, the government and Marine can barely accept a loss of 1 trillion yuan. Zillan will definitely not agree to this point. The Chive pirates can't end like this. Don't look at Zillan's squeezed out now. They will be able to search for a lot of wealth in a short time. Don't doubt the pirates' ability to create wealth. Money machines can't keep up with their speed. With this fiasco, Kaido may have become honest in the past 1 or 2 years, and will obediently pay insurance premiums and various taxes in the future. If the Beast's pirates are killed, Zillan will lose hundreds of billions of Baileys a year, which is not worth the candle. After much deliberation, Zillan decided to spare the Beast's pirates. However, this forgiveness cannot be forgiven in vain. He called Beast's pirates, and Yin was connected. Zillan has no intention of revealing his identity for the time being, and he still communicates with him as Admiral Valley. "Wally? What is Marine Admiral looking for from me? Just let it go," Jin Bushin asked. He already knew about Marine Admiral's dispatch. "Give me 10 billion Baileys and I'll spare you," Zillan said lightly. "Hi, what do you think of Beast's pirates, ATM?" Yin's eyes lit up with flames. Zillan blackmailed them and it was fine, but the hanging hair also came, and immediately said angrily, "Do you really think that our Beast's pirates are made of mud? Even if there is no captain for a while, Marine can't easily conquer Wanukuni. Jin, let's face the reality, Admiral is Admiral, it's not something you, a 3 disasters, can fight against," Zillan kindly reminded. "Then try it." Bark. Yin hung up the phone angrily. "Why don't you know what's interesting?" Zillan sighed. Although the White Dragon Emperor mode is not the most peak form, it still has the strength of Admiral, and it is more than enough to clean up Yin. The warship continued to advance towards Wanukuni, and Yin was obviously irritated, losing his usual wisdom and calmness. The fact that Kaido was defeated messed up his mind. He always thought that Kaido was Joey Bowie, but this Joey Bowie was too watery and had already been crushed 5 times in a row. Yes, this is the 5th time that Kaido has lost to Zillan. I don't know if Kaido's mentality has collapsed or not. Anyway, he couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt down 5 times in a row, and he was still the same person. He went to kill Marine alone. Zillan didn't expect Yin to be so bold. In front of so many Marines, he didn't hide, and showed overwhelming strength to severely damage Yin, and successfully captured him. Jin in the prison ship was covered in wounds and his eyes were dim. It appears that the beast's pirates are coming to an end this time around. Although there is still Quinn, this guy is really funny. It is a dream to expect him to stand alone, and it is not bad if he does not defect or surrender. You're a little depressed, Yin. A voice came, and Zillan appeared, holding a key in his hand, which was the key of the sea stone on Yin. What does that mean? Yin asked blankly. Give me 10 billion Baileys, let you go, and Wanukuni will be safe. Zillan raised a finger, not much, just 10 billion. If Yin knew Zillan's true identity, he would go up and tear him down. The first crop is cut, and within 2 days, the second crop is cut in a blink of an eye, and people are still alive? It takes time for leeks to grow. However, at this moment, Yin is moved. Although the people of Wanukuni are already starved of food, it is not a problem to make up 10 billion, especially Kurozumai. I also have a small treasury. After a short hesitation, Yin agreed. He looked at the person in front of him, and it turned out that this young Marine Admiral was as greedy as Zillan, so it was much easier. 10 minutes later, Yin ran away, and Zillan seemed to have never been here disappears mysteriously. Half an hour later, news of Yin's escape spread, and Zillan was very annoyed by this, and dealt with the jailer standing guard. Half a day later, the combined fleet arrived at Wanukuni on time. Originally, everyone thought that without Kaido, the beast's pirates would be the turtle in the urn, but Zillan successfully played a wave of marine and world government. While the combined fleet was climbing Wanukuni Falls, Yin fell from the sky and kicked Zillan's warship into the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Marine Admiral fell into the deep sea and lost again. Without Zillan, the combined fleet was slaughtered by the beast's pirates. Idiot, this incompetent guy. After learning about this, Ching, Li Zhaohao, Pheasant jumped up from the hospital bed angrily. This guy is really cheating. At the beginning, seeing Volley and Zillan's similar abilities, the Marine executives were full of hope. The result? It has lost 3 times in a row. The Go base was attacked by Zillan, and the defeat is understandable. The second is to be attacked by the Black Dragon, and it is barely acceptable to lose. After all, these 2 guys are existences whose strength surpasses that of generals. But losing to Yin is unbearable, and this time they didn't sneak attack, but kicked your battleship head-on. Today's Admiral Valley has become the shame of Marine's Admiral, and he has lost all of Admiral's majesty and force. It was even rumored within Marine that the strongest Admiral in history is Zillan, and the worst Admiral in history is Volley. Chapter 104. Zillan even heard the news that Valley is a disgrace to Admiral and should be dismissed. For this kind of gossip, Zillan scoffed, Auntie is also a disgrace to the 4 emperors, and she has not been expelled from the imperial rank, so why did she expel Laozi from the general rank? Zillan made a special trip back to naval headquarters, feeling the need to make a big splash. In the Marine Marshal's office, Aokiji's roar never stopped. Since becoming Marshal, his temper has become worse and worse. The main reason is that all kinds of messy things add up, and there is never a good thing that makes him happy. After being depressed for a long time, everyone will explode. You've let me down, Wally. Aokiji was spitting stars flying all over the sky, looked at Zillan, and said in a tone of hatred, since you joined Marine, you have lost 3 times in a row recently, Marine's face has been lost by you. Unmoved, Zillan sat on the sofa and cut his nails by himself. The main thing is that there is nothing to say. When it was Admiral Zillan before, it can be used as an excuse. Now that I am young, how can I say that I am not experienced enough? Don't be impatient, Marshal Kuzan. With an idea, Zillan pretended to say in a deep tone, to be honest, old man, I'm just, oh no, little brother is just waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity? Waiting for your chance to lose 4 games in a row. A voice of ridicule came. 447 Zillan's gaze shifted, and he immediately began to squirt. You are a person who has had his waist cut off and one eye is blind, who gave you the courage to call me AST in front of me? What did you say? The rushing Akainu glared and clenched his fists. Volley, do you want to be beaten? It's up to you. Zillan said contemptuously, it's not easy to clean you up. Joke, even Yin can defeat you, your Marine Admiral is a parallel importer. Akainu glared at Zillan. Volley, give up the position of Admiral, and be a Vice Admiral obediently. He was going to say get Zillan out of Marine. Are you trying to test my strength? Zillan smiled, and the arc on his face was extremely dangerous. If you lose, you will voluntarily give up the position of Admiral and give up the vacant position to someone who is capable. Akainu asked, how? Then you will lose. Zillan asked back. Me? I will lose, haha. Akainu smiled disdainfully, never thought that he would lose to Zillan. Even if he lost his waist and lost his eyes, he would never lose to this shameful general. If you lose, give up the position of Admiral. Zillan glanced at Aokiji and made some excessive demands, which he probably wouldn't agree to, so he finally chose the same conditions. Humph, the old man will accompany you to the end. If you are not afraid of being beaten, just come. Akainu left first, followed by Zillan. Looking at the figures of the two, Aokiji showed a scheming and sinister smile on his face. No one may believe it, but this is a good show planned by him and Akainu, just to find a reason to fire Zillan and replace him with someone more capable. After losing this time, 5 elders was also dissatisfied with Zillan and asked Marine to remove him. Punk hazard, it is still a good place with beautiful scenery. Zillan's eyes were a little strange. He didn't expect that the place of the decisive battle would be chosen on this island. In the original book, Akainu and Aokiji started the martial battle here, which turned Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire. But at this moment, the roles are changed. Zillan and Akainu will start the Admiral battle here, the loser will leave Marine, and the winner will continue to serve as Marine Admiral. Stinky boy, you'd better be serious, the old man won't release water. Akainu's voice was cold, and the magma scattered all over his body. It's you who should regret it, Sakazuki, you'll realize how stupid you are right away. Why was Xilan and Zillan seconded? Isn't this for sure? How can they beat themselves? The Japanese side can only play early. As for facing Yin, it was simply collecting money. Akainu didn't give money, and Zillan will never show mercy. In addition, in the face of recent gossip from the weakest admiral, Zillan decided to show his prestige. And Akainu is the one who gets beaten. Brother Guzi is also miserable. First he lost a kidney, then lost an eye, and then he was sold to his aunt as a male slave, and finally fled back to the Marine, but the marshal he had booked for a long time was gone. Right now, Mercury can't even keep the heavenly general. Truly the number one tragic man. Great eruption. As soon as Akainu came up, he opened up, a huge fist of lava covered the sky, and ignited a fire to kill Zillan. Covered in silver armor, Zillan methodically activates the forbidden hand form of the White Dragon Emperor. Behind, the blue wings radiate starlight. Zillan grabs forward with a big hand. Divide. 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 Divide, can have the power of the enemy's moves. Bang bang. Before the magma fist touched Zillan, it fell from the sky. The burning flames have also cooled down, turning into pitch-black magmatic rocks. This, what the hell is this? Akainu looked confused. Is this magic? Yes, like magic, Zillan yelled twice, and his trick turned into scrap metal. You're distracted, Sakazuki. With a faint voice falling from the sky, Zillan flew over quickly and punched out with a heavy punch. Bang bang. Received a heavy punch on the right cheek, blood spurted out of Akainu's mouth immediately. Volley, you brat. He was furious, lava erupted from his feet, like a rocket booster. He flew in front of Zillan in an instant. Akainu's eyes were filled with a terrifying cold light. He made a murderous move, Dark Hound. Zillan was not afraid at all, and the wings of the White Dragon Emperor flapped again. Divide. The flames wrapped around the lava fist immediately slashed, and the speed and strength both decreased. Bang bang. Zillan punched the backhand, sending the magma flying without any effort. Seeing this scene, Akainu's expression became ultimate, and he asked angrily, you who have such abilities, why did you lose to that yin? What level of player is he? Tiger, there is always a time to take a nap. Zillan replied casually, compared to this, you should worry about yourself, Sakazuki. The loser will be kicked out of the marine. Hearing this, panic flashed in Akainu's eyes, and then he gritted his teeth and said, who do you think this old man will lose to you? His mouth was tough, but his heart was flustered. If Nemo was really kicked out of the marine, what would he do? Chapter 105. When people are thinking wildly, they will always show flaws. This is the case with Akainu. Taking advantage of him being careless and distracted, Zillan rushed forward at a faster speed, hitting his fist on the cheek again. Bang bang! Akainu's face shattered instantly, and hot magma shot out. Zillan's complexion changed slightly, elementalized in advance. Drink! Akainu let out a loud cry, and kicked heavily with his right foot entwined with magma. Bang bang! Zillan crossed his hands to defend, and blocked the domineering kick. Even so, the powerful force still knocked him down to the sky. Meteor volcano! There was a cold light in Akainu's eyes, and the lava all over the sky flew into the sky. Zillan was secretly surprised, this guy has lost a waist, how dare he spend so much? Aren't he afraid of sudden death? He didn't dare to be careless, he opened his wings to the maximum, and the azure starlight spread out, covering a radius of 500 meters. The domain of the White Dragon Emperor. The space distorts and collapses, and within this range, any creature shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The attacking lava is even more so, the range and power of ultimate compression are smaller than before. Outrageous abilities! Akainu yelled, I have fought countless pirates in my life, and this is the first time I have encountered such a weird ability, which can reduce the power and size of the enemy's big move. Bang 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 bang! Shrunken lava rained down from the sky, and flames blazed across Punk Hazard in the blink of an eye. Zillan looked at Akainu and said with a strange smile, do you think it's just for people? Akainu suddenly felt bad, bursts of pressure came from around him. He subconsciously covered the armed defense, but the invisible force penetrated the skin and poured into the body to compress his flesh and blood. Cells, bones, muscles, organs, etc. are all mutating. Wow! Akainu yelled, feeling like his body was on fire. The strangest thing is not this, he endured the pain, how did this big move make you suddenly taller? Wally, do you feel that you are too short and have low self-esteem? There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, until now, Yago still didn't forget to humiliate Zillan. You big idiot! Zillan was also drunk, and said pitifully, it's not that I've become taller, but you have become shorter. What? Akainu was startled, and looked towards the ground subconsciously. Sure enough, the original long legs turned into short and thick little legs. He was dumbfounded, what kind of insidious move is this shit? Cough cough cough. Zillan cleared his throat and said with a smile, Sakazuki the dwarf, you really are extraordinary. Dwarf, gnome. Akainu's mind roared. It turned out that he was more than 3 meters tall. The old man can't spare you. Akainu rushed towards you angrily, but because his legs were too short, his height dropped to 0.9 meters, like a brat rushing towards you. Boom boom boom. The conqueror's haki roared out and hit Akainu with a bang, sending the guy flying on the spot. By the sea, Akainu was lying helplessly on the beach, his eyes were red, and Ultimate was angry. I can't spare you, craftsman. Akainu was so angry, he fought upright if he had the ability, and used such insidious means? Pooh! Gurg gurg gurg! The magma on his body leaked out one after another. Akainu is like a dam for flood discharge, and more magma occupies Punk Hazard. Give it to me! With one command, all the magma rushed towards him, surrounding Sakazuki. A huge dragon-shaped creature slowly emerged, with magma flowing all over its body, and every inch of its skin was filled with flames, full of oppression. The dragon is about 500 meters long and its wings are about 250 meters long. Well, this data is very Akainu. Boom boom boom. The giant lava dragon flapped its wings, and its huge body soared into the sky. The hurricane blowing out is extremely hot, Zillan is naturally fearless, but most people are swallowed by the hurricane and immediately shed a layer of skin. There is still such a trick. Zillan was quite surprised. The appearance of this magma dragon was almost exactly the same as that of the Tyrannosaurus in the form of red dragon tea. Sakazuki, don't you hate Zillan very much? Why is this ultimate move exactly the same as his Tyrannosaurus? Zillan joked, you are not his fan, are you? Fart. Inside the magma, Akainu's exasperated voice came out, this old man wants to kill him, how could he be his fan? Asking for flowers. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, people will always imitate some powerful characters. Just like the stars in the previous life, they are all at the forefront of fashion, because everyone imitates their clothes. And Zillan in this world is at the forefront of force, and people like Akainu are imitating him. There is also the previous Kaido, in order to be as strong as Zillan, even integrated into his cells. There is also Marine, who wants to build an SSG force based on Zillan's cells. However, it has been imitated, never surpassed, and all imitators are far behind. This is Zillan, and this is his unique dragon mode. Ended. Akainu yelled loudly, and the magma dragon swooped down from the sky with astonishing momentum, and all the flames from its body blasted towards the ground. It's really over. There was a sinister smile on the corner of Zillan's lips, it's almost time for an attack. Pretending to be a ghost, do you think you can bluff? Akainu snorted coldly, this old man has crossed more bridges than you have traveled. With a slight movement of the mind, the flames in the mouth of the magma flying dragon condensed, and a terrifying temperature enveloped the world. Isn't this imitating what Zillan is, isn't this the roar of the red dragon? Zillan unceremoniously debunked. Lord, it's not. Akainu was furious, but he didn't want to admit that this move was indeed a reference to Zillan's Tyrannosaurus. Setsuna, who was about to erupt the fireball, felt a violent dizziness, sweeping his whole body like a tide. All of Akainu's strength dissipated, and the huge magma dragon disintegrated in the air. He himself, more like a kite with a broken string, fell to the ground extremely weakly. Bang bang! Akainu fell down like a dead dog, breaking 3 ribs in an instant. His face is painful, Ultimate is shocked and puzzled, what is the situation? Why did my own strength dissipate in an instant? I don't even know if I'm poisoned, you idiot. Zillan stepped on Zillan's head, a mere imitator, what do you use to fight me? Chapter 106. Zillan thinks that in the future, he should have a nickname professional counterfeiter. Fakes like Kaido and Akainu, hit one when you see one. A hole a hole a hole. Akainu screamed strangely, even though he was pressed on the ground and rubbed, magma high continuously overflowed his body, and even Zillan's ankle was swallowed. But it was useless, the effect of divide continued, weakening the power of the magma to the greatest extent. Until now, you are still dying. Zillan lost his patience and dropped his foot. With a bang, Akainu flew out and fell into the sea completely. What are you looking at? Hurry up and save people. A warship wanders in the waters near Punk Hazard. The ones riding above are exactly Aokiji and Kizaru, the marine executives. Seeing that Akainu fell into the water, the marine executives panicked 097 and hurriedly sent people to rescue Xilan. This is not right, even Sakazuki is not Vala's opponent, why did he lose to Yin? The opponent is just a 3 disasters. The only ones who can stop Marine Admiral are the 4 emperors. Green Bull was the first to ask questions, and Kizaru and others were also puzzled. From the point of view of strength, Zillan has directly suppressed Akainu. Of course, there is one thing that cannot be denied. Akainu's strength has indeed declined slightly compared to before, but no matter how he declines, he is still serious with his admiral-level strength. He was defeated by Vali in just a few strokes. It is really unbelievable that such a master was defeated by Yin. That's not what matters now. Aokiji frowned, what he was always concerned about was the bet between the two. The one who loses is the one who wants to leave Marine, how should he choose now? Aokiji regretted it too late, this Nima hit his own foot with a stone. Half an hour later, Akainu was out of the water. After the emergency rescue, Akainu also regained consciousness. Under the gaze of everyone, he didn't say a word, his eyes dimmed, and finally took off his beloved military uniform, and left the Highway headquarters without looking back. Not bad, he is a man who keeps his promise. After learning about this, Zillan is quite satisfied with the result. In the future, who would dare to question themselves? Time flies, half an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. Zillan's life is very monotonous. He is either making money or on the way to make money all day long. When I really have nothing to do, I find a few beautiful girls to play poker. After a period of accumulation, he has saved enough 2.7 trillion Baileys. Wealth has exploded to this level all at once, thanks to the trillion Baileys of the world government and Marine. Of course, there are hundreds of billions of Baileys looted from Kaido. Zillan loves these gods of wealth. By the way, since he was beaten up, Kaido has become more obedient, and the monthly protection fee is still paid on time, and he doesn't dare to make trouble anymore. However, according to Gaudeo's information, it is said that Kaido is still stepping up recruitment and has no plans to make trouble. In addition to this, there is one more important piece of news. Kaido and Big Mom are on the phone. Upon learning of this, Zillan felt something abnormal. If it's just Big Mom and Kaido teaming up, it's nothing. After all, the two in the original book were smashed by a group of supernovas, let alone Zillan. Even if they teamed up and met him, they would only lose. The key is that there is still a rocks behind the scenes. Once the three form an alliance, they will indeed pose a threat to Zillan in theory. Afterwards, Zillan didn't stop him. After thinking about it carefully, he even wanted to go to war. His creed in life is very simple: as long as he pays compensation, he can do whatever he wants. Naval Headquarters, the daily meeting was held today as usual. Recently, the pirates in the sea have become more and more active, especially those supernovas. Kid's reward has soared to 1.3 billion. Hawkins 900 million. APU already has 800 million. The pirate alliance they formed even collided with the Red Hair pirates a few days ago, even though Kid was defeated, and it is said that the three of them also injured the Red Hair. The disturbances in the sea cannot be concealed from the marine intelligence system. Zillan squinted his eyes as he listened to the conversations of the people around him. He is also full of emotion. There is no doubt that Kid has the potential to become 4 emperors, the carrier of Conqueror's Haki, and a good devil fruit. Armed Color and Observation Haki also have a set, as well as his Haki character, and the desire to devour the ambition of the world. Among the newcomers of this generation, he is one of the few existences that can rival Straw Hat Luffy. However, judging from the timeline of the original book, Kid has not yet risen at this time, at least not as exaggerated as it is now. I beat that guy up, did it cause him to wake up? Zillan rubbed her hair. Isn't this what Mr. Guy should do? A stick taught Luffy to use a mission. Another stick that taught Luffy Conqueror's winding. It was a stick that taught Luffy Devil Fruit to awaken. Could it be that I want to follow Kaido's route too? Hehe, that's good too. They've been fighting north and south these days, and they've already collected a lot of money. They can go to harvest in a few days. A smile appeared on Zillan's face. This wave of leaks has grown very vigorously. After the meeting, Zillan left by boat. At the pier of Naval Headquarters, he met a group of special people who got off the battleship one after another. Their warships are very huge, even bigger than Marine's warships, and there are 66 words on the flag. In the whole world, only Germa 66 has such a flag. What are they doing at Naval Headquarters? Zillan couldn't help muttering, and said to himself, did Shen catch that guy Sanji? The Vince Mok family asked to capture Sanji alive, and in view of the good relationship between the world government and naval headquarters and them, Sengoku, who was still Marshal 0.6 at the time, also agreed. In fact, they didn't have much interest in this abandoned son, even they thought that Sanji was dead, and they asked Marine to capture him alive, just to marry the Big Mom pirates. Are you Marine Admiral Valley? A pleasant voice sounded. Zillan restrained his thoughts, turned his head to look, and a beautiful woman as enchanting as a flower fairy came slowly. Vince Mok. Reiju. You know me. Reiju immediately smiled. Vala's handsome and young appearance shocked her quite a bit. Isn't Marine Admiral all old men? Do not know. Zillan responded bluntly, then boarded the boat and planned to leave. Chapter 107. Irreverent guy, what a stinking fart. Reijo's pretty face was flushed. She was a princess after all. This guy didn't even look at him. What are you waiting for, Reijo? Don't delay our important event. The head coach of the Vince MOK family, Judge, urged. The SSG project is involved in a serious matter, and there is absolutely no room for loss. Hurry up and catch up. Yes, father. Reijo followed, turning his head and glaring at Zillan by the way. Wait, don't rush to go. Zillan, who was about to leave, stopped the sailors from sailing. He looked at the back of Vince MOK's family and his group, frowning. Vegapunk is dead, Marine used to replace Shishibukai's SSG, isn't it going to stop? Zillan bowed his head and thought for a moment, then got off the boat and went to the marshal's office. Vince MOK's family was also here early. Volley, didn't you go to the G10 base? Aokiji asked. Seeing that Vince MOK's distinguished guests are coming, I'm just curious. Zillan sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs lazily. The corner of Reijo's mouth twitched, as if thinking of something again. 24 turned his head arrogantly. This chick holds a grudge. Zillan glanced at Reijo from the corner of his eye, looked at Aokiji and said, just ignore me, you can talk about whatever you want. Aokiji looked at Judge and said, you must know about the killing of Vegapunk. There are many scientific experiments led by him in Marine. Without him, the progress is slow and even had to be abandoned. For certain projects, Marine is willing to share with Vince MOK's family. Like pacifist technology, and SSG. Zillan gradually realized that, to put it bluntly, Vegapunk is no longer cool, and Marine just wanted to find a receiver to help with research. After all, too much money has been invested before, and it would be a pity to waste it. For example, SSG has been prepared for 10 to 20 years, and the investment in research and development is as high as hundreds of billions. Seeing that SSG is about to come out,